July 6th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Lionel Barrymoore in the voice of Bugle Ann, with Porter Hall and Anne Shirley. Lux presents Hollywood, with Lionel Barrymore, Anne Shirley, Hal Roach, Cecil B. DeMille, Ruth Waterbury, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by so many attractive women everywhere. We also salute a distinguished audience. With us tonight, I see Eileen Pringle, Paula Stone, and Cary Grant. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, we present one of the most distinguished personages of the entertainment world. Producer of great screen spectacles, creator of stars, his name is known wherever motion pictures are seen. Ladies and gentlemen, Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The history of the American theater should be read by gaslight, because it was by gaslight that its most colorful chapters were written. A popular song of the day was Two Little Girls in Blue. Horse cars were running on Broadway. Sherry's was the place to eat after the theater. Hansom cabs scurried through Central Park. The fashionable figure was the hourglass silhouette. And Maurice Barrymore, the most popular matinee idol of his day, was making the gay 90s gayer. Among his contributions to the general uproar were 3 children, Lionel, Ethel, and John. All 3 turned out to be handsome and extremely versatile artists. But it seems that in everything I've done, Lionel has preceded me. We were the thoroughly unknown sons of famous parents. But when I went on the stage, Lionel was already there. When I started making pictures in 1913, he had been in the movies 4 years. When the screen switched from talkies, he directed the first all-color talking and singing film, The Rogue Song, starring Lawrence Tibbett. And when I came on the air, he was already so well identified with radio that people were calling him Mike. But at last I have Lionel exactly where I want him, in a DeMille production. The production is The Voice of Bugle Ann by McKinley Cantor. And here is our star, Lionel Barrymore. The chief sport of Missouri farmers is fox hunting. Night after night, they gather in groups and let their hounds loose on the trail. Far or near, they know each hound's voice. They know when the scent is hot and when the fox has doubled on its trail. They sit by friendly fires before and after the chase. There's such a fire burning now. And toiling toward it through heavy underbrush, we see the shadowy figures of Spring Davis, a grizzled old farmer, played by Lionel Barrymore, and his son, Benji.
Can I help you, Paul? No, I don't need no help. You just take care of yourself, son.
I can hear the hounds coming this way.
That the fire right up there?
Yeah. I can see old Calhoun Royster standing up by it, and Bate, and some other fella.
Who's that? You, Spring?
Yeah, me and Benji.
Well, come on. You're missing the whole thing.
Well, got here as fast as we could, Cal.
What held you?
That Molly Pitcher hound of mine. She's going to have a litter. Evening, Bake.
Evening, Mr. Davis. Evening, Benji. Evening.
Spring, this here gentleman over here is Mr. Tanner. He's from the city. Sells insurance.
Evening.
How do you do?
Come up to listen to the hound?
Why, yes. Mr. Royster, Cal here, was talking so much about it this afternoon, I asked if I might come along.
Oh, glad to have you. This is my son, Benji.
How do you do?
Evening.
Throw another log on the fire, Big. Pretty near to going out.
Listen, they're over the ridge of Heaven Creek now. The hounds are gaining.
Well, how can you tell that?
Oh, it's in their voices. You can tell just what's happening if you listen to them.
Yes, but just where is the sport? I've heard of riding to hounds, and I can appreciate that, but this...
Well, we don't ride no horses or wear funny caps, Mr. Tanner. We just raise hounds and train them for the hunt.
Well, I should think there wouldn't be any foxes left in this part of the country, killing so many.
Oh, we never kill the fox. No. He holds up when he gets tired, and the hounds come home.
Do you mean the fox will run again another night? Don't they ever learn anything from experience?
Yes, sir, they learn. And they run again night after night, year after year. Yes, sir, year after year.
And do you do this all night and every night?
Oh, not every night, no.
Sometimes it rains.
Or sometimes it's just the opposite.
Sometimes the weather's too dry.
Well, sometimes we get long damp spells.
Yeah, too damp. No, Mr. Tanner, we don't come out every night, but Cal and me ain't missed many good nights the last 50 years.
Well, considering how it's pretty damp out here, it might be a good idea to take out some health insurance. Huh?
Oh. Coming on to rain, Spring.
Yeah, no hunting tomorrow night.
Now, look here, about that insurance,
Someone's coming up the hill, Paul. It's Mother, Paul.
What's ailing, Ma?
You better come home, Pa. Molly Pitcher's restless and nervous. She ain't acting right.
Well, I guess her litter's about due. She crying?
No, just restless.
Well, I'll go. You stay here, Benji, till the fox is whole, then you bring the pack home.
All right, Paul.
Come along, Ma. We'll head for the house.
Well, Paul.
I guess it ain't no use.
Is she dead?
Yeah. Molly was, she was always a timid little thing, and the lightning and thunder and being a mother was just too much.
I guess so, Spring. Too bad.
Yeah, too bad.
How's the litter?
Well, here they are, 5 of them.
Let me see. Cute, ain't they?
Yeah. But they demand a pretty big price sometimes for coming into this here world.
Which ain't saying nothing about the trouble of raising them on a bottle.
Well, it ain't as though I hadn't done it before.
Look at that mare. She's a mouse run, Spring. No strength at all. Best let her die, I'm thinking.
Oh, no, Ma, I wouldn't do that. After all, Molly sort of give her life for this one, the last of the litter.
Not much to look at.
No, she ain't. But that white blaze on her forehead there, that's kind of pretty, don't you think? You see the way it comes around her ear there? All right, now you'll be getting something to eat in a minute or two. You know, Ma, I kind of took to this one. I think I'll name her Anne, after a great-great-grandmother, Lady Anne. Oh, that was a beautiful voice, Ma. You remember Lady Anne? But maybe this one will have a beautiful voice, too.
Put another stick on the fire, Big.
I'm near. I'll do it.
There she is. Listen, Carol. There never has been a sound like that in Heaven Creek County till that little pup come along.
Well, it's the strangest sound I ever heard.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked you to come here tonight, Mr. Tanner. This is the first hunt. You were here the night she was born.
That makes me kind of feel like her uncle.
Yes, sir. Just about a year ago it was. I called her Lady Anne then. Lady Anne, that is, till I heard her voice, the sweetest voice in the world. Clear and soft like a bugle.
And you renamed her.
Yeah, she's Bugle Anne now. Bugle Anne.
There she is again, Paul.
Heading the pack. There never has been a tune like that in any throat in Missouri. And there won't be any more like her when she's gone.
Spring, you're just plumb foolish over that animal.
Well, why wouldn't it be? I waited a long time to have a hound like that. Yes, sir.
Well, I should think it'd be worth it.
Well, you see, sir, it's a matter of breeding good hounds and understanding them and kind of, well, being fond of them.
Yeah, they're turned. Yeah. Swinging up past the old Camden place.
Yeah, I heard someone's moved into the old house.
I ain't heard.
No, I have, and I've been meaning to speak about it.
Yeah, Bake?
It's some of the Camdens that's moving in up there. They're coming back home.
The Camdens was great hound people in their day. That's 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, but this is the son-in-law of the old Camdens, and his name's Terry. And he aims to raise sheep.
Sheep? Well, that means a fence.
Sarah Lance's pa was up the lumber yard, and this fella Terry was there. He was ordering posts and wire.
Wire? What kind of wire?
Wolf wire. Hog-tied, bull-strong, and horse-high.
I remember this Jacob Terry.
Sure enough. He married Effie Camden. I heard she died up in Jackson County, leaving one daughter. It seems to me the daughter's first name was Camden.
Well, I wouldn't call this Jacob Terry a pleasant man. Yet he once whipped a horse with a hunk of hickory.
Oh, well, you can't condemn a man on what you hear. Any man can be reasoned with. Maybe we can reason with him about this fence.
Why do you object to Terry having a fence, Mr. Davis?
Well, in the first place, a fox hates such a fence. See? He's liable to shy off and leave the country because of it. But some foxes do like it, and that's even worse. Because a hound runs about 15 miles an hour, and he hits a wove wire fence in the dark. Now, the fox is little. He's got through without choking to death, but the hound, he's likely to get hurt.
Well, you can't get good hunting in countries where they put fences across the fox range.
No, I reckon we better make a visit on this here Jake Terry tomorrow. Nobody's ever put up such a fence in these parts. There's Bugle Ann again. They've holed.
I guess we better call her back, Paul.
Yeah, hand me my horn, Benji.
A bugle? Will she come for that?
Yes, sir. And there's nobody in the world got leave to call Bugle Ann except me.
Camden, where are you?
Here, Father, getting some water at the pump.
Well, hurry up about it. There's a lot of work to be done around the house this morning.
Yes, Father.
And I want you to help me with that fence.
Father, I was going to speak to you about that. Must you put up a fence?
Why shouldn't I?
Well, the people around here do a lot of hunting.
I know it. I heard them all last night. There'll be no hounds running over my property. We're going to raise sheep.
I love the sound of hounds. It's really beautiful.
Rubbish. I can't stand the sound of them, the sight of them. Or the fools that make a fuss over them.
Oh, but it's just a game, Father. Why, I've often heard Mother tell how they used to sit around the bonfire at night, right out there on the ridge.
It's in your blood, too, I guess. Your mother was more interested in dogs than she was in me. You're her daughter, all right.
Please, Father, let's not quarrel.
Oh, get on with your work. I've got better things to do than argue with you.
Good morning. You're Miss Camden, I reckon.
Yes.
Well, I'm Springfield Davis. This is my son, Benji, and this is Cal and Bake Royster.
How do you do?
We are neighbors, Miss Camden. We'd like a word with your father.
Well, what is it about?
Well, it's just that we wanted to discuss a little matter with him.
Oh,
Who are all these people, Camden?
they want to speak to you, Father.
What do you want?
Mr. Terry, we heard you was going to put up a wove wire fence around your land.
Well?
Well, a hound can't get through that kind of a fence, Mr. Terry. It's sure to get hurt.
If they get hurt, it'll be their own fault. I'm going to build a fence, hog-tight, bull-strong, and horse-high, to keep hounds out.
Father, please.
Be quiet.
Now, nobody has ever put up such a fence in these parts.
Well, mine will be the first, then. And if any hounds do happen to get through, I'll shoot them down.
Well, now, I reckon nobody who was married to a Camden had hurt a hound.
I'll do what I like. It's my property.
Father, don't.
I told you to keep quiet. Now, you pick up that bucket and take it into the house.
Yes, Father.
Well, let me help you, Miss Camden.
You don't need your help.
But I was...
You put down that bucket.
I'm only trying to help.
You heard what I said, Joe.
Don't say it. Put it down, Benji. We're going now.
Yeah. The sooner you get out, the better. And there's something else you better understand before you clear off. A hound ain't the only thing that's going to get hurt if it comes sneaking around my property.
There ain't nobody going to get hurt, Mr. Terry, unless you say so.
You're in the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann. Our star, Lionel Barrymoore. We shall resume the play in just a moment.
Now we take you on a quick tour of Hollywood. Sightseeing buses do a tremendous business here in the world's great movie capital. Picture yourself on one of these buses now, going down Hollywood Boulevard. Don't miss anything. Here's the tour conductor.
Corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Vine, ladies and gentlemen. Most famous intersection in Hollywood. A few doors to your right, down Vine Street, the popular Brown Derby Restaurant. Now, straight ahead, on your right, the Lux Radio Theater, the most famous radio theater in the world.
Well, will you look at the Lux Radio Theater? Why, I always thought it was an imaginary place.
Oh, ma'am, it's real.
Mother, I knew that. It's the place those wonderful Lux plays are broadcast from. Remember? After I heard the first one, I began to use their Lux toilet soap.
Yes, I do remember now. Seems to me your complexion looks much nicer since you started using it.
Well, if you can believe Bill, it does. He says my complexion's elegant.
Now we are turning into Gower Street, ladies and gentlemen. We see the home of the famous RKO Radio Studios. And as we turn around Mill Road...
Too bad our bus can't stop. We'd be proud to take you inside those famous studios. Or we could show you Lux toilet soap in every dressing room. Kept there because RKO radio girls and famous RKO radio stars like Irene Dunn and Ginger Rogers prefer this gentle soap. Just like you, they want to keep their skin lovely, free from dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarging pores that mean cosmetic skin. Lux toilet soap guards against this danger because its active lather removes dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder thoroughly. We know you'll like the way Lux toilet soap keeps your skin. Try it. Now we return you to Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with the voice of Bugle Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore. It's several weeks later. Benji and Camden have been seeing each other almost every night. They stand together now by the rail of a rustic bridge, gazing into the stream below.
It's beautiful, isn't it, Benji?
Yes, it is. But I guess you kind of make it more beautiful, Candy.
That's nice to hear.
It sure isn't hard to say.
Your pa's hunting tonight.
Wind is changing, too.
The scent will be fairly free, I guess.
You talk like an old-timer, Camden. It must be in the blood.
I guess it is. I lay awake nights listening to the dogs. Oh, I've got so I know their voices. When I hear Bugle Ann, I just go cold all over.
Well, she has the sweetest mouth that ever was in Missouri.
In the world, Benji.
I wish you could make your father feel that way.
Oh, I guess he really does deep down. I'm sorry he doesn't treat you better, Benji, so you could come right up to the house to see me. I don't like you sneaking around behind his back.
Well, I gotta see you somehow.
Oh, you've done your best, Benji. Oh, it isn't that Father's mean, really. He's just unhappy.
Well, I'm sorry you are, Camden.
Not when I'm with you.
Camden, honey, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Benji.
It's awful this way. It's all so hopeless.
I know. Listen.
They're heading over toward your place. I hope they have sense enough to keep away from that wire fence.
Oh, Benji, if they ever ran into it.
I think I better go find Pa. If Bugle Ann ever gets hurt, he won't be responsible for anything.
Benji, I'm worried.
Well, I'll be all right. Come on. You can drive me back to the car in your place. I'll walk on from there.
Benji, you won't let there be any trouble, will you?
Not if I can help it, honey. I don't want anything else to come between us.
Oh, Benji, darling.
Thanks, Camden. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait, Benji.
Well, what is it?
Look over there by the fence, those men.
It's Paul. Something's happened. Come on.
I'm telling you once and for all, Spring Davis, get out of my pasture and get out now.
You can put that gun down, Mr. Terry. It don't scare us at all. I come in here after my hound.
Well, it ain't here. If it was, it's got no business among my sheep.
It's Bugle Ann. She wouldn't hurt nothing. But she's so small she could come through your fence when a fox brings her here.
Yeah? Well, get this straight, old boy. I'm going to raise sheep, and I don't care a hang for all the hounds in Missouri. Now, you keep yours off my land, or they'll get a dose of number 10 shot in the hind end.
Well, what's the matter, Paul?
Something's happened to Bugle Ann. I can't find her.
You can get out of here, too, Benji Davis. There's more than just hounds give me a peeve, and you know what I mean.
If you're talking about Cannon, Mr. Terry...
I am. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from her.
Listen! Listen to that.
It's Bugle Ann.
Yeah. Mr. Terry, I'm glad for both of us that Bugle Ann's out there running safe and sound.
It's a good thing for you she's out there and not in here. Foxhounds and Davises, they're all the same breed. And I'll kill any cur that steps on this grass.
Jake Terry, if you shoot a Davis hound, I'll blow you clean to glory. Come on, Benji. Cal.
Better round up the track, Spring. Getting kind of late to be out.
Good-for-nothing ridge runners.
Father,
What do you want?
it isn't all their fault.
They were trespassing on my property.
I know, but, Father, you could put up a fence that would keep your sheep in and not hurt their dogs.
Oh, you're siding with them.
No, Father, I'm not.
Your mother always sided against me with her people.
Oh, but you're so unreasonable. Those folks don't want any trouble. Why, they'd like to be friendly with you.
Oh, I see. So they're already your friends.
Sometimes I don't understand you, Father.
Where were you tonight?
I was out in the car.
You said you were going to a picture show.
I changed my mind. It was so warm.
You lied to me. You just wanted to lollygag with a no-account lazy pup who...
Stop it! I won't let you talk that way about Benji Davis.
I said I didn't want you to see any more of him.
Oh, listen, Father. Didn't you ever love Mother a little? Even in the beginning
Don't try to get around me. I told you to stay away from me.
You've got no right to say it. I've got to see Benji.
You'll not lie to me again or disobey.
I love him. And what you say or do won't make...
Maybe that'll make some difference.
That's the last time you'll ever strike me, Father.
It ain't the first and it ain't the last. You'll do as I say.
I'm leaving you, Father. I'm leaving you tonight.
Where are you going, Paul?
To call on Jake Terry.
But that gun. Ain't going to take a gun, Spring. Bugle Ann can't be dead. You hear it yourself up by Terry's pasture.
That was earlier, Ma. I called her all last night, but she didn't come to me.
You think Terry shot her?
I ain't sure, Ma, but me and Cal and Benji is going up that way this morning to look for her, and if she's there...
Oh, Spring, I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, you just leave this to me. I know what I'm doing.
Don't see any sign of her, Spring.
Well, she isn't here, that's sure. Paul, come on, let's go home.
She ain't here, but she might be buried here.
Why, what do you mean, Paul?
You remember, Cal, how Bugle Ann caught her foot in that rat trap before she was weaned?
Sure. Everybody knows that. But one gone toe never bothered her.
Her track was always plain, Cal. I've been looking for her track up here, and there it is.
Oh.
Right there in the mud. You see it, Cal?
Plain as daylight.
Uh-huh. I reckon it'd stand in court just like fingerprints and such. She passed here on her way home, and Jake Terry shot her.
Wait, Paul.
Get out of my way, son.
Come back here, Paul.
I want to see Jake Terry.
Wait, you don't know what you're doing.
Let me go. He killed Bugle Ann.
But you can't act hasty, Paul.
Hasty? If I'm looking for rats in my granary, I don't sit down and wait for them.
Give me that gun, Spring.
Let go. You never bred Bugle Ann, did you? He was mine.
There's Terry on the porch. He's got a gun, too, Spring.
I told you to stay off my place, Spring Davis.
What did you do with it, Terry? What did you do with Bugle Ann?
Get out of here, you old devil.
You better answer me.
I never killed your dirty hound, but I'll put some slugs into you if you don't get out of here.
Look out, Paul. Oh, you hit him.
I reckon I did.
Terry, you are under oath to tell the truth. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Then please tell the jury just why the defendant objected to your father building a fence.
Because it interfered with his fox hunting.
Where were you on the evening preceding your father's death?
I was out riding with Benji Davis.
When you returned to your house, what happened?
We saw men by the side of the house.
Spring Davis and Calhoun Royster.
Yes.
And Spring Davis quarreled with your father, didn't he? Miss Terry?
Yes.
And after they left?
I tried to speak to Father. We had an argument.
And then?
He slapped me.
Struck you?
Just once, not very hard.
What was the argument about, Miss Terry?
About Benji.
He objected to your going out with him.
Yes.
And the argument was not about dogs.
Well, that's what started it, and I was...
What happened then?
I packed my clothes and took the car. It was my car, and he didn't stop me because he knew my Aunt Nancy had given it to me after Uncle Newt died.
Go on.
Well, I was angry. I didn't want to stay there. I drove away.
Where?
To my Uncle L. Nathan's place, up north. It was 2 days before I heard of my father's death.
Miss Terry, are you still friendly with the defendant's son?
We haven't seen each other, if that's what you mean, since...
One more question, Miss Terry. Did your father kill the defendant's dog?
I left. I wasn't there.
That's all, Miss Terry. Now, Mr. Davis, tell me this. You never found the body of the dog, did you?
No, sir, we never found her.
And it's true that you and your friends, after the killing, made an intensive search of the premises for it.
Well, we knew she'd been there. I couldn't mistake her footprint because she was one toe shy.
Never mind that. You went over Mr. Terry's fence and into his yard armed, didn't you?
That's correct.
You were prepared to kill.
I object, Your Honor. Objection overruled.
Answer the question, Mr. Davis.
I told Jake Terry if he harmed Bugle Ann, there'd be trouble.
Do you mean to tell me you were prepared to kill a man because of a dog?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I guess you never owned a hound.
Answer my question.
Well, I am answering it. It kind of answers itself to anybody that ever owned a hound and loved it the way I did Bugle Ann. It wasn't because Bugle Ann had the sweetest mouth in the world, and it wasn't because I raised her from a pup and bred her to the horn. If she didn't have no more voice than a frog, I'd have felt the same way about her or any other hound of mine. Jake, you may remember what Senator Vest said about a dog. I reckon you do. He was a lawyer, and he said what he had to say in court, same as I'm talking. He could talk a whole lot better than I can. What he said was this. The best friend a man has in this world may turn against him. His son or his daughter that he's reared the best way he knows how may turn against him. The people who hoorah and cheer when everything's going good will be the first ones to heave a rock at him when he's down. The one absolutely unselfish friend that a man can have. The one that never deserts him, the one that never proves ungrateful or treacherous, is his dog. Yes, sir. A man's dog stands by him rich or poor, sick or well. He'll sleep on the cold ground with the wind blowing and the snow driving. It don't make no difference to him so long as he's there by his master's side. He'll kiss the hand that ain't got no food to give him. He'll guard the sleep of a pauper as if he was a king. And when all other friends desert, he sticks. If fortune drives the master and an outcast into the world, friendless and homeless, the faithful dog don't ask nothing more than just to be with him and guard him against any danger that he can. And when the last scene of all comes, and he's laid away in the cold ground, no matter if all his other friends go on their way, there by his grave you'll find the dog. His head between his paws, and his eyes sad but open and watching, faithful and true right down to the very end. Yes, sir. Oh, I seen it more than once. I'd kill a man if he killed a friend of mine without no reason, and a hound is as much a friend as any man, except he ain't got none of a man's fault. Yes, sir. I ain't denying I killed Jake Terry, 'cause he killed Bugle Ann. I didn't want to do it, Judge. I just had to.
Has the jury considered its verdict? We have. We find the defendant guilty of murder.
Sit down, Cal. Sit down. These cells ain't much to look at. I guess the best they can do. Here they're going to give me my sentence this morning.
That's why I come, Spring.
Yeah. Well, now, there's no use grieving about it, Cal. Reckon there's nothing else the jury could do, seeing as I killed him and didn't deny it nohow.
Oh, they might have taken into account how you was provoked. He killed Bugle Ann, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he would have killed you, too, if you hadn't have given him the death shot first.
Yes, that. Well, now, don't worry about me, Cal. It ain't going to be so bad up there in Jeff City. A lot of men stand it, and they ain't no tougher than me. I'm sorry for Ma and Benji, though. You'll do what you can for him, Cal.
You know I will, Spring.
To tell Benji that Camden's really a fine girl, and I hope maybe someday it'll work out for him. It's much worse for them two young uns than it is for me. You know, Cal, I ain't done much reading lately, and this will give me a sort of chance to catch up.
Oh, I'll send you the Red Ranger and the Hunter's Horn to read.
Oh, now that's mighty fine of you, Cal.
Spring,
no, sure. Don't feel bad, Cal. It's all right. It ain't nothing. I'm kind of looking forward to the chance of getting myself in good physical shape again. I heard they got a lot of exercise up there. I reckon I've been setting out in the wet too much nights. Guess I won't be setting out nights up there much.
All right, Davis. They want you in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Say, Cal, I'm kind of nervous about this. You know, I never was sentenced before. You go ahead, Cal, and tell Ma and Benji not to take it too hard.
Goodbye, Spring.
Goodbye.
I'll do the best I can.
Yes.
Spring Davis?
Yes, sir?
The jury has heard the evidence presented in this court, and they have found you guilty. The court hereby sentences you to the state prison for a period of 20 years for the crime of which you've just been convicted.
Spring.
No. It's all right, Ma. Don't carry on now.
But 20 years. It ain't right, Spring.
No, Ma. No. I'm awful sorry to bring this trouble on you, Ma. I'm awful sorry, Ma.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood. Lionel Barrymoore and Anne Shirley return shortly for the third act of The Voice of Bugle Ann. Line for line, more news is printed about Hollywood than any other community in the world. Affairs of state are taken off the front page to make way for Shirley Temple's newest tooth or Greta Garbo's search for solitude. And magazines make public the private lives of our stars. Millions of people see Hollywood through the eyes of a certain editor who has left her editorial uneasy chair, to come to the Lux Radio Theater tonight. The editor of Photoplay magazine, Miss Ruth Waterbury.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, when an editor interviews a director, that's not news. But when a director interviews an editor...
That's a radio program. Miss Waterbury, I have a protest to file on behalf of the gentlemen of the screen. Why aren't more pictures of male stars used on magazine covers?
The answer's simple. When we have a beautiful girl on the outside of our magazine, many people buy it just for the picture. But when we have a man's picture on the cover, no soap.
Don't say no soap. This is the Lux Radio Theater.
What I mean is, we have to have women's pictures because the majority of our readers are women.
Then why not men's pictures? Aren't most women Gable Gapers and Coleman Cravers?
We've had men on covers and eaten magazines for months thereafter. Women, by all newsstand records, are primarily interested in women. They want to know new ways to fix their hair, whether thin or heavy eyebrows are in fashion, how to keep their figures and their complexions lovely. I fancy, for instance, that a great many women use Lux toilet soap because they know screen stars use it.
Well, that's no secret here.
If an actress singles out a product for her personal use, you may be sure it's the best. Yes, when the stars take the cake, I mean when the stars take the cake...
Miss Waterbury, just a moment. What you're trying to say is, when the stars take the cake, Lux is the cake they take.
In any event, Hollywood is teaching women the tremendous importance of personal appearance, and it's teaching the world that glamour is not a quality you're necessarily born with. In other words, you, Mr. DeMille, the great glamour creator, know that glamour is just learning how to emphasize one's own personality. This, I believe, is why Hollywood today is dominating the news of the world. It is every woman's inspiration. It is teaching every woman how to emphasize her own best points. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, editor. And now for the last act of our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore with Anne Shirley. Almost a year has gone by since Spring Davis was condemned to prison. It's late evening, and in the kitchen of the old farmhouse, Benji and Mrs. Davis are sitting tensely in their chairs. They seem to be waiting for something, half expectant, half frightened. Mrs. Davis breaks a long silence.
Benji.
Yes?
Are you going out searching again tonight?
We searched and searched. Almost every night for 2 weeks. She's never answered the phone.
I heard her and you heard her. Bake heard her, so'd his paw. 'Twas no mistake. Bugle Ann was bugling that night.
She couldn't have been more. Bugle Ann dead. Terry killed her almost a year ago.
I never said she wasn't dead, Benji. But we heard her just the same.
Oh, it's unnatural to believe in ghosts.
She was leading a pack. I'd have knowed her voice, Benji. And if she'd been alive, she'd have come when you called her.
I guess the pack that she's been leading could go through a hog-tight fence like so much dishwater. Because there ain't no fences where they've been. No more. I guess the great hounds have got a place of their own to go to after they run the last race here.
Benji, I've been meaning to ask you. Didn't Camden ever write you nor nothing since the trial?
Huh? Oh, no, she never did, Ma. I ain't never heard a word.
Know where she is, don't you? Up with Uncle.
No, I know, but... Oh, what's the use? There can't ever be nothing between Camden and me. Not now.
If she loves you, Benji.
How can she? My father killed her father. There's a murder between us.
Benji.
Oh, I'm not saying Thor wasn't right. I'll do the same thing in his place. But that doesn't change things. Nothing can change things.
Benji. Shh. There it is again. She's back, Benji. She's come back.
Don't say that, Ma. Ma, it isn't possible.
Possible or not, Benji. That's the voice of Bugle Ann.
What are you doing, Camden? Writing a letter?
Why, yes, Uncle El Nathan. I've been trying to.
Don't seem very successful. Got the end of that pen all chewed to bits and hardly lying down. Who is it to?
No one. I'm not going to write it after all.
Camden, come here. You ain't still thinking on that young Davis fella, are you? Are you?
Would it be so terrible?
No, not terrible, but, well, it ain't exactly right.
Why not?
Do I have to answer that for you, Camden? Don't you know why?
It wasn't Benji's fault. He did nothing wrong.
His father did?
And isn't he paying for it? He's up there in state prison, an old man, hurt and beaten, because he did what he thought was right.
Camden?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
All right, Camden. It's all right.
Uncle, how do you go about getting a man released from prison?
You'd want to do that? He killed your father, Camden.
I guess it's the awfulest thing in the world to have hated one's father. I'm sorry I had to hate him, but he was mean. I saw what he did to my mother.
Come in, Davis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. They tell me you want to see me, Warden.
Yes, I suppose you're wondering what it's all about.
Well, about the only thing I could figure was maybe I wasn't doing so well as a gardener. Maybe you was sending me to some other prison.
No, nothing like that. Mr. Davis, you're free.
Free?
That's right.
But the judge said 20 years, and it's only nigh under 4.
Here's your pardon from the governor.
And I can go home?
That's it.
But this got me kind of stamped. The governor don't know me, and I never had the honor meeting him.
Well, perhaps you've got some influential friends.
No, I guess not. At least, not that I can remember being on speaking terms with.
Well, it all came pretty much as a surprise to me, too, but you can go home.
Home? I reckon that'll be kind of nice. Ma and Benji been writing, but it ain't like having your kinfolk close around now. Is it, Mr. Hanrahan?
All right. I'll telegraph your wife you're coming.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye, and good luck, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you.
Kick your partners for the day. Swing your partners.
It's mighty nice of you, Ma, to have all the folks over.
Oh, we're so glad to have you home, Pa.
It's a real celebration.
How do I look? Am I all right to go downstairs?
Yeah, let me fix your tie. There, that's better. You can come down anytime you want to now. We'll have dinner whenever you want.
Well, son?
Pa, I want to speak to you.
Now? What about?
Wait till I close the door. Pa, I got something I want to show you.
What, Benji?
Look, Pa.
Dog's collar. Bugle and collar.
That's right, Pa. Bugle and collar.
Where'd you get it? Where is she?
Now, sit down, Pa. Sit down and be calm. And...
You found Bugle and you never wrote it to me.
Now, take it easy, Pa.
Where was it? Where?
Up in Bachelor's Timber. We never found her until last September.
Bachelor's? No, couldn't have been up there.
Yes. She was caught right in that old rusty wire windbreak down near the shack.
Caught in the wire? Strangled?
Yes.
How long she been there?
You couldn't tell, Pa. If it hadn't been for the collar, I wouldn't have known it was her. Maybe a year she was there. Maybe a lot more.
Then Jake Terry never done it.
Well, maybe Bugle Ann run up there after he shot her. Or maybe...
Oh, stop your foolish talk.
Well, that ain't the whole story, Pa. There was a time, the 1st of June, after you went up there, when we heard her bugling in the woods beyond Heaven Creek.
She was alive then?
Yes. But 3 nights ago, the night we heard you were coming home, we heard her again, Pa.
3 nights ago?
We heard Bugle Ann.
There was a time when I'd laughed my head off at that, but I've had plenty of time to think these last 4 years. There was funny things in the Civil War, boy. My father told me about, and there's been funny things other times. Now, I don't say you heard Bugle Ann the other night, but you did hear something. Mighty often I thought I heard her clear off in Jet City. 3 nights ago you heard her.
Yes.
Not since.
Well, there's been rain.
Well, there ain't no rain tonight.
Oh.
We listen tonight, Benji. You and me and Cal and Bake, like we used to. I'll have my horn along, and if I hear her voice...
Oh, listen.
If I hear her voice, I'll call her home.
Paul, come here about a fire.
That's a beeline fox, all right. Don't let no grass grow under his feet.
Benji.
What is it, Bake?
What'll happen if your pa blows that horn he's carrying? Would she come back to answer it?
Shh. Look out.
It's getting sweet, Cal.
Yeah, getting sweet.
Listen. Listen.
It's Bugle Ann.
It can't be. It can't.
It's Bugle Ann.
Paul, listen. It's a hound, an ordinary hound. It belongs to... I reckon it's an Armstrong.
No Armstrong ever had that kind of music in him. No.
For pity's sake, Spring, it's just a kind of an echo.
Cal, if she comes real close to us, I'll blow the bugle for her.
Paul, sit down.
Are you plumb certain that was her collar, Benji? I reckon nobody but the Lord seen her bones hop up out of the orchard tonight.
Now, Spring, you got to get hold of yourself.
Get hold? Why, I bred the most beautiful tune ever played in these parts. I ain't ashamed. Maybe you laughed when you seen me bring this bugle, but I reckoned it'd come in handy. Bugle Ann'll come home, Cal, when she hears this. She'll... What's that?
It's someone else. Someone else is blowing her in.
I never done it. I never gave no one else leave to blow her in.
Well, where'd the call come from?
Up on Heaven Ridge, your path.
We'll find out where right now. Come on. There it is. Another fire.
And there's a hound walking back and forth.
That's it? That's the hound?
Wait. There's a girl there. She's looking right at us. Sees us, too.
Oh, it's Camden.
Camden? Come on.
Camden.
Good evening, Benji.
Why, what are you doing here?
Was it you blew them notes?
Yes, I did. Twice.
That hound. What hound is that?
I raised her.
But it's got her voice. It's got Bugle Ann's voice.
Yes, I know. I used to hear her.
I tell you, the Lord never made no two hound voices alike. Same kind of mouth and all, he never did.
What is it all about, Camden?
This hound, she was hers, Benji. She's Bugle Ann's puppy. There were 4 more, but only this little one had the real bugle mouth.
Bugle Ann? She never had no pup.
Mr. Davis, my father never killed Bugle Ann.
Ah, we know that. The boys found a skeleton over there by Bachelor's, and they heard her voice in the woods. But I still say she never had no puppies.
That night, I drove out of the yard just like I told in court. Bugle Ann was coming past the gate. I couldn't see her in time. I couldn't. It was an awful sharp turn, and I ran over her. I got out and picked her up. She wasn't dead, and she didn't seem to blame me. I was afraid there'd be trouble over her being hurt.
Well, where did this dog get her voice?
I took her up to Uncle L. Nathan's in Jackson County. After we heard what had happened, I didn't dare tell the truth. It would have been worse for you if the jury knew that Bugle wasn't really dead at all.
Go on. Please, Camden.
I nursed Bugle back to health. There were 5 pups, but, this one was like her.
What happened to Bugle Ann?
She waited till they were weaned. Then she left one night. There was a moon. She wasn't strong enough to run, but she did go away. We traced her 15 miles next day, then lost her for good. Likely she was heading for home when she struck a fox and you folks heard her. We never knew she was dead for sure, but we always thought she'd been killed trying to get back home.
Benji says he heard her bugling 3 nights back.
That was the dog here. I came out thinking you might be in the timber.
You knew they let me out of prison?
Why, yes.
How'd you know?
Well, I just knew, that's all.
You ain't got prophecy nor second sight? Say, maybe you're on speaking terms with the governor.
No, I wouldn't call it that.
But you had something to do with his pardon?
Why, plain as you know. Speak up, child.
All my folks weren't Terrys. There were some Camdens.
That's right. They might have counted for something when considering a pardon.
The Camdens mean something in this state. Why, even yet. Some of them in the legislature, and the governor listens to them when they want something as much as I wanted you to be free.
You did it, didn't you?
Oh, I just did what I could. I told them about Mr. Davis.
Well, thank you, Miss Camden.
Oh, please.
Hey, this little hound here. Hey, she's kind of taken to me, I think. Look at her, sniffing around. Well, I reckon you 2 youngsters got things to talk over.
Well, I have. Camden.
Not now.
But it's going to be all right, isn't it?
If you want Benji.
Sure he does. He's been mooning around ever since you left, his mother tells me. Well...
Wait, Mr. Davis. I brought the dog for you. I'd like you to have her.
For me? Well, that's mighty nice of you.
I trained it at the horn, just the same as Bugle Ann.
Well, what you call her?
Little lady.
Little lady, huh? Well, you got quite a mouth, little lady. And spotted just the same as your ma.
She's got the same voice.
Yeah. And it's going to sound mighty pretty. Coming clear across the hills. Mighty pretty, little lady.
Our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann, with Lionel Barrymore as Spring Davis, is ended. But in a moment, you'll hear him again as Lionel Barrymore. When I came to Hollywood in 1913, the first man who asked me for a job was a cowboy extra. I still have the notebook in which I wrote his name, Hal Roach. Beside it is the salary he asked for, $5 a day. And beside that, my notation, too much. I hired others for $3 a day, and thereby did Hal Roach a favor. He went out and started his own studio, making comedies featuring another unknown extra named Harold Lloyd. In time, he started the Our Gang series, and the motion picture industry now awards him the laurel for producing more comedies than anybody else in Hollywood.
Wait a minute, C.B. If you're going to mention Laurel, you've got to mention Hottie.
Mr. Hal Roach, ladies and gentlemen, who insists that among his laurels is Hardy, and many other great comedians, including B.B. Daniels, whom I stole from him.
GCB, I'm as nervous tonight as that cowboy who asked you for a job.
Why nervous? You've graduated from cowboy to polo player.
Don't blame that on me. It's my horse's fault. Can I help it if he was ambitious?
He was more ambitious than some of the horses that run at your Santa Anita racetrack. You picked many winners for films. You've developed the most famous group of youngsters in the world, our gang. But your greatest achievement was changing the custard pie from a harmless dessert to a deadly weapon.
But you have developed the most famous character in Hollywood.
Which one?
The Yes Man.
Never heard of him.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Where do you get your child actors?
Well, I went through raising those kids. At first, I couldn't get actors for our gang. People didn't want their children in films, and the slogan in Hollywood was, "Mothers, hide your children. Here comes Hal Roach." But now, after 17 years, the situation's reversed, and the slogan in the studio is, "Hide Hal Roach. Here come the mothers."
Now, you created a lot of laughter in those years, and millions of people have relived their childhood seeing those comedies on the screen. You're more than a great showman, Hal. You make people laugh and forget their troubles.
I can say the same thing for you, C.B. Barnum had the greatest show on earth, but you've got the greatest show on the air. I'll be listening every Monday night. But before leaving, I'd like to answer a question asked by countless of fans. Who is going to play opposite Patsy Kelly since the untimely passing of that great comedian, Thelma Todd? I think her successor is one Thelma would have chosen herself, Lita Roberti. So long.
So long, cowboy. Few people know that besides his achievement on the stage, screen, and radio, the star of tonight's production is an etcher, pianist, and composer of distinct ability. Hollywood's most civilized actor, Lionel Barrymore.
Well, thanks very much for the bouquet, C.B.
There's one flower I left out of it. We all know you're a great actor, but few of us know that you invented one of our most important mechanisms, the movable microphone.
Well, somebody had to do something. You see, ladies and gentlemen, in the old talkie days, microphones were stationary. They were concealed in places like bookstands and floor lamps, and it was pretty embarrassing for a player to walk over to a vase and say, "Darling, I love you." So I putted around with a few wires and screws
and gave us an instrument which follows the player and picks up every word naturally. I hope you remembered to patent it. You know, Edison forgot to patent all the rights of the motion picture machine. That little oversight cost him many millions. But if it hadn't been for that invention, I wonder where you and I'd be right now.
Well, you'd probably be writing and directing plays, and I might be a commercial artist.
I remember you once deserted the footlights and turned painter, but the paint didn't stick. Now you're an actor and the son of an actor.
Well, I guess so. Blood must be thicker than watercolor.
I'm looking forward to seeing your portrayal of Andrew Jackson in your next picture, The Gorgeous Hussy. It's going to be quite a change to see you without whiskers.
Well, I've been wearing beards and mustaches so long I'd almost forgotten how I looked myself. It's a real relief to be able to wash my face again.
With Lux, I hope.
Lux? Why, you can't turn around in Hollywood without running into that soap. In one picture, I'm Norma Shearer's father, and she uses it, and then I'm some other girl's uncle, and she uses it. And now I come over here, and there's a broadcast about it. Even Anne Shirley, who played in tonight's show, uses it.
I certainly do, Mr. Barrymore. My complexion is no better friend than Lux toilet soap.
You see? That's all I hear. Lux, Lux, Lux.
And why do you listen?
Well, because I like it, too. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Barrymore and Miss Shirley, and many thanks. Mr. Barrymore appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Anne Shirley, RKO, Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, and Cecil B. DeMille and Porter Hall, Paramount. And here is Mr. DeMille with word of next week's play.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Marion Davies and Joel McCrae in the story of a tempestuous waif, The Brat. It's an exceptional entertainment we've chosen for you, with one of Hollywood's brightest stars in one of Broadway's most brilliant successes.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 15th. Theater, from its new home on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California, brings you Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler in Burlesque. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight you will meet such great personalities as Al Jolson, Ruby Keeler, Cecil B. DeMille, Daniel Frohman, George Barnes, and many others. Among the many distinguished guests in our brilliant audience tonight, I see from here one of Paramount's directors, Mr. Chester Franklin, and his wife. Mr. Franklin is the director of Sequoia, the picture now in production. And also Catherine DeMille, Lloyd Pantages, Francis Langford, Eileen Pringle, and Gloria Swanson. Welcome, all of you. This entertainment is presented by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty soap used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by attractive women everywhere. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater tonight, and each Monday from now on, we welcome back Hollywood's famous pioneer director, a man who has made 62 of America's great motion pictures and has started more great stars on their careers than any other producer in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Less than a decade ago, the movies were voiceless. Stars as celebrated as Wallace Reed, Rudolph Valentino, Theda Bara, Lillian Gish, and Francis X. Bushman had millions of admirers who knew them only as silent shadows. We spoke of our business as the silver screen, but its silence was golden for many an actor and director. Then a man came along who had been billed on Broadway as the greatest entertainer in the world. With his first film, The Jazz Singer, he not only made pictures talk, he made them sing. And he made me make museum pieces of my faithful old silent cameras that had ground out so many successful feet of film. Then he made another picture called The Singing Fool. And then he fell in love. She was a charming little Irish girl. In 3 months, they were married. Their marriage is one of which Hollywood is most proud. They have each scored separately in the theater, on the screen, and over radio. But we present them tonight for their first appearance together on the air. In lights above the entrance of the Lux Radio Theater is a glittering legend, and excited crowds along Hollywood Boulevard tonight read the words, Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler in Burlesque. And now, for the first act of Burlesque, in which you'll hear Al Jolson as Skid Brown and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie Smith. We're backstage at a burlesque show, playing a small town in the Middle West. It's a few minutes after the opening, and Lefty Moore, the stage manager, is standing in the wings, hurrying the chorus girls onto the stage.
All right, come on stage. Come on, the overture's almost over. Get a move on you, will you?
Say, we ain't racehorses. Give us a chance.
No, racehorses got brains. Now go on, shut up before I can't accompany you.
You don't worry me none. The nerve of that guy. You think he owns the show.
All right, Joe, kill the house lights. Okay, flash the orchestra.
Well, here we go. Here goes another one. Whose big baby are you? Whose big baby are you? Come on, pussy, why? Where the gets those eyes?
Oh, Lefty,
Oh, yeah, what do you want, Bonnie?
has Skid come in yet?
No, not a sign-up. I've been in all of his hangouts, but I can't find him.
Did you try the pool rooms?
I just sent Jimmy. A nice spot Skid's put me in. The show started and my Jeep comic ain't here. I ought to kill that bird.
Oh, he'll turn up, Lefty. I've been working with Skid for almost 4 years now, and I never knew him to miss a cue.
Yeah, I know, but it's coming so close to missing him that's turning my hair gray. You know, you want to do something about that guy, Bonnie?
What?
Well, it ain't none of my business, but why don't you marry him and have it over with? What are you stalling him for? He'd settle down if he was married to you.
You think so?
Why, sure. Skid's nuts about you. He'd do anything you tell him.
Oh, I don't know. We're supposed to be engaged, but he don't listen to me much now. How do I know he'll be any different later?
Hiya, folks.
Well, if it ain't the wandering boy himself.
Hiya, Lefty. Hiya, Bunny.
So, you decided to come, huh?
Sure, never keep the public waiting. That's my motto.
Well, now, that's nice of you. Go on, get in your clothes, will you? You're on in 5 minutes.
Okay, Lefty. Well, Bunny, how's the kid?
All right, I guess. Nice time to be showing up.
What's the matter? You ain't sore at me, are you?
Would it do any good?
Atta baby.
Come on, you'll be late. You got to change your clothes.
Well, you know me, Skid the fireman's child. I can dress sliding down a pole.
Where have you been?
Who, me? I've been playing pool.
I suppose you couldn't make a shot thinking of me eating all alone.
I told you after the matinee I wasn't hungry, didn't I?
Just thirsty, huh?
No, and I wasn't thirsty neither. I just went out to get a little air.
Oh, some nice pool room air.
Ah, cut it out, will you, Bunny?
Did you have anything to eat?
Yeah, I had a couple of hot dogs.
Well, that's fine, that is. How do you expect to be funny on hot dogs? I'm going to send Jimmy out at intermission for some soup.
But I don't want no soup.
You'll eat it and like it.
All right, I'll eat it and like it.
Skid, when you're getting your makeup.
Come in, Lefty. See you later, Bunny.
Okay.
Come to me, my melancholy babe. Cuddle up and don't be blue.
Oh, Bonnie.
Hey, Maisie.
Well, I want to see if the boyfriend got in all right.
Yeah.
That dame Marco was looking for him just before she went on.
Again?
Yeah. Why don't you take a poke?
Oh, she's not worth it. What'd she want to see Skid about?
To say goodbye, I guess.
Goodbye? Is she going someplace?
So don't tell me you ain't heard.
Heard what?
Marco's leaving the show tonight, going with the Manhattan Follies.
Oh, Broadway, huh? Well, that's a nice break.
Yeah, I could kill her.
Well, there's one consolation for me. She won't be around Skid anymore.
All right, girls, all right. Now make your change. Now hurry up, will you, please? Come on.
Hey, where's my costume, babe? I'm very tired of walking out on me like
Look at her coming off the stage, putting on the dog already.
Hello, Maisie.
Hello, Miss Marco.
Did you hear my number?
No, I was spared that.
Oh, you're not jealous, are you, Maisie?
Why, you slink-eyed pony, I would slam you up against the
Don't
wall.
you cut it out, Maisie. No fighting, do you hear?
I wouldn't hit her. I just want to hear a yelp.
Hey, what's going on here?
Nothing, Bozo.
Maisie starting to scrap again?
Of course not, Bozo. It's just a friendly argument.
Sounded like the Battle of the Marne. Where's Skid, Bonnie? Did he get in yet?
Uh-huh. He's downstairs putting on the putty nose.
Yeah, that's a break. I was afraid I was going to have to play his part, too. Say, Bonnie, your cattle king is out front again.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a boy, he is. This is the 6th time he's been in to see the show. He's fell hard for you, Bonnie.
I'll have to see him sometime. He's the only following I ever had.
When Marco here was singing, he... Hey, where did she go?
Who?
Marco. She was standing here a second ago.
Yeah, until she heard where Skid was. She's probably downstairs by now, gurgling her fond farewell.
You decent, Skid?
Come in, Marco. I'm just putting on my makeup.
Go right ahead.
How's the house, Marco?
Oh, a little cool.
Oh, they'll warm up. Wait till I get up there and take a few falls from him. I don't know why it is, but the audience always like to see a guy fall flat on his pants. Funny, ain't it?
Yeah. Oh, Skid.
What?
You coming to see me off tonight?
Say, that's right. You're leaving, ain't you?
Well?
Gosh, I don't know, Marco. I'd like to go down and see you off, but I got a date with Bonnie after the show.
Oh, Bonnie. Skid, why don't you get wise to yourself?
What do you mean?
That kid's no good for you. Well, you've been teamed up with her for 4 years, and where has it got you? No place. Well, she's holding you back, and you don't know it.
Holding me back? Oh, say, don't you believe it, Marco. Bonnie's okay. Why, anything I am, I owe to her. And listen, when she says the word, we're going to get hitched.
Oh, yes? Well, it's your funeral, Skid.
No, you're all wrong, Marco. Bonnie's the best thing that ever happened to me. Holy mackerel, there's me cue. So long, Marco. Try to see you after the show.
Hurry up, Skid. Come on, hurry up, will you? You're on.
Okay, baby, I'll panic him. Watch the pull I take on the entrance.
Holy cats, that guy'll kill himself taking those falls.
Come in, Maisie. Yeah, what's on your mind?
Telegram just came for Skid.
Telegram?
Yeah, I thought maybe you'd want to take care of it.
Hand it over, Maisie. I'll get it to him later. Wonder who's broke now.
Maybe somebody's cashed in or an accident.
No, nothing's wrong. Telegrams for Skid are only touches.
But that one's heavy. It feels important.
They're always important to the guy that sends them. Oh, gee, how Skid takes those falls. I'm glad that was his last one. He'll be coming down in a minute.
A couple more like that and he'll come down through the ceiling. Well, say, did you hear about Marco?
Something else?
Yeah, she ain't singing her last number tonight. Getting the earlier train.
Why?
Don't ask me. Say, I'd better scram. I'm due for the baby number. Oh, hiya, Skid.
Hiya, Maisie.
Excuse me, lay down on a minute.
Sure.
Skid, come in here a second.
Well, honey, did you hear me panic 'em? Did you hear those laughs?
Yeah, and I heard the falls, too. Listen, tell it. What are you limping for?
Oh, me? I ain't limping.
You hurt yourself, didn't you?
No.
You did. Oh, Skid, when are you going to cut it out?
Cut what out?
Taking those falls.
They're in my routine, ain't they?
That doesn't mean you have to break your back, does it?
Bonnie, you gotta make up your mind to one thing. I'm a whole comic. Don't waste no time trying to clean me up, because I'd feel flop. Say, when I was a baby, the first thing I reached for was a custard pie.
What's the use of kidding all your life? Ain't you never going to be serious? Don't you want to get ahead in this game?
What do you mean, get ahead? We're working all the time, ain't we? I ain't hanging around Broadway making touches, am I? What do you mean, get ahead?
I'm talking about you getting where you belong. Broadway. Boy, if I had your talent. Why, there ain't nothing could stop you if you decided to step out.
Say, how do you know I'd be so good? I could be a big flop, too, in a real show.
There's the tip-off. You're scared. You're yellow.
Say, how many times you going to pull that one on me?
How many times you going to make me? Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Come on, Lefty. This fight ain't private.
Gee, I'm glad to hear it. What's the fuss?
Bonnie's riding me because I ain't got no ambition.
Yeah, and I'll leave it to you, Lefty. Ain't he a sap for sticking in burlesque? Shouldn't he be framing new stuff that'll get him somewhere?
Yeah. Shouldn't I be George White and have my own show and sit in a box office? I can't get steamed up over this Broadway stuff. You're a hit on Broadway, so what? What does it get you?
It gets you a lot of jack to begin with. But Bonnie's right, Skid. It's time you were stepping out.
For instance?
Well, for instance, Earl Carroll had a scout out to St. Paul to see you last week.
Earl Carroll?
Well, yeah, sure. He came back after the show and asked me all about you, Skid. Hey, didn't you hear from him?
No, I ain't heard a tumble.
Well, I guess you ain't, or you'd have told me. But you'll hear from him, and when you do, grab it, kid.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
The telegram.
What telegram?
It came for you. Here, open it, open it.
All right, take it easy. It's probably just another touch that'll set me back about $50. I remember one time...
Well, what is it?
Holy mackerel, listen. What? Have a chance to place you in Manhattan Follies opening next week. Stop. Is there any way you can get out of your present engagement? Stop. Can get you $500 a week or maybe more. Stop. Leave salary to me. Stop. Great chance. No comedy and show at present. You'd have to be here by Sunday for rehearsal. Wire Max Levy.
Max Levy, the big agent? Well, I'll be... Well, there you are, Skid.
Somebody's kidding me, I guess.
Somebody's kidding me, you mean?
That's right. Say they didn't mention Bonnie, Lefty. What's the idea?
I guess I can answer that. I know all the answers.
What's the matter, honey?
Don't you dare call me honey.
Say, what are you bawling me out for?
Get out, will you, Lefty?
Huh?
I want to speak to this guy alone.
Okay.
Say, what's the idea of all this temperamental stuff, Vaughn? If the telegram ain't a fake, it's a chance you've been raving about, ain't
It's
it?
your chance, all right. Your chance to be in the same show with that little hypocrite you went nuts about when I was in the hospital in Des Moines.
Who?
You know darn well who.
Oh, you mean Marco?
Yes, Marco. That's who I mean.
Why, you're crazy. Why, what's this telegram got to do with Marco?
As though you didn't know. What show is Marco joining?
Why, Gee, that's right. It's the same show, ain't it? That's a coincidence.
Yeah, it's more than that. It's a conspiracy.
What do you mean by that crack?
I mean the whole thing's a frame-up between you and Marco. The two of you beating it together, and neither one of you had the nerve to come clean.
Oh, this telegram was a surprise to me. You're crazy to think that.
Yeah, pleasant surprise.
Holy mackerel, will you take a tumble of yourself? It's a joke for you to be so jealous of that kid.
Jealous? Of what? A bum comedian who ain't gonna laugh above his hips? Say, if you was to fall for a girl that meant anything, I'd wish you luck. But that empty-headed little brat, I ain't jealous, I'm insulted.
Well, you can stop blowing off steam and cool off, 'cause why? 'Cause I ain't going.
Who said you wasn't going?
I said it, and that settled it.
Oh, it does. Since when does what you say settle things?
Well, it settled this one.
Oh, come on, Bonnie. Let's forget it, will you? We'll stick together, kid, and as soon as you say the word, why, we'll take a walk over to the license bureau. What do you say? That's us, I guess. Especially, Bonnie.
I know.
Well,
Skid, I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean it.
sure.
Kiss me, Skid.
Oh, honey, gee whiz,
Hold me tight. Tight, Skid. It'll be a long time before we see each other
But
again.
I ain't going, Bonnie.
Oh, yes, you are. This is your big chance, Skid. You're not going to pass it up for me or anyone else.
But, Bonnie.
Will you two lovebirds get up here?
Come on, Skid.
Okay.
Well, it's about time. Come on. Will you get out there and do your stuff?
Okay, Lefty, all set, Bonnie?
I'll be seeing out there.
Watch the left. I get on the entrance.
Lefty,
Yeah?
get some of the packed Skid's bags. He's leaving right after the show.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Go on, get out there, Bonnie.
All right, thanks.
Well, look who's here. Little Lucy Twinkletoes. How are you, Miss Twinkletoes?
I beg your pardon.
What for? What did you do?
Oh, you think you're smart, don't you?
Smart. When I was a little boy in school, I took the first prize.
You did?
Yeah, the teacher told me take it, and she made me put it back. Oh, boy. Dad's digging up the old ones.
Oh, did you ever hear about the man who liked oxtail soup?
Oxtail? That's going too far back.
I hear you're going to a party tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to a party tonight. Would you like to come along? There'll be a million laughs.
Will we have a good time?
I will. We're going to play kissing games.
I don't like kissing.
Why?
It breeds germs.
Come on, lady. Let's get sick.
Have you played kissing games before?
Sure. The last part I was through, we played a game called Play or Pay.
How do you play it?
Well, they blindfold the boy, and he reaches out for the girls. The first one he catches either has to give him a kiss or her handkerchief.
How did you make it?
Oh, this'll kill you. I came home with a tablecloth. Professor, pass the gravy. Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye, oh me, oh my. 7 times he got aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and whisper, toot-toot-tootsie, goodbye. Toot-toot-tootsie, don't cry. The little choo-choo train that takes me away from you. No words can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, tootie, and then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. And if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. Swing it, baby. Swing it. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. Oh, boy. That guy at Carol should have been out front tonight. Gee, Bonnie, you are swell.
Never mind that now. Well, Lefty?
It's all fixed. Skid, you're fired.
Huh?
Can.
What for?
You're going to New York. I got 2 guys packing your bags, and I just phoned for a reservation.
But wait a minute. I told Bonnie that I
Now,
wasn't...
forget what you told me. I'm running this partnership. You're leaving for New York, and you're leaving tonight. So long, darling. You're right, won't you?
Sure. Every day, Bonnie.
I'll be awful lonesome without you.
Gee, I'll be an awful sap without you, kid. We ain't never been apart before.
As soon as the season's over, dear, I'll come right on.
Maybe I'll be a flop and I can come back soon.
You can't come back. You're fired.
Oh, I didn't think of that. That ain't so good.
Forget it. It's sink or swim now.
I don't like the way you said sink.
Well, how do you like the way I say swim?
Well, I guess that's me. Gee, I don't know how to say goodbye, baby. I ain't never said goodbye to you.
Just kiss me, Skid.
Oh, gosh, honey.
Oh, I'll miss you, Skid. I love you, Skid. Oh, gosh, how I'll miss you.
I'm lost already without you, Bunny. So long, darling. I'll wire and I'll write.
Every day, Skid.
Every day. Goodbye, Bunny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Skid. Goodbye.
As we pause in the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of Burlesque, starring Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler, I'm going to ask you to listen to a very interesting conversation.
In this brief interval, we want you to meet one of Hollywood's youngest and most charming stars, Cora Sue Collins. Here she is now, Miss Cora Sue Collins in person. Cora Sue, just how long have you been in Hollywood?
I came here when I was 3. I'm 8 now.
I see. I don't believe I know many movie people who are 8. What do you do with your time?
Well, I've got my doll, Bedelia. I have to take care of her. Then there's Rusty. He's my dog. He's an Irish setter. And I train parakeets. Then I go horseback riding every day. But I do all that only when I'm not making a picture.
Yes, I suppose you're too busy then. You think you'll keep on making pictures?
Oh, yes. I want to be a grown-up star someday.
Well, I think when you are, you're going to be a very pretty one.
Thank you. I hope so. I'm taking care of my skin just like grown-up stars do with Lux toilet soap. I've used it ever since I came to Hollywood, just like my friends Joan Crawford and Joan Blondell. That's the only kind of soap we have at our house. Mother likes it, and so does Sister. Sis won't even take a bath without it, and neither will Bedelia.
That's very nice, Cora Sue. Thank you. And you're right in saying that Hollywood stars must have lovely complexions. They can't risk dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores. In other words, cosmetic skin. These Hollywood stars, like most girls, use rouge and powder. But they avoid dangerous pore choking by using Lux toilet soap. The soap whose active lather goes deep into the pores, removes every trace of dust, dirt, stale cosmetics. Before you put on fresh makeup during the day, and always before you go to bed at night, use Lux toilet soap. Buy several cakes tomorrow.
We return now to Burlesque, the story of Skid Brown, played by Al Jolson, and Bonnie Smith, played by Ruby Keeler. Several months have passed since Skid left to join the Manhattan Follies. Bonnie is still on tour with the Burlesque Company. In her room in a small-town hotel, she lies huddled on the bed, reading the morning paper. Her friend Maisie enters.
Morning, dearie. You're up kind of early, ain't you?
Yeah, a little.
What's the idea?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh. Any word from Skid yet?
Not a line.
Gee, I'd like to brain that guy. How long is it now since he wrote to you?
Well, I don't know. About 6 weeks, I guess.
Just a big Broadway man. Boy, success must have hit him right between the eyes.
No, Maisie, Skid ain't the kind who gets a swelled head. It's something else this time. The thing I was afraid of.
Marco?
Yeah. I've been kind of following him in the Broadway gossip columns. Here, get a load of this.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Skid Brown, who wows them each night at the Manhattan Follies, is a wow to Sylvia Marco of the same show. They may be seen together every p.m. doing the hot spots along the main stem. Well, that's that.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing? What do you mean? You're still in love with the guy, ain't you?
Sure. I guess I'll always be in love with him. But if Skid don't want me, well, I ain't the clinging vine type.
Oh, but listen, Bonnie.
Excuse me, will you?
Uh-huh.
Hello? Oh, hello, Harvey. Pretty good. When? Well, all right, Harvey. Pick me up about 11:30. Bye.
Who was that?
Remember the fellow we used to kid about? The one we called the Cattling King?
Yeah, sure. He used to sit in the front row every night.
Well, that was him. Harvey Howell. He's a swell guy, Maisie, and a real guy. He wants to marry me.
Has he got any dough?
I guess so. He owns a couple of ranches.
A couple of ranches?
Sure. He's taking me out after the show tonight. I promised him I'd give him my answer then.
Want to dance, Money?
Thanks, Harvey, but do you mind if I don't? I'm a little tired tonight.
That's all right. Pretty near time to be leaving anyway.
Yeah.
Bunny, did you think over what I asked you about getting married?
I've been thinking about it, sure.
Well?
Harvey, I don't know how to say this, but do you mind waiting a little longer?
Take all the time you want, Bunny. I'm not in any rush.
It ain't that I'm trying to stall or anything, but the show's moving back east, Harvey, and I want to see Skid. Just once more.
Okay, Bunny.
You understand, don't you?
Sure, I understand.
Oh, thanks, Harvey. You're a grand guy.
Hello, box office, Manhattan Follies. I'm sorry, we're all sold out for tonight. 8 weeks in advance. Okay.
Hello there, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello, Skid.
What are you doing, counting up the shekels?
Yeah,
They tell me you want to see me, Mr. Kent.
I do. Sit down, won't you, Skid?
What's on your mind?
You, Skid. Skid, I'm going to tell you something straight from the shoulder.
Yeah?
I've been managing Broadway shows for a long time, so you can take it from me. I know what I'm talking about. Skid, you got to cut out your drinking.
Oh, me?
Don't give me that. You went on that stage last night so lit up you couldn't even see. Those falls you were taking were on the level.
They got laughs, didn't they?
Sure they did, but that isn't the point. Skid, you've got this whole business right in your lap. You can sing, you can dance, you can make them laugh. You're a big hit. But take it from an old-timer, Skid. Drinking and show business don't mix. That's all.
But, Mr. Kent...
That's all, Skid.
Oh, Skid. Skid.
Hello, Marco.
Been in to see Kent?
Yeah,
What'd he say?
nothing much.
So you won't talk, huh? All right. What are you doing after the show tonight?
I don't know. I kind of figured I'd get a little sleep for a change.
Oh, come on with us. We're getting up a party to go to the hot spot.
Oh, count me out, Marco. I want to stay home and write a couple of letters.
Oh, I see. Who to?
Well, Bonnie, for one. I ain't written to her, for such a long time. Honestly, I wouldn't blame her if she was sore as a boil at me.
Listen, are you still thinking of that kid?
Sure, why not?
I thought that was over long ago.
I know.
Well, it ought to be. What are you going to do after she's married? Still write mash notes to her?
After she... What are you talking about?
She's going to be married to some rancher guy.
Who said so?
I got it from one of the girls in the troupe. She wrote me all about it.
Married? Oh, there must be some mistake or something.
There's no mistake. It's all set.
Holy gee. Why didn't she tell me? Why didn't she let me know?
Ah, brace up, Skid. The world hasn't come to an end. Why, you're Skid Brown, a big guy on Broadway. Why worry over a cheap little burlesque...
Shut up, Marco.
What?
I said shut up.
Well, that's the way the wind blows,
Yeah, that's
mister.
the way the wind blows. Now, get out of here and let me alone. I want to think.
Hotel Carlton. One moment, please. Hello? Hotel Carlton. Go ahead. Hotel Carlton. I'll see if he's in. Hotel Carlton. Hello, operator? This is room 707. Did you get that number? Oh, thank you. Hello? Hello, Winter Garden? I'd like to speak to Skid Brown, please. Yes, I'll hold the wire.
Is he there, Bunny?
They're going to look.
I hope they don't find him. I can't understand why you...
Hello? Skid? This is Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie. Where am I? Why, New York, of course. Got in yesterday. Yes? I caught the show last night, Skid. You were all right. I'm at the Carlton. You want to come over after the show tonight? All right. I'll see you then. Bye.
He's coming, huh?
Yeah.
What's Harvey going to say?
Harvey knows about it. He's coming, too.
It's going to be a nice party. I can see that. That must be Skid now. Want me to answer?
I'll take it.
Hiya, Bunny.
Hello, Skid.
Step right in, boys, and meet Bonnie Smith, the greatest little trooper in the business. Hello, Bonnie.
Lefty, I didn't expect to see you.
I've been traveling around with this guy, and he's got me all tired out.
Oh, getting old, Lefty, getting old.
Hello, Skid.
Amazing I live and breathe. Geez, like old times.
Wait a minute, where's Jerry?
Here I am.
Girls, I want you to meet the greatest little songwriter in the world, Jerry Evans.
Hiya,
That's what
girl.
he thinks.
Get over there at that piano, Jerry, and show him what's what.
Always ready to oblige, friend.
Oh, where's a nice, comfortable chair? I want to go to sleep.
Try this one, Lefty.
Go to sleep. Say, that's no way to start a party.
Oh, no, will you let me alone?
Oh, softy, huh? Well, Bonnie, let's take a look at you. Gosh, you're looking grand.
I'm all right.
Swell, that's swell. I hear you're getting married, Bonnie.
Yeah. Who told you?
Oh, those things get around. I just want to tell you how glad I am. It's great, simply great. What's the matter?
Nothing.
What do you look at me so funny for? I ain't said nothing wrong, have I?
No, of course not.
Well, what's the long jaw about? Ain't the new guy treating you right?
Sure, he's great. But what business is it of yours?
What business is it of mine? Say, I suppose what happened to you is none of my business. I suppose I'm going to forget you're the only girl in the world I ever gave a hoot about.
Yeah, me and how many others. I got tired of being a mob scene. Are you still with that Marco dame, or is she cold turkey?
Oh, lay off, Bonnie. I came here when you asked me to. I'm tickled to death to see you. I try to tell you you're the works, and what do? You start riding me.
I suppose you couldn't come alone. What was you afraid I'd do to you?
Well, you wouldn't have me shake these guys, would you? They've been with me ever since last night.
Yeah. I suppose you're the king of the nightclubs now.
Yeah, that's me. I'm giving all the little girlies a great big hand.
You better go home early and get some sleep. You look rotten.
Ah, forget it, Bonnie. We only live once. Say, listen, Bonnie. When are you going to marry this millionaire of yours? You didn't tell me.
Sometime in the fall, I guess.
Well, what are you going to do till then?
Going out to live on the ranch with him and his sisters.
You mean you're chucking show business?
Yep.
Then the old partnership's broken up, huh? Going to leave me to struggle on alone.
At the rate you're going, dearie, you won't have to struggle long. The nightlife will land you right out in the alley with the rest of the has-beens.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Well, if I do get the gate, there are other shows. They always need comics, dearie, and as long as I can make them laugh, I'll be all right. Hey, Bonnie, you ain't told me whether I'm good or rotten in the show.
The jury was in long before I got here, Skid.
Gosh, this is funny. You were telling me for years what a riot I'd be if I got a chance. You pushed me into my chance, and I clicked. And all the time I'm wishing that you were here to see me get away with it. You finally get here and see me, and we don't even talk about it. I don't know. I'm wondering if planning for things so long don't take all the kick out of them. I suppose nothing can be as good as you think it's going to be.
No, I suppose not. Jerry, play something lively.
Hot dog, come on, Bonnie, let's dance. You and me, huh?
Come in. Oh, hello, Harvey. Come on in.
Thanks. Oh, I didn't know you were having a party, Bonnie.
Come on and join us. This is Jerry Evans.
How do you do?
Oh, yeah.
And Lefty Moore, you remember him.
Well, sure. How are you, Mr. Howell?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure glad to see you again.
And I know you've heard of Skid Brown.
Oh, yes. Yeah, how are you? I certainly enjoyed your show last night. I don't know when I laughed so much.
Thanks. But I wasn't so good last night.
Well, that's what Bonnie said, but you seem good to me.
It's awful hard to please Bonnie. You know that gag about my severest critic.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Say, I hope I didn't stop your music. Won't you go on, Mr. Evans?
Well, sure. What would you like?
Well, I don't know any of the new songs. My favorites are all old, like In the Gloaming. Bonnie sang that for me once.
Yeah, come on, sing it, Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie, sing it, sure. It's so nice and gay. Say, what do we celebrate anyway, a wedding or a funeral? Shouldn't we be toasting the bride and singing gay ditties with the groom?
Skid!
Hey, mister, I wouldn't have spoken about that if you hadn't. In a way of speaking, I'm your successor, but I don't want to dwell on my good fortune except to assure you that it'll be my aim to make life happy for Bonnie. And I'm sure you'll be glad to know that.
Sure, I'm glad to know it. Why wouldn't I be glad to know that Bonnie's going to get along all right without me? Well, what I'm saying is, why can't we be gay about it? Why can't we have the wedding march played with pep and ginger? And why can't I be giving the bride away?
Stop it, Skid!
Why'll I stop it? Who's got a better right to be giving the bride away? It shows there's no hard feelings. Why do people get sore and crabbed when they lose out? Why don't they join the festivities? Come on, Jerry, play the wedding march and play it fast. It's a dancing wedding, folks. Watch my smoke. Watch my smoke. Here comes the bride. Here comes the bride. Da 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 da. Come on, everybody, whoop it up, whoop it up. Here comes the bride.
Stop it!
You better go. I'll go, mister. I'm leaving right now. Goodbye, Bonnie, and lots of luck. Here comes the bride.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from Hollywood. Al Jolson as Skid and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie return in just a moment for the conclusion of the Lux Radio Theater production, Burlesque. In the meantime, I'm going to have you meet one of Hollywood's most famous cameramen. Most people think of a cameraman as a fellow who puts his cap on backwards and grinds away at the crank of a camera. As a matter of fact, the first cameraman never touches the camera. He's an artist who paints with lights and shadows, giving the screen depth and third dimension. The only cranks on a set today are the directors. The cameraman who will speak to you is Mr. George Barnes of Warner Brothers Studio. He has photographed both of tonight's stars many times. Mr. Barnes.
That's very gracious of you, C.B. But, folks, we don't really think directors are cranks. We think of them as fellow sufferers. You see, a cameraman and his director are practically the only people who have to work every day while a picture is shooting. No actor appears in every scene. Mechanical crews can be changed, but the poor old cameraman, he just goes on and on until he drops, or the director does. As Mr. DeMille says, a cameraman's first job is lighting. In more ways than one, he has to show the stars in the best possible light. And right along that line is a point that comes right home here to the Lux Radio Theater. A cameraman has to make a girl look absolutely perfect. He has to take care of shadows, unusual contours, and other things that can't be helped. So believe me, we have no time for faults that can be helped, like a bad complexion. That's something the girls must take care of for themselves. And the way 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars do that is by using your Lux toilet soap. It's the official soap at Mr. Deluxe Studio, Paramount, and in other great studios in Hollywood. And if you want to see how it works at Warner's, Mr. DeMille, well, just take a look at Ruby Keeler.
Okay, George, that's a fine fade out. The lights go up for the third act of Burlesque, starring Al Jolson as Skid and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie. 3 weeks have passed, and we're in the office of Mr. Kent, the manager of the Manhattan Follies. Skid showing the signs of dissipation and looking very tired. He's coming in the door.
Hello, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello, Skid. Sit down.
What is this, Mr. Kent? Another temperance lecture?
No, not this time, boy. I gave you your last lecture about 3 weeks ago.
Well, what do you want to see me for?
I'm writing you a check, Skid.
A check? I ain't supposed to be paid today.
And no, you're getting a check anyway. Your last one with this outfit.
What?
You heard me, Skid.
You mean I'm canned?
That's right. I warned you, boy. I told you what was coming. You wouldn't listen to me. I'm sorry. Well, there's your check.
Canned, huh? All right, so what? I can get another job like that.
Wouldn't be so sure, Skid. And I'll tell you this. You'll never find one hanging around in the hot spots.
Lay off, will you? I know what I'm doing.
You didn't the other night when we picked you up singing the wedding march at the top of your lungs?
Cut it out, you hear?
Okay, Skid. It's none of my business. Just thought I might hand you a little advice, that's all.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent. I guess I ain't myself these days. I don't know what's the matter with me lately. I'm just a little shot to pieces, I guess. But I'll catch on again, though. And when I do, I'll be back to see you, Mr. Kent.
So long, Skid, and lots of luck.
Come on, girls. Come on. Swing it. Will you swing it? This is a rehearsal, not a funeral. Give, will you give? Now, come on.
Hey, Lefty, listen, will you?
Oh, what do you want? What do you want, Bozo? Don't you see I'm rehearsing a number?
I know, but this is important. Skid is here. He wants to see you.
Skid? Where is he?
Out of the stage door. Gee, he looks terrible, Lefty. Like he ain't had nothing in a week.
I guess I better see him. All right, girls. That'll be all for a while. I'll be back in a couple of moments, Skid.
Okay.
Skid.
Oh, Lefty. Gee, Lefty. How are you?
What's happened to you, Skid? Where you been?
Oh, just knocking around. After I got canned, I kind of hit the chutes.
Oh, boy, you sure look it. Any prospects of a job?
No, I've been looking around for a month, but I guess they don't want me, Lefty. Then I heard you was putting on a new show, and, well, I come around to see you about it.
You want a job with me?
Yeah, that's right.
In burlesque?
Sure. What do you say, Lefty? You got a spot for me?
Oh, gee. I don't know, Skid.
Oh, please, Lefty, give us a break, will you? I need it bad, honestly, awful bad.
What about the liquor?
Liquor, say, that's all over with, Lefty. That's finished.
Yeah, well, it seems to me I've heard that before.
It's on the level this time.
Well, okay, Skid. I'll give you a chance.
Thanks, Lefty.
Now, listen. We open in a week. Do you think you can get on your feet on that time?
Sure.
All right, then. All right. Now, listen to me. Remember it. You got to be here for every rehearsal, and you got to be here on time.
Don't worry, Lefty. I'll be a new guy. Wait, you'll see.
Bozo, did you find him?
Yeah, I got him.
Where was he?
The usual spot.
Holy smokes. How is he?
Oh, bad.
3 days before we open, and he pulls this one on me.
No, it's going to be tough, Lefty.
There's only one way out, and I got to take it.
What's the dope?
Now, look, I'll tell you what you do. Run out and shoot a wire to Bonnie. Tell her I need her. Tell her Skid needs her, but tell her she's got to get here right away.
Okay, Lefty.
Telegram lady.
Telegram lady. Telegram lady. Telegram lady. Telegram lady. Telegram lady.
Sit down, Bonnie, sit down. Did I say it was great to see you?
Yeah.
Well, it's more than that.
What's it all about?
Skid.
Of course, I knew it was Skid. What's happened?
Haven't you heard anything about him since you was here last?
Nothing. I read that he was out of the Follies, but that didn't surprise me. He was heading for that when I saw him.
Yeah. That afternoon, he danced out of your room. He danced himself right out of show business. He went on a grand bust, and he ain't played since. Oh, I gave him a job, but he's been handing me an awful ride. Here I am. I'm opening tomorrow night, and up to now, he ain't rehearsed half of this stuff. Honest, Bonnie, I don't know which way to turn.
I know what's in your mind, Lefty, and what you want me to do. So I'm going to save you the trouble of asking me.
Huh?
I'll do what I can.
Oh, gee, you're an ace. How long will you stay?
Till you get your show right and Skid gets straightened out.
Oh, thanks, Bonnie. Thanks a lot. Say, I don't know what I'd do without you.
There he is now.
Huh?
Oh, gosh, look at him.
Hello, Lefty.
Skid.
Where's the rehearsal, Lefty? Am I early?
Yeah, for tomorrow you are.
I was only...
Skid.
Huh? Who's that? Am I seeing things? Do you see her, Lefty?
Sure I see her.
Don't kid me. I've been seeing things lately.
How are you, Skid?
It's really you. Oh, gee,
Oh,
Bonnie.
don't, Skid.
I'm all right. How are you, kid? Let me have a look at you. You're looking great. But you've been crying.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you can't fool me. I've seen you cry too often. But what are you doing in this dump? Oh, I'm on. Why is Mr. Lefty, Mr. Lefty the fox? To get his rotten soap meat calling out of the grave.
It wasn't exactly the grave, Skid.
Well, don't waste a minute around here, honey. I'll open all right. Nobody's got to worry about me. You know me, Skid, the fireman's child. I'm always there.
Sure you are. But you got to take care of yourself, Skid. You got to start tapering off now.
Okay, Bunny. You're the only one I ever knew that had any sense. Oh, you're not ashamed of me, Bunny, are you?
No, Skid.
I've been an awful sap, but don't ride me, will you?
Bonnie, don't ride me.
I won't ride you, Skid.
That's right, kid. I've listened to so many lectures, honestly. I carry my own slides.
Don't you think you better get some sleep, Skid?
Nah, sleep. I ain't never bothered about sleep. Oh, gee, Bonnie, it's great to see you. I told you I'd be an awful sap without you.
You never was a sap, Skid. You got more brains than all the comics put together. You make mistakes, but who don't? But after all, Skid, fun's fun. Lefty's opening his first show tomorrow night, and without you, he'll be sunk. He's been too good a friend of ours for you to throw him.
Gee, Bonnie, I don't think I could ever make it.
Sure you can make it.
I'm all shot, honey.
Oh, honey, you can come out of it.
You think I can?
I know it.
You wouldn't kid me, would you, lady?
I would if I could, mister. I would if I could.
Say, where's your cattle rustler? You remember he got sore at me that day, didn't he?
I don't know.
Sure he did. For singing, Here Comes the Bride, remember? Here comes the bride, here comes.
He's fainted.
Bonnie, gee, loosen his tie.
I'll take care of him.
Do you think I'd better postpone the opening?
Let's try not to, Lefty. I'd hate to see you up your first opening, and it wouldn't look so good for Skid either. Poor Skid.
Oh, no, that's all right, Bonnie. There, that's all right.
I'm all right, Lefty. Get me some water, will you?
Look, don't you think we'd better get him over to the hotel?
No, let him stay here a while.
Okay, I'll be back in a second.
All right. Skid, look at me. You'll be all right, honey. Nothing can stop you. You'll be all right. You'll knock him dead. You ain't started yet. You'll be all right. You gotta be all right. You just gotta be all right.
How is he, Bonnie?
All right. He's on his way up from the dressing room.
Well, he's on next. Do you think he can do it?
I hope so.
Well, he almost fainted in his last routine.
Hiya, Lefty.
Oh, hiya, Skid. You all set, baby?
Sure. What's this going to be, my song?
Yeah. Cut the opening routine, Skid. No falls tonight. Go right into your number.
Cut the falls, huh? Okay, Bonnie. You're the boss.
You all right, Skid?
Oh, say, folks, thanks. For a minute, I thought I was back in Manhattan Follies.
Lefty's swaying out there. He's going to fall.
No. He's okay, Bonnie.
But seriously, folks, I'm glad to be here. And right now, I'm going to sing a little number for you. One I like a lot. A little music there, Professor.
Take it easy, Skid.
I'll make it. People brag, people boast, and consistently drink a toast to a place that a lot of them place at the top of the list. Are they wrong? Are they right? Is there a reason for their delight? I must live in doubt till the day that I find out. Is it true what they say about disease? Does the sun really shine all the time? Do the sweet magnolias blossom that everybody's gone? Do folks keep eating possum till they can't eat no more? Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? Is this true? That's where I belong. Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong. How'd I do, honey?
Oh, Skid, you were swell. I knew you'd be. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right.
Do you think you can go on being all right?
I can, Bunny,
If you stay by me.
Sure, Skid. I'll stay.
For good?
For good.
Oh, gee, Bunny. But what about the cattle rancher?
Oh, it's all right. I explained it to him, Skid. You see, when I left, I had an idea I was coming here to stay.
Oh, Bunny, I'm crazy about you. I can't get along without you, sweetheart.
You won't even have to try. From now on, it's you and me together. For better or for worse.
Yeah, better for me and worse for you.
Ah, there you go. Always clowning.
Al and Ruby will be back in just a moment. We are honored tonight by the presence of Daniel Frohman. DF, as we call him, produced the first play that my father, Henry C. DeMille, and David Belasco ever wrote. It was called The Wife. When the play opened, it was a failure. Nobody came. Naturally, Mr. Frohman decided to close it. My father and Belasco had spent a year writing this play. All their savings were gone. They were desperate. So they went up to Mr. Frohman's office. One took him by the throat. The other took a heavy octagonal ruler from his desk and shook it in his face, saying they'd kill him if he took the play off. So Mr. Frohman kept the play running. He says they changed it to suit him. But in any case, it ran 5 years. Everyone in the theatrical world knows and respects this pioneer of the theater. We revere him as an artist, philanthropist, and gentleman. The 85-year-old dean of the American stage, Daniel Frohman.
Cecil, you're very kind.
No, I'm saying what I felt ever since I was 5 years old.
Well, that was when I used to chase you out of the box office for annoying the treasurer. Even now, it hardly seems possible that you're old enough to have a radio program of your own.
I am just starting in radio, DF. Do you remember when I was just starting as a young actor at one of your companies?
Yes, I remember paying you the fabulous salary of $40 a week.
That included my wife's salary, too. But I was willing to work for any salary. For the man who started the Barrymoores, Ethel, as I remember, was the first to join you. Then Lionel, wasn't it?
Yes. And then the two of them in their little brother, Jack Barrymoore, to design our bill posters.
Well, why don't you get him to design one for that big show you're producing on July 1st, the Actors Fund benefit? DF, it's been a privilege to have you here tonight.
It's nice to be here, Cecil, and be part of your great enterprise, for no theater in history has reached so many people as your Lux Radio Theater. From your father and mother, you have inherited the highest traditions of the stage, and I know you are true to this trust.
Thank you. Grand old gentleman. I have just written an article for a national magazine on the 10 greatest fools in history. Perhaps I should have made it 11 and included the singing fool, the character that Al Jolson made the most famous fool of all. For that picture, the singing fool, broke every box office record of its day. And here they come, the singing fool and his dancing wife. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jolsons. Al and Ruby, you have enjoyed wealth, fame, and success. All the things most people dream about.
Ah, but that's nothing, Mr. DeMille, compared to the thrill I got when little Al Jr. spoke his first word. Now, what do you think was the first word he ever said? He said, Daddy.
No, Al. He said Mama.
Did he?
Well, didn't he?
If you say so, I guess he did. But, oh, that kid. Good, solid arms and back. Is he a husky? What a baby. Honestly, Mr. DeMille, I don't like to exaggerate, but you've never seen 10 such wiggly little toes.
Takes after his mother, doesn't he? Those twinkling toes of rubies.
Well, but one way he takes after his daddy, great big strong knees, a born mammy singer.
His toes from his mother and his knees from his father. His good looks, I suppose, from Lux.
Yes, sir, just like his mama. She's a Lux lady, aren't you, Ruby?
Of course I am.
As a matter of fact, Lux soap is what makes all us Jolson so handsome.
We've had countless requests for two things, a song by Al and a dance by Ruby. Unfortunately, we haven't time for both, so which shall it be?
Oh, that's very easy, Mr. DeMille. I'll decide that. We're going to have a dance by Ruby.
Just a minute, Al. I've decided. You're going to sing.
Well, how are we going to compromise?
Al will sing.
Well, that's how it is. I guess you can see now, folks, why they call me Al Keeler. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and a day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start a marathon, and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start a marathon, and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune.
Thank you, Mr. Jolson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Root. Mr. DeMille returns in a moment to tell you about next week's play. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap wish to express their appreciation to our capable cast and to the great studios who have cooperated with us in presenting this broadcast. Our cast tonight included Wally Mayer, Victor Rodman, Eddie Kane, Rita Leroy, Inez Seabury, Frank Nelson, and Lou Merrill. Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, as did George Barnes. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, comes to us from Paramount. Louis Silvers, our musical director, represents 20th Century Fox. And Mr. Daniel Frohman is in Hollywood as producer of the Actors Fund Benefit. And now, here is your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Next week, our play is The Dark Angel. A vital romance played against a background of war. A dramatic triumph on the Broadway stage and twice successful on the screen. This unforgettable drama will be presented on the air by the same stars who thrilled us in its most recent movie version, Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall. Our sponsors, as well as Miss Oberon, Mr. Marshall, and I, cordially invite you to be our guests in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 12th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams, with Alan Mowbray and Beery Teasdale. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Ginger Rogers, Warren Williams, Alan Mowbray, and Beery Teasdale. Our play, The Curtain Rises. Our guests, Doris Kenyon and Mrs. Leela Rogers, dramatic coach and mother of tonight's leading lady. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, and our director of music, Louis Silvers. To you who crowd our theater tonight, and to you millions whose theater is your home, greetings from Lux. This hour in Hollywood comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the pure white soap whose active lather and delicate perfume have made Lux Toilet Soap the favorite beauty care used by 9 out of 10 of Hollywood's leading stars and lovely women everywhere. And now, on with the show. Ladies and gentlemen, that distinguished producer of screen and radio, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Just 444 years ago today, Christopher Columbus made good his promise to see America first. He discovered a new hemisphere, and we celebrate the occasion by discovering in Ginger Rogers a new star. It's true that Ginger has appeared in many pictures. She's the young woman of Fort Worth who came to the screen in Young Man of Manhattan. As a singer and dancer, she has few, if any, equals. Yet every time she asks a producer for a dramatic role, our young star is in the position of Christopher Columbus, who, as a young tar, was thrown off a ship because the captain swore he'd never be a sailor. Tonight, however, Ginger's ambition to play a straight dramatic role is fulfilled. We shall hear her as Elsa Carling in the Lux Radio Theater's drama, The Curtain Rises, by Benjamin Kay. Playing opposite Ginger is Warren Williams. When a youngster, Warren was the dashing hero who laughed at onrushing locomotives and snarling villains and consistently rescued lovely ladies in the early serial films. Graduating to the stage, he returned to pictures, played Julius Caesar for me in Cleopatra, and will be seen next in Go West, Young Man. He performs tonight in the role of Ronald Phillips. Alan Mowbray will be heard as Gregory Matthews, and Beery Teasdale as Carol Stewart. And now, The Curtain Rises, On the Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams. There's a gay party in progress at Carol Stewart's New York penthouse. The radio is turned on full blast, and the living room overflows with a noisy, good-natured crowd of merrymakers. Everyone seems to be having a grand time. Everyone except Elsa Carling. Elsa, a plain, awkward-appearing young lady in horn-rimmed glasses, stands in the foyer straightening her hat. There's the suggestion of a tear in her eyes. As she turns to leave, Carol Stewart comes from the living room.
Elsa, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
You've got your hat on.
I'm going home, Carol.
Home, but the party's just begun.
I know, but...
Wait a minute. Now, will you please tell me what this is all about?
Oh, it's nothing, Carol. Really, it isn't.
You've been sitting against the wall all evening. I haven't heard you say a word, and you didn't dance once.
Well, no one... I've got a headache, Carol. I don't feel like dancing.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll call Arnie.
Oh, no, don't bother. I can go home alone.
Don't be silly, Arnie brought you here.
I know, but he only did it because you asked him to, and I don't want to spoil his evening. And...
Oh, Elsa, stop it.
Hey, Carol, what goes on?
Stephen, come here. Elsa's going to leave.
Oh, that's too bad. You want me to call a cab?
No, we don't. I want you to find Arnie. Tell him to take Elsa home.
Really, Carol?
Go on, Stephen.
Oh, sure. Right back.
I could have gone home alone.
Of course, but why should you? Now, that's the trouble with you, Elsa. You always let men think they're doing you a favor.
Well, it was awfully nice of him to call for me.
I suppose you told him that.
Of course.
Oh, Lord.
Well, it was nice of him. He didn't want to bring me.
How do you know? Did he say so?
No, he didn't say anything.
Well, Stephen, where's Arnie?
He's coming. He's talking to a couple of people, and, look, Elsa, can't you stay a little longer?
Oh, he doesn't want to take me home?
Oh, now, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind.
I'll speak to that low-down newspaper reporter. Where is he?
No, please, Carol. I'll go alone. Good night.
Elsa, wait.
Good night.
Say, was she crying?
If she wasn't, it's not your fault.
Well, here I am.
Just a wee bit late, Arnie.
The press is never late. Where's our little wallflower?
She's gone home.
Oh. Yeah?
Well, you needn't look so pleased.
What's the matter with her?
She said she had a headache. The real reason is that she sat in that room for almost 2 hours and not one of you even so much as looked at her.
Oh, now, Carol.
My dear hostess, I brought the lady to your charming party. My responsibility ended there.
You might have spoken to her.
I tried that in the cab. Result? Terrible.
Arnie's right, Carol. The girl can't talk without blushing.
Oh, keep quiet. Elsa's one of the nicest girls I know.
Granted, but she's a prim little old maid.
Elsa isn't an old maid. She's younger than I am.
Being an old maid hasn't anything to do with age, Carol. Some girls are old maids at 18.
Oh, poor Elsa.
There you are. When you think of her, you say, poor Elsa. You're sorry for her.
Yes, I am. She's missing so much in life. Inside, she's so sweet and sympathetic and clever. And... well, she is clever. Only somehow she doesn't know how to let it out.
Well, I suggest she learn how.
Gather ye rosebuds while you may.
Right. But first, she'd better take off those glasses.
Hello? Elsa, darling. Where have you been hiding? I haven't seen you for ages. You've taken the studio? But why? Of course I can come. Stephen? Yes, I can bring him. Arnie, too? Elsa, what is it, a party? Who? Gregory Matthews? You mean the actor? Well, I don't know. I'll try. Maybe Arnie can get him to come. Elsa, you've got me all excited. What's it all about? Well, I know, but... All right. All right, tomorrow at 9.
Carol, I'm awfully glad you came before the others. What did you do with Stephen and Arnie?
They stopped by for Gregory Matthews.
Oh, then he is coming.
Arnie says so. A newspaper man can usually get what he wants from the theatrical profession. Well, so this is your studio.
Do you like it?
It's grand. What's the idea?
Oh, I have an income of my own. I can afford to have a place for myself.
But Elsa, you have a lovely home, so that's not the reason.
Oh, Carol, my home has always been a prison. No, I don't mean that exactly. The prison was largely myself. First my outside self, and then my inside self.
Outside? Inside? What in the world are you talking about?
Look here, Carol. You're engaged to be married, aren't you?
Yes.
You love Stephen, and he loves you.
Yes.
He kisses you, doesn't he?
Of course.
Carol, do you know that I've never been kissed?
What?
Oh, I don't mean by my father or by my uncles or at silly parties. I mean by a man, a strange man.
Is that why you've taken this studio, in order to be kissed?
I thought you'd understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean it that way.
Carol, you're the only one I can talk to. Please let me tell you.
Go on, dear.
Well, I know what's the matter with me. I'm not pretty. I never was. I have no charm for men. Even as a little girl, I used to see boys putting their arms around other girls and stealing kisses. Oh, I wanted that, too. I want it now.
But, darling...
I want romance, Carol. I want what every girl wants. Love, kisses, and the arms of a man around her.
But what in the world has all this got to do with your taking a studio and Gregory Matthews?
Well, I want to see if I can't arrange to have Gregory Matthews give me lessons in acting.
Lessons in acting? But you surely don't expect to become an actress.
Well, no. But you see, I've seen all the plays that Matthews does. I know all the parts. I got the books and studied them. And I feel now that all I need is a little coaching.
Oh, I see. If you took lessons, you and Gregory Matthews could play all the love scenes together. Is that it?
Oh, Carol, really?
Now, don't tell me that's not the reason.
Well, maybe.
You've got a crush on Gregory Matthews, haven't you?
I haven't. I mean, I don't know whether I have or not, but lessons in acting won't do me any harm.
Elsa, you're a fraud. But I can't say I blame you. It must be rather nice to be kissed by Gregory Matthews, especially when it's your first kiss.
Carol, am I wicked in thinking this way about it?
Mm-mm. Thinking isn't wicked.
I mean, it isn't wrong for me to plan this.
Oh, of course not. Yet I'm a little worried about one phase of it.
What's that?
Suppose the handsome Mr. Matthews gives you lessons, and you play scenes together, and you really fall in love with him. Won't you be letting yourself in for a lot of suffering?
I'll take that chance. At least I will have lived for a little while instead of going along as I am now, just nothing at all. I'm willing to feel hurt. Even pain is an emotion.
And that's why you're giving this party, to meet Gregory Matthews.
Yes. And now that it's here, I'm just a little nervous. I I don't know how to explain it to him.
Oh, don't worry. You'll find a way.
But if I could speak to him alone.
Of course, darling. I'll get rid of the others. You leave it to me. You'll have Mr. Matthews all to yourself.
Oh, thank you, Carol. You're such a comfort. Won't you sit down, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you. But don't you think we'd better join the others?
Oh, no. I was telling Carol of something I particularly wanted to ask you, and she was good enough to arrange this.
Oh, indeed.
Yes. An actor's life must be such an interesting one, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, it is interesting, but it means work, more than you have any idea. Now, we actors have very little time to ourselves.
I think I've seen you in everything you've played.
So?
I like the play Late Blossoming best. That love scene in the orchard. After the soldiers have gone. Oh, it's so lovely.
Yes, it was a beautiful scene. You liked it, eh?
Oh, you play it magnificently.
Thank you, thank you. Now, a difficult scene with so many undercurrents of emotion, so many nuances, needs the most perfect timing. Later this season, I'm going to put on Romeo. And, of course, Juliet. I have always believed Romeo a splendid part for me.
Oh, yes, a lover. You play love scenes with such fire, such passion. Why, in Late Blossoming, when you kissed Dorina.
Yes, of course. Now, Miss Carling, you said there was something you wanted to ask me.
Oh, well, I hardly know how to ask it, but Mr. Matthews, I'd like to have you give me lessons in acting.
Lessons?
Oh, it wouldn't be difficult. You see, I've studied all your plays. I know all the parts by heart. I got the books and studied them.
But, Miss Carling, this is impossible.
Oh, I realize how busy you must be, Mr. Matthews, and, of course, the fee. I hate to talk about such matters to you,
Miss
but...
Carling, please, this is very distressing. Don't you understand that I'm not to be hired?
Oh, of course. That's what makes it so difficult to talk of a fee. But I wouldn't care what the fee is. I'd consider it a great favor.
It's not a matter of a fee or a favor, Miss Carling. I simply cannot entertain your suggestion, not for a moment. Me, Gregory Matthews, give lessons? It's preposterous. Please consider this final.
Final?
I said final.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me for taking up your time.
My dear girl, here, stop it. Stop it.
I can't.
But you must. I don't like to see a woman cry. I can't help it, but I don't feel like being a teacher.
And I can't help it if I feel like crying.
Well, there's something to that, of course. Tell me, does it really mean so much to you, this learning to be an actress?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, I have a suggestion to make.
Yes?
Yes. Remember, it's only a suggestion. I'm not sure that can be done.
What is it?
Well, at the theater, we have what is called an understudy. You know, an actor who learns all the parts. Now, this understudy, what's his name? Phillips. Yes, Ronald Phillips. He's a very capable fellow. Of course, he hasn't my appearance or my ability. But he knows his business, and he's quite poor. Understudies, you know, get little pay. I'm sure he'd be glad to give you some lessons and be very grateful for the fee. Well, what do you say, Miss Carling?
Well, do you think he'll come?
I will tell him that you are a very dear friend of mine, that I'm very much interested in you. Oh, don't worry, I will arrange it.
Then, if he teaches me, and if I learn awfully well, then will you play one scene with me?
Yes. When he tells me that you've learned how to act, I will play one scene with you. Now, shall we join the others?
Yes, Mr. Matthews. Thank you so much.
Oh, come along, and for heaven's sake, put some powder on your nose.
Is this Miss Carling's studio?
Yes, sir.
My name is Ronald Phillips.
Oh, yes. Miss Carling's expecting you, sir. Come in.
Thank you.
Who is it, Anna?
Mr. Phillips, miss.
Oh, you may go, Anna.
Yes, dear.
My name is Elsa Carling, Mr. Phillips.
How do you do?
It was nice of you to come so soon.
Oh, not at all. Nothing's too much for a friend of Mr. Matthews.
Has Mr. Matthews explained everything to you? About the lessons, I mean.
Oh, yes. I don't believe I've ever seen you at the theater, Miss Carling.
Oh, I go to the theater very often.
I mean backstage with Mr. Matthews.
Oh, I see. No, I haven't been backstage. Mr. Matthews calls on me here.
Oh, yes, of course. I suppose you've seen him in all his roles?
Oh, yes. I think he's magnificent. You know, I know all of his plays by heart. You see, I've accomplished quite a little already.
Well, learning lines is a very small part of acting, Miss Carling. The least important part.
But I can't learn to act unless I know the lines, can I?
You can't learn to act unless you learn a lot of other things first.
Well, I don't understand.
No? Well, would you mind walking across the room for me?
Walk? You mean like this?
No, Miss Carling, not like that.
What's the matter?
Oh, forgive me, Miss Carling, but you have no poise, no balance. An actress must have poise. You don't take much exercise, do you?
No.
Well, you'll have to walk 1 hour every day, rain or shine, 1 hour steady, with head up and shoulders back.
But I don't like to walk.
Mr. Matthews told me that I was to give you lessons, so you'll have to walk 1 hour every day. After that, you will have bending exercises, stretching exercises, practicing facial expressions in front of a mirror, and vocal exercises for accent and enunciation.
I don't think I like your method.
No, perhaps not, but I'm sure you'll like the results.
Maybe.
That's the trouble with you amateurs. You think acting is the easiest thing in the world. You don't want to work.
But I'm not an amateur.
No, what are you then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm just nothing at all.
Oh, no, don't go to the other extreme. I only want to see that you start right. There's a lot to learn, Miss Carling. For instance, do you know how many ways there are of saying ah?
Ah?
Yes, ah.
How many?
Hundreds. Look, I walk into a room. I'm cold. I see a cheerful fire. I say, ah, a fire. You hear? Ah.
Oh, yes.
Then somebody says something that I don't believe. Do I say, ah? No. I say, ah.
Ah.
Exactly.
Well, that's fun. Let me try one.
All right. You walk into the room. Your fiancé is there, in the arms of another woman. What do you say?
Ah.
No, that's disgust. We want anger.
Ah.
That's pleasure. You aren't glad, are you?
Oh, wait, let me try one more. I walk in. Aha! Is that better?
Well, it'll have to do for now.
You know, I think I'm going to like this. Even the exercises and making faces at myself.
And the walking?
Oh, but you're going to walk with me. To show me how, I mean.
Well, the first lesson or two, yes. When you learn to walk properly, then of course it won't be necessary for me to walk with you.
Oh, of course. But then the scenes, we will play scenes together.
Yes, certainly.
Shall we try one now?
Well, if you want to. Do you really know all of Mr. Matthews' plays by heart?
Oh, yes. Do you know the play Late Blossoming?
I'm Mr. Matthews' understudy.
Oh, of course, but... Well, you know the scene in the orchard when the soldiers are about to leave and Dorina kisses him.
Oh, yes, that's a nice scene. That'll do as well as any other.
As well as any other? Why, that's the finest scene that Mr. Matthews plays.
Well, of course, the way he plays it with scenery and opposites Helena Dale, of course. It's beautiful. But here is a scene to run through without scenery and costumes. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips. I didn't mean to be so in earnest about it. Would you rather play some other scene?
Oh, no. That'll do very well. We'll just take the end of the act. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, I'm ready.
Dorina is by the fence, looking in the direction the soldiers have gone. Albert enters from the left. I see you. Dorina.
Albert, my darling.
Yes, maybe you'd better take off your glasses for this.
Oh, excuse me. There.
Oh, that's fine. We'll start again. Dorina.
Albert, my darling.
A little quieter, I think.
Oh, yes, of course. Quieter.
We'll go on from there. Dorina, come here by the tree, where we can't be seen.
But, Albert, I saw you march away with the regiment.
They're resting on the other side of the hill. I slipped away. I had to see you just once again, my darling.
Albert, you shouldn't have come back. A little while ago, you went away. I cried, and then I stopped. But when you leave this time, I shall cry and never stop crying.
Miss Carling, don't be so nervous.
I can't help it.
But it destroys the feeling. You see, this is the scene leading up to the kiss.
Yes, I know.
Well, let's go on. If there be tears for every kiss you gave, and yet more tears, for every kiss that I'll be bringing you, you'll not have tears enough.
Meanwhile, there will be tears. Oh, why did you return in that 1 hour I should lose you twice? Courage, my love.
Yes, I know the line. Well, courage, my love. What if you lose me twice? What if we lose each other 20 times? A cloud may hide the sun, erase the moon, but they return in glory like our love. Was that a trumpet call?
Don't go. Don't go.
I must. One kiss.
One kiss.
And then farewell.
One kiss.
I take it now, my love.
Oh.
What? Here, Miss Carling, Miss Carling. Good Lord, she's fainted.
In just a moment, we continue with The Curtain Riser, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams. Right now, let's go down to the colorful Mexican Quarter between Hollywood and Los Angeles, an after-hours mecca for all who work in moving pictures. Here, two extra girls meet.
Where's Bill, Sally? And didn't Jack and Loretta come with you?
Oh, Bill's over there buying me a Mexican lollipop. Jack's around here somewhere, but he's alone.
Oh, that's funny. You know, it seems to me Jack hasn't been giving Loretta much time lately.
No, he hasn't. Loretta's in the dumps about it, too. And you know, it's really her own fault.
Somebody ought to give her a tip about her complexion, that's what. Anybody that ever worked in pictures would tell her what to do.
Just a simple thing like the right complexion care can mean the difference between popularity and loneliness. Any girl who has a really lovely complexion is attractive. But unfortunately today, there are all too many girls who have cosmetic skin, enlarging pores, dullness, tiny blemishes, simply because they don't remove stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly. Lux toilet soap guards against this danger. You can use powder and rouge as much as you like if you depend on the active lather of this fine soap to remove them thoroughly. Why don't you try Lux toilet soap, the beauty care of 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars? And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue the curtain risers with Ginger Rogers, Warren William, and an all-star cast. It's 3 months later. The dramatic lessons have proceeded regularly. And under the instruction of Ronald Phillips, Elsa has become a new person. Gone is the old timidity and awkwardness. And in its place, a newfound gracefulness and ease. Carol, Elsa's friend, is astonished at the change.
Darling, turn around and let me look at you.
Am I really so different?
Different? Elsa, it's miraculous.
You mean the dress?
Yes, even the dress. I've never seen you look so chic. But it's everything about you. You're so fresh, so vital, so youthful.
Arnie Saunders says I even walk and talk differently.
Arnie Saunders? Has he been here?
Oh, he drops in once in a while.
I see. By the way, what happened to your glasses?
I never wear them anymore. Since I've been taking lessons from Ronald Phillips, I've discovered I can really see quite well without them. It's funny, isn't it?
Yes. This Mr. Phillips doesn't happen to be understudy to a magician.
No. He's still working for Gregory Matthews. Understudy and assistant stage manager.
I suppose Matthews drops in also?
No. I haven't seen him since the night you were all here.
Well, but you're getting yourself ready for him.
Am I?
Aren't you?
Honest, Carol, I haven't even thought of Gregory Matthews lately.
You haven't? Then what are you going on taking lessons for?
Well, they've done me a lot of good, haven't they?
Yes, but that wasn't the purpose when you started. It was all to lead up to a kiss. Tell me, Elsa, this understudy, does he ever kiss you?
Oh, yes, whenever the scene calls for it.
Who selects the scene?
Well, you see, we go through our exercises and then we just pick some scene and run through it.
And he kisses you?
Yes.
Well?
Well, it's very nice.
Such enthusiasm about a kiss.
What did you expect me to do?
Faint?
I did.
What?
I did, the first time he kissed me.
Now, wait a minute. I think I'm beginning to understand. The way you look, the way your eyes shine. So that's it. And I thought it was all from the lessons.
It is.
How you must look forward to them.
I do. Carol, every lesson is like going to a play. It's an adventure. Before Ronald arrives, it's just as if I were sitting in the audience before the play begins. And then he rings the doorbell, and the curtain rises.
Elsa, you're in love with him.
Is it love to be on pins and needles until he arrives?
Yes, that's love.
And is it love to feel all empty when he's gone?
Yes, that's love, too.
Well, I seem to have all the symptoms, don't I?
Not all of them, but it's a good start. Funny. I had the idea all along that it was Gregory Matthews.
But I've told you I haven't seen Gregory Matthews.
That's just it. You've been playing all these love scenes with Ronald. Perhaps if you saw Matthews again, you'd find that it was he after all.
Do you really think so?
I don't know. You started with a crush on Matthews. Tell me, Elsa, has Ronald told you that he loves you?
Well, that's it.
That's what?
I haven't the slightest idea whether he loves me or not.
He kisses you, doesn't he?
Yes, but it's all in the acting scenes.
Well, you kiss him, don't you?
Yes, but he probably thinks that's acting, too.
Doesn't he say anything?
Yes, but it's always about lessons.
Oh, that's bad.
But sometimes I've noticed he just stands and looks at me.
Ah, that's good. Do you still pay for your lessons?
Yes.
That's bad.
But he never asks me for it.
Ah, that's good. You know what I think, Elsa?
No, what?
Over at the theater, they all look up to Matthews as a sort of god.
Well?
That includes Ronald Phillips. And don't forget that it was Matthews who sent him here to give you lessons. Maybe he thinks you're Matthews' fiancée.
Oh, Carol!
Well, you look pleased.
Oh, what a thrill that anyone should think that I was Gregory Matthews' fiancée.
Well, please make up your mind whose fiancée you want to be, Matthews or Phillips.
Oh, Carol, I thought you'd know.
No, I don't know, and I don't think you do either. Now, look here, Elsa. If your Ronald thinks you're engaged to Matthews, naturally he wouldn't dream of making love to you.
How loyal he is.
Loyalty fiddlesticks. We've got to get that idea out of his head.
But how?
That's up to you. Is he coming here this afternoon?
Oh, yes, he comes every afternoon.
Uh-huh. Well, get him talking about Matthews. Try to find out what's in his mind.
And then?
And then show him what's in your mind, if you know what's in your mind.
Yes. Only...
Only what?
I was just thinking, isn't it a shame that I never got to play a scene with Gregory Matthews? Come in, Mr. Phillips. You're late this afternoon.
Sorry. We've been having the final dress rehearsal of Romeo and Juliet. I won't be able to stay very long.
Then there won't be any lesson today?
Well, a short one.
Oh. Do you know, I've worked out a new way of saying ah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to hear how it goes?
Very much.
Well, a girl has just had a quarrel with her lover. You're the lover, see, and you've just gone out of that door saying that you'll never be back. The girl is heartbroken, and she goes over there and sits down and cries. Now, the lover has changed his mind and comes back through the open door, and he stands as you are standing, looking at the girl. She jumps to her feet, rushes over, and throws herself into his arms and kisses him like this. Well, how was that?
Very good. But what about the ah?
Oh, the girl would probably forget all about that.
Yes, of course she would.
But didn't I do it well?
The pantomime, yes, but it lacked a little sincerity. The feeling is improving, but...
Oh, you're always saying that.
Oh, but it's true. It's the same when we play Romeo and Juliet. In that other play we did yesterday, the scene where the princess meets her lover.
Oh, you mean, when you are gone, I cannot move my lips except to breathe your name. And, oh, my love, when you are here, they are in dreamless sleep until you waken them upon your own.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Can't you see? You're just saying words. There's no lover standing before you.
Well, I tried it last night when I was alone, and it seemed to go all right.
Look, forget all about me. Close your eyes. Now picture your lover before you. Picture the man you love more than anyone else in the world. Now, again.
When you are gone, I cannot move my lips except to breathe your name. And, oh, my love, when you are here, they are in dreamless sleep till you waken them upon your own.
Yes. Yes.
Did you like it?
Glorious. It's incredible what you've learned in 3 months.
You're really pleased with me?
Pleased with you? Of course I am. Soon there won't be anything left for me to teach you.
Oh, no. You mustn't say that.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there will always be something for me to learn. I'll never know as much about the theater as you do.
No, about the theater, perhaps not, but voice, technique. You could step on the stage tomorrow.
Oh, marvelous. Have you told that to Mr. Matthews?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Why, I never discussed you with Mr. Matthews.
That's strange. I think he'd be interested in how I was getting along.
Haven't you been keeping him informed?
Why do you say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I merely thought that...
What? What were you thinking?
I was thinking we aren't getting on with our lesson. You'll never learn to act this way.
Maybe I'm learning something else.
Shall we do the exercises now?
If you want. Why don't you like to talk about Gregory Matthews?
What? Who said I didn't?
But you never do.
Gregory Matthews is a splendid actor and my employer. I have a great respect for him. We'll try the REA exercise first.
All right. R-E-A. 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 Does Mr. Matthews do this every day, too?
Of course. Speaking is like singing. The throat must be kept open and free. Now, the may, me, my, mo, moo.
May, 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 may. Me, 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 me. Do I do that as good as Gregory Matthews?
You can't do anything as good as Gregory Matthews. My, 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 my.
My, 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 my. You needn't be quite so loyal to him.
That isn't loyalty, that's a fact. Mo, 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 mo.
Mo, 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 mo. There's some things more important than facts.
What?
Mother facts. Moo, 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 moo. Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Oh, he's here. It's for you, the theater.
The theater? Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, Mr. Matthews. Yes. What? How? What happened to her? Good Lord. Well, what about Geraldine Day? What? Well, I don't know who... Yes, I do. I do know someone. Elsa Carling.
Well, what is it?
Shh. I said Elsa Carling. Of course she can. Listen to me. She can do it. She knows it backwards. I know she can.
What can I do? What can I do?
Be quiet. Hello. Hello, I'll bring her right over to the theater. Right away. Goodbye. Get your hat.
What?
Your hat, your hat. Our leading lady has been taken sick, and her understudy can't be found.
Well, what has that got to do with me?
It's got everything to do with you. Don't you understand? They can't find a leading lady who knows the part. You know it. You're going to play it.
Play what?
Romeo and Juliet with Gregory Matthews.
Oh.
3 minutes. Curtain going up in 3 minutes.
Carol, this is awful. I can't play Juliet. I can't. Stand still. Now, Elsa, listen to me. You've got the chance of a lifetime.
I won't do it.
You've got to. You can't let Gregory Matthews down.
Oh, yes, I can.
All right, but what about yourself?
What do you mean?
Don't forget the purpose of your lessons. Matthews will hold you in his arms and tell you that he loves you. He'll kiss you.
He won't. I won't let him.
What?
Not in front of all those people.
But it's in the play.
I don't care.
Miss Carling, are you ready?
No.
Mr. Matthews, she said she won't go on.
Well, go on, but she must.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up.
Hold it, hold it. Miss Carling, you've got to help us. Come out in the wing.
I won't.
Well, I can't start to play Romeo unless I know whether I have a Juliet.
Well, why don't you get someone else?
Miss Carling, listen, I'm pleading with you. I, Gregory Matthews.
Oh, if I only had a chance to think.
There's no time to think. You've got to act. Come on, will you come, or do I have to carry you?
Mr. Matthews!
Come on.
No, put me down. Put me down. I can't do it. I'll die. I know I'll die.
Well, of course you will. Juliet always dies, but not until the last act.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not. How if, when I am laid into the tomb, I wake before the time that Romeo comes to redeem me? There's a fearful point. Then I'll be brief. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rust, and let me die. Thank you.
Outside, everyone. Miss Carling must rest. Outside.
I want the story, Elsa.
Yes,
Exclusive.
Sonny.
Not now, Annie. Leave her alone.
Miss Carling.
Oh, Mr. Phillips.
May I congratulate you? You were wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
One of the finest Juliets I have ever seen. 11 curtain calls. 11. Elsa, you were magnificent.
From you, Mr. Matthews, that's a great compliment.
Yes, but in our love scenes, you turned away.
Did I? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think she'd better rest, Mr. Matthews.
Why, of course. Come here, my dear.
Yes?
Let me look at you. You're beautiful, Elsa.
Oh, Mr. Matthews.
Beautiful. The world is at your feet, my child. You will go on, onward and upward, and the stars shall ring with the name of Elsa Carling.
Please, I
ask no part in your new world, my dear. only to be remembered occasionally as a humble mime who recognized your genius and gave it its rightful place. Just this I ask. This and a reverent kiss from your most reverent admirer.
No, please, not now. Let me go.
My lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Oh, no.
Here, Elsa, what's the matter with you?
Oh, good heavens. She's fainted again.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ginger Rogers as Elsa Carling, Warren William as Ronald Phillips, and our all-star cast return to the microphone shortly in the concluding scenes of The Curtain Rises. The mother of tonight's star, Mrs. Leela Rogers, today directs at RKO Studios the only little theater of its kind. While this theater produces plays for the public, it is maintained as a dramatic training school which every new player under contract to RKO must attend for a year. Our talk tonight contains an important announcement to all theaters and theatergoers. Ladies and gentlemen, a writer, director, and mother, Mrs. Leela Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. We have a little theater on the lot at the RKO Studios where we produce plays with our young contract players because we feel that it is in the theater the inexperienced player will get the experience they need for their motion picture work. Here we forget film technique and produce a drama exactly as in a legitimate theater, right down to the grease paint. And by the way, when the performance is over, that grease paint is removed with Lux toilet soap. Oh, yes, Lux is the official toilet soap of our little theater, just as it is in the Stars dressing room on the lot. And now for the announcement Mr. DeMille referred to. Mr. S.J. Briskin, production chief of RKO Studios, has selected the Lux Radio Theater over which to announce to the little theaters, stock companies, and legitimate theaters throughout the United States that he will lend to them for their productions any of our young contract players, when available, as guest stars to appear for 1 or 2 week engagements without charge. Mr. Briskin makes this offer because it is from the theaters that motion pictures have secured so much material and talent in the past. The motion picture industry has even been accused of destroying the legitimate theater, robbing it of its talent. This need no longer be a problem. In your theater, our player will get the training he needs, and the legitimate theaters will receive an impetus of new life by being able to announce an engagement of a Hollywood actor or actress. So Mr. Briskin asks you to file your application for one of our players at his office in Hollywood, addressing him Mr. S.J. Briskin, B-R-I-S-K-I-N, Production Chief, RKO Studios, Hollywood, California. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, Mrs. Rogers. I congratulate RKO on the splendid effort to aid the stage. The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren William, with Alan Mowbray and Beery Teasdale. Elsa's night of triumph ended when she fainted in Gregory Matthews' arms. The following morning, her studio room has the semblance of a florist shop. And as she reads her telegrams of congratulation, Anna enters carrying 2 more bouquets.
Here you are, Miss Carling.
More flowers? Let me see quick. Oh, with love from Gregory Matthews. Oh, dear, who's the other one from?
Mr. Arnie Saunders.
Oh, Arnie. Anna, are you sure nothing came from Mr. Phillips?
Not a thing, miss.
Oh, see who it is, Anna.
Yes, miss. Good morning, Anna. Oh, come in, Miss Stewart.
Carol.
Hello, darling. My, look at all the flowers. How are you feeling?
All right.
Did you see the papers?
Yes. The critics were awfully nice to me, except 1 or 2. They said I was competent.
Oh, you're getting touchy. You mustn't mind that. You were grand. You've no idea how natural it all sounded.
Carol, do you really think I could be an actress?
Of course. You were one last night, weren't you?
Yes, but... Oh, I don't know.
You did it once. You can do it again.
I wonder. Oh, it's marvelous to act. To hear the audience applaud as they did last night, it was thrilling.
The afterpiece was even more thrilling.
What afterpiece?
Your little scene with Gregory Matthews in the dressing room. The kissing sequence.
Oh, that.
What do you mean, oh, that? When he kissed you, you fainted dead away.
Oh, I was excited.
I should say you were.
Oh, not because he kissed me. It was a general excitement. I was nervous and tired and wrought up, that's all.
Then his kiss didn't mean anything to you.
Not that.
So it's Mr. Phillips again.
Again?
What do you mean? You know Ronald's place in the theater is fixed. He's an understudy. You may go up like a rocket. Do you think you can go on taking lessons from him?
Of course. Ronald knows so much more than I do.
He may have other ideas about that.
I don't understand you.
Elsa, if it's a career that you're after, then everything is all right. But if what you want is love, then I'm sorry you made such a success last night.
I don't agree with you at all. I'm sure Ronald is very proud of me, and we can go right on with our lessons just like before.
For how long?
Oh, I don't know. I feel much more confident now.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Win.
It's Arnie and Stephen.
Hello, Elsa. I tried to keep this news hawk out, but he's too persistent.
That's all right.
It better be. You know the power of the press, my girl. Now, what about that story?
Oh, no. I can't concentrate yet.
All right, then. What about having dinner with me?
I can't.
Oh, let her alone, Arnie.
Now, don't give me that, my girl. This is the greatest story of the year. Unknown girl makes good.
Please don't, Arnie. That was only a freak performance. I'm only taking lessons.
You mean to say you're going to go on taking lessons?
Of course.
Well, I'll say that little professor of yours knows how to teach. Let me print this story, and all the girls in New York will be crazy to take lessons from him.
No, Arnie, you mustn't.
Why not?
Because it would give her a lot of publicity which she doesn't want.
But I thought publicity is just what an actress needs.
But I'm not an actress. At least not yet. I'm not even sure that I want to be.
Well, that makes a good story, too. May I print that?
No.
Good morning, good morning.
Oh, come in, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. I had to drop by and see how you were feeling, Miss Carling.
Oh, I'm fine this morning. You know everyone here, don't you?
Of course. How are you doing, Miss Stewart? Well, my Juliet. Wasn't she perfect, Mr. Sanders?
Swell.
Everyone is talking about her. And what did you think of me?
Okay.
I thought you were a superb Romeo, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. It's my favorite role, you know. All romance and fire. Ah, those magnificent lines. That man, Shakespeare. How well he understood what we actors need.
Don't you think Elsa was marvelous in the balcony scene?
Charming, yeah. How was my voice in that scene, Mr. Sanders?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a difficult scene, that. You see, I am talking up. The head is thrown back and the throat muscles are constricted. That is where technique comes in.
And you really think I came through all right?
Yes, marvelous. Really, I couldn't believe it.
I told you I was going to work hard.
Yes, but it's almost a miracle that you performed in so short a time.
Oh, Elsa loves to study.
Miss Carling, do you remember what I said the first time you spoke to me about this?
What do you mean?
Well, I told you I would not give lessons to anyone regardless of what they offered me. Well, I have changed my mind. From now on, I will be your teacher.
Oh, that's great.
But what about Mr. Phillips?
Oh, that's all right. After all, it was I who sent him to you to teach you the first principles. But you are past that now.
But he's worked so hard, it doesn't seem fair to suddenly cut off the lessons he's been giving.
Well, don't let that worry you. I can get him other pupils, and after I finish teaching you, we will play many plays together. Someday we will play Late Blossoming. Do you remember that exquisite scene of the orchard under the apples at the end of Act One?
Oh, yes, but I don't think I'd like to play that scene, Mr. Matthews.
Do you know, the very first day I met Miss Carling, I knew she had talent. So when I spoke to Phillips, I said, Phillips, I have a little friend I want you to give lessons to. Who knows, perhaps we may make an actress of her someday.
You said that to Ronald Phillips?
Why, of course. You know, he has his pride, too. To just ask him to become a teacher to a wealthy girl, well, that might not have gone down so well. And now you see how you have justified all that we've done for you.
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were entertaining.
Oh, that's all right. Really it is.
Why, of course, Phillips. Come in. We're glad to see you.
Good morning.
How are you? Well, are you proud of your pupil, Mr. Phillips?
I said so last night. You gave an astonishing performance.
Phillips, I congratulate you as much as I have Miss Carling. You have justified everything that I've said about you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. That's high praise.
Let me add my congratulations, too.
And mine. You teach well, Mr. Phillips. Just to think of our Elsa becoming a star overnight, thanks entirely to you.
No, that's very kind of you, but I think you're giving me entirely too much credit. And if you'll permit me to say so, to Miss Carling, too. She isn't a great actress yet.
Oh, I thought Elsa gave a beautiful performance.
So did I.
Oh, now, don't take Phillips too seriously. You know, a little professional jealousy.
No, Mr. Matthews, there's no professional jealousy. I'm trying to be completely honest with Miss Carling. You wouldn't have me do otherwise, would you?
No, of course not. But Mr. Matthews thinks I did very well.
I certainly do. And you know what I've promised her, Phillips? That from now on, I will take her lessons myself.
Yes, I expected that.
No. If there are to be more lessons, Mr. Phillips will give them.
I'm afraid that'll be impossible. You see, I am leaving this morning for Chicago.
What?
Chicago?
Yes. I'm opening there in a new play. I've got a very good part, and I couldn't pass it up.
May I ask when you made this decision?
Well, the part was offered to me several weeks ago, but I preferred to stay in New York. However, I've changed my mind.
Well, of course, that is very unexpected. But that is the life of the theater. But have no fear, my dear fellow. After all the training you've had with me, you will make good there. I know you will.
You don't have to be patronizing, Mr. Matthews. I am no longer a member of your company.
But, my dear Phillips.
And I'm not your dear Phillips.
But what in the world has got into the fellow? You'd think we were mortal enemies. Just because you're leaving the company is no reason why you should act like an angry schoolboy.
No, I'm sorry. Will you excuse me, Miss Carling? I haven't much time.
You're going now?
I'll have to. I'm catching the 11:20 for Chicago.
Then our lessons are over?
Well, for the present. Perhaps someday. Goodbye, Miss Carling.
Goodbye.
What an extraordinary young fellow.
He's gone.
Yes, well, I shall have to get myself a new understudy.
Elsa, come and sit down.
He's gone, and I still don't know.
Don't know what?
I don't know.
My dear girl.
But I'm going to find out. Anna!
Elsa, what are you going to do?
Don't stop me now. Where is that girl? Anna! Did you call me? Anna, pack my bags, all of them, in my trunk.
Elsa!
Did you hear me, Anna? Hurry, I've got to leave right away.
Elsa, where are you going?
To Chicago on the 11:20.
11:20 to Chicago, 11:20 to Chicago on track 24. Track 24, 11:20.
Here you are, sir. Section 14.
Leave the large bag down here.
Yes, sir.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Why, Miss Carling, what are you doing here?
I came down to say goodbye.
Well, that's awfully nice of you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. It makes me sad to see you going.
It makes me sad, too.
I'll miss the lessons. They were fun, weren't they, Ronald?
They were more than fun. Each lesson was another step in the painting of a portrait.
You were the artist, Ronald.
I helped, that's all. But now that it's finished, what more is there to say?
You've been wonderful in all that you taught me. No one could have made me act the way you did. Ronald, I don't think I want to go on the stage again.
Yes, you'll go on. Onward and upward. With Gregory Matthews helping you, why shouldn't you reach the top?
Tell me, Ronald, why did you suddenly make this decision to leave New York?
I've already told you.
But you said you wanted to stay here, and suddenly this morning you decided to leave. Has it anything to do with last night?
I'd rather you didn't ask that.
But it's something I've got to know.
Last night I saw him kiss you. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer.
But, Ronald, that didn't mean anything.
No, it looked like it did.
Ronald, don't tell me you were jealous.
Before I go, I want to tell you something. We may never meet again, and perhaps that's why I'm telling you. I love you. For weeks I've loved you. In the scenes we played, when I held you in my arms, it wasn't the teacher, it was me. And when you kissed me in those scenes, I know it meant nothing to you, but I'd leave with my heart singing.
You love me?
I'll never stop thinking about you as long as I live. I'll never stop seeing you in my dreams and hearing your voice in every other voice.
Ronald, I love you, too.
You love me?
Of course. Why didn't you tell me all of this before?
But I thought you and Gregory Matthews...
Oh, Ronald, darling, please stop being an understudy.
The curtain falls and the curtain rises. But Ginger Rogers will be heard again in just a moment. One of the few who have twin careers, both of them successful, is Doris Kenyon. Her work in motion pictures is only an interlude in a busy career as a singer. Given her first stage role by Victor Herbert, Miss Kenyon in films has played opposite John Barrymore, Rudolph Valentino, and George Arliss. Since the passing of her husband, Milton Sills, she's divided her activities between the screen and the concert stage. You'll see her next in Paramount's new picture, Along Came Love. And now, just 1 hour before her departure on another concert tour, she sings for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Doris Kenyon.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. My song tonight will be in memory of Victor Herbert. I'll sing Thine Alone from his operetta, Eileen.
Thank you, Doris. Just one question before you go. Since your return from abroad, have you noticed any change in Hollywood?
Yes. I'm delighted to find the motion picture producers more receptive to something I've hoped would come to pass ever since the advent of music on the screen, and that is the introduction of grand opera in films. Perhaps when I return from my trip, the first opera will have been chosen. I'm leaving now, and you can be assured my trunk contains plenty of Lux toilet soap. I've found that a lovely complexion is just as important before a concert audience as it is before a camera. To you, Mr. DeMille, to Lux, and to its radio theater, my thanks, congratulations, and good night.
Good night, Doris. Perhaps we'll meet in Grand Opera. The music you're hearing is from Ginger Rogers' current picture, Swing Time, and gives me an opportunity I'm going to take advantage of right now. Miss Rogers, may I have this dance?
Why, Mr. DeMille, so sweet of you to ask me.
So brave of you to accept. Let's dance closer to the microphone. People are entitled to hear what we say. What's your next picture going to be?
Stepping Toes.
Stepping Toes? Ginger, you're making me self-conscious. What follows that?
Mother Carries Chicken. And that will be quite a change for me. No songs or no dances. Dancing, you know, can be pretty hard work sometimes.
All right. I can take a hint. Let's set this one up.
Oh, no, dancing isn't that hard.
Gary Cooper lost 8 pounds working for me in the Plainsman. He never danced once.
How did he do it? Running away from Indians?
No, running after them. You ought to see the Indians. They're just skin and bones.
Well, I'm telling you, the Vanishing Red Men would vanish faster if they had to rehearse the way Fred Astaire and I do. Every number we dance is preceded by about 30 hours of rehearsal. That's quite a strain, but I love it. As soon as Mother Carries Chickens is done, I hear rumors that I'm going to do a film in Technicolor. At least I hope so. And now, Mr. DeMille, may I thank you and Lux Soap for a very delightful evening.
Thank you for a delightful performance. And the dance.
Thank you, Miss Rogers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play and stars. Tonight, our cast included the following players: Alan Mowbray, Beery Teasdale, Frank Nelson as Stephen, John Gibson as Arnie, Leora Thatcher as Anna, and James Eagles as Callboy. Ginger Rogers and Mrs. Leela Rogers appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios. Warren William through courtesy of Emmanuel Cohen. Alan Mowbray, RKO Pathé, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he wrote the musical score for the new film Ladies in Love. May I refer you now to Mr. DeMille.
In the Casper Milquetoast School of Comedy, Frank Morgan is without peer. Next week in the Lux Radio Theater, you will hear Mr. Morgan playing the role of timid, mild-mannered Ambrose Applejohn. And what happens after Ambrose dreams that he's his pirate ancestor come to life again, the swaggering buccaneer, Captain Applejack. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Hackett's famous play, Captain Applejack, starring Frank Morgan and Maureen O'Sullivan, with a brilliant cast headed by Zita Johann and Akim Tamiroff. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 26th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland in Saturday's Children. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Robert Taylor, Olivia de Havilland, Mona Berry, and Frederick Perry. Our guests, William Koenig, General Manager of Universal Studios, and Frank Richardson, Paramount Wardrobe Director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To our unseen listeners and to those who crowd our theater to the doors tonight, greetings from Lux, with a special word of welcome to the many distinguished Hollywood personalities whom I see among our audience. Here's a tip to every woman listening in. Follow the examples set by all the leading motion picture studios and make Lux Flakes the official wardrobe care in your home. Wash your woolens, silks, cottons, rayons, and linens in Lux. They'll look like new so much longer, and since Lux Flakes do away with cake soap rubbing, and because there's no harmful alkali in these safe, gentle flakes, your clothes will wear so much longer. For appearance, for economy, always use Lux Flakes. And now, Hollywood's leading citizen comes to the microphone. Our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Every few years, a new personality comes to the screen, defying all its traditions of long, arduous apprenticeship, breaking every law of averages, and skyrocketing overnight to stardom. Valentino and Gable did it. So did Hepburn and Harlow. While today's favorites, Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland, are tonight's stars. As Spangler Arlington Brew, Bob was a student at Pomona College, where he was trying to decide whether to become a concert cellist or a physician. In the meantime, he accepted the lead in a college presentation of the famous wartime drama Journey's End. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio scout saw him and talked of a screen test. Not long after, Spangler's father died, and he went back home to Beatrice, Nebraska, planning to work in a gas station. It was at his mother's insistence that he went to Hollywood and reported to the studio. He walked out with a contract, a new name, and, more important, the confidence of Louis B. Mayer. That, briefly, is Robert Taylor's biography, the next chapter of which finds him opposite Greta Garbo in Camille. Olivia de Havilland is a Max Reinhardt discovery. Engaged as an understudy for Reinhardt's stage production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, she was selected by the famous impresario to play the role of Hermia in the screen version. This opportunity was all Olivia needed. As the heroine of Captain Blood, Anthony Adverse, and The Charge of the Light Brigade, she is now internationally known. For her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, she plays the part of Bobby Harrington. Robert Taylor is heard as Rims O'Neill. Mona Barry as Florrie, Fred Perry of the original cast as Mr. Harrington, and Maxwell Anderson provides the play Saturday's Children. The title of our play comes from an old proverb which says Saturday's child works hard for a living. New York City. The offices of the Mengel Importing Company. Franz Mengel, president. In one of the outer rooms, a buzzer is sounding, and Bobby Harrington, Mengel's attractive young secretary, answers his call.
Yes, Mr. Mengel?
I've got a cable to send. Bring your notebook.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Bobby. Just heard from Buenos Aires. They've got to have immediate word as to the man we're sending down and when he's leaving.
It's a great opportunity, whoever gets it.
That's just the trouble, my dear. I can't make up my mind between Keith, Warner, and O'Neill. You know all three men. Who's your choice?
Oh, Rims O'Neill.
Rims O'Neill. Strange name, strange fellow. Excellent man. Well, have him here in 15 minutes.
You mean you're going to send him? On my recommendation?
Well, why not? It was a toss-up. You settled it.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Bobby?
Well, nothing. I'm sure he's the best man, Mr. Mengel. But how long will he be in South America?
2 years, and if he makes good, perhaps indefinitely.
Indefinitely?
Yes. Now take this cable, will you, Bobby? Sending Rims O'Neill, assistant manager, Buenos Aires office. Wait a minute. Bobby?
Yes?
We'll all be working a little late tonight. I thought perhaps you'd let me drive you home.
Well, I'd love to, but I've promised to meet someone.
And spoiled my whole day. Lunch tomorrow?
Splendid.
Ah, that's better. You know, Bobby, you're really one of the... Oh, yes. Yes, of course, the cable. Very well. Unless you hear the contrary, O'Neill will leave New York August 24th. Regarding Santa's orders, be sure to give them your full...
First, please. No, lady, number 5 bus. Number 5. Yes, please.
You know, Bobby, I'm sort of glad we both had to work late tonight after all.
What changed your mind, Rims? Riding home like this on top of a bus?
Why not? It's kind of nice. Hey, you sure you're not in a hurry to get home? We can grab a cab, you know.
Oh, I could ride like this for hours. Look up there, Rims. Yeah. Right over our heads. Moon, stars. Looks as if they're on our side tonight.
You're beginning to sound like a songwriter. Oh, that reminds me. I told you I had good news, Bobby.
Good news?
The best possible. Now, hold on tight. It's coming. Mangle is sending me to Buenos Aires.
Oh.
There's a boat going in 2 weeks, and I'm on it. Assistant Manager O'Neill. That's me.
Oh, Rims, I'm so happy for you.
Thanks. It's the best break I got since I met you. I'll miss you, Bobby.
You'll be there a long time, Rims. It's so easy to forget.
Well, it will be for you. Well, that's the way it should be. Forget me. Nah, I'm talking too much. I guess it's the motion of the bus.
Don't stop. Why should I forget you?
Well, the best reason in the world. Mangle, the boss. Why not? He's worth plenty and not a bad guy. A little old, maybe.
He asked me to marry him.
Marry him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when's it coming off?
Never.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can do an awful lot with a bankroll like Mangle's. You better think it over.
Ah, haven't I, though?
Look at me, Bobby. I won't be seeing you for a long time. Maybe never. It's like you always say, anything can happen. I don't know how to put it. I think I'm pretty quick on the trigger, and yet when it comes to... forget it.
Say it, Rims. Please say it.
Okay, here it is. It's 81st Street and our stop. Hang on, here's where we get off.
You just heard was Oh My
But
Goodness.
Father, you don't
For the last
understand.
time, Florrie,
Program comes to you
don't
as a
worry
regular
about
Wednesday
Bobby.
night feature
That girl
over
can
this
take care
station
of herself.
when we bring you the
Better
dance
than you
news
can.
of the most
Yeah,
popular
maybe Rims O'Neill will bring her home on a bus like he did last night. So very romantic.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, stop worrying.
Next
She'll
week,
be
brings
home
a little
soon.
football
And
season
turn
with
off that
songs
radio.
from the
All
country
right.
over and-
After all, Father, she's my sister. Some member of the family's got to take an interest in her.
At times you're very droll, my dear. Florrie, I'm terribly fond of you. You're such an interesting girl. So little sincerity, so much curiosity. By the way, where is your husband?
Willie's home.
Minding the baby?
Yes.
I thought so. Poor Willie.
Sometimes, Father, I don't know what to make of you. You say I'm insincere. Well, if that's the truth, why am I so against Bobby going with her boss?
I don't know, but there's a catch somewhere.
Of course there is. Mr. Mangle's too old. All he thinks of is business. He's never home. Oh, sit still, Father. I'll answer. Hello. Oh, yes, Rims. No, she isn't. Well, we're expecting her any minute. Oh, I don't know about that. You see, she's just coming home to dress. She's got a date tonight.
Florrie.
Shh, Father. Oh, that's a shame. Of course, she'll be glad to see you, Rims, but she won't have much time. Yes, I'll tell her just as soon as she comes in. What? Oh, you'll call back in half an hour. Okay. Well, if I don't see you, lots of luck in Buenos Aires. You are going, aren't you? Splendid. Yes, well, goodbye.
Florrie, why did you tell that young fellow Bobby was going out? You know she isn't.
Hello, everybody.
Bobby, dear.
Oh, hello, Bobby. Didn't hear you come in.
I haven't seen you for ages.
One kiss is plenty, my sweet. How's the baby?
Oh, fine.
Dinner?
Hours ago.
Bobby,
Yes, Florrie, with Mr. Mangle. He talked to me for hours, and I didn't hear a word he said.
Bobby, the least you could do would be to...
He'll say it over again. He won't mind. And if he does, he can always fire me.
Someone just phoned you, my dear. Your sister took the message.
Oh, yes. Rims O'Neill.
Rims? What did he say?
I don't know what he said, but Florrie said plenty.
Oh, first he wanted to know if you were going to be in this evening.
Well, that was an easy one to answer.
But you're not. You're going to a dance.
With Rims?
Bobby, you're so terribly innocent. I told Rims someone was taking you to a dance.
Florrie, you couldn't.
Now, don't get hysterical. Why, tell him you're going to be at home sitting on the edge of a chair waiting for him to call.
But that's not so, Florrie.
Yes, well, now run along, Father. There's something I want to say to Bobby.
Again? Oh, very well. Let me know when you're ready. I'll drive you over to your place.
Listen, Florrie, what right did you have telling Rims
Now,
that
take a tip from your big sister and remember this. If you want a man to get interested in you, just let him see you going right out the front door with somebody else. Now, leave everything to me, Bobby, and before you know it, Rims O'Neill will be proposing.
You're rather tiresome tonight, Florrie.
Even so, I'm not through. Now, run along inside and put that new black velvet on. You were going to a dance. When Rims calls again, well, tell him to meet you someplace. Nice, quiet place.
Tell him you've got a date with Fred, but you'll try and break it.
You're impossible.
And so are you, without any decent makeup on. If you hurry, I'll help you.
Well, you must think I'm mad about Rims.
Well, I know you're about to lose him to the Republic of Argentina if you don't get some little sense in that pretty head.
Well, I do like him, Florrie, but I also like the butcher, the man who sells the papers on the corner, and on rare occasions I even like you.
All right, forget it. Don't do it. Because if you did, he might ask you to marry him. He might stay in New York, and oh, dear. It'd be such a bother to turn him down.
There's an evil genius about you, Florrie. Oh, I'm beginning to weaken. It's hateful and dishonest, and I'll never forgive myself, whatever happens.
Well, do as I say, and only one thing can happen. Hurry up, Bobby. You've been dressing for hours.
All right, but you insisted on the black velvet. Florrie, stay away from that phone. Hello? Oh, hello, Rims. Well, I was, but... Yes, 10 o'clock? Oh, I'm quite sure I'll be able to break away. Oh, no, don't bother. I'll take a cab. Where? Sancho's? Splendid. Goodbye, Rims. Well, you heard, Florrie. Sancho's at 10. I'd better leave now.
Well, let me look at you. Yes, you're really a beautiful girl in velvet.
I'll say goodbye to Father.
Oh, just a minute. Darling, if the dress should fail, and if you knew just half a dozen sentences that would make Rims propose, would you say them?
Of course I wouldn't. Well, Florrie, he's sailing Saturday.
Well, it's so easy. Look, dear, I'm writing it down. Can you read my shorthand? I, too, was once a struggling young secretary.
Yes, I can read it.
Then you're going to take this little card and put it in your purse. And when you're in some nice, secluded corner in Sancho's, you're going to open your purse for a handkerchief. And then you're going to leave the purse open so you can see the card.
Oh, Florrie, you're priceless. I'm beginning to enjoy you.
Well, now for the bylaws. Rule number 1. Remember to cry.
Well, I can't cry on order.
Oh, yes, you can, my dear. He'll ask you what's the matter, and then you'll say these words written in my fine Italian shorthand. Oh, I'm so tired of everything, Rims, and I'm afraid I'm not very good company. And he'll say, oh, yes, you are, at which point his arms will go round you.
Nothing to it, is there?
No, it gets easier all the time. You just turn your face away and say, Rims, dear, sometimes you're the only person in the world I can talk to, and sometimes I can't bear to talk to anyone else.
I'll do nothing of the sort.
Then you continue, Bobby, watch me while I write this, won't you? You say, Rims, don't you ever get tired of poor me? Ever?
And then he'll say, never. Very simple.
Of course. You're such a darling, Rims, and it's going to be so awfully hard.
What is?
That's just what he'll say. What is? And you'll reply, well, marrying somebody else. Now, that'll shock him for a few seconds. Bobby, are you getting married? Oh, Rims, a girl has to get married sometimes, you know. While she's got a chance.
Florrie, when you die, I'm going to have you mounted for the museum.
Well, I'm not through yet. Listen, Rims will ask you how many proposals you get in a week.
Or some variation on the theme.
Yes, and your response is, I've had 2 proposals every other week for 2 weeks or something. And he'll look at you soulfully and whisper, now, kid, you don't mean you're set to marry somebody. And you'll say...
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. And you'll say, Fred or Bill or Johnny wants me to marry him, and he's awfully in love with me, and I don't want to go on working forever. Whereupon Rims comes through with the closing lines, well, Bobby, if you're getting married this season, why not marry me? And there you are.
He'll never say it.
Why not?
Because he isn't a sap, for one thing. And for another, it isn't fair, and I wouldn't do it.
My darling, how do people get married?
I don't know.
I'll say you don't. Here's the card, and don't forget to cry, Mrs. Rims O'Neill.
This way, senor. Will this table be all right?
Sure, Sancho. Swell.
May I take the lady's cake?
Thank you.
Bobby. Hey, you're a dream in that dress. Here, stand still. Let me look at you.
You like it?
Do I? Why haven't I seen you in that before?
Well, I just made it.
You made it? Hey, I wish you'd make my clothes for me for a while. I'd have them falling for me from the third-story windows.
Oh, any old clothes will do in Buenos Aires. They say they fall very easily down there.
Yeah?
They say it's the climate.
I'll bet the climate can't raise them any sweeter than you are, because they don't come any sweeter. Oh, I've been dying to talk to you. I haven't seen you for a week, you know.
Well, it isn't my fault you haven't seen me.
Nobody's seen me. I haven't been able to see myself in the mirror the rate I've been traveling. I've learned more about the Argentine in the last week than I ever knew about New York. Principal cities, population, railroads, rates of exchange, taxes, politics. The works. You ought to hear old Juan giving me a quiz.
So you're really going?
Sure. You know, I don't know a thing about it, but Juan's been coaching me, and I've been studying so hard I haven't had a chance to get away. You know, every night I thought maybe I could get away, and then, well, something came up and I couldn't.
Oh, I know.
You know, I haven't seen you since, well...
Think hard.
Gosh, it seems like a month.
Just a week ago tonight.
Sir, you're right. You mean I haven't seen you since that night on the bus?
Really, don't you remember?
This thing's got me screwy, Bobby. I wish you were coming along. Well, certainly a nice spring while it lasted, huh?
The best I ever had, Rims.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bobby, I'll never see a Fifth Avenue bus without thinking of you. Never.
You won't see one for a while, though.
Yeah, it's true. But a postcard of Grant's Tomb or Central Park would do just as well, wouldn't it?
I'll send you one with an X to mark the spot on it.
Which spot, though? The route sprinkled with them.
Well, where you read your poem to me, for instance.
Wasn't much of a poem, if you ask me.
Oh, Rims, it was a lovely poem.
Well, I thought it was pretty good at the time, but I guess it was pretty bad. I don't think I'll try poetry again for a while.
Not till you fall in love again, I suppose.
Well, no, I guess not.
Well, anyway, it's the only poem anybody ever wrote for me. When Bobby comes to the office, the boss takes off his frown. She wears a coat of powder blue and a powder blue gown. She sits upon her office chair.
You always make me think it's good the way you say it. Oh, you've been swell, Bobby. To break a date for me like this, why?
But you'll be leaving so soon, Rims.
Yeah, that's why I had to see you, to talk with you.
About what?
Do you think it's a good thing, me going to South America?
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, what I mean is, don't you think it's a good thing for a young fellow to see the world a little when he gets a chance so he can kind of make up his mind what he wants to do?
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm going, really. I'm not so sure it's any great shakes of an opening, but I've never been much of anywhere, and it's a chance well, it's a kind of an adventure, don't you see?
Yes, I see.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm going.
Yes.
And Bobby.
Yes?
You've been wonderful to me.
We did have a nice spring together, didn't we?
Yeah. You've been marvelous.
Well, it's summer now.
Uh-huh. Bobby, could I kiss you just once?
Oh, well, if you wish. Perhaps we better run along. Where's my purse?
Oh, well, here it is. But it's so early, Bobby.
Well,
What? Bobby, you're crying.
Oh, Rims, I'm so tired of everything, Rims. I'm afraid I'm not very good company.
Oh, yes, you are, Bobby.
Oh, Rims, dear.
Yeah?
Rims, sometimes you're the only person in the world I can talk to. Sometimes I can't bear to be with anybody else.
Oh, gee, Bobby.
Oh, you're such a darling.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, but you are. And it's going to be so awfully hard.
What is?
Marrying somebody else.
You getting married?
Well, oh, Rims, a girl has to get married sometime, while she's still got a chance.
Yeah, I suppose you get chances, all right.
Yes.
Lots of them, I suppose, huh?
Well, I've had 2 every other week for 2 weeks.
Say, look here. You don't mean you're making up your mind to marry somebody in particular? Mengel?
Oh, no, Rims. Fred wants me to marry him. He's awfully in love with me, and I don't want to go on working forever.
Oh, I see. I didn't know you felt that way about it.
Well, I don't really. I was just joking. We better go. I wouldn't marry anyone. No, not even you.
You wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, yes, you will. I mean...
Do you want me to?
Oh, there's nothing else I want more. Oh, Bobby.
But you're going to South America.
South America? No, darling. Somebody else can go to South America.
minute, we'll go on with the story of Saturday's children. But first, let's look in on a bridge party in Pasadena given for Helen's birthday. A big cake with candles is being brought in. Jane and Alida are watching from the doorway.
Say, Alida, do you suppose those candles are meant to fool us? Helen's 36 or she's a day.
Meow. She's only 29.
Oh, she must be older.
No, she's not. What made you think she was?
Well, her face doesn't look so old, but I always judge by hands. And Helen's hands look as if she's at least 35.
Well, they're dishpan hands. You know, it's a shame Helen doesn't use Lux. It would keep her hands soft and young-looking.
Well, let's both tell her to switch to Lux.
Don't let anybody you know get old-looking hands from washing dishes. They needn't if they use Lux for dishes. Tell them it's a regular beauty treatment right in the dishpan. Soaps containing harmful alkali leave hands rough, red, and work-worn. Lux has no harmful alkali to dry out the natural oils of the skin. It leaves hands soft and smooth and well-groomed. And it's a very inexpensive beauty secret. A big box will do all the dishes for over a month. That means for considerably less than a cent a day, you can use Lux for dishes. Remember to start tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Our play, Saturday's Children, starring Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland, with Mona Barry and Fred Perry, continues from the Lux Radio Theater. Four months have passed since Bobby put Florrie's scheme to its test, made Rims forget all thoughts of South America, and led the willing groom to the altar. We find the couple in their little apartment in mid-Manhattan. Supper is over, and while Bobby washes the dishes, Rims searches for a cigarette.
Hey, Bobby, see my cigarettes around?
Poor Rims. You are helpless, darling. There they are.
Oh, thanks. Hey, there's only one left.
Well, this morning you said you'd bring home a carton. Forget?
No, I didn't forget, only I was running so low in cash that...
But you got paid today.
Well, it's all right, honey. Don't bother.
Rims, I don't understand. You never seem to have any money.
Well, the truth is I made a couple of football bets. Well, I lost.
Oh, Rims. Rims, we've got to stick to our budget or we'll never come out even. I went over everything this afternoon. Here it is, Rims. The treasurer's report, and you've got to read it. You see, we get $260 a month.
Here, let me see that thing a minute. 60 for rent, 35 groceries, 45 on the furniture, 20 my allowance, 14 insurance, and light gas, ice.
Leaving exactly $66 a month.
66? Hey, darling, you're marvelous.
Well, I didn't say we could save that much. We've got to have clothes and pay the dentist. But if we don't use some kind of system, it's just going to keep on disappearing. Rims, I'm going to keep note of every cent I spend. Now, if you do the same, well, we can go over it every night and...
Yeah, it looks like a lot of swell evenings ahead of us.
Oh, please, Rims.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you want me to make a count for every penny I spend?
Well, must you look at it that way?
Well, that's what it amounts to, isn't it?
Well, I guess that's that. I'll finish the dishes.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me look at those figures. Oh, I thought something was wrong.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
When you say we get $260 a month, it matters.
Well, Rims, I spent all afternoon checking things a dozen different ways.
Yeah, but you're still wrong. I get $40 a week. That makes about $170 a month.
Oh, what a fool.
Where did you get $260?
Well, Rims, I must be crazy. I put down 60 a week.
60?
Well, you told me Mr. Mengele had spoken about a raise.
Well, sure, he spoke about it all right.
Well, I kept on thinking about the new salary. I figured everything on 60 a week.
Yeah, some difference. Oh, there's just no use, Bobby. Every month we take in $170 and spend $183.
Oh, Rims, I wish I hadn't quit my job.
Well, we both couldn't work in the same office after we got married.
Well, other people do. It wouldn't have mattered.
Nothing doing. You'd say I wasn't man enough to support my wife, and they'd be right.
But it would double our income, Rims. Don't you see how easy it would be if I took my job back?
Double our income. I know that. I know you were making as much as I am. What do you want me to do about it?
Rims.
Now, get this straight. I won't have you sitting in Mengele's private office all day. It was bad enough before we got married.
Don't talk to me like that, Rims. Don't talk to me like that.
You're my wife, and you'll do as I say, or...
How I loathe that word.
What word?
Wife. I won't be a wife. It sounds fat and stupid. I wish we hadn't gotten married.
Oh, so that's it.
I wish you'd gone to South America.
Not half as much as I do.
Rims.
Oh, you don't like to hear the truth, do you? Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going, see? I'm going out alone.
Let me have a package of cigarettes. Yes, sir. Right away. I'll get them for you.
Hello, Rims.
Oh, hello, Willie. How's my little brother-in-law?
Where's Bobby?
Home, I guess.
Well, what's the matter, old man? Something wrong?
Anything wrong for a man to go for a walk and stop in at the corner stationery store to play a game of pinball? Well, is there?
I'm sorry. I just stopped in at the cigar counter. I thought I'd say hello.
All right, hello.
Well, if there's anything I can do...
Yeah, there's plenty you can do. You and that wife of yours. Keep away from my home. Keep away from Bobby.
You don't have to talk so loud, Rim.
I guess I'm going nuts.
No, I try to reason with Florrie. We shouldn't drop in on you so much.
Yeah, last night and the night before and the night before that.
I know. I guess Florrie's kind of inquisitive.
You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault, Willie.
Well, thanks, Rims.
If it isn't her father or her mother or Florrie or you, then it's money. If I was only in Buenos Aires, I'd have a home and servants. I'd have a car. What's the use?
Is the family so bad, Rims?
Well, no more than my family would be, I guess.
Well, take it easy, Rims. No, I went through the whole thing. I know. Besides, I got a kid.
And a decent job.
That'll come, too.
Maybe. Last week they gave a party for a man in the office. Al McIntyre. He got me my job. But could I buy a ticket? No. A ticket cost $5. How do you think I felt walking in the office the next day? $5, Willie. 5 measly bucks that had to go to pay the rent.
Well, I guess it's just as hard on Bobby, Rims.
Yeah, don't you think I feel that, too? She's changed, or I've changed. I can't understand it. All day long I think about her. I think how swell it's going to be to go home and be with her alone. Then when I get home, all I see is bills and relations and a sink full of dishes. That isn't swell, Willie. That's just a flat. And Bobby and I are just two ordinary married people. Then I do what I did tonight. Make a mess of things. Shoot the works. But I can't help it. I hate it, Willie. I hate it.
I know, but calm down. Now, take it easy.
Get out of my store. I should you hear your troubles. Nah, I got my own troubles. Maybe you should hire a hole.
Why, you old...
Now, listen, don't hit me. Wait a minute now. Getting tough won't help you. Look, why don't you phone Bobby and tell her you're sorry, huh?
Phone her, huh? Tell her I'm sorry. Crawl. For what? For being alive? Not me. As far as I'm concerned, Bobby can... Hello. The line must be out of order. Oh, it couldn't be busy for 40 minutes. It's my house. I'm trying to get my wife. Don't you understand? How could it be busy? All right, never mind. Forget it. I said forget it.
Oh, come in, Florrie.
Well, why the long face?
Rims and I. Another battle. I thought perhaps it was he coming home.
Oh, who won this time?
Well, I'm afraid we both lost. Don't smile, Florrie. It's not funny.
You child, it is funny. You're just going through a period of adjustment. Willie and I are nearing the end of our period of adjustment. Willie still struggles faintly.
Well, if that's marriage, Florrie, I don't want to be married. This bickering, it just about kills me to quarrel with Rims. Oh, Florrie, I don't know what to do.
He's the one you wanted. Now he's yours, so why worry about it?
But it can't go on like this. He'll leave me or I'll leave him.
Then there's only one answer left.
I wish I thought there was. One answer left.
There is. A child.
But if we can't get along now...
Well, it'll make you so much more important, don't you see?
Oh, I don't want to be important.
Not to Rims?
Only to Rims.
And as long as Rims has only you, well, he's really free. But just you tie him down with a family and he'll stay. Willie used to have all the answers, but not anymore. Not since the baby.
But to keep a man that way, it's terrible.
Oh, it's been going on for a long, long time, my dear, and it works. He'll be humble and happy.
It's another scheme, like the questions you wrote down on a piece of paper.
It worked out, didn't it?
Yes, only I wish I'd never done it.
Well, it was the only way you could get Rims to marry her, and you know it. Now, I tell you, the only way you can hold him is to...
Don't get up. It's just the old man. Door's open. I came in.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Where's Mother?
Too tired. Went to bed.
Well, Grandpa, aren't you going to sit down?
Yes, and leave off that grandpa stuff.
Why, you precious old dear, ashamed of being Grandpa?
Wait till you're a grandma and see how it feels.
Well, Bobby, I must run along.
Not so soon, Florrie.
Yes, I really must. Well, good night, Bobby, and don't forget.
Good night.
Bobby, there's something wrong. I saw it last night when I was here and the night before. What is it?
Then it's as plain as all that?
Well?
It's Rims. It's us, Dad. It's money and dishpans and bills, and somewhere under the heap of Rims and I, and pretty soon we'll never be able to find each other again.
Bobby, if you and I had only talked that night, the night before you two decided to get married.
What would you have said?
That you're too young to get married. You haven't had any fun yet. He hasn't money enough to support you. Why should he support you? You're his economic equal.
Perhaps I should have gone on working. But if I had, I might have lost him.
Not as surely as you're losing him now. It used to be a love affair, didn't it?
Yes.
Now, what is it?
Grocery bills, mostly.
I'm sorry.
Father, if a woman has a husband and she wants to keep him all her life, then isn't a child the best thing, isn't it?
Bobby.
It's true, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It will hold him. And you, too.
You don't understand me, Father.
Bobby, what's happening to your honesty?
Oh, I'm young and foolish, and Rims is everything in the world to me, and I'm afraid I'll lose him.
Think it over, Bobby. Think hard.
Bobby,
Hello, Rims.
you should have gone to bed. It's pretty late.
I've had a chance to do a lot of thinking, Rims. Here alone in the dark.
Bobby, please, I tried to get you on the telephone to say how rotten I felt about what had happened. They said the line was busy. I guess that's pretty hard to believe, isn't it?
The line was busy, Rims. I was speaking with Mr. Mangle.
Mangle?
Yes, he offered me my old job back.
Yeah, well, no wife of mine is going to work.
I know you've said that before. But I've been thinking about what he told me and what Florrie told me.
Oh, so she was here again. Well, I'm glad I kept walking.
And what Dad told me.
Bobby, hadn't we better turn in tomorrow, maybe?
It's got to be now, Rims.
Yeah, okay.
I'm being honest with you, Rims. More honest than I've been since we were married. I tricked you once. I almost tricked you a second time.
Tricked me?
Yes, I tricked you into marrying me. Think back, Rims. It's all so obvious. And I almost tricked you into being with me forever, whether you wanted to or not. Thank heaven that is not my conscience, too.
Now, listen, Bobby. I don't know just what you're talking about, but I do know this. I've been thinking tonight, too. A man gives up a lot when he gets married. As long as he's single, he owns the earth. But when he's married, his time's not his own. His money's not his own. He's got to keep on working, whether he wants to or not. And there's the devil to pay if he spends an extra dime. Whenever I got tired of my job, I used to quit. If I didn't like one town, I tried another. Now I can't.
Why not?
Because I got a wife and a family.
Am I a family? I won't be a wife. I won't be a family. It's me, Rims, me.
All right, be yourself.
Yes, you gave up a lot, and I gave up a lot to cook your meals, keep this house, and wash your dishes. And every time I get $1 for myself, I have to ask for it. It's degrading.
It's your home.
It's not mine. It's all yours. You earn the money, so it's all yours.
That's right. Rub it in. I don't earn enough.
Well, you don't. And I know what I can do about it.
Well, you won't work for Mangle. I won't have it. I gave up a lot to keep this place going, and it's going to be the way I want it from now on.
That's all I wanted to hear, Rims. I'm going.
Bobby.
Take care of it. It's all yours. And the dishes are still not washed. The hot water's in the right-hand tap. I'm running along, Rims, and I'm not coming back.
All right, but if you work for Mangle, I quit.
I don't care where you go, Rims. It's a free country. Goodbye.
Bobby, don't go. Bobby.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday's Children, starring Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland, continues shortly. The population of Hollywood is only 165,000. Yet there is more clothing here than any place, except the garment center of New York. The reason is that every studio must keep a tremendous wardrobe on hand. Dressmakers, tailors, jewelers, beaders, leatherworkers, and shoemakers are constantly filling new studio orders. The results of their labors reveal the history of the world in dress. Tonight we hear from the wardrobe director of Paramount Studio, who orders 10,000 costumes a year and knows where he can put his hand on every one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frank Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's easy to understand how costumes accumulate in the thousands. A star never wears the same dress in 2 pictures, while when a DeMille film is finished, we usually have to build an annex.
You should be used to me by this time, Frank. We've worked together for nearly 20 years.
And I think the first job you gave me was the toughest. That called for a silver-plated suit of armor in a day when there were no armors in this part of the country. Geraldine Farrar wore it and Joan the woman. It cost $2,500, and we have it yet.
Still, you weren't upset when I asked for 5,000 suits of armor for the Crusades.
That's because you gave me the chief armor of the Metropolitan Museum of Art to help me construct them. Aging costumes is actually a lot harder than creating new costumes. To make a new costume show wear quickly, we use blowtorches, sandpaper, oil, stain, and wax. Of course, the greater part of our wardrobe, and this will interest the ladies, is made up of beautiful costumes fashioned from the daintiest and most gorgeous fabrics. That, Mr. DeMille, is where Lux comes in. We found the surest way to safeguard these costumes is by using Lux flakes. And no wardrobe man ever goes out on location without enough flakes to take care of the company's laundry. It's not only best, it's the easiest soap to use.
Well, after your success with metal costumes, I hear you're now making them out of glass.
Yes, you remember we made the first glass ones for you and Forbidden Fruit. And now we're making glass hats for the dances and college holiday, Jack Benny's new picture. Fashions in materials change almost as often as fashions in clothes. And 2 dresses hanging in the Paramount Wardrobe department give a good illustration of how styles change. One costume worn by Mary Bryan is from the 1840 period. The other was used by Clara Bow. Mary's dress required 288 yards of materials. Clara Bow's only 3.5 yards. So there you are. Now to you and Lux, my appreciation and good night.
Good night, Frank. Good night. Robert Taylor as Rims O'Neill and Olivia de Havilland as Bobby Harrington continue now in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Saturday's Children. 3 weeks have gone by. With their last quarrel, Bobby left Rims and is once again working for Franz Mengel. Rims has found another job. Believing that Mengel and Bobby are extending their association beyond business, Rims goes to the Mengel Company's offices. As he waits in the hall near the elevator, watching for the pair he suspects, he is greeted by a former co-worker.
Say, I'm glad to see you. Coming in, aren't you?
No, I'm staying out here, Keith. I'm waiting for someone.
Bobby?
No, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, we miss you around here plenty. One of the boys said you got a job right after you quit.
Yeah, same kind of job, same salary. Guess I was lucky, though.
Oh, there goes Mengel. Say, he'll be glad to see you.
Yeah, there goes Mengel. Mengel and my wife. That's what I came to see. I'm sorry to tear away from you, Keith. I'm taking the next elevator.
What, get your paper.
Johnny, give me a paper, will you?
Hello, Mr. O'Neill. Sure. Like old times having you for my customer again.
Johnny, did you see Mr. Mengel come out of the building?
Yeah, sure. There's his car over there, just pulling out. I guess you just missed him.
Thanks, Johnny. No, I haven't missed him. Hey, taxi.
Cab, sir?
Yeah, that gray sedan with the chauffeur. Follow it.
Yes, sir.
So here's where you live now, eh, Bobby?
4 doors down on the right.
4 doors down on the right, Michael.
Yes.
Since you refused to have dinner with me, Bobby, at least you let me escort you in.
Ah, of course. But the door must be open.
Door? What door?
The door of my elaborate one-room suite. You should hear Mrs. Gorlick, the landlady. When gentlemen visit, the door must always be open. At 10 o'clock, the gentlemen go. But this gentleman is going before 10 o'clock.
Well, just as you say, Bobby. I'll be down in a few moments, Michael.
Very good, sir.
That's it just ahead, buddy. Gray sedan.
Okay, here you are.
Thanks.
Well, Rims. Picketing the boarding house?
Oh, hello, Mr. Harrington.
Bobby didn't tell me she'd been in touch with you. Are you coming up?
No, I haven't been near Bobby for 3 weeks. I just followed her here. That's Mengel's car over there. He's upstairs.
Rims, when are you going to learn that Mengel means nothing to Bobby? Nothing more than a good friend.
Well, I've seen what I came to see, Mr. Harrington. Guess I'll be going.
If you'll just wait a second more, you'll see that car drive away.
What do you mean?
I mean that Mengel brought my daughter home and is leaving. There he goes now. Rims, did you ever think you may be underestimating Bobby?
You think I am?
Well, maybe I'm underestimating you.
I suppose you figured I was enjoying myself. My wife's left me. Now's my chance to step out. Well, why not? She does.
That's funny.
Yeah, very funny.
Because if there was one thing in the world she wanted, it was you. I know.
Listen, Mr. Harrington, I called her up. She said she can't see me. Then I tried to forget her, but it wasn't any use. I don't want anything else in the world except Bobby, and she's gone. She doesn't need me. She's having a good time.
Yes?
Yeah, last night I hung around the office, same as tonight. I had to see her, and what happens? She comes out with Mengel. They went to dinner, I saw them, then came back here, chauffeur and all. He went away pretty soon. I don't know what's the matter with me. I used to have a little sense, about girls, I mean. Now I act like a stupid dummy. You don't know what it's like.
Oh, don't I, though? You're lucky, Rims. You don't know how lucky you young fellows are. When a man's young, he makes love. When he's middle-aged, he makes money, or tries to. And when he's old, well, he makes his soul. I never could make any money to speak of. And I know it's about time I made my soul. But I'd rather be young and make love to a girl who was in love with me. There's nothing like it.
Well, if she were in love with him, she wouldn't have gone away.
You went away too, Rims. Maybe she left you because she was in love with you.
Maybe.
Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. I'll be back, I guess. I thought I had this thing all figured out. I'll have to begin all over again.
I'm going up to see Bobby now. Join me a little later. I want to speak to her first.
She was too proud to see me, Mr. Harrington.
You speak of pride. Rims. Rims.
Good night.
Ah, you poor fool.
It's only a room, Dad. Not like the other house. But it's not too bad.
Of course not. I lived in a lot of these places before I was married, and they haven't changed the carpet on the stairs of any one of them.
Well, it's a good place to be alone in. That's what I wanted.
Well, almost 10 o'clock. Well, Bobby, your old room at home is waiting for you anytime you're ready.
Oh, I can't go back, Dad. I'll be right where I started, all over again.
At least you could close your door there. The landlady insists I keep this open. She still doubts I'm your father.
Yes, upstairs, where the door's open.
Thank you.
Dad, did you hear? Rims, it sounded like Rims.
Hello, Bobby.
Hello, Rims.
Well, my boy, I'd like you to meet a nice girl. My daughter, Mr. O'Neill, a working girl. But she has class. Well, now, if you'll excuse me,
Dad.
Good night.
Good night, Father. I guess you wondered how I found you. No, he didn't tell me. I followed you here, you and Mengel.
Oh. Is that why you're here now?
No.
Then what is it?
Oh, I don't know, Bobby. I guess it doesn't matter.
That's just what does matter.
Yeah?
You might at least sit down.
Thanks.
I hear you have a new job.
Yes.
How's it going?
Okay.
Jobs are all pretty much alike.
Yeah, sure they are.
What business is it?
Automatic mooring winches.
Oh, yes. Are many of them used?
What?
These,
automatic... Oh, yes, sure, you'd be surprised. Same salary.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have to apologize for this place. It's not very...
Well, you're in it, aren't you?
Thanks, Rims.
Bobby.
Yes?
I came here all set to say something, but I can't seem to find the words.
What is it, Rims?
Well, I came to ask if you hadn't had enough of all this, and maybe you'd come back home now.
No, Rims.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Only I'm I'm on my own now, and I'm going to use my own judgment.
Such as it is.
Exactly. You use yours such as it is, and you haven't any guardian.
Well, I'm sorry. You don't care about me anymore.
Yes, I do.
You still won't try again.
No, Rims. What we wanted was a love affair, wasn't it? Just to be together and let the rest go hang. What we got was a house and bills and arguments. Do you know what I think a love affair is? It's when the whole world is trying to keep two people apart and they insist on being together.
That about lets me out, doesn't it?
Does it?
Oh, but what's your time, miss? Gentlemen callers mean open doors, and I mean business. Another thing, it's 2 minutes after 10, and I've got to lock the front door.
I forgot to tell you, Rims. Thank you, Mrs. Gorlick. Mr. O'Neill was just going.
Yes, I know. The gentlemen are always just going.
Well, I guess that's that.
Good night.
When do I see you?
Whenever you like.
And how do I see you? By appointment?
Well, I'm not very busy. If we never had been married and I was just a girl you wanted to see sometime, how would you manage it?
Well, I could call you up tomorrow and take you for a bus ride, I suppose, and then dinner at Child's. That'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it?
I'd like it. Why don't you?
Well, I don't want to go bus riding. Oh, Bobby, won't you come back? We could...
You never really wanted to get married, did you? Tell me the truth.
I wanted you.
Oh, of course you did, but you didn't want a house. I wanted you, but I didn't want a house, and I don't know.
How do I know you won't fall for somebody else sometime if you leave here?
You don't.
Oh.
How do I know you won't fall for somebody else? I don't. I don't want to. Rims, you aren't to see me unless you just can't keep away. You used to know me so well you didn't like me. You used to know where I was and what I was doing all the time, and it was all wrong, and we won't have any more of it.
All right.
So now we're really free.
I said all right. I don't give a hoop about that.
Well, what do you give a hoop about?
How about you, darling? Can't you see it? Don't you see I can't get along without you? I can't stand being away from you all the time. I keep waking up at night thinking of you.
So do I.
Bobby, the house is standing there, waiting for us.
No, I'm sorry. It'll just have to wait. I got you into it in the first place, and you didn't like it. And now we're out of it.
But listen, that isn't a bad little house as houses go.
Any house is bad enough. You have a house and you get bills and dishpans and quarrels.
Is that all you got?
Just about.
Well, I don't know what you want.
Oh, I don't either. I only know what I don't want.
All right, I get it.
Rims. Oh, never even said goodbye. Oh, Rims, come in off that fire escape.
Okay. You know, I was just thinking, it's pretty early, and if you wanted to, we could take a bus ride. We used to take bus rides a long time ago.
I'd love to, Rims.
Bobby, what's going to happen to us? Are we going to get a divorce?
If you like.
Will you marry me again if we do?
Oh, Rims, darling. Would you try it all over again?
With you, Bobby? Sure.
We don't want a house, Rims. We don't want anything, only ourselves.
That's about all we have left, Bobby. Only ourselves. Oh, Bobby, darling.
There's one thing more that may be left if we hurry.
What more could there be?
A seat on top of a bus for two.
Step lively, please.
I'd like to know when we get to Riverside Drive.
Yes, lady, I'll tell you when we get there.
Thanks.
Sort of like old times, Bobby, isn't it?
Oh, Rims, darling, what happened to us?
We've learned so much, Bobby. They'll never happen again.
Rims?
Yes.
Rims, our house, it's only 2 blocks more.
Bobby, let's go back, huh?
Bills and dishes and all?
Yeah.
Oh, I love them, Rims. We'll never leave it again.
I asked you this once before, Bobby. I've never met it so much since.
Yes, Rims?
Do you mind if I kiss you?
Oh, no, Rims. Put your arms around me and don't ever take them away as long as we live.
No, darling, not as long as we live.
Conductor!
Yes, lady?
They're actually kissing each other. It's a disgrace. Stop it at once.
Oh, let them alone, lady. Wait till they've been married for a few months. They don't know what it's all about.
We say good night to Saturday's children, but Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland will be back in a moment to say good night to us. Writers, like painters, often live for their art, but have trouble making a living at it. Prior to 1913, motion pictures were all visual narrative, constructed by actors, cameramen, and directors. Stories and dramatic situations were alien to them, and writers wrote only for print or stage. Today, writers are among the highest paid of studio personnel. William Koenig is an expert on their wares. Beginning as an usher, he became a stage director, manager of leading theaters throughout the country, and for the last 15 years has been responsible for many policies vitally affecting the motion picture business. Today, he is general manager of Universal Pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Koenig.
With motion picture producers paying anywhere from $1,000 to $100,000 for a single story, it's no wonder that every writer tries to point his pen toward Hollywood. But the very fact that these tremendous prices are paid is the best indication of the urgent need for good material. To find it, picture studios have story representatives in every major city throughout the world in addition to their Hollywood staff.
An interesting sidelight is that during the past 25 years, I know of only 2 suits for plagiarism the studios have had from established authors.
Which is why more than 90% of all film material is bought from well-known writers. Once a story is purchased, it is assigned to a producer. He then turns it over to a studio writer for what is known as a treatment. Revisions are begun. Other writers called in, and the final scenario may be the work of from 3 to 10 writers. The author of a book or play seldom works on the screen version. An exception is Eric Hatch, who wrote the original story of My Man Godfrey. Mr. Hatch collaborated with Maury Riskin on the screenplay directed by Gregory LaCava. Many scenes in this film were rewritten after the picture was underway, giving it a freshness, sparkle characteristic of all LaCava pictures. Comedies take the longest time to prepare because they're good, prove very successful moneymakers. A screenwriter must put as much action into 70 minutes of film as you would see in a stage play lasting 2.5 hours. In radio, the time element is still more pressing, and the great job being done by Mr. DeMille and the Lux Radio Theater has won the respect of all Hollywood. Along with stories, our other big need is always for new talent. We're trying something new at Universal by going in for promising young players on a large scale. Of our 100 contract players, 75 have never been before the camera. One of them is Deanna Durbin, only 13 years old and already a sensational success on the air. She will be featured in our new film, 3 Smart Girls, with Barbara Reed and Nan Gray, each only 17 years old. Robert Taylor was barred by Universal from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for a leading role in Magnificent Obsession, directed by John Stahl. We're proud to have contributed to the success of this young star, who has become one of the most popular personalities on the screen since Valentino. Bob came to pictures from college, and I feel confident that the next few years will find universities actively training students not only as actors, but as writers, directors, and technicians. Many thanks to you all, and good night.
Good night, Mr. Koenig. Good night, sir. Over 30,000 people paid admissions this summer when Robert Taylor made a personal appearance in the Cotton Bowl at Dallas, Texas. So our audience tonight must reach a staggering figure, with the admirers of Olivia de Havilland swelling the total. Once again, they step before the curtain. Bob Taylor, Olivia de Havilland.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but Bob's the one to do the talking. He used to win prizes for oratory.
Yes. There's one neat little number I once orated called The Peculiar Position Held by School Teachers in Public Society. I think it began something like this.
Cut. We'd much rather hear you play a cello.
I guess you've never heard me play the cello. Well, no. The fact is I left my cello in my other suit.
Well, then tell us how it feels to be a big romantic hero.
What is this? Looks like a conspiracy to embarrass Taylor.
Oh, not at all, Bob. Not at all. I hear you get more fan mail than anyone in Hollywood. You've had to hire 4 secretaries to handle it.
Oh, please come now. I'm just a small-town boy.
I know, from Philly.
I'd call Philadelphia a big town. Besides, Bob's from Nebraska.
Well, I was born in Philly with an F. Philly, like a little mare.
Oh, yeah. One-horse town, huh?
Yes. Well, we did things on the radio, though, and 2 other chaps and myself formed a trio, which we called the Harmony Boys. We sang songs for a company selling harvesting machines. Critics called us the curse of the kilocycles. But those broadcasts with the Harmony Boys gave me the confidence to appear on the top show of the air, the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, after that tribute to Lux in Nebraska, you ought to say, "Oh, Yasumi Nasai."
What's that mean?
Well, it's one of the few things I learned as a very small girl in Tokyo. It means good night in Japanese.
All right, then. Oyasumi Nasai, and many thanks.
And good night in English.
Thank you, Mr. Havilland and Mr. Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's program shortly. Our cast tonight included Mona Barry as Florrie, Frederick Perry as Mr. Harrington, Chester Clute as Willie, Leora Thatcher as Mrs. Gorlick, Lou Merrill as Mr. Mingle, Frank Nelson as Keith, and Ross Forrester, Robert Payton, and John Lake. Mr. Havilland appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers, Mr. Taylor, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. DeMille and Mr. Richardson, Paramount, Mr. Koenig, Universal, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he composed the musical arrangements for their new football film, Pigskin Parade. And now, Mr. DeMille.
For many months, I've looked forward to presenting on this program the star of my new picture, The Plainsman. I'm happy to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in a radio dramatization of one of his greatest successes, The Virginian, adapted from Owen Wister's famous novel. The play will feature Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents The Virginian with Gary Cooper and an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 5th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Elmer the Great, starring Joe E. Brown with June Travis. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater, from its home on Hollywood Boulevard, brings you Joe E. Brown, June Travis, Cecil B. DeMille, Max Reinhardt, and Louis Silvers. And from New York, Carl Hubble and Lou Gehrig, fresh from their deeds in the World Series. Gathered here to witness our performance is an audience filled with Hollywood notables. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. We can think of no higher recommendation for Lux Flakes than the fact that these sheer, marvelously effective flakes are used by all the leading picture studios here in Hollywood for wardrobe protection. And now the producer of the Lux Radio Theater takes his place at the microphone. Motion Picture's most eminent director, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Among the things for which Joey Brown is distinguished is the singular void between his upper and lower lips and his ability to play baseball. Both of these are probably the result of Joe's belief in the old Spanish proverb, a closed mouth catches no flies. For Joe caught flies, off and on for 10 years as a member of minor league baseball teams. Later, he played exhibition ball with the Boston Red Sox. For 3 years, he kept a bench warm for the New York Yankees, and today is the owner of a semi-professional team in Los Angeles. But long before Joe ever struck out as a ball player, he struck out for a career in the circus. When only 9 years old, he became an acrobat. He was known as Master Joe, the boy wonder. His aerial feats were not limited to acrobatics, however. In 1907, at Montreal, he was persuaded to make a flight in an airplane glider. He sailed 50 feet in this pioneer venture, landed on his head, and broke a finger. But no records. Joe was earning $300 a week as the daring young man on a flying trapeze when he decided to turn comedian. For 1/4 the salary. It was the wisest move in his career. A series of hit plays soon brought him stardom. Among them, the baseball comedy in which we hear Joe tonight, Elmer the Great. Hollywood was quick to sign him when he appeared on the West Coast. And after 9 years in pictures, Joseph Evan Brown remains among our top-flight comedians. June Travis is also appropriately cast as the leading lady in a baseball story. For she's the daughter of Harry Grabiner, vice president of the Chicago White Sox, and while at college played first base in an all-girls team. In pictures, June has played leads in Ceiling Zero and with Joey Brown in Earthworm Tractors. Tonight, we hear her in the role of Nellie Poole, owner of a small-town grocery store. And now the players are warming up. A hush falls as 30 million fans from Boston to Los Angeles await the first inning. The Lux Radio Theater presents a 4-base hit by Ring Lardner and George M. Cohen, Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown as Elmer Kane and featuring June Travis as Nellie Poole. Play ball. Our scene is Elmer Kane's home in the village of Gentryville, Indiana. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on February 22nd, Washington's birthday. And our hero, taking full advantage of the holiday, has still not come down for breakfast. As the curtain rises, Mrs. Kane, Elmer's mother, is busily setting the table in the dining room.
Oh, Elmer! Better come down to breakfast now. Your breakfast's ready. Oh, Elmer! Is that you, Nick?
Yeah, Ma. Oh, boy. Gosh, it's cold out. It's regular blizzard.
Now, Nick, don't you go tracking snow all over the house.
I won't. Oh, what are you setting the table for, Ma?
Your brother Elmer's going to have his breakfast.
Breakfast? In the middle of the day?
Well, there ain't no reason to get up early on Washington's birthday.
Why not? I'll bet Washington did.
Oh, don't be silly, Nick. Anyway, Elmer worked hard all day yesterday.
Oh, driving a delivery wagon ain't hard work. The horse knows the way, and the boy delivers the groceries. All Elmer has to do is sit on the front seat and go to sleep.
Hello, Ma.
Oh, hello, Elmer.
Breakfast ready yet?
In a minute. You can sit right down now if you want.
Again? Say, that's the best news I had since dinner time last night. How are you, Nick?
All right, Sleeping Beauty, and how are you?
Oh, pretty good. A little tired, but pretty good.
Oh, Elmer, Mr. Wade just telephoned. Said it was important.
Wade? Oh, yeah, I know him.
He wants you to call him back at the commercial house.
Oh, he does, huh? Well, he's going to have a long wait. Bring on the ham and eggs, Ma, and let's get down to business.
Maybe that's him again.
Yeah? Well, if it is, you tell him that I ain't in.
Hello? Oh, hello, Nellie. How are you? That's good. It's Nellie Poole, Elmer.
Oh, gosh, what does she want? Here, Ma, give me the phone.
I'll go and get you breakfast.
Oh. Hello, Nellie. Yes. What? Oh, Mr. Wade. Yes, I know him. I was speaking to him yesterday. He's scout for the New York Ball Club. Well, what was he doing over at the store? Oh, yes? Well, listen, boss. You tell him he's wasting his time. I had all the league baseball I wanted when I was with Terrell Hutt last summer. I don't have to think it over, boss. Sure, I know the New York club bought me.
The New York Ball Club? Holy gee.
Wait a minute, Nellie. Listen to me, will you? I know what I want to do. I'm going to stay right here in Gentryville and drive your delivery wagon, just like I always done. Now, listen, boss. Let's not go into extra innings about this. I'll explain it all to you when I see you at the store tomorrow morning.
Here's your breakfast, Elmer.
Gotta say goodbye now. My food's here. So long.
Say, is that right? Did New York buy it from Terrell Hutt, Elmer?
Yes. How's the ham, Ma?
And you knew it right along, Elmer?
Sure I did. How's the ham, Ma?
It's all ready. Is anything the matter?
Nothing's the matter with me except that I'm hungry.
They really want you to join the New York Ball Club?
Yes. The New York Giants.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, right now I'm going to eat this food.
You mean you're going to pass up a chance to pitch for the Giants?
Yes, but I ain't going to pass up a chance to pitch into this ham.
Gee, can you beat that? You must be crazy, Elmer.
Hey, Ma, take this kid away from me before he spoils my appetite.
Leave Elmer alone, Nick, and let him eat in peace. There's pancakes, too, Elmer.
Swell, Ma. Shoot him right along. and bring plenty of syrup with him, too.
Oh, gee, Ma, he'll never get a break like this again in 1,000 years. Turning down the Giants. Do you know what that means?
No. What's it mean, Elmer?
Don't mean a thing in the world to me, Ma. But it'll probably cost them the pennant. Where's the pancakes?
Oh, yes, I'll get them right away.
Oh, listen here, Elmer. You ain't serious about this, are you?
Oh, forget it, Nick.
But if you go with the Giants, you're liable to turn out to be the greatest pitcher in the world.
Liable to turn out to be? Say, where do you get that stuff?
Well, Len, you are the greatest pitcher in the world. Didn't I always say you were?
Yes. Well, I had to explain it to you first. Oh, Ma, got any more ham?
I'll bring it right in, Elmer.
Listen, Elmer, why don't you see this fella Wade again and have another talk with him?
Talk about what?
About pitching.
Say, he can't tell me nothing about pitching. I don't care who he is.
Oh, gosh. I'm so excited about this thing, I won't be able to sleep tonight.
Well, I will. I think I'll take another little nap this afternoon, too. Boy, that sure was good ham.
Oh, how can you talk about ham at a time like this?
What time is it?
Here's the pancakes and more ham, Elmer.
Yeah, well, put them right down there, Ma. I'll dive right into them.
Oh, sit down there, Ma, will you? Let's talk to this fella. He's got the chance of his lifetime. A chance to become rich and famous.
Is that so, Elmer?
Let him rave, Ma. Let him rave.
Oh, listen, Ma. This may be the most important day of his life.
Why, because it's Washington's birthday?
As a corker, Ma. Hey, where's the syrup?
Oh, dear, I forgot the syrup. Do you want a piece of apple pie, too?
Yes, bring it in. I'll flirt with it.
Why don't you want to go to New York?
Why? Because I don't like it, that's why.
How do you know you don't like it? You never been there.
That's just it. I hate places I ain't never been.
Oh. But New York's the greatest city in the world.
How do you know? You ain't never been there.
Well, I can read, can't I?
Well, that ain't nothing to brag about. 7 out of every 10 can read. That don't prove nothing.
See if you like this syrup, Elmer. It's a new kind. And here's the pie.
Say, Ma, that sure looks scrumptious.
Oh, gee, Ma. Can't you even try and talk some sense into him? He's passing up a fortune, I tell you. Gosh, I only wish I could pitch like him.
Yes. So does Dizzy Dean.
Say, if you were only as good as you think you are, you're not as good as Dizzy Dean, I'll tell you that right now.
Who's Dizzy Dean?
There you are. That's how good Dizzy is.
Well, who is he?
Who is he? He's the greatest pitcher in the world.
Is he, Elmer?
Well, I ain't saying a word, Ma. Got any donuts?
Oh, donuts. Say, are you going to eat donuts on top of all that?
Sure, why not? Fella's got to eat something to keep up his strength. And, Ma, better give me a glass of milk and a couple of bananas, too.
Oh, ye God.
How many donuts do you want, Elmer?
Oh, only 5 or 6. Don't want to spoil my supper.
Hey, listen, somebody's driving up.
See who it is, Nick.
Oh, it looks like Nellie Poole's sleigh. Yeah, that's who it is. It's Nellie.
Nellie. Oh, gosh.
Why, Elmer, ain't you always glad to see Nellie?
Well, sure I am, but not just when I'm starting my breakfast, I ain't.
It's all right. You can begin all over again after she leaves.
Answer the door,
Wise
Nick.
All right, Ma.
Hello, Nick.
Hiya, Nellie. Come on in.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Nellie.
Hello, Mrs. Kane. Hello, Elmer.
Hiya, boss. Just having a bite to eat?
Oh, don't let me disturb you.
Oh, it's all right. I ain't very hungry anyhow.
Well, it's someday, ain't it?
I'll say it is.
Sit down and make yourself at home.
Thank you.
How's things at the store, Nellie?
Oh, pretty well. People are still buying groceries.
Everyone says it's wonderful the way you took over that store after your pa died and put it on a good paying basis.
Yeah, with Elmer in town, any grocery store could make a big profit.
Hey, that'll be just about enough out of you, young fella.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Nellie.
Of course, Mrs. Kane.
I'd better get after those dishes. I'll see you before you go.
Elmer.
Yes? What's on your mind, boss?
Well, I went over to the commercial house after I spoke to you, and I saw Mr. Wade again.
Yes, I thought that was it. Well, I ain't going to go to New York, and you might as well not...
Now, wait a minute. Now, listen to reason, Elmer. Wade is going to leave town in a few minutes.
Yeah? I ain't holding them back.
Oh, but you're passing up a wonderful opportunity. Why, Wade says you're the greatest pitching possibility of the season. He predicts you'll be a second Dizzy Dean.
Boy, what a boost.
Yeah, for Dizzy.
Nick, will you run upstairs for a few minutes? I want to speak to Elmer alone.
Oh, all right. But it ain't going to do no good. I can see that. You'll never be able to get anything through that swell head.
He's a great kid, ain't he?
Elmer, what's the matter? Why are you throwing this chance away?
Oh, I got more reasons.
Is it because you're afraid to go to New York?
Afraid to go to New York? I wouldn't be afraid to go to Chicago.
Oh, no. I mean because it's the big leagues. Is that what scares you?
Scares me? Say, listen. I could take the whole 16 clubs in both leagues and make them look as though they never had a bat in their hands. Scared. Say, is that what that fellow Wade thinks? That I'm scared?
Well, he's got to think something.
Yeah? Well, I'd knock his block off if he said it to me.
Elmer, they paid Terrell Hart $10,000 for you. Did you know that?
I didn't get any of it.
Oh. Oh, so that's the reason you won't go.
I wouldn't go if they paid $1 million.
Elmer, look at this.
What is it?
Your contract. I asked Mr. Wade to let me have it. It's all ready for you to sign.
Yeah? Well, I ain't ready to sign it.
Well, then you're out of baseball if you know anything about the game.
I know all about the game.
Well, here it is on the table in case you change your mind. Oh, Elmer, what's the reason for your acting this way? Why do you want to stay in a one-horse town like this when you've got a chance to get out and be somebody? There's no future for you here driving my delivery wagon. Oh, what is it? Tell me.
You really want to know?
Yes, Elmer.
Well, Here, take a look at this watch.
Your watch? Well?
Well, open the back of the case.
Oh.
There. Now you see?
My picture. You carry my picture in your watch case.
Yes. I never thought I'd get up courage enough to show it to you. That's the first time anyone's ever seen it outside of myself.
But I don't understand.
Gee, boss. Don't you know what I mean? Gosh, I'm miserable. I dream about you when I go to sleep at night. Even when I'm eating, I think about you. And sometimes when I'm driving a delivery wagon during the day, I make believe you're sitting beside me and I talk to you. Just like you was there. No matter what I do, I can't get my mind off you. Oh, I know I got an awful crust for even having such thoughts. But this has been going on for years and getting worse every day. Had to come out sometime, I suppose. Well, now I guess you know why I've been acting like I was half off my nut. I'm sorry, boss. Please forgive me.
It's all right, Elmer. Here's your watch.
Yeah. Do you mind if I keep the picture in it?
No. I don't mind.
I don't suppose I got a chance in the world, have I? I mean, with you.
I'm sorry, Elmer.
You ain't gonna hate me, are you?
No. You don't know how sorry I am.
Oh, yes, I do. I ain't no darn fool altogether. I understand.
Elmer.
Yes?
Elmer, I don't think you ought to come to the store anymore.
No?
No.
Well, I guess you're right.
I'm sure I am. Well, I've got to go now. I've got an awful lot to do. Well, goodbye, Elmer.
Goodbye. Gosh.
Hey, Elmer.
Oh, what do you want?
Did Nellie go?
Yeah, she went.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Why?
Well, you look kind of funny. Well, what are you going to do about that offer?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Wait a minute. Yeah, sure. Sure, I know what I'm going to do. Hey, get that fellow Wade on the phone, will you, Nick?
What?
Get him on the phone. I'm going with a New York Giant.
You mean it?
Of course I do. You heard what
Hooray!
I said.
Oh, boy! Hey, Ma, come on down here, Ma.
Where's that contract? Where'd she leave it?
Hello. Give me the commercial house right away.
What's the matter, Nick?
Elmer's going with the big leagues. He's going with the Giants. He's going to play ball in the big leagues, Ma.
Elmer, are you really?
Yes. I guess I'll be leaving for the training quarters pretty soon, Ma.
Hello, commercial house. Let me speak to Mr. Wade.
Was it Nellie who convinced you, Elmer?
Yeah, I'll say she did.
Hello, Mr. Wade. Oh, hold the wire a minute, Mr. Wade. Just a second. Here,
Oh, yeah, all right. Hello, Mr. Wade. This is Elmer Kane. Yes, I changed my mind, Mr. Wade. I'm going to pitch for you after all. Yeah, that's what I said. But wait a second, just a minute. I want to warn you about something. You better tell those big league batters of yours to button up their overcoats. Yes, because when I start speeding them in, there's going to be plenty of breeze. And I don't want to be responsible for giving anybody pneumonia. So long.
Here in Hollywood, working hours are often irregular, frequently very long. Wives often spend the evenings with each other for company. So here you have Mabel sharing the evening and Jim's radio with Mrs. Jim. Suddenly they hear...
Pale hands I've loved beside the Shalimar.
Oh, Mabel, that's the song Jim always sang when we first married. He was so proud of my hands.
Doesn't he sing it now?
No, I don't blame him. Dishwashing has made my hands perfectly horrid.
Why, you poor lamb. Don't you know that Lux for dishes keeps hands soft and white? Honestly, it's like a beauty treatment right in your dishpan. You must try it.
Lux Flakes do keep your hands lovely. Just because you have housework to do, dishes to wash, don't think that your hands need look rough and work-worn. They can stay as soft and white as they were on your wedding day. When you use Lux in the dishpan, hands are protected against roughening and reddening. Lux has none of the harmful alkali ordinary soaps may have. Lux does not irritate or dry your skin. Begin using Lux for your dishes tomorrow. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown as the modest baseball pitcher and featuring June Travis as Nellie Poole. Several weeks have passed, and Elmer has been training with the Giants in Florida. Elmer is a sensation, but he's been taking a good deal of ribbing from the other players and has twice threatened to quit. In a hotel room, Walker, the Giants' manager, has called a meeting to lay down the law to the rest of the team.
Hello? Hello? Is that you, Doyle? Well, this is Walker speaking. I'm up in my room with the rest of the boys. Round up Kane and bring him along with you right away.
Hey, what's all the excitement, Dave? Why the big meeting?
Well, it's just this. I've been telling you guys for a month to lay off Elmer Kane, and you haven't listened to me. Well, you're going to start now. Stop kidding. Leave him alone. I know he's a fathead, but lay off. And this guy Kane is a valuable man. We need him, and you birds ain't going to laugh him off this team.
Sure, let's give him a loving cut.
Now, never mind the sarcasm, Noonan.
No, I mean it. If we're going to humor him, let's go after it right. Maybe if we keep telling him how good he is, he'll quit telling us.
Ain't that what I preached to you right along? And take it from me, that's the only way to handle him. Well, Doyle, Where's Kane?
Bad news, boys. He's quit again. He's packed and everything.
No.
Yeah, I had to talk fast to stop him. I told him we had a big surprise for him. He's on his way down here now.
Yeah, but what's the surprise?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe you could tell him he was going to pitch the opening game or something.
Yeah? Well, maybe he might at that.
Hey, I got an idea.
Well, spill it.
Listen, this guy's crazy to talk on the radio.
Well, what of it?
You got an electric heater, ain't you?
Yeah, but what's an electric heater got to do with Kane talking on the radio?
Listen, give me the heater. We'll tell him it's a microphone and let him talk in it. He'll never know the difference. He'll think he's talking on a coast-to-coast hookup.
Well, all right, Noonan. Set up the heater. There it is over there by the bed.
Yeah, I'll fix the wire so it'll look like a microphone lead.
Hey, wait a minute. See who that is.
Hello, Dave.
Well, if it ain't Evelyn Corey. Well, how are you, Evelyn?
Pretty good, Dave. The clerk told me you were here, and I just couldn't wait to see you.
Well, what are you doing in Fort Gregg?
Blew in about 2 hours ago. It's my hometown. Don't you remember? I told you that in New York, the night you came backstage to see me.
Sure, that's right. Oh, say, fellas, meet Miss Evelyn Corey. A good kid and a great pal of mine.
How are you, boys?
Say, Dave, here's your surprise. If she'll go...
I got your thought, Doyle. I beat you to it. Listen, Evelyn, there's a guy coming in this room in a few minutes. He's a kind of a nut. Will you stand for anything I tell him and play up? It's all fun, you understand?
Sure, I'll string along. You know me. What is he, a sap?
He's the last word in the comic supplement. Do you mind?
Mine? I love it.
That's a good day. Wait a minute. That's probably him now. Come in. Why, hello, Elmer.
Hello, Elmer.
How you feeling?
Doyle said you had a surprise for me.
I certainly have. Oh, but first of all, let me present Miss Evelyn Corey. Miss Corey, this is Elmer Kane himself. Elmer the Great, in the flesh. The greatest pitcher in the country.
Yes, or in the city either.
Well, this is an overwhelming honor, I'm sure. You've no idea. I'm certainly glad to meet you, Mr. Kane.
Oh, that's all right. Well, what's the big surprise you said there was, Mr. Walker?
You tell him, Doyle.
Elmer, we've decided that you're to pitch the opening game of the season.
And you've been selected most popular man in the club. Come on, boys. 3 cheers for Elmer.
Hooray! 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 Well, now, what do you think of that?
What do you mean, what do I think of it?
Well, you didn't expect to pitch the opening game, did you, Elmer?
You want to win it, don't you?
Elmer, we'd like to win all the games.
No, sirree. I can't pitch every day. Well, come on, where's the big surprise?
Well, ain't you surprised to meet Miss Corey?
What for?
I guess Elmer don't understand who Miss Corey is.
Oh, I guess he doesn't. Come on, fellas. 3 cheers for Miss Corey.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Say, what are you, Miss Corey? A female pitcher?
No. Now, you see, Elmer, Miss Corey is a very famous person. She's field scout for the International Broadcast Association of the World.
Yeah? Well, what's so wonderful about that?
Miss Corey has come all the way from California to have you say a few words over the radio about joining the Giants and about yourself and about what a wonderful little fella you are.
Yeah? You mean you want me to talk over the radio?
Oh, yes, please do.
Here's a microphone all set up and waiting for you. All ready to shoot, ain't it, Miss Corey?
All prepared.
Yeah? What do you do? Just talk right smack dab into it?
That's right.
Go on, Elmer. Say a few words.
No, I feel like a fool.
Oh, go ahead, Elmer. Talk up.
All right. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Elmer Kane speaking.
Louder. They can't hear you.
Oh, they can't? No. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Elmer Kane speaking. I wish all the little boys in America the best of good luck in baseball. The same as I, Lou Gehrig, and many others. I'm glad New York's has got me, and I guess New York's will be glad to get back into the World Series. In the World Series, I ain't going to use nothing. Only my fast and my downer. And I guess that'll be plenty. And how?
Say a few words to President Roosevelt.
What?
Say a few words to President Roosevelt. He's listening in.
Yeah?
Yes.
Good evening, President Roosevelt. This is Elmer Kane speaking. Guess you're going to be at the World Series to see the 4 straight games won by I and the New Yorks. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and heaven bless all the little children, especially the baseball fans. Yours truly, Elmer Kane. Wait just a minute. Hello, Ma. How's the pancakes? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I was just saying a few kind words to my mother. Always remember, a boy's best friend is his mother. For when she's gone, you'll never have another. Yours for clean sport, Elmer Kane. Now you can clap if you want to.
Mighty good. Mighty fine.
You were wonderful, Mr. Kane.
You bet.
The president will be more than pleased, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess I did look pretty good up there at that.
I've got to give you a little kiss for that.
A kiss?
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right. Oh, wait a minute. What was that?
The dinner bell.
The dinner bell? Excuse me, folks. I got a very important date in the dining room. Here you are, final baseball scores. Elmer Kane wins opener for Giants. Shuts out Phillies. Here you are. Elmer Kane wins opener.
Hello, everybody. This is Jerry Osborne, the Daily Express sports reporter, giving you the latest news of the sporting world. Well, folks, the baseball season got off to a big start today with Elmer Kane, the hayseed hurler, leading the Giants to a shutout victory over Philadelphia. Kane pitched one of the greatest games I ever saw.
Hey, Nellie, Elmer won the opener.
I know, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. He'll win them all.
Baseball extra! Kane wins 17th straight game. Giants get pennant. Detroit Tigers take American League race.
Good evening, everybody. Jerry Osborne speaking. Well, it came true, folks, just as I predicted on this program 3 months ago. The Giants cinched the National League pennant today, and Elmer Kane, the ace pitcher from Gentryville, is the boy who did it. The World Series opens next week between the Giants and the Tigers. And when Kane is in there pitching for New York, it's going to be a cinch to pick the winner.
Gee, it's good to see you, Evelyn. Sit down.
Thanks, Dave.
You had my telegram, huh?
Yes, now let the show flat in Pittsburgh. What's the excitement?
Oh, it's Kane again. He's walking around in a daze. He didn't sleep a wink on the train last night. Never closed his eyes on the whole jump to Detroit.
What do you suppose it is?
Oh, I don't know. But there's one thing certain. The World Series starts Thursday. He's got to work 2 out of the first 4 games or we're sunk. And I'm depending on you to get him right.
Well, I'll do my best, Dave.
Atta girl. Listen, he's on his way up here right now.
Okay. Say, Dave, you know this is the 3rd time this season you've sent for me. You might as well put me under salary, and I'll travel with the club as Kane's keeper.
I wish you could. But find out what's on his mind, will you? You can make him talk. He likes you.
No, he's got a Rube sweetheart back in Gentryville. He told me all about her. But he's got an idea. I'm crazy about it.
Hello? Want to see me, Walker?
Well, if it isn't Elmer.
Oh, hello.
How are you, Elmer?
Oh, pretty good.
Bet you're surprised to see Evelyn here, eh, Elmer?
No, not much.
I couldn't stay away. I want to see New York win the series.
We'll win all right. There's nothing going to stop this ball club now, is there, Elmer?
Yeah. How do you know I won't drop dead?
Oh, Elmer, you wouldn't pull a trick like that.
Well, I might if I don't get some sleep. I ain't had no sleep for 2 nights.
Excuse me for butting in, but I gotta see you, Dave.
What's the matter, Doyle?
Oh, plenty. Noonan is off again.
Again?
Yeah, he's lit to the skies. I got him up in his room now.
Can you beat that fella? I'll tell him his right name. See you later, Evelyn. Come on, Doyle.
Okay. Guess Mr. Noonan's got it coming to him, evidently.
Yeah. I told that guy to lay off the liquor. He was drinking all night on the train.
He's that left-handed pitcher, ain't he?
Yeah. But he drinks with both hands. Gee, I hate that fella. Wish I'd have never met him. I told him when I told his friend Crabtree what I thought of both of them.
Crabtree?
Yeah. Friend of Noonan's in Chicago.
You don't mean Walter Crabtree, the gambler?
Yes. Do you know him?
Well, I've met him. We had a roulette party at his place one night.
No. Did you shoot craps?
No. Did you?
Well, I never did, only them 2 nights that I went out with Noonan. I wish I'd have stayed at home. I wouldn't have nothing to worry about now if I did.
What are you worried about, Elmer?
Oh, nothing. Say, listen, don't you say nothing about me shooting craps, will you? And don't say nothing about me knowing this fellow Crabtree either.
It's against the rules for league players to mix it with professional gamblers, isn't it?
Yes. And I don't want to be brought up before Judge Landis again. I was up before him just 2 weeks ago.
Is that so? What about?
About eating.
Eating?
Yeah. The umpires claimed that I didn't have no right to eat while I was in the pitcher's box.
You don't mean to say you eat while you're pitching?
Well, why not? I get hungry sometimes in a game. You know, when they start fouling them off, I always carry a couple of donuts in my back pocket.
Donuts? What did Judge Landis say about it?
Oh, he said the umpires thought that I was putting lard on the ball. So he asked me to show him one of the donuts, and I did.
What did he do?
He ate it.
No, really?
Yeah. He said there wasn't no rule against donuts, but I'd have to eliminate them.
Well, I guess he'd rather see a ball player eat than drink at that.
Yeah. Look at Noonan. He and Crabtree was drinking all the time we was in Chicago.
Say, Elmer, did Noonan introduce you to Crabtree?
Yeah, that's how it all happened. We got to playing dice, and I didn't even know we was playing for keeps. But now I owe him a lot of money.
What are you owing?
You know how much money is $5,000?
$5,000?
Yeah, well, it's $500 more than that.
You don't mean to say you owe Walter Crabtree $5,500?
Yes, I think that's it.
Can't you pay him off?
Pay him off? Gosh, I only got $3 right now, and I got to have dinner.
What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Crabtree wants to see me tomorrow. But look, you won't say nothing about this to anyone, will you?
Why, no, of course not.
No, please don't, because I've been playing pretty good ball this year, and it'd be kind of tough to be pitched off the team. Come in.
Hello there, Kane.
Oh, hello, Mr. Crabtree.
All alone?
Yeah. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, I suppose you know why I'm here, Kane.
Yes, but I ain't got it, Mr. Crabtree. I ain't got but only a few dollars. Look, you'll have to give me more time. I'll dig it up someplace. Honest, I will.
Oh, that's all right. Now, don't get excited. I'm not going to rush you, son.
Oh, no?
Why, of course not. After all, what's $5,500? Chicken feed.
Chicken? You don't say.
Sure. That's all it is to me. Chicken feed. You know, as a matter of fact, I came here tonight for the express purpose of telling you not to bother about it.
Yes? You mean I don't have to pay you?
That's the idea.
Well, say, that's swell. But I owe it to you, don't I?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, Kane, you know, you're in a position to do me a little favor. And maybe make a little something for yourself on the side.
Say, what are you getting at, mister?
Well, I'm plain spoken, Kane, so here it is in a nutshell. Now, I'm willing to forget that little debt and cut you in on a percentage of all I win betting on the series.
Oh, you mean you're betting on the Giants to win?
Say, you understand. You weren't born yesterday. I'm betting on the Giants to lose.
Oh, see. You want me to throw a game, and then you'll call everything square. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Get out of here. What? Get out of here before I bust you one in the nose.
Now, just a minute.
You heard what I said, didn't you? I ain't throwing no ball game for anybody.
Now, listen, Rube.
Get out of here, I tell you.
All right. But get this. You'll either play ball my way, or you won't play ball at all.
No, how are you going to stop me?
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yes, and there's more than one way to skin a set of knuckles, too. You get out of here before I lose my temper. Go on.
Now, keep your hands to yourself. I'm going.
You bet your life you are.
But don't forget this. I've got plenty of dough on this series, and I'm not going to lose it. I've been up against suckers like you before, and I know just how to handle you. So long, Rube.
Dirty, four-flushing crook.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our play, Elmer the Great, starring Joe E. Brown with June Travis, continues shortly. While we are in the middle of the greatest baseball comedy of the season out here in Hollywood, the The greatest baseball drama of the year is being enacted in New York. There, the World Series between the Giants and the Yankees is at its peak. This week, the star of the Giants, Carl Hubbell, and the Yankee slugger, Lou Gehrig, have their pictures on the cover of the magazine Time, an honor reserved for the outstanding personalities of the week. The Lux Radio Theater is proud to present both these stars direct from New York. All right, New York, batter up.
You know, Lou, I seem to remember you saying that the Yankees would win the World Series by Monday night.
Well, Carl, can I help it if it rained last Thursday?
It didn't rain today.
No, and it didn't rain Thursday either.
I kind of wish it had, Lou. You Yankees sure gave it to me Sunday, and your homer cinched it.
Well, I was lucky, Carl. It was the biggest curveball in the world, but it was about time. I'd batted against you for quite a while without even getting a loud foul. And that Schumacher, was he tough today?
He sure pitched a ball game. What was it he threw you when he struck you out in the third with the bases full? Or is that too personal?
It's personal, all right. He threw me everything, and then he came through for the third strike with his Sunday pitch. It was a curved ball, and I missed it a mile.
I'll have to get him to teach it to me.
You've got enough right now. What do you say we forget about today and talk about tomorrow? What's going to happen, anyhow?
The Giants are a cinch. A Fitzhim will show you more than you saw today.
Oh, sure, the Giants are a cinch. Just like they were in that 18-4 game. It's a good thing for you fellas we let up in that game yesterday.
What do you mean, let up? You got 6 runs in the 9th inning.
That's when we let up. We were afraid if we made any more, you wouldn't show up for the third game.
Say, Lou, you're a great hitter, all right. What's your average so far in the series?
Oh, about 315.
That's pretty good. Of course, I'm hitting 333 myself. But then everybody don't hit like a Hubble.
Watch us tomorrow, slugger.
Lou, we've been doing a lot of ribbon here tonight. There's one thing I want the folks to know, and that is that last week you were voted the most valuable player in the American League for the 4th time.
Yes, and I want the folks to know that you got the same award in the National League.
Yes, but that was before they heard Joey Brown and Elmer the Great.
Speaking of Joe, I bet it's tough on him missing the series. You know how crazy he is about baseball.
I don't know. It seemed like he's pitching a pretty good game out in Hollywood tonight. By the way, Lou, who's going to pitch for the Yankees tomorrow?
Looks like Gomez. And then we all go home for the rest of the winter. Why don't you have dinner with me tomorrow night, Carl? We're going to have Yankee bean soup, Yankee pot roast.
Wait till after Wednesday and eat with me. I'll treat you to some of the best giant raspberries you ever saw. Sort of a celebration, you know. And then I'm going back to Meeker, Oklahoma, and getting some hunting and fishing. What are you going to do after the series, Lou?
Well, tomorrow night, I'm going to sleep about 2 days. And then I'll figure out some way of spending the big end of the series money. That'll be my toughest problem.
No, Lou, your toughest problem will be to get the big end of the World Series.
Well, Carl, we'll see about that tomorrow. So long. See you at the ballpark. Good night, Hollywood.
Good night, Joey Brown. Keep pitching in there.
We come to the final inning of Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown and featuring June Travis. After turning down the gambler's proposition, Elmer pitched the opening game of the World Series and won it. 5 games have been played since, and the score is now tied, 3-3. The winner of the next game will, of course, win the series. The night before the great battle, we find Elmer in a restaurant, looking vaguely at the menu. A young lady approaches his table.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You're Elmer Kane, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
I thought I recognized you. I was sitting right over there at that other table, and I said to myself, I'll bet that's Elmer Kane, the famous pitcher.
Yeah. I guess I am pretty well known, all right.
I should say you are. Your picture's always in the newspapers. But, you know, I don't think they do you justice. You're really much handsomer in real life.
Oh, go on.
No, I mean it.
Yeah? Well, you should have seen me when I was a baby. Sit down.
Oh, Mr. Kane.
What's your name?
Oh, Dolly. Dolly Williams.
Dolly Williams. Well, I certainly am pleased to meet you, Dolly. I was just having a little snack. Will you join me?
Oh, no, thanks. I didn't come over for that. All I want is an autograph.
Oh, you mean you want my name written down?
That's right. I'm making a collection, you know.
Sure. Well, now, wait. See. Let's see if I got a piece of paper.
Oh, I have one right here. And here's my fountain pen, too.
See, that's kind of a big piece of paper for just my name, ain't it? Well, I'll write it good and big, right smack across the middle.
Oh, no. Look, just right down here near the bottom, a little bit to the right. You see, I want to paste one of your pictures in the center of the page.
Oh, sure. Well, wait a second now. Gotta write it nice and plain.
Mm-hmm.
Capital E, L-M-E-R, comma. Capital K-A-N-E, Kane. Elmer Kane, there you are.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kane, ever so much.
Oh, that's all right. Any time at all. Big-hearted Elmer, that's me.
Hello? Hello, is this Crabtree? Oh, this is Dolly Williams. Yeah, I got the sap signature all right. Sure, right where you wanted it, on the lower right-hand corner of the paper. You can write anything you want above it, and it'll look just like a signature to a letter.
Extra, Elmer Kane involved in baseball scandal. Extra, Elmer Kane out of baseball. Extra, paper!
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a bit of hot news that'll knock you right off your chairs. 20 minutes before I came on the air, Elmer Kane, the Giant star pitcher, was thrown out of baseball. The trouble started early this evening when an unidentified man delivered to manager Walker a letter signed by Elmer Kane which definitely established that Kane was involved in a plot to throw the final game of the World Series. Upon questioning, Kane denied all knowledge of the letter and swore he never signed it. But it's all against him and he's out of the World Series. It's a tough break for the Giants.
Hello, Mr. Walker? Is this you, Mr. Walker? Well, this is Elmer Kane. Listen, Mr. Walker, I've been trying to get you on the phone all morning. They told me you won't speak to me. You gotta speak to me, Mr. Walker. Wait, you gotta believe me. I tell you, I don't know a thing about that letter. I swear I don't. I never throwed a ball game in my life. And you gotta let me pitch today. Hello. Oh, gosh. Come in.
Hello, Elmer.
Boss.
Elmer.
Oh, gosh, boss. Oh, gosh, it's good to see you.
I just got in. I heard about it last night, and I came right away. I thought you might need somebody now.
Yeah, I do, boss.
How did it happen?
Oh, I don't know. That's just it. I don't know what it's all about.
You mean you didn't agree to throw the game?
Of course I didn't. Nellie, I ain't no crook.
But why are they all saying you are?
Oh, it's that letter. Some fella came to the hotel last night and slipped a letter under Walker's door. It said that I got $10,000 from some gamblers and that I was going to allow a lot of hits this afternoon. It was like an agreement between me and the gamblers. And at the bottom, my signature.
Elmer.
Yes, there it was in black and white. But I never signed nothing like that, boss.
Was it really your signature?
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. It was.
Well, then you must have signed it, Elmer.
No, I didn't, I tell you. You gotta believe me, boss.
Oh, I do believe you, Elmer, but...
Yeah, I know. But it looks awful bad, don't it?
Well, did you tell Walker you knew nothing about it?
Sure I did. A lot of good it did me. The whole team was sitting around, and not one of them thought that I was telling the truth. They wanted to beat me up. Oh, gosh, Nellie. I ain't got a friend in the world. Everybody's against me.
Don't say that, Elmer. I'm not against you. And I'm your friend. You know that.
Yeah, sure, I know it. Gee, it was swell of you to come, boss. I can't tell you what it means to have somebody to talk to. You don't have to leave right away, do you, boss?
No, Elmer. I'll stay just as long as you want.
You mean it?
Of course I do. And I won't ever leave if you don't want me to.
I don't get you, boss.
That's just it, Elmer. You do get me, if you still want me.
Nellie. Oh, gee, Nellie. No, you're just sorry for me, that's all. You're just taking pity on me.
No, Elmer. It isn't that.
Oh, sure it is. How could you love me now? How could you have anything to do with a guy like me? I thought I was a big shot. I went around blowing off like a steam engine. Well, what am I now? Just a hayseed. A hayseed crook. No, I ain't gonna let you do it, Nellie.
Oh, Elmer, listen. This isn't anything new with me. You told me that you would love me for years. Well, I've loved you, too. I sent you away because I thought it was the thing to do. I wanted you to make good. Well, you need me now, Elmer. You need me, and here I am.
Gosh, Nellie. Gosh. I ain't dreaming, am I?
No, Elmer.
Then could I kiss you?
Of course you can.
Oh, gee.
Well, now what are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll just pack my bags and go back home.
Oh, no, not yet.
Why not?
But don't you see? It'll look like you're running away. You've got to stay and fight this thing out.
Oh, what's the use? The game's going to start in a few minutes.
Now, never mind this game. Think of the future.
I ain't got any future. Not in baseball, anyway. Walker's got that letter, and he won't even listen to me.
Oh, Elmer, are you sure you didn't sign it?
Of course I am. Gee whiz, I ought to know.
Now, wait. It isn't a forgery, is it?
Well, it don't look like it.
All right, if it's genuine, you must have signed something, Elmer.
But I tell you, I didn't. I ain't signed a thing. I ain't even... Wait a minute. An autograph.
What?
I signed an autograph.
Elmer, where?
In a restaurant.
Oh, no, I mean on what?
On a piece of paper. A big piece of paper.
Elmer, was there anything else written on it?
No, it was all blank. That's just what it is. Somebody got hold of that paper, and then they wrote the letter so it looked like that I signed it.
Oh, Elmer, that's it. I'm sure that's it.
Yeah, that's it, but how am I going to prove it?
Well, go to Mr. Walker and tell him the whole story.
Oh, he wouldn't believe it.
He might.
No, not a chance.
Well, see him anyway. Where is he?
Over at the ballpark.
Quick, jump in a cab and get over there right away.
Okay, I'll do her. Where's my hat?
Oh, never mind your hat.
Oh, all right. I'll see you later, Nellie. So long, boss. And that's the honest truth, Mr. Walker. I signed that autograph, and then they wrote the letter afterwards, just so as they could keep me out of this game.
I'd like to believe it, Kane. No, there's a little too much against you. In the first place, I happen to know that you owe Walter Crabtree $5,500, a gambling debt.
Yeah, that's right. But that don't prove nothing. Crabtree is betting on the Tigers. He's the guy who's behind the whole business. He had that letter delivered to you so you'd throw me off the team and the Tigers would win.
No, it sounds a little bit too good, Kane. Too good to be true.
And you won't let me pitch?
Not for $1 million. You better beat it now before the boys come in from practice. One of them might take a swipe at you.
Wait a minute. Wait, Mr. Walker. Will you do one thing for me?
Well, what is it?
Will you let me take a look at that letter?
What do you want with it?
Oh, I just want to look it over, that's all.
All right, if you think it'll do you any good.
Let's see. Yeah, it's typewriter, ain't it?
Well, anything wrong with it?
No, I guess there ain't.
That's your signature, isn't it?
Yes, Elmer Kane. Hey.
What?
Hey, look.
Look at what?
Look at my name there.
Well, what of it?
Well, wait, you see where it says yours truly?
Yeah?
Well, look at the letter Y and the word truly.
I'm looking at it.
Well, don't you see?
See what?
That Y comes down and crosses over the L in Elmer.
Yeah, so what? Wait a minute. I get it.
It crosses over it, you see? Over it. The typewriter letter comes down and crosses over the letter that I wrote.
Holy gee.
That proves it, Mr. Walker. That proves that all this typewriter stuff was put in after I signed the paper.
Holy gee.
Now, you believe me now, don't you, Mr. Walker?
I'll say I do.
Then I can pitch today?
You bet your sweet life you can. Get out on that field and warm up.
Warm up? Say, I ain't been cool since February.
It's the last half of the ninth inning, folks, with the score 3-2 in the Giants' favor. The Tigers are up at bat, 2 men on base, and a hit means the ball game. But there's 2 down, folks, and don't you forget it. Game lines up. Here it comes. Strike 2. It's 3-2 now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men on base, and 2 down, and the crowd is going mad. Kane's got the ball now. He's looking toward the catcher for instructions. This may be the last pitch ball of the season, folks, and little Elmer isn't taking any chances. He wipes his hands on his shirt. Now he's winding up, and here it comes. Strike 3, and the batter's out. It's all over, folks. It's all over. The Giants win, and the fans are going wild. They've surrounded Elmer Kane down there on the field, and they won't let him go. I'm going down to see if I can get him to say a few words over the air. Stand by a minute, folks.
Hold it. Oh, Nellie.
Oh, Elmer, you were wonderful.
Yes, I guess I was pretty good at that.
Mr. Kane, will you say a few words to the radio audience?
Radio, huh?
Yes.
Hey, wait a second. The last time I spoke over the radio, I was talking into an electric heater. This ain't no fake, is it?
Of course not, Mr. Kane. There's a million people listening.
Go ahead, Elmer.
All right. Howdy, radio and baseball fans. Now that the World Series is over and I won the game for the Giants, I want to let you in on a little secret. Wasn't no surprise to me at all. The trouble is, I knew how it was all going to turn out right from the start. Trouble is that a bashful fella like I has got to make it look difficult. Otherwise, people wouldn't believe you. I could go on for hours talking about myself and telling you how I done it. Only I always say that a fella should not brag about himself. And I've always made it a rule never to talk about myself. And in closing, I want to tell the followers of the New York Giants that you don't have to worry none about the pennant again next year, as your old friend Elmer Kane and myself will be out on the field in a Giants uniform. So long, folks. Oh, yes, and don't forget to read the story that's running the serially in all the newspapers next week. And before I forget it, hello, Ma. You better start the cook stove going. Me and Nellie are on our way.
The ball game is over, but Joey Brown goes to bat again in a few minutes when he returns to the microphone with June Travis. No man occupies a more exalted position in the theatrical world than tonight's guest, Dr. Max Reinhardt, an energetic and inspired worker in the theater since he was 20. He has been responsible for more than 300 productions, exerting a tremendous influence on the international stage. In this country, we think of him chiefly in the light of two achievements, the stage version of The Miracle and the motion picture production A Midsummer Night's Dream, now about to be shown in neighborhood theaters all over the country. He has just returned to Hollywood from Europe, where he produced Everyman and Faust, and is now at work for Warner Brothers preparing Sheridan Gibney's famous drama of the French Revolution, Danton. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Max Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There is one point, ladies and gentlemen, that our host neglects to mention. The fact that he was the first to acquaint me with Hollywood motion picture methods. That was several years ago when I was his guest at the making of The King of Kings.
I had a reason for not referring to that episode. As I recall it, Doctor, motion pictures at that time impressed you very slightly.
Quite true. I thought silent films far too limited to become a real drama. But with the coming of sound, the screen jumped further ahead in a few years than the stage had been able to crawl in centuries.
And now you have the satisfaction of realizing that your production, A Midsummer Night's Dream, started a cycle of Shakespearean pictures. Romeo and Juliet has just been released here, while As You Like It is running in England.
Shakespeare, I think, has been greatly misrepresented. Scholars have tried to make him an artist who wrote only for the poetic and intellectuals. Nothing could be further from the truth. Shakespeare wrote for the entertainment of the average person. He is responsible for some of the greatest melodrama, the most delightful comedy, and the loveliest romances in all literature. And surely his humor is not above the head of anyone. When Joey Brown played the part of Flute in the Midsummer Night's Dream, I felt he was exactly the comedian Shakespeare had in mind. And now that Shakespeare has come into his own in pictures, I am convinced he offers an equally great contribution to the radio. In his time, there was no elaborate stage scenery, no beautiful costumes, no stage technique. Hence, he wrote for the ear. His magic phrases fired the imagination and, to my mind, contained a treasury of values for the radio. Perhaps someday we will hear them. And I know of no other man, no other program capable of giving them a finer, truer presentation than the man and the program responsible for so many entertaining hours in the past, Cecil B. DeMille and the Lux Radio Theater. To all of you, my thanks and good night.
Good night, Dr. Lionel.
And now tonight's stars. Ladies and gentlemen, June Travis and...
No!
and Joey Brown.
Well, Joe, what's the trouble?
It's okay now, but for a minute I thought this microphone was another one of those electric heaters.
Oh.
Well, Mr. DeMille, I want to thank you for making me a ball player once again. Playing Elmer was quite different from playing flute in A Midsummer Night's Dream. In that picture, I had to wear long yellow curls and murmur sweet nothings to Jimmy Cagney.
After your performance tonight, Joe, you can play ball for Lux Flakes anytime. And I don't mean on the scrub team.
Thank you. I used to be pretty good as a cleanup man.
And before our side is retired, Mr. DeMille, may I say that since coming to Hollywood, there's been nothing I've enjoyed more than this appearance on the Lux Radio Theater. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. I'm heading for the showers.
Good night, Joe. Good night, Joe.
Thank you, Joey Brown and June Travis. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Word of next week's play comes to us shortly from Mr. DeMille. Dr. Max Reinhardt and June Travis appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers' 20th Century Fox, whose new film, Ladies in Love, was musically arranged by Mr. Silvers. And here's Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Ginger Rogers in The Curtain Rises. Ginger came to Hollywood as a singer and is now a dancing star. And next week adds a dramatic triumph to her repertoire in Benjamin Kay's story of a girl who thought romance had passed her by. Featured with Miss Rogers will be an all-star cast. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers with an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 20th.
Due to studio commitments, Wallace, Beery, and Stuart Irwin, previously announced for this date, will appear in a future program in Viva Villa. And here's great news. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Walter Huston in The Barker with Norman Foster.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Walter Huston in The Barker with Norman Foster. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will hear Claudette Colbert, Walter Huston, Norman Foster, Cecil B. DeMille, King Vidor, Louis Silvers, Emily Barry, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Our head usher just reports that once again it's standing room only. And there's a ripple of excitement in the audience, for the crowds have just spotted such famous personalities in their midst as Ralph Morgan, Florine McKinney, and Miss Ruth Waterbury of Photoplay magazine, and two of America's most famous radio conductors, Victor Young and Raymond Page. A hearty welcome to you all. This entertainment is an expression of goodwill by the makers of Lux Flakes, those remarkable fine soap flakes that protect colors, freshen all fabrics, and keep your washables new-looking so much longer. No wonder Lux Flakes are used in all the leading Hollywood studios. And now our producer. A foremost authority on drama, he has created over 60 great pictures, started more actors, and developed more stars than any man in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater is the scene of a reunion as Claudette Colbert, Walter Huston, and Norman Foster repeat on the air the play that started them toward Hollywood and world fame. The play is The Barker, and for 10 months, they kept Broadway audiences enthralled with its drama of life under the tattered canvas of a tent show. Throughout that time, Claudette played the role of a snake charmer. And yet, when I was directing Cleopatra, she was terrified that she'd have to touch a real snake. From the time we started, I'd been secretly thinking of various ways of getting her to handle the snake, and she'd been secretly worrying about what I was going to do about it. As Claudette sat on the glittering golden throne of the pharaohs, I walked up to her with a live California king snake, almost 6 feet long, coiled around my right arm. Behind my back, in my left hand, I held the harmless small snake that was to enact the role of the deadly Egyptian viper. When Claudette saw the big snake around my arm, she shrieked, "Oh, Mr. DeMille, I couldn't touch that snake. I couldn't possibly. Please don't ask me to." "Well, how about this one?" I said, taking the little snake from behind my back. "Oh, that one," she said. "Oh, that's just a baby. Yes, give me that," and took it in both hands, and we made the scene. My only contact with Miss Colbert's distinguished co-star is that he's always escaped me. In every picture I make, I have a great part for Walter Huston. But each time, he has a great part with some other director. So I've never been able to catch him in my net. But at last I have him on my network. If this were 45th Street, Walter Huston's name in lights would be a beacon over Broadway. Taxis would crowd the curb. Mounted policemen would be struggling to disentangle them. Through a packed lobby, top hats and ermine coats would move eagerly to their places. There's the same sort of excitement in Hollywood tonight as the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Huston. Claudette Colbert. The curtain rises on our play, The Barker. Claudette Colbert plays the role of Lou, the snake charmer. Walter Huston will be heard as Nifty Miller, the Barker, and the part of Chris, Nifty's son, is played by Norman Foster. Colonel Gowdy's big city show has arrived in town. The midway is crowded with pleasure seekers. Many of them stop before the sideshow where Nifty the Barker is coaxing away their dimes with good-natured ballyhoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen our free outside exhibition. I'm going to ask you to step in just a little closer so that I can tell you what we've got to entertain you on the inside. You are now standing in front of the big feature attraction of Colonel Gowdy's Big City Show. The biggest show for the money that has ever played your beautiful little city. It's a show full of spicy dancing, a show full of peppy dancing. On the inside, you'll see Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. She'll do her famous dance that has made her notorious throughout the civilized world. And folks, when she dances, she makes old men young and young men old. Take her along. She's worth the price of admission. Then you'll be entertained by that Royal Hawaiian Trio, playing and singing haunting melodies from those far-off islands in the Pacific. And folks, if you say when you come out that it ain't the biggest show you ever saw, your money will be refunded as cheerfully as we take it from you. Now, as a special advertising price tonight, the admission is a dime. 10 cents, tenth of a dollar, already. The box office is open, the performers retire, and the show starts right away. It takes you all the way through, folks. It's something you can't afford to miss. Hey, 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 hey. Count the ladies there. Count the ladies.
Well, I'm glad that's over, Hap. My throat's as raw as a piece of beefsteak.
Nifty, looks like we're going to get a little dough on this bird yet. We done 53 flat.
That's 18 berries more than last night.
Well, it's time we hit a red one. Any more rain, the colonel will have to turn this outfit of his into a boat show.
I'll be darned if I ever seen such a bum break in the weather since I've been trooping. I'm going over to the office wagon to deposit the money.
All right, hurry back, Hap.
Okay.
Hey, Nifty, come here a minute.
All right, Carrie, you can come out. There ain't no one around. Well, what do you want?
I just want to talk to you. Gets lonesome back there in the dressing tent.
Well, put on your best clothes tonight. After the show down here, we're going to go downtown to a dance.
All right, Nifty. How much do you love me?
Wait, are you going to start that again?
Well, a girl likes to be told. You know, Nifty, there ain't nobody in the world for me but you. You got me spoiled for any other guy. Honest.
Now, listen, I told you why I can't marry you just yet. You don't seem to remember that I got a kid to put through law college, and it's going to cost plenty of money. I'm going to see that kid gets all the things I miss. Gee, he's a wonder, too. He's got brains, and living on a farm has made him a husky little devil. Say, you know, why, you ain't even listening. What's the matter, Carrie?
I get sick always hearing about him.
Now, that ain't no way to talk. I ain't going to stay with this carnival racket always, and, well, when I come to settle down, there's time enough to talk about getting married.
Give me a kiss, Nifty.
What, out here on the Midway?
Well, there ain't no one round.
You little son of a gun.
Oh, Nifty. I don't know what makes me so crazy about you.
Yeah, you're all right, kid. I'll hand it to you. Now, beat it. Here comes the colonel.
Well, Nifty, how much did we do this fine evening?
53 smackers even, Colonel.
Not bad, not bad. You beat the athletic show $8, and you're just a few dollars behind the Palace of Illusion. Oh, hello, Hap.
Hello, Colonel.
How's Carrie, Nifty?
Fine as silk. She and me are dropping in at a dance at the town hall after a while.
That's right. I like to see my troopers mixing up with the town folk. Creates good feeling.
You and Lou taking it in?
Well, no. Lou and I had a little tiff this evening, and for the present, she doesn't care for my company.
For the way you two strapped, you'd think he was married. Yeah?
Hello, Lou. We were just talking about you.
Yeah, we'll save it till my back's turned. Then, Nifty, tell Carrie to stop by my room when she comes down to the hotel, will you? I want to see her.
Lou, won't you reconsider your hastiness in refusing...
Not a chance. And don't you come hunting around me after what you've done.
Well, Nifty, as I always say, gals are like streetcars. You miss one, and there'll be another along in a minute.
Yeah, they don't come along like me.
Oh, you're nothing to stop the traffic. Nifty, I think I'll drop in and listen to the music a while. You know, music hath charms to soothe the savage beast.
And I'll go with you, Colonel.
Then, when you decide to come off your high horse, drop around to the office wagon to see me, Lou.
Oh, get out of here, you old piker.
Hey, take it easy, Lou. That's the boss.
Oh, dry up.
You got a peeve, huh? How's Snake charming?
Rotten.
Tell me that big diamondback rattler died on you yesterday.
Sure, he starved himself to death. I told Gowdy if he was going to have me belly every 5 minutes, he couldn't expect to keep his snakes alive.
Yeah. Hey, will you look what's coming?
Huh?
That kid, look at him.
Say, a genuine hayseed, huh? I bet he never saw a tent show in his life.
Hey, can you tell me if Mr. Chris Miller is the manager of this show?
What do you want him about?
Well, I'd rather tell it to him if it's all the same to you.
You would, would you? Well, wait here and I'll see what I can do for you. Suppose you can keep him entertained while I'm gone, Lou?
Yeah, I'll try. Well, big boy, live here in town?
Me? Oh, no, I come from near Niles, Michigan.
Niles? Hey, what you doing so far from the big city?
Oh, just sort of looking over the country.
Have a good look. It won't cost you nothing.
Oh, reckon you're one of them actresses, ain't you?
How'd you guess it, handsome?
Oh, I can tell by the way you're all painted up.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like it?
Sure, it makes you look awful fresh and pretty.
Boy, you work fast. What's your name?
Chris Miller, same's my dad.
What? What? You don't mean Nifty Miller's your old man?
Well, yeah, what's so funny about that?
Well, who'd have ever thought Nifty had a kid as big as you? Where you been keeping yourself?
I've been going to school, but I come to see if Paul won't let me travel with your show.
Welcome to our city. Boy, wait till Carrie hears about you being here.
Who's she?
Karen? She's the hula dancer. Yeah, Princess Kalima. Friend of your daddy's. Oh, very special friend, you might say.
Oh.
Hey, Nifty! Old home week. Look who's here.
Well, I'll be...
Hello, Pa.
Why didn't you tell us you was a proud father, Nifty? Yeah, he's some looker, too. You better watch him close.
Go on, beat it, Lou.
Okay. See you later, Chris.
So you're Nifty's young'un. I'm Hap Spissel.
Pleased to meet you.
Hap, go inside and don't say nothing to the colonel. Don't say nothing about the boy, see?
Hey, your daddy talks like he's ashamed of you, but he ain't. You just ought to hear him blowing you up to the skies around here.
Go on, go on.
Sure.
Well, Pa.
Well, what did you do? Run off from Ella and your grandpa?
Well, they knew I was leaving. School's let out for the summer. Oh, Pa, I got so restless on the farm.
Yeah, and you thought you'd come to me, huh?
Well, you're my dad, ain't you? Gee, I thought you'd kind of be glad to see me. Well, you kept writing you wished you could see me.
Well, I am glad to see you, Chris, but, well, I didn't expect... Well, I'll come and see you next winter, same as I did last year.
Well, that's a mighty long time to wait, seems to me. You know, since Mom died, you're the only close blood kin I gotten. Well, we ought to sort of get acquainted.
Well, you sure have grown up since I last seen you. Let's see, you're 19 now, ain't you?
Going on 20, big for my age at that.
Well, it don't hardly seem possible.
Oh, Pa, I want to do the things you do, travel around and all. You know, I was sort of hoping you'd see your way clear to take me...
Well, now, listen, you get that out of your head right now. What do you suppose I've been spending money to keep you in school for? End up by messing around with carnivals? No, sirree. We're going to amount to something. You're going to amount to something, Chris. You got to. Hey, listen, you ain't forgetting you're going to be a lawyer, are you?
Well, no, I'm going to be a lawyer, only don't you think I got to know something about
Now,
life?
listen, you can learn all you need to know about life out of school books. Now, where do you suppose I'd be if I'd minded my old gentleman and got me an education? Well, I'd probably be a bank president or a lawyer myself. I tell you, Chris, as I've wrote you in letters many a time, a guy in this day and age without the proper schooling ain't got a Chinaman's chance. Education will get you money and a good name and swell friends to pal around with. I ain't had none of them because I was pig-headed. Well, all right, now I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I only want to travel with you while it's vacation. I'll go back to school in the fall. I'll be a lawyer like you want me to. You won't be sorry. Honest, you won't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris. If the colonel says so...
You will?
Now, wait a minute till I finish. I'll take you on. If you don't behave yourself and mind me, well, you'll be shipped back to the farm right off.
Gee, Paul, hey, what's my job going to be?
Well, anything you're told.
I learn fast, you'll see.
Yeah, and there's lots of things you ain't going to learn, if I can help it.
Nifty, did you catch my number?
Carrie, come here.
What do you want?
Chris has turned up.
Chris?
Yeah, you know, the kid.
Is this your kid?
That's what I said.
What's he doing around here?
Well, this is a vacation. He's going to stay with the outfit for the summer. Chris, come over here and shake hands with Carrie.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, I can't say the same for you.
Now, look here, Carrie. You two got to be good friends. You hear me? I said good friends, and that goes. Come on, Carrie, sweeten up. You look like you'd swallowed a pint of vinegar.
What's it all about, Nifty? For the last 10 days, you've been treating me like I was the dirt under your feet.
Well, I've been pretty busy, Carrie.
Now, I'll say you have. Since that kid of yours joined the outfit, I ain't hardly had a minute alone with you. What's the matter with you, Nifty? You never used to act like this.
Now, listen, Carrie, I've been thinking things over, and I decided the only thing to do is to lay our cards on the table. Now, it comes down to this. We're through.
Through?
Understand, this ain't something that I'm doing on the spur of the moment. But there's other things I've got to consider, and, well, I got to think of Chris.
Chris? You make me sick. All of a sudden you start squawking because you think I ain't good enough to associate with him. But I'll show you. You can't throw me off like an old shoe. I'll show you. Oh, what was I doing to ever fall in love with you? You ain't got a heart in your body.
And, Carrie, I don't like this any better than you do. But it had to come sooner or later, and, well, now it's over. And I guess there's nothing more to say.
Get out of here. Get out of here and let me alone.
I'm sorry, Carrie.
Carrie, could you lend me your... Hey, what's the matter here? Carrie. Oh, Carrie, what's come over you? Is it something Nifty done?
He's quit me, Lou. He's quit me.
Why, the dirty bum. Oh, pull yourself together, honey. No, there ain't a guy living worth crying over.
There's only one thing for me to do, Lou, and that's quit the show. I can't stand having all the gang laughing at me behind my back.
Now, who's going to laugh at you?
No, I can hear him. Nifty's give Carrie the air since his kids come on the show. She don't know enough to clear out.
Well, if you feel that way, instead of giving up, do something to turn the laugh on Nifty.
The only way I could get back at him would be doing something to that kid of his. If anything happened to that young puzzface, he'd get a taste then of his own medicine. To make him see how it feels when you lose someone you love.
You might let me vamp the kid. I can make him forget his happy home.
Lou, Lou, would you do that? Would you?
Do what?
Help me get the kid away from Nifty.
What? Hey, I was only kidding.
I know, but you can do it. Make him fall for you. Gee, he's green as grass. Well, he'd never be able to pass up a good looker like you. Them eyes of yours would draw ducks off a pond. Say, I'll tell you what I'll do, Lou. If you'll get this kid to fall in love with you, hook, line, and sinker, I'll make you a present of $100 cash.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I'll show you if I'm kidding. I'll give you the 25 right now, and the rest later.
How would I ever get him alone? Nifty watches him like a hawk.
I'll fix that end of it. Well, what do you say, Lou? A little business deal just between ourselves?
Hey, Carrie.
It's him.
Oh, gosh.
Do you think he hurt us?
Well, if he's standing outside the tent, he couldn't help it.
Carrie, can I come in a minute?
Oh, wait a minute. Well, Lou.
All right, I'll do it.
Here's the 25. All right, Chris. I guess you can come in now.
Oh, hello. I kind of thought I heard talking in here.
Yeah? Sit down, Chris. You know Lou, don't you?
Oh, sure. We ain't ever talked much, though, since the first night I joined the carnival.
It's your own fault. Where you keep yourself all the time?
Well, when I'm not working around a show, I'm usually somewheres with Pa.
Oh, I guess you ain't got the time for girls, have you?
Oh, they don't have much time for me.
Say, a good-looking young fella like you could make any girl fall in love you wanted. Why, Lou here was telling me only today how she'd like to get better acquainted. You ask me, I think she's kind of gone on you, Chris.
Gary, hush up.
Well, suits me.
Well, you two kids will have to excuse me. I got to go over to the office wagon to see the colonel about something. Anyhow, two's a company and three's a crowd. I can see that all right. I guess you won't miss me. So long.
So long. Come on over here and sit, Chris. Oh, come on now. Come on, take the load off your feet.
Oh, all right, thanks.
Well, now, way over there. Here, by me.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, that's better. I heard you and Nifty had your pictures took this afternoon. You gonna give me one when it's finished?
If you like. Oh, I don't look for them to be much good, though.
Now, how could they help being good? Sure, I bet you take a swell picture. Nice features like yours.
Oh, I don't know.
How was your pose, huh?
Well, we were standing up. Pa had his arm sort of around my shoulder like.
Something like this?
Oh, sure.
Oh, now you're moving away.
No, I ain't.
Don't you like me to put my arm around you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure I do.
You know, you're an awful nice kid.
Oh, you're kind of nice yourself.
You think so?
You bet I do.
You think you could get to really liking me?
Well, I don't see why not.
Well, how are you on keeping things to yourself?
Huh?
Well, I mean, you don't go telling Nifty everything that goes on, do you?
Of course not.
Would you run and tell him if I was to kiss you?
Oh, what do you think I am?
I bet you must have had a lot of sweethearts when you was home, Chris.
Well, I never had much use for country girls. They don't know anything.
Good. Didn't you have a special one you'd take out buggy riding sometime?
Well,
Sure, I thought so. And did you used to kiss and hug her? Show me how you used to kiss her. Oh, come on. Come on now. You can shut your eyes and pretend I'm her. What's the matter? Wouldn't you like to kiss me?
well, sure, but...
But you're scared? Aren't you? All right. I'll kiss you.
Oh, Lou.
Listen, kid. You and me, we've got to get together more, huh?
Yeah, well, suits me.
Will you meet me somewhere tonight?
Sure. Sure I will.
You're a sweet kid. You're awful sweet.
The second act of The Barker will follow in just a moment. Tonight, we take you inside a Hollywood movie studio. The lights are on, and they're all set to shoot a scene. Listen, here's the director.
All right, let's get going. Let's get going. Time's money. Where's that extra that's going to climb on the chair when the mouse runs across the floor?
It's me. Here I am.
Okay, now, here's what you do, sister. It's a mouse, see? You don't like mice. You hate them. So you take a flying leap and land on the chair, see?
Okay. Here I go.
Oh, cut.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry.
Oh, holy smoke. Can't you girls get up on a chair without getting a run in your stocking? Oh, get down. We'll try somebody else. We haven't the time to fiddle around wasting time with you.
Oh, gosh, that's 2 runs in 3 days.
And that night, when the extra got home,
So he wouldn't let me do the scene just because of that old run.
Gosh, I'm just sick.
Why, Peggy, it's your own fault, I tell you, when you rub your stockings with cake soap the way you do. Use your head and try Lux Flakes. You know they're mild, and with Lux, there's no rubbing necessary.
smart girls everywhere know that Lux Flakes cut down on stocking runs because they save the elasticity that allows the silk threads to stretch and then spring back again without breaking. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Stockings tend to pop into runs under strain. Tonight, protect your stockings against tomorrow's runs. Use Lux.
We continue with the second act of The Barker, starring Claudette Colbert as Lou and Walter Huston as Nifty. A week has passed since Lou agreed to Carrie's scheme. It's late in the morning, and outside the tent show, Nifty has been waiting for Chris to come to work. At last, the boy turns the corner of the tent opposite the sideshow and hurries across the midway.
Morning, Pa. Sorry I'm late. I guess I must have went back to sleep.
I suppose you know you're holding us up. Now, I told you I wanted them jacks built.
We got plenty of time. I thought we'd wait till it cooled off.
Now, listen, when I give an order, I ain't talking just to hear myself talk. The sooner you get that in your head, the better.
I'm sorry, Pa. I didn't know it was that important.
Now, Chris, it ain't my idea to be nagging at you. But I ain't satisfied with the way you've been acting lately. And I might as well tell you, if you want to stay around here, you got to brace up and take more interest in what's going on.
Well, if a fellow's got a heavy sleep.
Yeah, if you'd go to bed nights, you wouldn't be so groggy mornings. Where'd you go the last 3 or 4 nights after we shut down here?
Oh, I don't know.
Where were you last night?
Well, nowhere in particular. Took a walk.
You took a walk? Yeah, it must have been a long one.
Well, it was a nice night, and I,
Was you by yourself?
Sure, why not?
Where'd you go after your walk?
Well, I stopped uptown at the lunch car, and I had a bowl of chili. Hey, what you so nosy about?
Now, listen, Chris, I don't mean to be nosy. Don't get me wrong. Only I think I got a right to keep track of you a little. You see, kid, I've made a good many mistakes in my life that I ain't any too proud of. Well, I figured it wouldn't be right to let you go and not put you wise.
Oh, I'm all right.
Yeah, I think you are, too. That's why I'm counting on you. Now, you and me hit it off pretty good, and there's no reason that after you get to be a lawyer, we can't settle down somewhere together. I ain't going to spend the rest of my days on a lousy carnival. I got plans for us, Chris.
Well, it'll be a long time before I get through all them colleges.
Yeah, I know. It seems long now, but you'll see how quick the time passes. Just think how nice it'll be to have an office of your own and people coming in to see you to get them out of trouble and more dough than you'll know what to do with.
Wow.
Come on, Chris. Let's be pals. What do you say?
I didn't know we ever stopped, Paul.
That's the boy. Now get after them jacks. And when you get finished, you and me will go down to the creek and have a swim. Hey, how about it?
All right, Paul. Oh, I'll see how I feel.
Well, Colonel, what's on your mind?
Considerable, and of an unpleasant character. Do you know what that young squirt of yours has been up to, sir?
What, Chris?
He has the impudence and audacity to be carrying on a love affair with Lou right under our very noses.
What? Why, there ain't a word of truth in it.
Ah, my friend, in spite of your vigilance, the lad has fallen in love. And with Lou, of all people.
Why, it couldn't be possible.
Are you with your son every minute? For instance, were you with him last night?
Well, he took a walk.
I'll tell you where he was last night. He was keeping a rendezvous with the little snake charmer, that's where.
How do you know?
Last night, Nat Brody shadowed the lady in question, saw Chris meet her, and they walked off together with their arms around each other.
Well, what do you think I ought to do, Colonel?
Do? There's but one thing to do. We must put an end to such flagrant disregard of the conventions. I expect you to give your son a severe reprimand, and I shall dismiss Lou from my employ at once.
That's letting her off too easy. She ought to be horsewhipped. Wait till I get hold of her. I'll make her pay for this.
Now, Nifty, we can't blame it all on Lou. Boys will be boys. You and I know the lure of the petticoat.
Yeah, now I can see what's changed Chris in the past week, the little simp. He'll try slipping something over on me, will he? Well, I've got a good notion to ship him right back to the farm.
Lou, where'd you come from?
I was waiting outside the tent with Carrie. I thought you'd never be in here alone.
If I'd known you was there, there'd been no hole in me. Come here. Gee, Lou, it's a long time since we've been together.
Oh, it was only last night, foolish.
It seems like a year.
Will you meet me again tonight? The same place?
You bet. Paul gave me fits for being out so late last night, but I stalled him. I said I was taking a walk.
He didn't swallow that.
Sure. He's got no reason to doubt me. No one's seen us together except Carrie. Oh, Lou, I hate it. The way we got to hide around behind folks' backs. Why, you'd think we were crooks or something.
Oh, no. You know what Nifty'd do if he knew.
He's got no claim to be like that. It's not fair. I'd like to tell him and everyone else how crazy in love with you I am. I'm so happy when I think about you. It's about all I can do to keep it to myself.
I know. I know. It's just the way I feel.
We'll have to tell him, Lou. We can't go on like this any longer. And if Pa don't see it our way, we'll clear out. Go away by ourselves. I even been asking about trains. There's one out at 4 o'clock. Lou, you love me, don't you? Well, don't you, Lou?
Oh, you know I do.
Oh, then I don't care about anything else. You're wonderful. You're the only one in the world I give a hang about. Hey, Lou. Lou, what you crying for?
Okay.
Hey, what's going on here? Looks like the big scene from Camille.
Well, I don't know, Carrie. Lou started crying all of a sudden.
Well, you two better break that clinch. Somebody's liable to walk in any minute.
What's the matter, sweetheart?
It's just nothing. I'll get over it.
Chris, go get her a bottle of pop. If you ask me, she's crazy with the heat.
I don't want nothing.
Sure she does. Go on, Chris. Get her a cold bottle.
Well, I won't be a minute.
Well, what's all the shooting for?
Oh, I've been making a fool out of myself, that's all.
You don't need to tell me that.
Carrie, Chris is in love with me.
Didn't I tell you it'd work? Whenever I want any more vamping done, you get the job.
Oh, cut that out.
Well, what's the matter? What's come over you?
Nothing. Except that I'm crazy about him, too. He's got me going around like a top.
Say, you know what you're saying?
Yeah, all I know is I couldn't go on living without him.
You mean you'd marry him?
Marry him? Carrie, look.
Why, it's a ring.
Yeah.
A wedding ring.
Well, Chris wouldn't take no for an answer. I tried to put him off, but I ain't got a mind of my own where the kid's concerned. I'm so hipped on him. Carrie, if he'd tell me to jump in front of an express train, I'd go do it. Honest, I didn't think there was a guy living could get me this way. Can you imagine? Me, a missus. Oh, I swear, Carrie, when that tape he was talking, I thought it was a dream.
And after all I said to you.
Well, for the first time since I can remember, I'm happy. Really happy. I feel like laughing and crying all at once. Chris is the same way, too. We're just like a couple of kids.
Well, you got an awful wallop coming when you wake up. All I can say, you better make yourself hard to find if Nifty shows up here.
As long as I got Chris, I ain't scared of him or anyone else.
Well, I'll wash my hands of you. Don't forget that.
Well, what are you crabbing about? Say, you ought to be glad it gets Chris out of your way, don't it? We're thinking of leaving the show.
Yeah? Where do you think of going?
I'd like to try Chicago. I know it's there.
You can starve and shy as well as anywhere else, I suppose.
Don't worry, Carrie. We'll make out. I can do cabaret work, and Chris ain't afraid of soiling his hands.
Lou.
What's the matter?
Lou, honey, we're in for it.
What?
I just met Hap. Doc Rice was down around the courthouse this morning. He got wind about us being married. He blabbed it all over the lot.
Oh, Nifty. Does Nifty know?
He's looking for us. Hap's trying to hit him away from here till he calms down.
Now we've got to go. Carrie, will you help us?
Well, what can I do?
We've got to have money to get away. We ain't got a red cent to our names.
When you got married, did you charge it?
Oh. Chris had a 10 spot, but that went for the ring and the justice of the peace.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Carrie, what about the money you owe me? You only paid me $25, remember? You promised me $100.
I ain't so sure I owe you anything at all. Seems to me you got your reward when you got Chris here.
What are you talking about? You told me right in this tent you'd give me the other $75 after I got Chris to fall for me. Now, you know you did.
So you got any idea what you're saying?
Oh, you needn't worry. Chris knows all about it.
He knows? I don't believe it.
Oh, ask him.
It's true, Carrie. I heard the whole story.
Well, I've never heard the beat.
I've seen too many marriages go on the rocks through lies. And Chris knows the worst about me. Now it's up to me to show him I've got a good side, too.
And you think I'm going to get you... You're going to get $75 out of me after blabbing your mouth like that?
Are you trying to welsh?
If you remember right, I said I'd pay you if you kept your mouth shut. I'm not paying any squealer.
Oh, so that's your game, huh? Crawfishing. Well, let me tell you something, you dirty Welsher. You'll come across with that money or I'll make you wish you had.
What do you think you can do?
Do? I'll show you. I'll tell Nifty. That's what I'll do.
Don't make me laugh. You'll be lucky if you don't bring your neck.
Oh, you... Oh, so I'm a squealer, am I? Well, wait till I get through. What do you think Nifty'll do to you when he hears how you plan to get Chris away from him, huh? Just you wait.
Chris.
What is it, Hap?
Nifty's coming down the midway. He's looking high and low for you. I can't head him off no longer.
Well, if Nifty's on the lot, I guess I'll move along. This ain't my funeral. Go to it, kid. See you later, maybe.
Hap, you think Nifty's liable to come back here?
Sure he is.
Oh, well, listen, Chris, you beat it quick. Pack your suitcase and then come back here for me, see? I'll take care of the money before I get away some way.
Lou, I ought to be here with you when he comes.
No, I can handle him. I ain't afraid.
But I gotta be here, Lou.
Oh, listen, Chris, he's your father, but I know him better than you do. Now hurry up and don't argue, will you, please? Sneak out the back way.
Well, all right, Lou. Don't worry. Everything's gonna be all right. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, Lou, is it really true? Are you really married?
Sure we are. Why not? No, listen, Hap. You've got to help me. I'm awful up against it. How much money you got on you?
Well, how much you need?
All you got and maybe more.
How'll $20 do you?
Is that all you got?
Well, well, here's another 10.
Oh, Hap, you're a white man. You'll never know how much we need this. I wouldn't have had to borrow it if someone hadn't welched on me.
Don't you go saying nothing to Nifty about me giving it to you.
Say, am I a fool?
Oh, hello, Nifty.
Beat it, Hap. I want to speak to Lou.
Yes, I was just leaving.
Well, Nifty?
It's all I can do to keep from shoving my fist right down your throat.
Oh, listen, Nifty, come down to earth and talk sense, will you? You might as well look things square in the face. Now, understand, I don't expect a kiss from you for what I've done. But also, I ain't going to stand for no strong-arm stuff. I married Chris because I love him and he loves me.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're hooked up as tight as if we'd had a strip carpet wedding in a 6-story church. Now, you can threaten, swear to your lungs, give up, but you can't change that.
Well, you knew how I felt about Chris, what store I put by him, what plans I had for him, how I'd saved up to get him educated, but what did you care? You come along and flirt, in a few days you wreck him for life, and me along with him.
Wreck him? I don't know about that.
After a while with you, I wouldn't give a thin dime for him.
Oh, is that so?
He's just a kid. He don't know how to look out for himself.
Then what'd you leave him come on the show for? A carnival ain't just exactly my idea of a kindergarten. If you'd cared about him, you'd have kept him on the farm. Yeah, it's your fault his running away with me.
Running away? Where do you think you're going?
We ain't particular, but we don't stay here.
Chris, don't go.
How will you stop him? You can't lock him up in the closet like he was a 2-year-old.
Oh, Lou, don't take Chris away from me. Don't you see you'll ruin him? He ain't just an ordinary carnival bum. He's got a future, and with the right education, he can be a big lawyer.
I heard him say he didn't think he wanted to be a lawyer, even if he went to all them colleges. You can't just make anyone into a lawyer.
He ain't had enough experience to know what he wants, but I know. I can make him amount to something. Lou, what do you take to give him up?
Oh. I thought it was about time for you to pull that
Well, you're always broke. I'll give you enough to put you on easy street. You can find plenty of other guys to marry you.
If you didn't I tell you before I love
But
him.
you're loving him's all the more reason for letting him go. You're taking him away can't come to no good. Why, it won't be but a short time till you're tired of him and threw him over for someone else. Then where'll he be?
No, you're all wrong, Nifty. I've been around long enough to appreciate the real thing when I find it. Chris and me are going to make a go of it.
How can you? He ain't your kind. He's only a green country kid that don't know what it's all about. And when he wakes up, he'll never forgive you for tricking him into marrying you.
I didn't trick him. Why, if you think I'm taking your boy away under false pretenses, I'll give you a chance to talk to him by yourself. He's leaving of his own free will. You see if you can make him change his mind.
Where is he now?
He's up to the room, packing up.
You leave us alone?
Sure. I ain't afraid. Here he is now. All right, go ahead. Run me down to him and see what good it does you.
Well, Lou?
Oh, your daddy don't seem to fancy me as his daughter-in-law.
Chris, I want to talk to you. Lou, you know what you said.
Sure. I'll be outside, honey, when you want me.
Where you going?
I told him I'd step out while he has his say.
He can say it in front of you.
It seems he'd rather not. I expect he's afraid of hurting my feelings.
Well, you stay here, or I won't either. What is it, Pa? Well, what you got to say to us?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Go on, go away with her. Don't ever let me see you again. She's got you, she can keep you. You ain't worth saving.
Well, that's the way you feel about it.
Go outside. Honey, I'll be out in a minute.
All right, love. Goodbye, Paul.
All right, Misty. And here's something you don't know. Carrie got me to do it.
Carrie?
Yeah, Carrie. I wouldn't have squealed on her if she hadn't Welsh. She hired me to vamp him to get back at you for ditching her. Yeah. And as far as Chris is concerned, don't think he's going to be a bum like you. I'll do more for him than you ever did. That's all I got to say.
Carrie. Carrie!
Yeah, Nifty? All right.
Come in here.
What do you want, Nifty?
There's one question I want you to answer, and if you lie to me, as God is my witness, I'll kill you. Did you get that little devil to take him away from me?
You wouldn't take her word for it, would you?
Did you? Answer me.
No.
You're lying, and you know you are.
Nifty!
Huh?
Nifty, you're joking.
Yeah, you don't like it, do you? Get out of thought of that. You'll double-cross me, will you? You'll never do it again. Yeah, I learned you. You'll double-cross me, will you?
Nifty!
I'll learn you.
Nifty!
He tried to kill me. He tried to.
Come on, Carrie. You're all right. Give me a hand with her, Colonel.
Take it over to the office wagon. I'll be there in a minute.
Come on, Carrie.
He tried to kill me.
Go on with that, Carrie. I'll take care of Nifty. You're a fine one, I must say.
Oh, you don't know what she's done. You don't know anything about it.
No matter what she's done, you've got no right to do a thing like this. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I'm not. I wish I'd killed her.
Now, that kind of talk won't do you any good. If you don't want Carrie here, why didn't you come to me and say so? We'll get rid of her.
I don't care what you do with her now. I'm leaving, Colonel.
You know you don't mean that, Nifty.
I'll show you whether I mean it or not. This is my notice.
Nifty, I need you. Haven't I always played square with you?
Oh, yes, you've used me well enough, but I'm going just the same.
What'll you do? Where'll you go?
What difference does it make where I go? All I know is I'm through forever with trooping. You took Chris from me and sent him to hell? That's what your lousy carnival's done for me.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We shall continue shortly with the Lux Radio Theater production of The Barker, starring Claudette Colbert and Walter Huston. There have been no new script girls in Hollywood for about 12 years. That will give you an idea of how difficult the job is, because a job easier to learn would have had thousands of recruits in that time. The best-known script girl in Hollywood is, oddly enough, my own. On the set, I call her Amelia, but I'm obliged to be formal tonight and present her as Miss Emily Barry.
As a matter of fact, Phoebe, the way you usually address me on the lot is, hey, you.
That's when everything's all right. I'm not good at remembering names.
You're not good at remembering small details either. No director is. That's why there are script girls in Hollywood. Why, working for you, a script girl even has to be an explorer. When we were making Four Frightened People in Hawaii with tonight's star, Claudette Colbert, I was sent by plane to an isolated mountain to pick api leaves for her costume. It took me 5 days, and when I finally reached the nearest village, my beautiful white linen costume looked like 10 minutes past midnight. Just black. I found a little inn, but no stores and no laundry. Threw myself at the mercies of a little Japanese housemaid and went to sleep, exhausted. When I awoke, there were my clothes, and fresh and spotless as when I got on the plane. I asked her how she'd ever managed to get them so clean. She couldn't speak English, but she led me to a wash tub and pointed to a box of Lux flakes. Now, I know we use Lux Flakes at Paramount, but imagine seeing that familiar package at the foot of a mountain in Hawaii. That housemaid deserved a reward. I sent it to her from Honolulu. A whole carton of Lux Flakes.
As I remember it, your stay in the Hawaiian Islands was more pleasant than your stay on Blackwell's Island. Even Lux Flakes couldn't help you soft soap your way out of there.
That time, Mr. DeMille needed data on women's prisons, so he sent me to a much more exclusive island than Hawaii. Blackwell's Island, New York's prison in the East River. Mr. DeMille had me jailed as a shoplifter, and no one knew my real identity. I spent 5 weeks in a cell until he remembered where I was and bailed me out. P.S. I got the material.
Emily, in my next picture, The Plainsman, Jean Arthur, as Calamity Jane, is captured by Indians. Now, Emily, I wonder how it feels to be scalped.
That's one thing I'm not going to find out for you. I've just had a new permanent. Good night, Jimmy.
Good night, jailbird. We come to the last act of The Barker, with Claudette Colbert as Lou and Walter Huston as Nifty. 2 weeks have passed. It's a stormy night, and the faraway rumble of thunder is in harmony with Nifty's sullen state of mind. He is determined to leave the carnival. This is his last night with the show, and we find him sitting on the cot in his tent smoking a cigarette, while Hap perches on a trunk opposite him.
Well, Nifty, you sure picked one peach of a night to get out of the show business. Raining cats and dogs. What time you reach home in the morning?
I only get to South Bend at 4 and lay over till 6. I'll be home at the farm in time for Ella to get my breakfast. And believe me, it'll be breakfast. None of your greasy cookhouse sinkers in mud.
I swear, Nifty, I don't know what this here outfit's going to be like without you. I'm getting too old to be working with guys I ain't used to.
Well, Doc will get onto the ropes in time.
Doc, huh? I don't know what the Colonel's idea is letting him take over the show. Doc Rice. He couldn't bally on a peanut stand. And that new dancer he's got, Cleo, ain't worth a cuss. Have to carry. Say, Nifty, you going away without saying goodbye to Carrie? Are you sure you're shooting square to go off like this without a word?
All I want her to do is to keep out of my way.
Whatever she's done right or wrong, 'twas because she loved you. Wasn't in her mind to drive the kid away?
Say, don't you think I can't see through all this gab? Carrie's asked you to beg for her.
Carrie don't have to get nobody to talk for her. The only thing, Nifty, if she comes to say goodbye, don't be hard-nosed. Treat her decent. Tell her you forgive her whether you do or not. It won't hurt you, and it'll save her many a heartache.
Ah, dry up. Don't make me chicken-hearted with all this Sunday school talk. They can't ruin my life and expect a kiss for it. She's getting just what's coming to her.
Nifty, here she is.
I know that was how you felt. But I had to come all the same.
Oh, so you heard what I said, eh? Well, all the better. Well, what do you want?
I want to talk to you.
You've got nothing to say.
You listen to her, Nifty, or say, help me out. Well, I'm going now. I want to hear you two get some sense in your heads and part friends. This here's a short life and a rotten one. We don't know what's ahead. Well, Nifty, take care of yourself.
Well, what you got to say to me?
Understand. First of all, I ain't here with any idea of getting you to make it up with me. There's just something I want to explain, and now I'm here, I don't know how to go about it, hardly. Ought to written you a letter, I guess.
I wouldn't have read it.
I didn't think you would. That's why I come. Nifty, I got a bottle of carbolic acid from the drugstore today. A bottle that's going to be empty this time tomorrow.
What are you trying to do, throw a scare into me?
I ain't grandstanding. I'm telling you what I'm going to do so's you'll see I ain't such a bad sport at that. I can see how much I harmed you by sicking Lou on Chris. And when I heard you was leaving the outfit through what I done, I made up my mind I wasn't going to have you believe I was getting off scot-free.
Now, how's your drinking poison going to bring Chris back or help? You're crazy.
I may be, but I see things pretty clear for a crazy person. It ain't as if I was somebody who had something to live for. I'm a nobody. Tired out and broke. I'd like to think you could forgive me, Nifty, but that ain't going to change my mind none. You see, I ain't doing this so much for you as for myself. The others will think I done it because you left me, but I don't care what they think if you understand that that ain't the real reason.
Hey, Nifty! Nifty, what do you think? It stopped raining, and it's clearing off. It stopped raining, do you hear? And there's the prettiest moon coming up you ever seen, big as a washtub.
That's too late. It won't do no good if it does turn clear.
Colonel sent the band boys out to Bally. The whole Midway will be humming with people in an hour. You see if it ain't. It ain't going to be such a bad break for you last night at that. Oh, Nifty. Listen. There goes the old hobby horses. Listen.
Say, Nifty, did you know we're opening up?
You got your spiel ready, Doc?
Know it like a book. It's a cinch.
I'll go out along and light up the stringers on the front, Nifty. And get the Hawaiians, and while you're at it, take them wet top Hawaiians off the platforms and ticket box. Okay, Nifty.
Harry, what you doing over here?
Listen, Doc, you got all you can do. Tend to your own business.
All right.
Oh, go on, get out.
Sure.
Wait a minute, Doc. What's eating on you, Carrie?
Nothing. Well, if I'm going to open up tonight, I got to be getting back to the doll rack. I'll say goodbye. So long, Nifty. Want to shake hands?
I guess we can do without that.
Oh. All right. So long.
Carrie, come here.
On, Nifty.
How'd you like to go on tonight and place the new dancer?
Go on tonight.
Now, you heard me. Do your dance for the last time.
Nifty.
Well, it's just an idea of mine. Well, what do you say?
Well, I got to work the doll rack.
All right, I can fix that up with the colonel. Well?
You think I got time to get ready?
You don't stand there all night talking about it. Nifty! They're starting to come in on the lot. Ain't it time we started the Valley?
All right, Doc, get out there and give them all you got.
Leave it to me.
Everything's ready, Nifty.
Well, wait. We'll have to wait for a minute. Wait just a minute on Carrie.
Who?
You heard me. Carrie. Carrie? Yeah, you think I've gone crazy, don't you? Well, I ain't. Tonight I'm going to be with the Hicks and watch you do your stuff, so you better all give me a good show. Go on now, start the ballyhoo, and remember, I'll be watching you.
All right, Doc. Come on, give out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now standing in front of the big feature attraction of the Midway. The biggest show for your money that has ever plagued your town. It's a show full of spicy dancing, a show full of peppy dancing. And with your kind indulgence, allow me to introduce the artist. First, introducing Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. Well, as I said before, she's the pride of sunny Honolulu. And believe me, she's good. She can dance along with the best of them.
He's dying on his feet, Nifty.
Let him alone, let him alone.
Next, we have the Hawaiian Tree. A bunch of boys that'll please you and tease you with their haunting melodies. If you don't like them, then you don't know what's good music.
Hey, why they're starting to walk away on him, Nifty. Get up there and show him how to do it.
If you're looking for Billy Sunday and his tabernacle, then don't buy tickets.
Nifty.
Okay, all right, I'll hand it. Just a minute, folks. Don't go away, don't go away.
Nifty,
Now,
the
folks,
real trooper.
Just a minute. As Shakespeare said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Now, don't go away. There she is. Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. And when she dances, folks, she makes old men throw away their canes and cripples lose their crutches. She shakes a mean bale of alfalfa. Now, don't misconstrue me when I refer to the young lady's dance, because this show is clean, moral, up-to-date, educational, and instructive. And as a special advertising price tonight, just to prove to you the great value of this performance, I'm not going to charge the customary price of 25 cents, but a dime, 10 cents. It takes you all the way through. It's something you can't afford to miss, folks. So step right up already. The performers retire, and the show starts right away. Dime, 10 cents. It takes you all the way through, folks.
Nifty, my congratulations. You certainly saved the day.
I can do it, Colonel, as soon as I get the hang of it a little better.
Doc, you'll never get onto it. You just ain't got the knack. You ain't got a selling personality. When you ballet, you've got to tell the world.
I'm afraid Nifty's right, Doc.
That's what I call a raw deal.
Nifty, you were superb. If you'll reconsider your going away, I'll make you partner. I'll give you a quarter interest in this outfit.
Well, I don't want to see the show go on the rocks.
Good. I'll go over to the office wagon and make out a contract.
No hurry about that. I got to think it over.
Well, I'll just have one made out in case, Nifty. You're too old a dog to learn new tricks. I'll be waiting over there for you.
Nifty,
Well, Carrie, what do you want?
I was just wondering, since you're going to stay on and all.
Yeah, who says I'm going to stay all?
Well, if you do stay on, I was wondering if you couldn't see your way clear to letting me come back on the job.
Yeah, you don't want much, do you? The first thing I know, you'll be wanting to... Well, you can finish out the night, but I ain't making no promises.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you people one thing. If I do stay on here, there's going to be more work done around here. You're all so lazy, you ain't worth a chaw of tobacco. Get inside there, Carrie, and do your stuff. Well, did you hear what I said? I'm the boss of this outfit. Go on, get in there.
Oh, Nifty. Them's the first kind words you said to me in a month.
Hap.
Yeah?
Listen to this.
What is it?
It's a card from Chris and Lou. It came this morning.
What do they say?
Well, Lou's got a job hoofing it in a nightclub, and Chris is working in an office.
Yeah?
Yeah. And Hap, it's a law office.
Our play is ended. Walter Huston is through barking, but he'll be back to talk to us in a moment. And we'll also hear from Claudette Colbert, whose reputation as a charmer isn't limited to snakes alone. For his distinguished direction of motion pictures, the gentleman we shall hear next has received a collection of awards that girdle the earth. France, Italy, Russia, Belgium, nations east and west have contributed to it. One of the first winners of the Motion Picture Academy Award for Direction. He is the first to be honored by the League of Nations for his work in motion pictures. His spectacular production, The Big Parade, is one of the outstanding pictures of all times. A Texan by birth, his current picture is The Texas Ranger. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. King Vidor.
Even in that little Texas town, I had a hunch I could make motion pictures. I made one there before I ever saw the inside of a studio. I sold it, too. But I thought I'd better come to Hollywood before I tackled another one. I landed here in a broken-down car and 20 cents in my pocket. Perhaps you remember that, C.B.
Yes, you were not only a Texas Longhorn, you were somewhat of a greenhorn.
Maybe I was, but I remember you accepted the first suggestion I ever made to you. We were looking at a picture you had just finished called Why Change Your Wife? I saw how you could improve a scene with a close-up, and I told you what I thought. Everybody looked at me as though I had spoken out loud in a cathedral. But you said, that's a fine idea, and you put it in the picture.
I never fail to adopt a good idea when it's offered to me, even by a greenhorn.
And I never overlook an opportunity. The trouble is, people don't always know when an opportunity comes along. One time I was looking for the ideal American youth to feature in a picture called The Crowd. I tried to find the right actor for weeks, and then one day I saw a fellow go by on a streetcar. I chased it, jumped on board, and looked for him. But while I was getting on at the rear, he'd gotten off at the front. I left the car and roamed the streets, trying to catch sight of him, but he had disappeared completely. That young man will never know how close he came to a career in the movies.
And the moral of that is, if you want to get into the movies, always ride an extra block on the streetcar.
The fact is that a lot of people don't want a career in pictures, as you'll find out when you start working with those Indians and the plainsmen. When we were out in the desert shooting a battle scene for the Texas Rangers, an Indian boy who had worked for about 3 weeks finally came up to me and said, "When can I go home, Mr. Vidor?" "What's the matter, son? Aren't we treating you right?" I asked. "Yeah," he said, "but I'm getting awfully tired of playing Indian." It's been a pleasure to appear in your Lux Radio Theater, C.B. There's no other medium that brings Hollywood and the stage to every home in America in such distinctive fashion. Good night.
Good night, King. Last week, I engaged a little unknown girl for a major role in the picture I'm starting tomorrow. For the present, her name is a secret. She's never appeared before the camera. So the first time I talked to her, I arranged to have her see every Claudette Colbert picture made in the last 3 years and study them for technique. I could give this little girl no better advice, and I can pay Claudette no higher compliment. Miss Colbert.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeMille. I think you're doing a marvelous thing by bringing back these grand plays so that everybody who may not have seen them on the stage can enjoy them over the Lux Radio Theater. I can't tell you how thrilled I was to play the Barker again. Thank you. Good night.
Good
night, Claudette. Walter, there's an old popular song called Where Did You Get That Hat? And I'd like to know why you've been wearing yours all through tonight's performance.
Well, I'll tell you, C.B. That hat goes back to 1927 when we tried out the barker in Atlantic City. After the performance, a real barker came backstage to see me. He was the owner of a mitt joint, or, in polite language, a place for palms, I read. He liked everything he said. He liked everything I did on the stage except my hat and my acting. He volunteered to teach me how to bark, so I palled around with him and learned the tricks of the trade. After a few days, he told me I was a fool to keep on acting and offered me his hat and a job with the carnival. I took the hat.
Maybe you missed your big chance. By this time, you might have owned a little mitt joint of your own.
Well, C.B., we can't all be successes. But I take off my hat to your choice of plays, Mr. Silver's music, and the general excellence of the Lux Radio Theater.
Tell me, Walter, do you wear that hat in Dodsworth?
Dodsworth? Well, no. Sam Dodsworth was hardly the type, but I am going to wear it in the first act of Othello. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Parker.
Miss Colbert, whose next picture is Maid of Salem, appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, as did Mr. DeMille and Mr. Vidor. Mr. Huston, now engaged in filming Dodsworth at United Artists Studio, through courtesy of Mr. Samuel Goldwyn. Miss Berry, Paramount, and Mr. Lewis Silver's 20th Century Fox. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Next week, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Franchot Tone in Chains. Miss Crawford will play the same role she played on the screen, promising us one of the distinctive hits of the year. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Franchot Tone in Chains. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, August 31st.
The Lux Radio Theater presents George Raft in Cheating Cheaters with June Lang. Lux presents Hollywood. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap, official soap in all the leading motion picture studios, again brings you an hour with Hollywood's outstanding celebrities. Tonight, you will meet George Raft, June Lang, Cecil B. DeMille, Gloria Swanson, Donald A. Loomis, Louis Silvers, and many others. It is also our privilege to have in our visible audience such guests as Henry Wadsworth, Dean Janis, Lois January, Maxine Jennings, Sari Maritza, and Virginia Pine. And to all our listeners, greetings from Lux. There's an excellent reason why Lux Toilet Soap is used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by lovely women everywhere. This pure white soap, with its delicate fragrance and active lather, removes cosmetics thoroughly, protects daintiness, and brings you the charm of a clear, smooth skin. It's Hollywood's beauty care, yet it's so inexpensive that everyone can enjoy Lux Toilet Soap every day. And now our producer. At present engaged in making his 63rd picture, he has started more actors and discovered more stars than any man in motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In 1916, the famous Al Woods was a hit-and-run manager with a hit on Broadway that ran for many months. Also enjoying his run in those days was a delivery boy by the name of George Raft. Many times young Raft passed the theater where Mr. Wood's company was performing, but the play Cheating Cheaters meant no more to him than he did to the swirling crowds on the busy streets about him. But tonight, 20 years later, George Raft stars in Cheating Cheaters in the Lux Radio Theater. Born and raised in Hell's Kitchen, the handsome young delivery boy enjoyed his rounds until he entered the ring. Then they brought him nothing but punishment. After his 25th professional bout, he woke up in Bellevue Hospital. George was a leading man even then, but he'd been caught leading with his chin, and his dream of becoming lightweight champion was over. He next tried baseball as a minor league player, but his hits were all ahead of him. Because of the batter, he couldn't get to first base. But after being fired, he struck out once again, this time for a new profession, dancing. And the feat that couldn't cover the bases or hold him upright in the ring brought him immediate fame on the stage. He starred in musical comedies, introduced a dance called the Charleston, taught King Edward VIII, then Prince of Wales, how to do it, and was the highest paid American dancer to tour the continent. Coming to Hollywood for a vacation, George was seen in the Brown Derby restaurant by a director who thought he'd make an ideal screen gangster. A few weeks later, the delivery boy from Hell's Kitchen was delivering lines in a studio. June Lang, our leading lady, has the distinction of being twice discovered by the movies. A dancer since the age of 5, June was given her first part when only 14. Last year, her contract expired and she was dropped. But Darryl Zanuck rediscovered her in an old test, called her back, and gave her leading parts in 4 recent films, Captain January, The Country Doctor, Every Saturday Night, and The Road to Glory, in which she plays the only feminine role, and is starred with Warner Baxter, Frederick March, and Lionel Barrymoore. Tonight, we hear her in the part of Ruth Brockton. And now, the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater, presenting Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft with June Lang. We're on the boat deck of the liner Argyle, 4 days out of Liverpool. It's late evening, and in the shadow of a lifeboat, Tom Palmer, played by George Raft, and Ruth Brockton are sitting close to each other in deck chairs. As they gaze out over the moonlit waters, Ruth breaks the long silence.
Moonlight on the crest of a wave. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Getting poetical.
A little.
That's a good sign.
How do you mean?
Well, now maybe you'll pay a little attention when I tell you how I feel about you.
I've been paying attention.
You haven't done very much about it. I meant every word I said.
Perhaps you did with the ocean and the moonlight. But wait till we dock in New York. You'll forget me soon enough.
Just like that, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're wrong. You can't get rid of me as easily as that. I'll make you listen to me if I have to follow you clear across the country.
And the villain still pursued her.
Right.
Oh, Tom, you're mad. Do you realize we've only known each other 4 days?
That's long enough for me. I make up my mind pretty fast.
If the steward hadn't accidentally put us at the same table, you wouldn't have had a chance to make up your mind at all.
That's right. Remind me to leave an extra large tip for the steward. He's a great guy.
Oh, I wouldn't give him all the credit.
Who else is there to thank?
Well, if my father hadn't gone to Antwerp to add a few jewels to his collection, I wouldn't be on this boat.
3 cheers for your father. And if my mother hadn't decided she needed a sea voyage, I wouldn't be here either.
Yes, that's so.
Well?
Well, what?
Go on. Say it.
Oh, all right. I'm glad your mother decided she needed a sea voyage.
Swell. Now we're getting someplace.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, there they are, Mrs. Palmer. I told you we'd find them spooning on the boat deck.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Mrs. Palmer.
My dear, we've been looking all over the boat for you.
What's the matter, Mother?
Mr. Brockton was afraid Ruth would catch cold up here, Tom. It's getting terribly chilly.
Oh, I'm all right, Mrs. Palmer.
Better get a steamer blanket if you're going to stay. There's a fog coming up.
Say, looks like you're right. There goes your moon, Ruth.
Oh, by the way, Ruth, I've quite a surprise for you.
Yes?
Mrs. Palmer just told me that she and Tom are taking a house in the country. And where do you suppose it is?
Where?
In Westchester. And if I'm not mistaken from Mrs. Palmer's description, I believe they're going to take the old Barstow mansion.
Why, that's only about 5 miles from our place.
Isn't it a coincidence?
Well, there you are. Guess I won't have to make that cross-country trip after all. What's that? Nothing much, Mr. Brockton.
Tom, this fog is getting thicker every minute. I think I'd better go down.
All right, Mother. I'll take you to your cabin. Good night, Ruth.
Night. See you at breakfast.
Good night, Mrs. Palmer.
Good night.
This way, Mother.
Well, Tom,
Wait till we get away from here.
to get the dope?
Shut up, I tell you. You want to crab everything?
Say, don't talk that way to me. I'm getting sick and tired of acting the part of your old lady without taking any guff.
Listen, Rosie, you're supposed to be my mother, and you'll go on being my mother until I say so. I'll take it or leave it.
All right, all right. All I want to know is, did you find anything about the Brockton jewels?
Yes, Brockton keeps them in a safe at his place in Westchester.
Oh, yeah? Well, they've fallen swell for the mother and son stuff. We can move right up there next to them, and they'll never be the wiser. Pretty slick work, Tom.
Yeah, maybe it's too slick.
What are you talking about? Say, you ain't fallen for the dame, are you?
I don't know. I feel like a heel, that's all. Telling her I'm nuts about her, then turning around and copping her old man's jewels.
Oh, so I was right, huh? You have fallen for her.
Forget it, will you?
Sure. Maybe you better forget it, too. I'm going to my cabin. This fog is as thick as pea soup.
See you in the morning. What the devil?
Tom, what's wrong?
I don't know. Sounds like they reversed the engine. Ruth. I've got to find Ruth.
We're sinking.
Come on, hurry up.
Don't leave me here alone.
Ruth, where are you?
We've hit an iceberg. To the boat. Get to the boat.
My boy, somebody help me find my boy.
We're sinking.
Ruth, where are you?
Oh, Tom.
Are you all right?
Yes.
Where's your mother, Tom? We're sinking fast.
Look, those sailors are launching the boat. They're going down by themselves.
Stand back there, you men. Stand back.
Find the boat for yourself, will you?
Listen, you men, I've got a gun here, and I'm not afraid to use it. Now stand back or I'll blow you to bits. Now free that boat. Go on. If any man gets in there before a woman or child, I'll shoot to kill. Ruth, get in that boat.
Let me in, too. Let me in.
All right, Mother. Go on. Hurry, Ruth.
But, Tom, what about you?
Never mind me. Get in there. All right, men. Work fast. Free that boat and lower away. Stand by those davits. Watch that line. Come on, you men. Hurry up.
Did you read this, Tom?
What?
The fact that no lives were lost in the Argyle disaster was due chiefly to the heroic work of an unidentified man who induced order at the point of a pistol. That's you.
Unidentified? Yeah. All I need is to have my picture spread all over the newspapers.
Might start a little excitement anyway. I'm getting sick of hanging around up here in the wilds of Westchester with nothing to do.
It was your idea to take this house, wasn't it?
Sure, but I expected a little action before this. We've been living up here 2 whole weeks, and what's happened? Not a thing. We ain't even seen the Brochtons.
Take it easy, Rosie. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah? Well, you're the only one who does.
What would you like me to do? Walk over and ask for their jewels?
You could at least go and see the Brochtons. Pay them a little social call. You know, like you dropped in by accident.
In society, Rosie, you don't make social calls unless you're invited.
Oh, yeah? Since when are you an expert on etiquette?
I know enough for that.
You must have been reading again. Listen, Tom, my idea is this. Go on over and make yourself sociable. The dame likes you. You know that. You can get a line on the joint and spot the safe. Then Mike goes over at night, of course, and cracks it open.
That's your idea.
Well, why not? Better than sitting around twiddling our thumbs. We laid out plenty of shekels for this setup, and so far, all I've done is act polite to delivery boys. I'm getting fed up.
Take it easy, Rosie. Rome wasn't built in a day.
There you go, putting on the dog again.
Hello, boss. Hey, can I come in?
Sure, come on in, Mike.
Hey, look, boss, I got a beef.
Yeah? Spill it.
Well, it's these here chauffeur clothes you got me wearing. The collar's choking the daylights out of me.
Oh, shut up.
Who's talking to you? Shut up, you dizzy dame.
Keep quiet, now, both of you. Keep quiet. We didn't come up here to fight.
No, we came up here to lay our hands on $250,000 worth of sparklers, but I don't see us doing it.
We got the Stuyvesant collection in France, didn't we? Say, that job ought to net us $500,000 easy.
Sure, but I ain't no piker. Besides, those Stuyvesant rocks are as hot as a live coal.
Hey, that's right, boss. We can't get a fence to touch them.
Yeah, what's going on?
Come on and join the party, Phil.
You're looking mad, Rosie.
I am mad.
Hey, Phil.
Huh?
Where's your tie?
What do you mean?
I said, where's your tie? You're supposed to be the butler around here, aren't you?
Now listen, I don't mind being a butler, but I gotta have something to buttle, don't I?
Yeah, me
but
walking
don't
around
sit
this
on
monkey
hands
suit.
like
What am I
that.
saying? You dummy?
Shut up!
I'm running this deal, not you.
Well, let's get started then.
We'll get started when the right time comes. As it stands now, we ought to be glad of a chance to lay low. You mugs don't seem to remember there's a dick on our trail.
You mean Ferris?
I mean Ferris, the best jewel detective in this business. If he ever gets wind that we're after the Brockton jewels, it's curtain for us. And quick.
Say, who is this guy, Ferris? Has anybody ever seen him?
No, that's just why we got to be careful. We've got to watch our step every inch of the way.
Well, it's okay with me.
Answer that, Rosie.
Sure. Hello. Yes, this is Mrs. Palmer. Oh, hello, Ruth, dear. Is the Brockton dame. What do you say, dear? Of course, just a moment. She wants to speak to you.
Give me the phone. Hello, Ruth. Pretty well. How are you? What? Well, yes, I think so. Wait a minute. Mother, Ruth would like us to come over for tea. Do you think we could make it?
You bet your sweet life we can.
Hello, Ruth. She says she'd be delighted. All right. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hot stuff, boss.
Tea at the Brockton. Stepping in high society, hey?
Yeah, put on your best rags, Rosie, and do your best to act like a lady.
Don't worry about me.
Mike, you'll drive us over. Wait there for us.
Oh, sure.
And remember, no gassing with their servants.
Not even a word.
Boy, this is a break. Right in the same house with the Brockton jewels. This may be the big chance you've been waiting for, Tom.
Yeah, maybe.
Another cup of tea, Tom? Tom,
Oh, no thanks.
what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Why?
You've been sitting here all afternoon looking like Blue Monday. All I can get out of you is yes and no.
Well, I'm not always as talkative as I was on the boat.
Yes, I've noticed that. How does it feel to be an unidentified hero?
All right, as long as I'm unidentified.
Would it be such a tragedy if they found you out?
Well, you never can tell about those things.
Modest man. I wonder where our respective parents are all this time.
I think your father said he'd show Mother the garden.
More than likely, he's showing her his jewel collection. She seemed quite interested when he mentioned it.
Oh, yes, she's a jewel fancier herself.
She seems to be. Dad says she talks nothing but jewels all the way over on the boat.
Is that so?
She has quite a collection, too, hasn't she?
Did she, say that?
Why, yes, of course. She does have a collection, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, the Palmer jewels. Very famous.
I thought so.
Well, I think it's time we were going.
Tom, what's the matter with you? Why do you act so distant?
Am I distant?
You were different on the boat.
Yes, talkative.
Too talkative?
I'm afraid so.
Oh. Then you don't feel the same. About me, I mean.
Sure I do, only...
Only what?
Look, let's not talk about it now. Someday I'll tell you the whole story.
That yellow diamond is the pride of my collection, Mrs. Palmer.
Oh, it's beautiful. Tom, you must get Mr. Brockton to show you his diamonds. They're just lovely.
Yes, they must be.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brockton.
Yes, Wilson? What is it?
A telegram just came for you, sir.
Oh, excuse me, please. This may be important.
Of course.
I hope it isn't bad news, Dad.
I'm afraid it is. I've got to leave for Chicago immediately.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, Ruth, but you'll have to come along with me.
Must I?
Well, you can't very well stay here all alone.
No, I suppose not.
Oh, Mr. Brockton, if Ruth doesn't want to go, why can't she come over and stay with us? We'd love to have her, wouldn't we, Tom?
Why, yes, of course.
Well, it's awfully nice of you. If it's not too much of an imposition.
Nonsense, my dear. We'd be offended if you didn't come, really.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Oh, I just thought of something. I can't walk off and leave my jewels here, and the bank vault is closed.
That's a little difficult. Unless, of course, you'd like to leave them in my safe.
That's, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
That's an idea, Dad. I could bring them over to Mrs. Palmer's. I'm sure they'd be all right in Tom's safe.
Well, I hate to burden you, Tom, with a responsibility like that. Those jewels are worth a fortune.
Certainly, that's why we want them. I mean, to keep them safe for you.
Very well. It's really awfully nice of you.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Brockton.
No, not at all.
I'll come over as soon as Dad is packed, Tom, and I'll bring the jewels with me.
Fine. Well, we'll run along. See you soon, then.
About an hour.
Come on, Mother.
Goodbye, and thanks again.
Oh, don't mention it. So long, Ruth.
So long.
Don't forget, dear. Hurry over.
I will.
Well, it worked.
Where's Wilson?
It was perfect. Perfect.
They've gone, Ruth.
Come here, Wilson. You certainly made a great butler. Didn't he, Ruth?
Not so bad.
Not so bad. Say, I was terrific. They fell for that phony telegram like a load of bricks. What's the next move, Ruth?
I spend the night at the Palmers. Put our jewels in their safe. Learn the combination. In the morning, we'll have our jewels and the Palmer collection.
Swell. Then I can stop playing Papa and have a little fun.
Take it easy, will you? We ain't got the Palmer jewels yet, and there's still Ferris to worry about.
Oh, stop calamity howling. If Ferris was on our trail, we'd all been in jail weeks ago.
Well, there's another thing I don't like so much. Letting those jewels get out of our hands. We had a tough enough time snatching them in the first place. I don't like throwing them around like this.
Now, listen, Ruth knows what she's doing. She's the best little crook in the business. Our plan can't fail, can it, Ruth? Hey, what are you dreaming about?
I was just thinking, if we applied the same energy and resourcefulness to being honest, we'd probably all be rich.
Yeah? Well, we'll be rich anyway.
Say, Ruth, what's getting into you? Is it that guy Palmer?
That guy, Palmer, as you call him, is all right. I hate lifting his jewels this way.
Listen, baby, you better forget him. You ain't no match for a high society mug.
No, I guess I'm not.
Well, come on, what's the layout? How do we get the Palmer rocks?
Leave it to me. When he puts our jewels in the safe, I'll be right there with him. I'll get the combination.
And you come down in the middle of the night and lift his and ours both, right?
That's it.
Swell.
You know, it tickles me pink to think of them suckers driving home without a thought in the world.
Yeah. I can just see their faces when they wake up tomorrow and find their rocks has gone bye-bye.
Say, what suckers these Brocktons must be. Laying their jewels right in our lap.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, you sure had the right hunch, boss. Laying low like this till the time was right.
Yeah, the Brockton jewels are practically in our pockets right now. Well, it looks like a good day's work for us.
Now, before we resume the story of Cheating Cheaters with George Raft and June Lang, let's breeze over to the Paramount Commissary. It is gay with waitresses in green and orange dresses and extras in costumes, hungry for their lunch. Near the window is a very pretty extra with a friend, and the extra says,
Well, which you going to pick? The 35-center?
Oh, I guess I'll have to. Wish I could plunge on an expensive lunch once, or have somebody buy me a few.
Where's Dan? He used to buy you tons of lunches.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, men sure are fickle. I heard he's taking Jane out these days.
Oh, not really. Jane?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't believe it. Well, Jane hasn't a thing to recommend her, except, of course, her lovely skin.
Well, apparently that does the trick. Dan always did notice the girl's complexion. He used to pay me compliments on mine, before it went so sad.
all men prefer the girls who have soft, smooth, clear skins. A lovely complexion is appealing, so it's important to guard against cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores. No need to take this risk if you use Lux toilet soap, for Lux toilet soap's active lather sinks deep down into the pores, removes every trace of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke them. Use cosmetics all you like, but protect your skin. Remove them thoroughly. You do this when you use Lux toilet soap. So make this the beauty care you use. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft as Tom Palmer and featuring June Lang as Ruth Brockton. Two gangs of jewel thieves working at cross purposes, each gang intent upon robbing the other of a valuable collection of diamonds. This is the situation as our curtain rises again. It's early evening in the living room of the Palmer home. Tom and Rosie, whom he calls his mother, are entertaining Ruth Brockton. They are more than welcome guests.
Mrs. Palmer, your dinner was grand. I must thank you again for letting me impose upon you.
No, not another word. You're embarrassing us, isn't she, Tom?
It's a pleasure to have you, Ruth.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Tom, I do hope you've taken good care of Ruth's jewels.
Well, no, not yet.
I was going to speak to you about that. Do you think we'd better put them away? I brought them down with me. They're in this box.
My dear, you mustn't let them lie around like that. They may get lost. Tom, open the safe for Ruth.
Yes, Mother. Come over here, Ruth.
Oh, is it in this room?
Yep, behind this panel. Watch.
Well, isn't that clever? No thief would ever think of looking for it there.
Well, if someone did find it, he'd get a big surprise when he tried to open it. You see, the combination dial is charged with electricity, high voltage.
You mean if he touched that dial, he'd get a shock?
A couple of thousand volts.
Oh, would it kill him?
No, not instantly.
Oh, I see.
The torture would last about 10 minutes unless someone turned off the switch. It's hidden right here in this bookcase, see?
Oh, yes. Don't you think you'd better turn it off for a moment?
Of course. There you are. Now, just a second till I work the combination.
Isn't that interesting? I've never seen a safe open before.
This happens to be a pretty good one. Simple, but effective.
I can imagine.
All right. Let's have the jewels, Ruth.
Here you are. Are the Palmer jewels in this safe, too?
Oh, yes. We're very careful about our collection.
Well, if you keep yours there, I guess mine are safe enough.
Of course, dear, of course.
I beg pardon, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, Phil, what is it?
Mr. Morton Hanley to see you, sir.
Morton Hanley?
The gentleman who's been calling you all afternoon.
Oh, yes. Did he say what he wanted?
No, sir. Just that it was very important.
Important? Oh, all right. Ask him to come in.
Very good, sir.
Would you rather see him alone, Tom? I can run upstairs.
No, don't go. It can't be as important as he thinks it is.
If I were you, Tom, I'd close that safe. You never know who it might be.
All right, Mother. But don't be so jumpy.
Well, close it anyway.
There. Does that make you feel better?
Thank you, dear.
Mr. Palmer is in the living room, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
You are Mr. Palmer?
That's right. Would you have a seat?
Thank you. My name is Hanley. I represent the Dexter Hero Foundation.
Oh, yes. This is my mother, Mr. Hanley.
How do you do?
And our guest, Miss Brockton.
How do you do?
Miss Brockton? Miss Ruth Brockton?
Yes. You know her?
No, not personally, but her name is on my list. You see, Mr. Palmer, I'm gathering testimony from people on board the Argyle. An unidentified man was quite a hero on that occasion, and we really must find him.
What for?
We're going to award him a gold medal for his valorous conduct.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
No, yes, you can, Mr. Palmer. Yes, you can. You see, we have it on excellent authority so far that you are the unidentified man.
You're making a mistake.
Tom, don't be modest. You know it was you.
Thank you, Miss Brockton. Well, your statement completes our chain of evidence. Mr. Palmer, allow me to congratulate you.
Just a minute. You said you had other evidence that I was the man. Who told you that?
Oh, we have reports from several of the passengers. Dr. Holt, whom you doubtless recall, gave a really glowing statement. But the clearest account of all we received from a detective, a man named Ferris.
Ferris? Excuse me. Did you say he was a detective?
That's right.
Ferris? I don't recall the name on the passenger list. Do you, Mother?
I don't believe I do.
Well, he may have traveled incognito. Detectives often do when they're after somebody.
Have you seen this Mr. Ferris?
Well, no. I called at his office this morning, and one of his assistants told me Mr. Ferris was after a very clever gang of jewel thieves.
I see.
Very interesting. Well, Mr. Hanley, thanks for calling, and please give my thanks to Mr. Ferris when you see him.
Thank you. I'll do that. And I hope shortly to have the honor of witnessing the formal presentation of your medal. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
The butler will show you out.
Thank you. Good night.
Well, you're going to get a medal. That's exciting.
A little too exciting for me. It's given me a sick headache. I think I'll run off to bed.
Is there anything I can do, Mrs. Palmer?
No, dear. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Tom, I'd like to see you before you go to bed.
Yes, Mother.
Good night.
Good night.
Your mother seems quite upset.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Well, I guess I'd better run along, too.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet. I want to speak to you.
I'll be here in the morning.
I want to speak to you now.
Sounds important.
It is.
Well?
Do you remember what I told you on the boat?
Of course. But you needn't worry. I've no intention of holding you to it.
I wasn't afraid of that. As a matter of fact, I want you to hold me to it.
What?
I meant what I said then, and I mean it now. I want you to marry me, Ruth.
Tom.
Well,
Well, are you sure that...
I've told you that I loved you.
Yes, but...
But what?
Oh, I can't explain it. It's just impossible.
Why?
Oh, Tom, you're mad to do this. You don't know a thing about me, not a thing. You're taking an awful chance.
So are you. Listen, I've knocked around a lot, more than you'd think, and I found out something. It doesn't make any difference what a person has been. It's what he's going to be.
Suppose you found out something about me that did make a difference.
What, for instance?
Oh, you can't tell. I might have a secret life of my own that you know nothing about. Maybe I tap every third post or step on every other crack in the sidewalk. For all you know, I might even be a thief.
You? That's a laugh.
Is it?
I'm serious, Ruth. We could be married tonight. By tomorrow, we'd be away from here. For good.
For good? Tom, I don't understand you. Why should you want to leave here?
Oh, never mind that. Will you marry me?
I can't, Tom.
You mean you're not in love with me?
I didn't say that.
All right. I'm not going to rush you. Suppose we wait till tomorrow. You can give me your answer then.
Tomorrow?
Well?
All right, Tom.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Miss Brockton's butler is here, sir.
Oh, yes. I asked him to bring something over for me.
Show him in, Phil.
Yes, sir.
I'll say good night, Ruth. See you in the morning.
Of course. Good night, Tom.
You'll find Miss Brockton in the living room.
Thank you. Good evening, Miss Ruth.
Good evening, Wilson. Sorry I had to bring you all the way over here.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Ruth. Well, how's it going?
Be careful.
Everything okay?
Yes.
Jules in the safe?
Of course.
You know the combination?
I told you everything was all right.
Okay. What time do you want me back here?
3 o'clock. There's sure to be a sleep then.
3 o'clock, right. Well, looks like a good day's work for us.
2 o'clock. Well, do we pull the job or don't we?
Yeah, what do you say, boss?
Yeah, we've been sitting up here for an hour doing nothing. Let's get started.
Sit down. We'll get down for the jewels when I say so, not before. In the first place, we don't even know she's asleep yet.
She ain't no night owl.
Shut up. In the second place, I'm not so sure we ought to pull this job at all.
Say, what are you talking about
anyway?
Keep quiet. You all heard what that bird Hanley said. Harris spotted me on that boat. He's got his eye on us right now.
Ah, so what? We grabbed the rocks and scrammed.
Sure. And get hints at the border. A lot of smart guys you are.
Yeah. Gee, I never thought of that.
The way I see this is, we lay off the Brockton jewels for good. Clear out of here and forget it. Then when this Ferris thing blows over, you can get together and pull something else.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean you can get together? Ain't you in with us anymore?
Well, sure, of course.
You mean we ain't gonna grab them rocks, boss?
That's what I said.
Holy gee, that hurts. $250,000 worth of sparklers, and we gotta leave them flat and play tag with a dick. Gee, that hurts.
It's the best thing to do right now.
Yes, I guess so.
Wait a second, boys. Tom, you ain't fooling me at all. You ain't worried about Paris.
No?
No, it's that dame. You're soft on her, and you're trying to welch so she won't have to grab her jewel.
What? You're a pretty smart girl, aren't you, Rosie?
Smart enough to know when I'm getting a shakedown.
Hey, now look, Tom. I don't know whether Rosie's got the right dope on this thing or not. All I know is that we sunk plenty of coin into this layout, and this ain't no time to go back on us. Well, what do you say?
Keep your voice down.
I'll tell you what he's got to say. He's going through with this deal whether he likes it or not. Because if he don't, I'll queer him with that dame for keeps. I'll tell her what you are. I'll tell her plenty.
Yeah, and so'll I. You dirty two-time and double-crossing up.
Holy Moses.
I warn you to keep your voice down. Now, if you want another sample of that, get up and start yelling again. Now, listen, you mugs. I never double-crossed anybody yet. And I'm not going to start now. I'll go through with this job, sure. But this is the finish, understand? I'm through with you, all of you. Now get out of here and let me alone.
Come in, Wilson.
Waiting outside
for half an hour.
I told you 3 o'clock.
Is the coast clear?
They're all asleep.
Swell. Where's the safe?
Over here in the wall. Come on. Use your flashlight.
Okay. Did you say on the wall?
It's behind the panel.
Not bad. Not bad. Now, come on, let's get to work.
Look out.
What's the matter?
Don't touch that safe. It's full of electricity.
That's nice. Well, what do we do now?
We turn it off, stupid. Look out.
Atta girl. You got the combination?
I'll give it to you. Keep your light on the dial.
Okay, shoot.
24 right.
24 right.
18 left.
18 left.
6 right.
6 right. Well?
That's all.
There she is. Wide open.
Listen.
Huh?
There's someone coming downstairs.
We better duck.
Here, get behind the sofa. Quick. Don't even breathe.
Put out that light, Rosie.
Oh, she won't see it. Her room's on the other side of the house.
All right, then, come on. We'll have to work fast. Well,
What's the matter?
look at that safe. It's wide open.
Somebody's been here.
They got in through that window.
But they didn't get anything. Look, the stuff is still here in the safe.
All right, we've got to snap into it. Pass that stuff out to me. Come on, now, hurry up.
All right, take your time. Here's the girls' jewels.
Now, give me yours.
Don't move. I got you covered, both of you.
Who's that?
The Brockton's butler.
Wilson's the name, lady. All right, Ruth, grab those jewels.
Ruth, what are you doing down here?
She ain't playing marbles.
Did you open this safe?
Yes, I did.
You are a crook, then.
Looks like all of us are, Tom.
I get it. They're another mob. Huh. We thought they were on the level, and they're just a bunch of crooks.
Hey, watch out who you're calling names, lady. You was trying to swipe our stuff yourself.
Another mob.
I don't see anything so funny. What's the joke?
I'm not sure, but I think it's on me. So that's why you wouldn't marry me, eh?
Any objections?
I don't see any now.
Come on, cut out the chatter. We got to get out of here.
Wait, I've got a proposition to make.
Yeah?
We're all a bunch of clever people. What do you say we team up? Your crowd and ours. We'd have a combination that couldn't be beat. Even Ferris would never catch up with us.
Sure, this is a fine time to offer a partnership when we got the jewels.
You haven't got the jewels.
Huh?
You got to take them out of here. But you couldn't get rid of them if you went to Mars. That happens to be the Stuyvesant collection.
The Stuyvesant collection?
They're hot enough to melt steel. Well, what do you say? Do we get together or don't we?
Oh, what do you think, Ruth?
Suits me.
Swell. Now, there's all the jewels. I vote we pool the lot and split it 50-50.
Okay, but look, if you... What the devil?
What's that?
Come on, we got to get out of here. Come on, let's get out of here, I say.
Hide those jewels.
They got us. They're all around the house.
Come on, Ruth, this way.
Stand where you are, everybody.
What's the meaning of this? I demand an explanation.
Don't give us that. Don't anybody make a move. We've got the whole joint surrounded. Come on, boys, round them up.
Keep your mouth shut, everyone. Anything you say can be used against you.
You sound like an old-timer, mister. What's your name?
I'll do my talking to the sergeant.
You can bet on that.
Well, nice work, boys. Got 'em all?
Yes, so, Chief.
McGuire grabbed 2 of them at the back door. That makes 6, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Chief. Just like Ferris said.
Ferris? Oh, so he's in on this, eh?
He's had you covered for weeks, all of you.
There you are, Chief. The jewels, the whole bunch of them.
Fine. Well, boys, it looks like a good day's work for us.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our play, Cheating Cheaters, continues shortly from the Lux Radio Theater. 8 years ago, a vaudeville gymnast injured his back severely while performing at the Hippodrome in New York. He refused to surrender to the doctors, who told him he'd be a cripple for life. Instead, he commenced treating himself through exercises. Today, he's not only a perfect physical specimen, but he holds what is probably the only job of its kind in the world. He's employed by the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios to keep their stars in proper physical condition. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Donald A. Loomis.
Every day, I worked with such stars as Joan Crawford, Jean Harlow, Louise Reiner, Eleanor Powell, Jeanette MacDonald. The beauty and glamour they reveal on the screen are direct results of constant training and strict adherence to regular exercise. The advice I'm about to offer is the same advice I have given to them. I don't mean that if you follow it, a movie contract will be waiting, but I do believe you can develop charm and beauty beyond your expectations. The fact to remember is this: only through the proper circulation of blood can you have a healthy, beautiful body. And nothing in the world promotes good circulation like exercise. It has no substitute. It'll take off weight or put on weight, tone up your skin marvelously, and develop a figure such as you now envy in the stars. But you must exercise every day, or at least every other day. Begin gradually, out of doors if possible. For most people, swimming is usually the best form of exercise. But take it easy. Watch your posture. Round shoulders is the most common fault with women. Copy Norma Shearer. Her posture is the best among all movie stars. Cleanliness is all important. An invigorating shower with plenty of Lux toilet soap will do two things for you: free your pores of foreign matter and keep your complexion clear and smooth. I'm glad to say that Lux is the soap used by the stars at MGM. Eat, play, and work as you see fit. Don't pass up a good dinner because you're afraid of getting fat, but compensate for the food by proper exercise a little later. Give your body this attention it deserves, and I can safely say that after a few weeks of sensible training, you will feel better, look better, and your whole mental attitude will be completely renewed.
You get a different view of these stars than anyone else. Who are the best physical specimens in Hollywood?
I'd say Joan Crawford, who has trained faithfully for years, Norma Shearer, and Dolores Del Rio. And the men with the best physiques, in my opinion, are Clark Gable and Robert Taylor. A couple of weeks ago, Robert Taylor flew 3,000 miles from New York to Hollywood just so he wouldn't miss a workout. But exercise need not be vigorous. Jeanette MacDonald's singing helps greatly to keep her fit. Try singing. It's great for your lungs and chest.
And perhaps a little rough on the neighbors' ears.
That's why I say never try to do too much of anything at one time. And here's something that may surprise you. When Eleanor Powell does one of her dance routines, she actually uses up more energy than Max Schmeling required to knock out Joe Louis.
Well, that seems to prove that Joe ought to take up dancing.
Or that Eleanor should challenge Braddock. In any event, I'm glad to have been here, Mr. DeMille. And if any of our audience would like a little more specific advice regarding exercises best fitted for themselves, I'll gladly try to help. Just address your letter to Donald Loomis, Metro Golden Mayer Studio, Culver City, California. Good night.
Good night, Samson. And now we bring you the last part of Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft as Tom Palmer and featuring June Lang as Ruth Brockton. It's the following morning. We're in the office of the National Detective Agency, where the members of both gangs are waiting for the official proceedings that will put them behind the bars. All are present except Ruth, who is in Ferris's private office.
Oh, when are they letting us out of here? I'm stiff as a board sitting here all night.
Stop beefing, will you? You think the rest of us was sleeping on featherbed.
Hey, do you think they got the goods on us, boss?
Enough to send us all up for about 10 years.
10 years? Oh.
What did you think? That they'd slap your hands and tell you not to do it again?
I want to see my lawyer.
Say, how did they nab you, Brockton? I thought you went to Chicago.
That telegram was a fake. I stayed at the house.
Yeah? Well, you see what you get for telling stories.
Oh, shut up.
By the way, are you Ruth's father?
I've never been a father in my life.
That's a break for somebody.
Hey, this guy Ferris, is he on the police force?
No, he's a private detective employed by the insurance company.
Good morning, everybody.
Hiya, Folly. Pull up a chair.
Never mind the wisecracks, young fella.
Hey, look, Chief, how about some ham and eggs? I'm starved.
Well, you'll all get breakfast over in the tombs.
How long do you think you can keep us here? This isn't a police station. It's the office of a private detective agency.
That's right. You see, this is just a little stopover on the way to headquarters. As soon as we get a confession, we'll get going.
Yeah? Who do you think is going to confess?
Well, we're getting one right now.
You mean Ruth?
What do you think?
So she welched on us, huh?
Yeah, came through with everything we asked her.
You're a liar.
What?
You heard me. Ruth's no squealer. She wouldn't let us down.
Wait till you find yourself in the jug, Palmer. Maybe you'll change your mind a little. Hello? Who wants Ferris? Oh, the district attorney. Well, I'll talk to him. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. Andrews? No, this is Farley speaking. I'm sorry, but Ferris is engaged. Getting a confession. Yeah, Ruth Brockton, head of the Brockton gang. She's spilling it now. All right, I'll tell Ferris. We'll shoot the confession over to you as soon as she signs it. Goodbye, Mr. Andrews. You'll excuse me, won't you, folks? I'm very busy this morning.
Scram, bum.
You don't think Ruth is squealing to you, Palmer?
Not a chance. That phone call just now was a gag.
If we'd only gotten away with this job, I was going to retire.
Yeah, me too. It's a dirty shame.
Hey, I've got an idea.
Yeah, we could use a good idea right now. Well, what is it?
When we lifted those Stuyvesant jewels, we broke it all up and had the stones reset, didn't we?
Sure, what about it?
It's our one big chance.
How do you mean?
Don't you see? Ferris represents the insurance burglary companies. Now, what's worrying the companies most is how to get back the jewels. Now, with the stones reset, how many of the original owners will be able to identify their stuff? Not one of them. That's why Ferris is keeping us here in this office. And that's why he wants to think Ruth has squealed.
Yeah, that's it, all right.
We'll beat the rap yet?
Everything depends on Ruth. If they break her down, we're licked. But...
She can't break down. If she does, she'll land in the jug herself.
No, she won't. None of you will. But you've got to let me do the talking. Now, look. I'll ask to see Ferris.
Look out, boys.
All right, miss. Come in here, please.
What do you want me to do?
Be careful what you say, Ruth.
Quiet, you. All right, miss. Now, if you'll identify these people, I'll call them off in the order in which they're named in your confession.
She squealed on us.
Quiet, I said. Ready, miss?
I'm ready.
Good. George Brockton.
That's George Brockton over there.
You cheap squealer. You're not fit to associate with honest
Take him
crooks.
away, men. Keep him outside.
Come on, let me go, will you? Come on, take your...
Now, Steve Wilson and Phil Davis.
That's Davis, and there's Wilson.
And I thought you was Reagan.
Outside, you two.
I'll get you after swing for this.
Rosie Snyder next, alias Rosie Palmer.
That's Rosie.
All right, I'm going.
Mike Donovan.
Well, that's me, I guess. So long, boss.
See up above.
Yeah.
One more, Tom Palmer.
I'd like to speak to him, please, alone.
I want to see Ferris.
Hold your horses. Okay, miss. You can talk to him here. I'll go out and take care of the others.
Thank you.
So you squealed on us, eh? You let us down.
I'm sorry, Tom. I had to.
Pretty low, even for a crook.
You hate me, don't you?
If I do, it's your fault. I almost went straight for you last night. I would have taken the rap for you today.
What do you mean?
If I could have gotten to see Ferris before you confessed. I was all set to cover you up. Take the rap myself.
You would have done that for me? Oh, Tom, I'm sorry.
Oh, what's the use? It's all over now.
Sit down, Tom. I want to tell you something. Something about myself.
Forget it.
Please, Tom.
Well, what is it?
You see, I used to be a newspaper reporter at $30 a week. On one assignment for my paper, I ran into a gang of crooks and recovered a lot of money for an insurance company. They liked the way I handled the case and offered to set me up in business as a private detective to investigate their thefts. I used the name of Ferris.
Ferris? You?
Yes, Tom.
Well, that just makes everything fine and dandy, doesn't it? I bet you're getting a terrific kick out of putting me behind the bars.
Wait, Tom. A minute ago, you said you'd go through for me. Well, I believe you. I'm going through for you.
Yeah, how?
I didn't look for this job. The job found me. When I got to working with Brockton and the others and to knowing you, I felt pretty cheap. I would have given anything to have been out of it, but I couldn't help myself. Then, last night when you asked me to marry you, I thought of our future, yours and mine together. I knew the better side of you, and I wanted to help you find yourself.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
It's not too late even now.
No, what do we do? Set up housekeeping and Sing Sing?
Excuse me.
Yes, Farley?
The rest of the gang want to see Ferris.
All right, let them come in.
Okay.
Well, what are you going to do?
I said it wasn't too late, Tom.
You mean you're going to give me a chance to go straight?
I think that's all you need, a chance. Am I right?
If you'll stick close to me.
I'll never let you out of my sight.
Oh, gee, Ruth, I don't know...
Be careful.
All right, boys, come on in.
Hey, where's Ferris?
Yeah, where is he? He ain't in here.
Yeah, we said we wanted to see Ferris.
Just a minute, boys. Let me introduce the head of the National Detective Agency, Miss Ruth Ferris.
Well,
All right, Ruth. If you're Ferris, I've got a proposition to make.
I think I know what your proposition is, George. But let me make one first. Now, boys, you want to make restitution of the stolen property in exchange for a light sentence, right?
Right.
Well, I'm going to do better than that for you. I'm going to put you all to work.
Did you say work? Oh, this is the end.
For a long time, you've been preying on society. Now I'm going to give you a chance to come in here and help protect society. But let me tell you this. The first time you hear of a job that's being pulled off and fail to report it, or double-cross me in any way, it means 20 years.
She's going to make detectives out of us.
Well, had a good education for the job.
Now it's up to you. There's pen and ink out in the front office. I want a signed confession from each one of you.
What are you going to do with the confession?
Nothing, as long as you remain on the square with me. Now take your choice. The confessions or 20 years.
Hey, lead me to the pen and paper.
There's plenty of both out in the front office.
Yeah.
Hurry up. Well, Rosie, not going to sign?
Oh, I'll sign it all right. Me, a detective. Huh. I'll never be able to hold up my head again.
Well, Tom?
I suppose you want a confession from me, too.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll go outside and write it.
That's not the kind of confession I want from you.
No?
I want you to confess that when you told me you loved me, that you meant it. Every single word.
Guilty. You want a couple of witnesses to that?
I think we could use them.
Sure. 2 witnesses. We can let them sign the marriage certificate. Well, it looks like a good day's work for us.
As Thackeray wrote, the play is done, the curtain drops. A moment yet the actor stops and looks around to say farewell. Tonight's stars, George Raft and June Lang, return shortly to the microphone. I think that discoveries are accidents designed by destiny. A fabulous fortune and hundreds of the jewels women now wear were found in South Africa because a Dutch farmer happened to notice a group of children playing marbles. The marbles were diamonds and led to the opening of one of the richest mines in the world. It was also by accident that I myself once discovered a diamond in the rough. In fact, it was in the rough and tumble action of a Keystone comedy that I saw her. And just the way she leaned against a door conveyed to me an appeal that I knew would intrigue the world. I took her out of comedies and made her the star of 6 DeMille productions. She was an absolutely new type of heroine, because most of the heroines who preceded her were sweet and charming ingenues, while all the sirens were evil women and heavies. She combined the best qualities of both and became the screen's first romantic siren who was not a villainess. This famous young woman was the first of many screen stars who can truly be said to have possessed glamour. She did more than any girl before or since to make Hollywood the fashion center of the world. And she now steps to the microphone just as fascinating as she was then. Ladies and gentlemen, Gloria Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. You're very generous. I changed the old adage of hitch your wagon to a star and hitched mine to a director and became a star.
That's just modesty, Gloria. You're talking through that pretty little brown and white turban of yours.
As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, I just happened to fit into the DeMille scheme of things, which consisted of putting realism, beauty, style, and sophistication on the screen.
You're one of the world's most exotic women. It just happens that you're also a very good actress.
No, all women are good actresses. And I still insist, ladies and gentlemen, that it was Mr. DeMille's daring that made me a star. Until he produced Old Wives for New, every picture followed the same formula. A boy met a girl, lost her for a while, and then finished the picture by marrying her. Mr. DeMille took the story up from there. Though producers believed that you couldn't make a successful picture about a husband and wife, Mr. DeMille made one, and thereby made history. It was a great success and introduced the social drama to the screen.
It wasn't my daring that people talked about. It was yours. Do you remember the scene in Male and Female? When we duplicated the famous painting, The Lion's Bride, and had a lion crouched above you with its claws on your bare back? while the trainer cracked the whip in its face to make it snarl?
Yes, Mr. DeMille, I remember.
Now, I've got a scene in my present picture that...
I'm very sorry, but I'm not as daring now as I was then.
Well, you're just as charming. I never saw you look more beautiful.
That's L-U-X.
Now, what's that spell?
Oh, Shane, go to the bottom of the class. That spells Lux.
Oh, yes.
Lux is my favorite beauty soap, and now, through its radio theater, you and I meet again for the first time in nearly 7 years.
Then before we say goodnight, I'd like to give you one final bit of direction.
What is it?
Sing for us.
Well, I don't pretend to be a singer, but if you're willing to risk my singing on your program, so am I. I'll sing None But the Lonely Heart by Tchaikovsky.
Please. George Raft and June Lang are a study in contrasts. So far, June has always played the role of a young and innocent girl, while George made his reputation as Hollywood's streamlined villain. George spent most of his life in New York. June has just returned from her first trip to Manhattan. But suppose they speak for themselves and as themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, George Raft and June Lang.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. Well, June, how did you find the old hometown?
Oh, easily, George. I took the plane to Newark and drove over the Skyway, through the Holland Tunnel, and there it was.
I mean, did you like it?
Oh, immensely. I was fascinated by the New York crowds, and I've never seen so many well-dressed women before. And judging from their wonderful complexions, they apparently use Lux toilet soap just as much as we do here in Hollywood. I even had Lux in my hotel room. It made me feel really at home in New York.
In New York, George was the most popular boy in his neighborhood. The other kids would do anything he told them to. Incidentally, George's grandfather owned the merry-go-round on Coney Island.
My grandfather also was a gold prospector here in California. He made several strikes.
And you followed his example as a ball player?
I guess you're right, but in pictures I'm better with a gat than a bat.
I don't know why you're a gangster on the screen so many times, George.
Oh, I don't know. I like being a villain. I think it's more interesting. I also think it's more true to life. June, down deep, I believe there's a bit of villainy in every man.
Even in Mr. DeMille?
Why not?
Why, I think Mr. DeMille's one of the nicest men I ever met.
Now, don't stop, June. I'm beginning to enjoy this interview.
Just let me tell you what he did to me one day. He was making This Day and Age.
You talk, George, like one of my actors. You weren't even in that picture.
Well, one morning when I came to work, my dressing room had completely disappeared.
Why blame me? I'm a director, not a magician.
The reason I couldn't find it was that DeMille had completely surrounded it with one of his big sets.
Didn't he give you another room?
Oh, yes. For 2 solid weeks, I shared quarters with Tuffy, the collie mascot. But it wasn't so bad. I used to be a mascot myself.
George was mascot of the New York Yankees, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I chased home runs all over New York City.
Tonight you hit one yourself, George. And you too, June.
Thank you. It's been marvelous being here. Good night.
And all is forgiven, Mr. DeMille. I've had a great time, and I hope to be back again sometime. Good night.
Good night, George.
Thank you, Mr. Raft and Miss Lang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Assisting our stars in tonight's play were Wally Mayer as Mike, Justina Wayne as Mrs. Palmer, Victor Rodman as Mr. Brockton, Lou Merrill as Wilson, Frank Nelson as Phil, Ross Forrester as Hanley, Richard LeGrand as Farley, and John Lake and Charles Emerson as police officers. Mr. Raft and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, Miss Lang and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, and Mr. Loomis, Metro Goldwyn Mayer. The music for the new picture Road to Glory, produced by 20th Century Fox, was arranged by Mr. Silvers. Mr. DeMille tells us now of next week's program.
One of the screen's most colorful figures comes to the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night, James Cagney. You've seen him as a sailor, taxi driver, gangster, G-man, and aviator. But you'll hear him next week in an entirely new role, the manager of a prize fighter in the famous comedy Is That So? By James Gleason and Richard Tabor. Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory will be featured in the cast with Mr. Cagney. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, together with Mr. Cagney, Mr. Armstrong, and Miss Mallory, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Is That So? This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 23rd.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in the story of Louis Pasteur with Fritz Leiber and Crawford Kent. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Paul Muni, Fritz Leiber, Crawford Kent, and Barbara Luddy. Our guests, Adrian, Hollywood's most noted designer, and William K. Howard, director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. The makers of Lux Flakes, together with our stars and guests, welcome you all to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. Here's a word to the ladies. Try Lux Flakes for washing dishes. Ordinary soaps often dry your skin, making it rough and red and making the nails brittle. Lux Flakes contain no harmful alkali. They protect the natural oil in your skin, safeguard your manicure, and give your hands beauty care right in the dishpan. Lux Flakes are just as good for washing dishes as for washing fine fabrics, and that's saying a lot. And now it's time to hear from our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Muni is a paragon of paradoxes. Born in Vienna, he doesn't waltz. Trained in the Yiddish Art Theater, he's been playing the role of a Chinese in The Good Earth for the past 6 months. At the age of 11, Mr. Muni went on the stage in the part of a bent and withered old man. The whiskers he wore were obviously false. But he grew his own beard for the story of Louis Pasteur. And here are some sidelights on his sidelines. He plays the violin and talks to strangers for relaxation. He rehearses all his lines into a dictaphone to study his own inflections. He experiments with makeup at home and obtains material for his characterizations firsthand. In other words, if he's playing the part of a Chinese, he spends a great deal of his time in the Chinese Quarter. And if he's to be a gangster on the screen, he mingles with the gangster element. And if he's a scientist, he reads everything available on the science he's supposed to represent. It's nearly 2 years since Mr. Muni's last appearance on the air. Then, as tonight, he was heard from the Lux Radio Theater and starred in his favorite stage play, Counselor at Law. Tonight, we hear him in his favorite screenplay, The Story of Louis Pasteur. The part of Dr. Charbonnet is played by the same distinguished performer who enacted it on the screen, Mr. Fritz Leiber. Crawford Kent will be heard as Dr. Radice. Louis Silvers raises his baton to start the music as the Lux Radio Theater presents The Story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. Paris in the 1860s. We're in the laboratory of Louis Pasteur. The long, sparsely furnished room is lined with deep shadows. Along the walls stand crates of guinea pigs and squeaking mice, and in the center, a crudely built table is littered with twisted test tubes and cauldrons. It's early evening. Under the garish light of an overhanging lamp, Pasteur leans over his microscope, his eyes glued to the black cylinder. His wife enters the room and stands for a moment watching him.
Louis.
Louis,
Yes?
haven't you worked long enough? Aren't you tired?
Tired?
You've been here all day since early this morning.
I know. Roux,
Yes?
have you finished with those slides?
In a moment, monsieur.
Hurry them along.
Louis, I brought the newspaper for you.
Newspaper? What do I want
There's
with
something in it you should know. Dr. Frederick is dead.
Dead?
He was killed. Shot.
Who did it?
The husband of one of his patients. Listen. When asked by the magistrate why he had killed Dr. Frederick, the man shouted, "He killed my wife with his dirty hands. He gave her fever, childbed fever." Then the prisoner produced a pamphlet which read, "Doctors, surgeons, wash your hands. Boil your instruments. Microbes cause disease." The pamphlet was signed, Louis Pasteur.
My pamphlet.
Louis, don't you know what it means? They're blaming you for the death of Dr. Frederick.
Nonsense.
They are. Dr. Charbonnet, Dr. Radice, all of them. They call you a murderer, a menace to science.
And they are a menace to humanity.
If they should appeal to the Emperor.
Let them. The Emperor's no fool. Look at the facts, Marie. 3 out of every 10 mothers today die in childbirth. Why? Because our learned physicians are too pig-headed to realize that germs have the power to invade the bloodstream and cause disease.
But, Louis, you tell them to wash their hands, boil their instruments. Still, you can't be sure. You haven't found the germs.
But I will. I will.
Papa?
Oh, what is it, Annette?
A letter for Papa. A messenger brought in the carriage. There were 2 soldiers with him.
Louis.
Give me the letter. It's from the Emperor.
The Emperor? Then it's just as I thought. Charbonnet and Radice have gone to him.
Quiet, my dear. It's not as you thought. Listen to this. At the request of the court chamberlain and the command of His Majesty Napoleon III, you are invited to a reception at the palace.
Oh, Louis.
A carriage will be sent for you at 8 o'clock next Thursday.
A reception at the palace. Louis, what an honor.
It is my chance, Marie. Radice, Charbonnet, Rossignol, they'll all be there. It is my chance at last.
Your Majesty, this man Pasteur is not even a doctor. He's a mere chemist.
I know, Charbonnet, but his work interests the Empress. It was at her suggestion that I invited him tonight.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet. If I am not mistaken, Pasteur was instrumental in discovering the cause of fermentation of wine. some years ago.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I recall it now. He claimed to have discovered little animals in it. Infinitesimal beasts.
And he still does, sire. Only now he finds them everywhere.
But are there such creatures? Do they really exist?
Your Majesty, microscopic organisms have long been observed.
Yes.
They spring into being of their own accord wherever there is putrid matter or fermentation. They are the result rather than the cause of disease.
Oh, I see.
By heating wine to a certain temperature, Monsieur Pasteur was able to destroy them. I presume he plans to cure blood poisoning in the same manner, namely, by boiling our blood.
Heaven forbid.
It's not unlikely, I assure you.
Dr. Charbonnet, I'm afraid you exaggerate. I, too, have read Pasteur's pamphlet. It says nothing about boiling blood, merely to boil the instruments you surgeons use.
Madame, if I did anything so absurd as to boil my instruments or scrub my hands, they'd think I was a witch doctor resorting to charms and laugh me out of the hospital.
That would be a novelty, monsieur. Most people who go to hospitals are carried out dead.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
Monsieur Louis Pasteur has arrived, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes. Show him to the East Room and ask him to wait for me there.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Charbonnet, find Dr. Racinolle and Dr. Radis and any others who might be interested. We'll see Pasteur together and discover for ourselves whether the man is a genius or a charlatan. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. One moment, Dr. Radis. Pasteur, will you please tell us precisely what you mean?
I will, sire. The hospitals of Paris are pest houses. There's scarcely a doctor in the city who's not carrying death on his hands and on his instruments.
Because of microbes, monsieur? Your private menagerie of invisible beasts?
Exactly. Dr. Charbonnet could see them for himself if he took the trouble to use his microscope. He could watch them multiply into murderous millions. They breed in filth. They may start from the gutters of Paris tonight and by tomorrow claim some mother from this very court.
Preposterous to think that a human being could be destroyed by an animal 10,000 times smaller than a flea. It's as though an army of ants should destroy Your Majesty's empire.
Listen. A young woman died here tonight. The wife of the coachman who brought me. She was your patient, Charbonnet. A victim of your bigotry.
You dare? You accuse me?
But that isn't the end. The woman who attended her, your nurse, will carry the infection to your next and more illustrious patient, the Comtesse Gabrielle de Villefort.
Your Majesty.
Stop! I've heard enough. You should know better, Pasteur. The Comtesse Gabrielle is Her Majesty's sister.
I regret, sire, but death knows no rank.
Silence! In the preservation of wine and beer, you have been of service to France. We appreciate it. In the future, you will confine your work to that field or suffer my displeasure. That will be all.
Your Majesty.
That will be all, Pasteur.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Here, this little Pasteur. Say a thing like that. He had no right to...
Carriage, please.
Yes, monsieur.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
Permit me, please. I am Jean Martel, physician and surgeon, doctor of medicine from the Sorbonne, secretary of hygiene, member of the International Society of Doctors at Edinburgh. Personally, I'm convinced that there is some truth in what you say.
You honor me.
Why, Charbonnet's a fool. When it comes to anything new or the least
I
bit
beg your pardon. Aren't you Dr. Charbonnet's assistant?
Why, yes, I suppose I am, but...
It is your duty to respect him, then. Not to ridicule him.
I, monsieur?
Good night.
Quick, Annette. Run and open the door for him. Yes, Mama. Oh, you will light the candles on the cake.
38.
Only 38, and all ready to have done so much for the world.
She's coming. Open the door, Annette.
Happy birthday, happy birthday.
What? Oh. Thank you, my dear.
What's the matter, Papa?
Louis,
Yes?
is anything wrong?
You'll have to pack, Marie. We're leaving Paris tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Louis, what's happened?
I've stepped too hard on the toes of our doctors. I've insulted the Academy of Medicine. They forbid me to work on human diseases. We must leave here, Marie.
Yes, Louis.
When I was a boy, I used to read of scientists fleeing from the cities to avoid persecution. It thrilled me. I didn't realize what a nuisance it was.
But, monsieur, perhaps you might better apologize to the Academy. A few lines
Take back what we know is true. Never. I'd die first. Don't worry, Roux. Someday we're going to prove that we're right. To the Emperor, to the Academy, to the world.
In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. But now we're going to the stockroom of Columbia's wardrobe department on Gower Street. A seamstress is taking one of her new assistants through the department, showing how and where the dresses and coats are kept.
Now, over here are Irene Dunn's dresses. These are the ones she wore in Theodora Goes Wild. We might as well take the pink one out. It's got to be washed before we make it over for another picture.
Washed? Why, can you wash a dress like that?
Oh, yes. They were 15 days making that particular scene. And I know that dress has been washed at least 3 times.
Well, I didn't believe you could wash that kind of material.
Oh, my, yes. It washes beautifully in Lux Flakes. Of course, we wouldn't risk it in anything else. You see, these clothes are worth a lot of money, and we can't take chances. They've made Lux a rule here in the wardrobe department. You better keep that in mind, too. Always see that there's plenty of Lux. Now, on this side over here...
All the big Hollywood studios use Lux Flakes for washing fine fabrics because they've discovered it's the sure, safe way to keep them looking like new. Lux contains no harmful alkali, and with Lux, there's no harsh cake soap rubbing. Even the sheerest materials that are safe in water alone, you can put into gentle Lux suds with perfect assurance. Try it for all your precious washables, your silks, rayons, woolens, and fine cottons. You will love the way they come out of Lux, clean, fresh, and brand new looking. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
"8 years have gone by, and while men fought and killed each other in the Franco-Prussian War, Pasteur fought microbes, the real enemy of all mankind. The war is over now, and the government, hard-pressed to meet the heavy indemnity imposed by Prussia, has turned its attention to rebuilding the ravaged countryside. A devastating plague, anthrax, is destroying the livestock of France, the government's chief source of revenue. In only one small province, the district of Arbois, is there any immunity to the dread disease? To that district are sent 2 representatives of the Academy of Medicine, Dr. Radis and Jean Martel. Their coach comes to an abrupt halt near a herd of sheep.
Look at that herd, Dr. Radis. They seem to be healthy enough.
Luck, that's all. Pure luck. These fields have become immune.
Yes, but how? Why?
Oh, my dear Martel, such questions are beyond the scope of science. When you ask me how or why, I must refer you to the theologians.
Thanks. I'll ask at this farmhouse first.
Well, Martel, don't waste your time.
Asking questions is never a waste of time.
Oh, but my dear fellow...
Radis, the future of France. Our whole financial structure lies in the health of our livestock. If we're to meet our indemnity, we must have a source of income.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry to intrude upon you. I'm Dr. Jean Martel. This gentleman is Dr. Radis. We were sent here by President Thiers to discover, if possible, why your sheep have escaped the plague.
Oh, you're quite welcome. My name is Annette. Annette Pasteur. I'm sure Father will be delighted to see you.
Pasteur? Not Louis Pasteur, that chemist.
Yes, monsieur. Will you come this way? Father's back in the shed vaccinating some sheep.
Vaccinating?
Yes, monsieur. Against the anthrax bacillus.
The what?
The microbe, monsieur. The germ that causes anthrax.
Do you hear that, Martel? The germ.
What? Oh, yes. You seem to be very well informed, Mademoiselle Pasteur.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't help but know something about it. Oh, Father, there's someone to see you.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Dr. Martel and Dr. Radis.
Dr. Rat.
Oh, yes. So, Monsieur Pasteur, you are now the savior of the sheep, eh? Very interesting. You remember Pasteur, Martel? He's the man who was responsible for Dr. Frederick's death, remember? He was run out of Paris.
Not quite, Doctor.
Oh, don't deny it, you were. And you were warned not to practice. Positively forbidden. What's that?
That sheep doesn't seem to agree with you, Dr. Reddy's.
A prophet is never without his followers, it seems.
But rarely such intelligent ones. These animals know what's good for them.
Perhaps you'll tell me what's good for them. I'd like to know, too.
Oh.
Yes, monsieur?
Come here. Oh, will you try to explain to Dr. Radis just what we're doing? He's a member of the Academy of Medicine, so you'll have to use very simple language.
We are convinced, Dr. Radis, after 8 years of experimenting, that this vaccine, when injected into the animal, will set up an immunity.
Ridiculous. It would take 80 years to convince me.
80? Aren't you a bit optimistic?
Well, the simple truth of the matter is that your fields are immune. It's impossible for sheep to be stricken in this neighborhood. And when I make my report to the Agricultural Board, I'm going to advise that all healthy cattle be moved to this district.
No, you can't do that. I tell you, these fields are reeking with contagion. They'll die by the thousands.
Bah! Oh, come along, Martel. I've heard enough.
Dr. Reddy's.
Well, are you coming?
No. I'm going to stay.
Very well. Sit on.
Still disobeying your superiors, eh, Dr. Martel?
Why, I didn't think you remembered me.
At the palace. The night I told the Emperor Comtesse de Villefort would die.
You were right. She did die. Charbonnet's never forgiven you.
It's a pity. May I ask why you want to stay?
I'm no longer an idle courtier, monsieur. I work for the government. My job is to help the farmers of France. So, well, if you don't mind, I'd like to work with you, monsieur.
Annette.
Yes?
Come here, dear. Ask your mother if we have room for a guest.
Oh, yes, I'm sure we have. Well, I mean, I'll see. Excuse me, monsieur.
My daughter blushes a pretty color.
She's a very pretty girl, monsieur.
Oh. So, you want to render your country a real service, is that it?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. If you've discovered a vaccine against anthrax, it's my duty to make it known.
You think the Academy would be interested?
If you can convince me, monsieur, I should be honored if you'd allow me to convince them.
Thank you. Come along, Martel.
Perfectly ridiculous. Anthrax is incurable and unpreventable.
Order! Order, gentlemen, order. May continue, Dr. Martel.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I have seen with my own eyes what Pasteur can do, and has done for the cattle of Verbois. We, on the other hand, members of the Academy of Medicine, have contributed nothing in the fight against anthrax. Then, in heaven's name, why don't we listen to a man who has?
I agree. If someone's got a cure for anthrax, I want to know about it. So do I.
Will the visitors in the gallery please refrain from talking?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Redis has the floor.
Thank you. I have only one question to raise, and that is this. Whether Dr. Martell's purpose here is to further the cause of science or the cause of love. Personally, I'm inclined to the latter view. For having met Monsieur Pasteur's amiable daughter, I can hardly blame our young colleague for wanting to become his son-in-law.
That's a lie. I'm here because I think Pasteur is right. I know he's right.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rossignol. Dr. Rossignol.
Friends, colleagues, in my laboratory, I have found that I can produce anthrax in healthy sheep by injecting into their veins the dark, poisonous blood of an animal already affected. This treatment invariably results in death. I should like, therefore, to propose an experiment that would rid us once and for all of this medical mountebank Louis Pasteur.
Well, what's your plan?
Gentlemen, let us take 50 normal, healthy sheep, 25 of which will be vaccinated by Monsieur Pasteur. The other 25 will remain as they are. I shall then infect all 50 sheep with anthrax by the method I have just explained. And I defy any man or any vaccine to save one of them.
Yes, bravo.
Don't be a fool to do it.
Why, he wouldn't dare.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Charbonnet.
I agree with Dr. Rossignol's experiment. We all agree. And we dare Dr. Martel or Louis Pasteur to try it. We dare him.
Monsieur, I accept.
Are you Louis Pasteur?
I am. I've enjoyed listening to your discussion from the gallery here. And I repeat, I accept your challenge, Dr. Charbonnet.
The experiment has been carried out. 50 sheep, all of them infected with the deadly anthrax bacillus. Half of them vaccinated by Pasteur. Will Pasteur's sheep live? Will the vaccine immunize them against anthrax? From all the world over come scientists to witness the experiment. They mingle with the peasants in the fields at Arbois. Suddenly a cry goes up. The unvaccinated sheep are dead. Then another cry, which heralds the success of the experiment. Pasteur's sheep are alive. They have resisted the disease. Anthrax has been conquered.
Well, Dr. Rossignol, are you convinced?
Alive. All of them. Why, it's almost unbelievable. Monsieur, I offer my apologies.
Annette, it worked. At last, it's a triumph, monsieur.
Yes, and for you too, my boy. Congratulations.
For me?
I'm not wrong, am I, Annette?
Well, Joan and we're going to be married, Father.
Well, I thought so. The day he arrived, I thought so.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
May I congratulate you, sir? I've come all the way from Edinburgh to watch this experiment.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, monsieur.
My name is Lister.
Lister? Dr. Lister?
I feel it a great honor to be present.
The honor is mine, monsieur. I'm well acquainted with the work you're doing on antiseptics.
Thanks to you and your brilliant leadership.
Mad dog! Mad dog!
It's a dog. There's a mad dog loose.
Joan, take Annette to the carriage, quickly.
A man has been bitten.
They've shot him.
Yes, too late.
Take him to the blacksmith! Take him up there!
To the blacksmith. To have a red-hot iron burned deep into his flesh. Oh, poor fellow.
All the doctors in Europe couldn't do more for him. If he doesn't get rabies, even after the cauterization, he'll be very lucky.
To die of rabies. And yet, there must be a way, a cure. There must be.
Louis, please sit still and eat your dinner. It's after 11 and you haven't had a bite to eat all day.
But they're waiting for me in the laboratory. We're working, my dear.
Let them wait. Look, I have a letter for you. It came by special post from England.
From Dr. Lister. Let me see it.
Not until you've eaten.
Oh, but it's important, Marie. I must know what it says.
Very well. I'll read it to you. Dear sir, my observations lead me to believe that you are a scoundrel.
What?
I am told that in the year you've been in Paris, you've become a slave driver to your assistants, that you neglect your wife, abuse your family.
Come, Marie. This is no time to joke.
Very well. I'll tell you what he really says. Your recent paper on the known sources of infection is admirable in every detail.
Ah, a very clever man.
Listen to this. Forgive the frankness with which a common love of science inspires me. I embrace you. My fellow workers in Brussels and Prague report that their hospitals are rapidly becoming safe. Mothers can go to them without fear.
That's where our Annette should be sent to have her baby. I must tell Jean.
Listen, there's more. I do not hesitate to acclaim you the most valuable man yet to enter the field of science.
Good Lister. You see, Marie? Now I must work and work and work.
Louis, what was that?
Nothing, Marie, nothing.
Down in the laboratory, I heard it. What is it? What is it?
It's
a dog. A mad
but
dog.
It's all right, Marie. We have a mad dog down there, but...
Please, Louis, please, not hydrophobia. Don't work on hydrophobia.
I may as well tell you, Marie. I've been trying to discover a cure for months. I've pledged myself to wipe it from the face of the earth. Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Baker.
Thank you. I'm afraid I haven't enough chairs. Find little need for them in my laboratory.
Monsieur.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet?
It is the wish of some of us that the Academy of Medicine honor you with this visit.
Honor me?
To be brief, Dr. Sarnoff has been reading your recent statements in the journal promising a cure for rabies.
The press takes liberties, Doctor. As usual, my remarks were grossly exaggerated.
In your last paper to the Academy, monsieur, you said you were on the threshold of a great discovery.
Yes?
Might I inquire if you have crossed that threshold?
Science takes a step, then another. Then it stops and reflects before taking a third.
Go on, please.
Step by step, messieurs, I'm reaching the ultimate conclusion that microbes are the cause of all disease.
Microbes?
Couldn't be. You men are still skeptical. If germs are still a myth to you, then listen. In my hand, in this little test tube, I hold enough rabies virus to wipe out a city.
May I see that test tube, monsieur?
If you wish.
Thank you.
But be careful.
Why?
You have the tiniest scratch on your hand.
A scratch? Suppose I make one on my arm with my penknife.
What are you doing?
No. And suppose I rub this so-called virus into the open wound, like this.
Stop him! Stop him!
Stop him! We shall see whether germs cause disease. All I want now is to have you predict the hour of my death.
There's Charbonnet now, sitting at the table.
He seems to be enjoying his beer, too. Strange for a dead man, eh?
Well, Charbonnet, how do you feel today?
Very well, Dr. Redis. And you?
It's over a month now. According to Pasteur, you should be in your grave.
The more germs I've given, the better I feel.
I've come to warn you about Charbonnet. You can't afford to be made ridiculous. The work you're doing is too important.
I wish it were important, but it isn't.
Yes, but well, you seemed so confident the day we were here.
I still am. Every animal that was vaccinated with the contents of that test tube died, except Charbonnet. For some reason, he was able to resist the disease. Why, I don't know.
Are you sure it was the same tube?
Positive. It was the only specimen I had.
You may have let it stand too long. You told me once that germs grow weaker, less virulent with age.
Wait.
It might be. Come into the laboratory. Oh, Marcel.
Monsieur.
Oh. How old was that virus when Charbonnet rubbed it into his arm?
14 days.
And when was it last used on a rabbit, Martel?
Why, about a week before, I believe.
A week? Are you sure?
Wait a minute, wait. Here's the record. 9 days, to be exact.
There's your answer, Rossignol. There it is. It must be. It's the only conceivable explanation.
Well, do you think by allowing the virus to age that you were able to render it harmless?
Not harmless, but weak. Weak enough for the system to overcome.
Well, even if that's true, it won't help you any. When a man's bitten, he gets the germ full strength.
Precisely. But suppose we start with a 14-day-old virus that's no longer deadly. Suppose we inject it into a healthy animal, and day by day, as nature builds up his resistance, we increase the doses with stronger, fresher samples until he's able to withstand the actual disease as we find it in the world at large. Would he not then be immune?
No, impossible. It would never work. If the first injection didn't kill him, the second would, or the third.
Martel.
Yes, monsieur.
Where are those tubes you've been preparing?
Right here. They're all in order. Each one is dated.
Here we are. 14 days. How many dogs have we left?
10.
Are they well? Healthy?
In perfect condition. They've never been exposed.
Give them hydrophobia.
Monsieur.
What?
Give them hydrophobia. "14 days. Injections every day, Rossignol, and all of our dogs are alive and well."
Yes, you've made them immune.
Absolutely. And if it hadn't been for Charbonnet, we might never have discovered this treatment.
Poor Charbonnet. Little does he know that he's been our favorite guinea pig.
Louis,
Yes, Marie?
will you come into the sitting room? There's a doctor to see you.
A doctor?
He brought a woman here and a little boy.
I'd better go with you, Pastor.
Yes. Come along.
Oh, Mother. Oh.
Hush, dear.
Good evening.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes? This is Dr. Rossignol.
Good evening, Doctor. I'm Dr. Pfeiffer. I apologize for not giving notice, but we've come all the way from Alsace. This is Madame Meister. Her child is a patient of mine.
My little boy. My little Joseph.
Good evening, Joseph.
Good evening, monsieur.
The boy was bitten. I've done all I could, but that isn't very much. Should he develop
Oh, you
hydrophobia,
can help him. They told us you could.
Give me your hand, little fellow. Here. Don't be afraid. How long has it been?
11 days.
You cauterized the wounds?
Not right away. Must have been 24 hours.
It's a long time to wait.
Does that mean I'm going to die?
Of course it doesn't. Little boys don't die. They have too much to live for.
I know he won't live. I know it. Last year it was our neighbor's child, and now...
Be quiet. What has that to do with yours?
I'll save him. Save him.
Marie.
Yes,
Marie.
Louis?
Put him to bed. See that he's kept warm.
Come, Joseph. Don't be frightened. We'll go upstairs, shall we?
Thank you.
This way, Madame Meister.
Is there anything you can do, monsieur?
I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I have hopes, but I don't know.
You're quite sure the dog was rabid, Dr. Pfeiffer?
Beyond a doubt. I made the test myself.
The first symptoms shouldn't appear for at least 2 weeks. We might have time to produce an immunity.
Monsieur, I implore you, if
Don't
this...
misunderstand me. My treatment has saved dogs. 10 of them. But I haven't the faintest notion what effect it would have upon a human being. If I failed, it would mean prison. Perhaps the guillotine.
Since death is the only alternative for the boy, I'd be willing to try anything. Wouldn't you, Dr. Rossignol?
No, I'm sorry. I can't agree. Much as I admire Pasteur's accomplishments, nevertheless, where human life is at stake, I'd hesitate a long while before going contrary to the best medical knowledge.
Which, in the case of hydrophobia, is to let the patient die.
We do what we can. We administer drugs and sedatives.
Is there a single cure on Raft?
I'm not arguing for it. I'm merely pointing out what the accepted treatment happens to be. To embark upon a new course is always dangerous from a professional point of view and would be doubly so for Monsieur Pasteur, who is not a doctor and could expect no support from the medical profession.
But in this
For
case...
his sake, therefore, I strongly advise that nothing irregular be attempted. Good evening, gentlemen.
Monsieur Pasteur, you're not going to listen to him, are you?
A dog is one thing, but a human life, I don't know.
Well, if you change your mind, don't hesitate to call me.
Louis, where are you?
I've been in to look at the boy.
That syringe in your hand. What were you doing with it?
Quiet, Marie. That boy, he's so young. So young to die. Someone had to help him.
You didn't give him the treatment. You didn't, Louis.
Yes, Marie, I did.
You'll go to prison. They'll send you to prison.
Not so loud. He'll need his sleep.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Paul Muni resumes the story of Louis Pasteur shortly. In a few weeks, American audiences will see what is reported to be the finest picture ever made in Great Britain, called Fire Over England. Yet the ball of fire responsible for it is an American, William K. Howard of United Artists Studios, who was borrowed from Hollywood to direct it. It was just 10 years ago that I met Mr. Howard at Paramount. He joined me later at the Mill Productions and has since directed films at Fox, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Paramount, turning out such hits as White Gold, Transatlantic, Rendezvous, and Mary Burns' Fugitive. It was Mr. Howard who directed Paul Muni's first picture, The Valiant. Ladies and gentlemen, William K. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, thank you. May I tell you how happy I am to meet you again and to appear on the same program with you and Mr. Muni? May I congratulate you upon the success of that brilliant picture, The Plainsman, yours, that I had the pleasure of seeing last week.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Nice to hear you referring to my directing Mr. Muni in The Valiant. That was an interesting experience because, well, Mr. Muni's first picture was almost his last. You see, the producers stopped production almost before it began. I'm sure that Paul recalled the first line he ever said in any motion picture. It was, "I've just killed a man." And the producers thought that this speech would kill the picture and kill Muni. But the picture went on, and Paul Muni emerged, the great screen personality that he is today.
Very interesting, Bill. But please tell us something about England. Is it true what they say about the tea over there?
I knew that was coming, C.B., and here's the answer. Tea is almost as important to British production as the film itself. It goes something like this. One stops production for tea at 10 o'clock in the morning, then one stops production again for tea at 4 in the afternoon, and then one goes to the country for the weekend to rest up. But seriously, C.B., it would be absurd for us to dismiss British film production as a factor in our business. They're enthusiastic, they're aggressive, they are determined. They've tasted success with such pictures as Henry VIII, The Scarlet Pimpernel, I Was a Spy, 39 Steps, and they're going ahead in the hope of enjoying more of that success, which until now has been particularly ours.
You sound to me like Paul Revere shouting, "Here come the British."
Not at all, C.B. I'm shouting, "Here come the Americans." If you could have been with me last summer in London, you would have seen Marlene Dietrich, Sylvia Sidney, Edward G. Robinson, Anne Harding, Henry Fonda, all making English films. I'm sure you'd have thought you were in your own studio. London films are using the best British talent they can secure and the best American talent they can buy. They're going ahead, and I assure you they're a factor to be reckoned with.
I was right. You are Paul Revere. You talk like a man who's taking the next boat back.
Not the next boat, C.B., but next summer, surely. You see, when I'm directing, I'm generally in a fog anyway. I want all the sunshine I can get. And you know those London winters. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Bill. Good night. Back to the story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. "3 days have passed, and the little boy Joseph is still alive. Pasteur, torn with anxiety, looks years older. His shoulders droop and his step lags. He's also worried about his daughter, Annette. And as he enters the living room, he sinks exhausted into a chair.
Any news of Annette?
Her time is drawing very near, that's all.
What does the doctor say?
He hasn't been here today. I sent round for him. They said he was ill.
Ill?
We'll have to get someone else.
When it comes to the use of antiseptics, it's difficult to find one you can trust. I'll speak to Dr. Bedell in the morning.
Louis, how is the boy doing?
The third injection made him sick. He has a fever.
A fever? What are you going to do?
Do? Give him the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. If he lives. Marie, I've been lucky all my life. Luckier than I deserve. But if I fail now...
You're not going to fail. He'll recover. And when he does, we'll go away. We'll take a long vacation.
Roux, Martel, all of them. They need it more than we do. How fine they've been. How patient. They'll never know how grateful I am.
And why don't you tell them?
I will. I will. And you, Marie. You most of all. What have I done to warrant such devotion?
Do you remember what you said when you asked me to marry you? You said, there's nothing in me to attract a young girl's fancy, but those who have known me very well have come to like me.
Did I say that? Was I really that vain?
And you knew better, too. You were looking in a mirror when you spoke.
Madame Pasteur.
Yes, what is it, Cecile?
Annette, madame. The coachman has just come from her house. She wants you.
So soon?
And Dr. Leclerc is ill, Louis.
Go to the house. I'll find a doctor and meet you there. Hurry, Marie.
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
He'll be here, madame. Don't worry.
Did you boil the water, Cecile?
Yes, madame. And there's sterile gauze.
In here.
Louis.
Yes. Is she all right?
Yes, the doctor, Louis.
I have one. Come in, doctor. This is my wife. Marie. This is Dr. Charbonnet.
Charbonnet?
At your service, madame, but only because Dr. Leclerc is indisposed and Dr. Bedell is away on a vacation, eh, Pasteur?
Well, I had to have someone.
I'll go to Annette. Cecile, come with me.
Yes, madame.
Would you mind picking up that instrument,
No,
please?
Not at all.
Thank you. Well, where's the patient?
Wait. You're not going to use those instruments without boiling them?
Certainly.
I say no.
My dear Pasteur, I'm doing this as a professional courtesy.
Then do it my way, please.
I'm a little tired of doing things your way. Today, 12 Russian peasants came to the hospital asking for your treatment for hydrophobia.
What has that to do with...
They said you sent them.
I did. Dr. Charbonnet, my daughter is in that room. There's not much time. Please.
But I am to do things your way.
Please.
Very well. One moment, Pasteur.
What are you doing?
I'm writing a statement for you concerning your work on the treatment of rabies.
Dr. Charbonnet, this isn't the time.
One moment, please. Shall I read it to you? Listen. I hereby acknowledge that my investigations into the cause of hydrophobia has proven fruitless and is of no value whatsoever.
That's not true.
If you will kindly sign that statement, I shall follow your instructions exactly. Well?
Give me the pen.
Thank you, monsieur. If I live another month without developing hydrophobia, I shall feel justified to publish this note in the leading scientific journals of Europe.
Take off your coat.
Of course.
Now, roll up your sleeves. And wash your hands. Here. Wash them thoroughly. To the elbows. To the elbows.
What's in that basin?
Don't worry. It's just a little chloride. It won't hurt you. Here you are. Now, you'd better use the brush, too.
Hey, yeah,
the brush.
Oh, very well.
That's right. Cecile,
Yes, monsieur?
take these instruments, put them into boiling water, and keep them there until Dr. Charbonnet asks for them.
Yes, monsieur.
There we are.
Well, I think my hands are quite clean now.
There's a towel at your elbow.
Thank you.
Yes, are you ready?
Except for my bag. Oh, here it is.
Don't touch it.
What?
Put it down! Your hands! You've spoiled it now. You'll have to wash them again.
See here, you're making a fool out of me. I've brought hundreds of babies into the world.
Do as I say.
This is ridiculous.
Here. Thoroughly. Wash them thoroughly. Now, hold them up high. Touch nothing but the patient.
Doctor.
Yes, Marie. My daughter is ready now, Dr. Charbonnet.
Louis, are you asleep? We have a grandson. Do you hear? A grandson. Louis, wake up.
Dr. Charbonnet, come here. Louis. Louis.
What's the matter?
My husband, he doesn't answer me.
Quiet, please.
What is it, Doctor? He's not...
No. He's had a stroke.
You see, Jean? He's opening his eyes.
He'll be all right now.
Marie.
Yes, Louis. I'm here.
My left side is paralyzed.
Only slightly. It isn't serious.
When did it happen?
A few days ago.
A few days?
You were more tired than anything else.
I have no fear of death, Marie. No fear. Oh, Jean. The Meister boy. How is he?
He's doing splendidly.
Thank God. Thank God. And the Russians, were you able to help them?
No, the hospital refused to allow our treatment without permission from the academy. Permission was granted this morning, but too late. 3 of them died yesterday. Horribly.
Let me up. I must go.
Louis, please.
Let me up. How many are left?
19, but it's no use. It's hopeless.
If our efforts can save one, it will be worth it. Help me up, someone. Get me dressed. Order the carriage. I'm going to the hospital. Faster, man. Faster.
Patient number 6, first treatment.
14-day-old virus. Give it to him, Roux.
Yes, monsieur. Patient number 7, 4th day.
Any change?
Not this morning.
Continue treatment 11.
11-day virus. Patient number 8.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Charbonnet.
I've been watching your patients, monsieur. They're doing very well.
Yes, indeed. Even better than I hoped. Charbonnet, I didn't thank you for delivering my grandchild.
You've been ill, monsieur. I'm sorry. Perhaps this note will speed your recovery.
Note?
The statement I asked you to sign. I'm giving it back to you.
No. A bargain's a bargain.
There is your note, monsieur. I was wrong. And now I ask you for one thing more.
Yes?
I want the Pasteur treatment for hydrophobia.
How is Monsieur Pasteur today?
Oh, I don't know, Jean. He's so tired. He seems to have lost all interest.
Did you tell him about the meeting at the academy tonight?
No, but he won't go. He doesn't care very much.
But they're expecting him. I know. Yes, I know. Tell him someone's going to refute his theories. He'll care about that.
Perhaps.
Where is he?
In the living room with Joseph. I'd better see him. Joseph's mother's here to take him home.
I'll wait at the academy.
Louis, Madame Meister's waiting.
One moment. Well, Joseph, you're going home.
Yes, monsieur. Thank you.
Come here. Can you write?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to write to me?
Yes, very much.
Then let me hear from you every month, won't you?
Yes, monsieur.
Now, don't forget. I'll be looking for your letter. Goodbye, Joseph.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Madame Pasteur.
Goodbye, dear.
Well,
I never thought he'd leave here alive, Louis.
thank God that he did.
Oh, by the way, Louis, Rue just told me that a foreign scientist is giving a lecture at the Academy this afternoon. He claims to have disproven your entire germ theory.
What? Again? Who is he? What's his name?
I don't know.
Disprove my theory, eh? We've got to go. We'll see about that. Get your coat. We'll leave at once. At once.
Come in, monsieur. You're just in time. They've arranged for you to sit on the platform.
Courage, my dear. I'll be listening.
This way, monsieur.
Whom are they applauding?
It's Dr. Lister from England.
Lister? Lister to speak against me?
Oh, here's the door leading to the platform. Now, your chair is over this way.
What is it?
Why, it's you. They're applauding you.
Why, I don't understand. You said Lister...
Well, there's no one speaking against your theory. Oh, here he is now.
Monsieur Pasteur, I greet you in the name of humanity.
Lister. Great Lister.
Monsieur Pasteur, from His Majesty the Tsar of Russia, the Diamond Cross of the Order of St. Anne, with our profoundest gratitude.
You young men, doctors and scientists of the future, do not let yourselves be tainted by a barren skepticism, nor discouraged by the sadness of certain hours that creep over nations. Do not become angry at your opponents, for no scientific theory has ever been accepted without opposition. Live in the serene peace of libraries and laboratories. Say to yourselves first, what am I accomplishing? Until the time comes when you may have the immense happiness of thinking that you've contributed in some way to the welfare and progress of mankind.
And so we end the last chapter of Louis Pasteur. Paul Muni, however, returns to us in a few moments. There sits a king in Hollywood whose scepter is a pencil and whose subjects are women the world over. His realm is fashion, and in this sphere, his name, like Abu Ben Adams, leads all the rest. I refer to Adrian. A few years ago, when I went to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, I brought 3 associates with me. Mitchell Lyson, now a Paramount director, Joel McRae, now a United Artists star, and Adrian. And there he's remained, dictating styles by designing clothes for such fashion pacers as Greta Garbo, Joan Crawford, Jeanette MacDonald, Myrna Loy, and Norma Shearer. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian.
Thank you. The best advice I could possibly give any woman who wants to dress well is summed up in 2 simple words. Be yourself. Women are inclined to drift carelessly into personalities they would like to be, rather than what they really are. There are women who just know their garbos, while actually their thoughts and characteristics are much more like Simone, or even at times like Shirley Temple. You will never be well-dressed until the clothes you wear are the true reflection of your real self.
Well, that's sound advice, Adrian. But how does a woman find her real self?
By observing herself intelligently and by dropping all insincerity. Women have acquired many affectations through years of confused associations. When they can push all that aside, they will see themselves simply, they will dress simply, look smart, and be attractive.
Is it your opinion, then, that women should not be influenced by what they see on the screen?
only if they're smart enough to realize that many gowns in motion pictures are designed solely for dramatic purposes and may be quite ridiculous in real life.
Well, it's all very well to tell women that proper dress will do wonders for them. But suppose they don't have a great deal of money or a great deal of beauty. What then?
Well, frankly, Mr. DeMille, a lack of money can be a distinct advantage. Women who must watch their budgets are much more apt to show better taste because their dresses must be more conservative for all-round wear. As for good looks, the women who lead fashion are rarely beauties. Girls like Joan Crawford, Greta Garbo, Carol Lombard, Kay Francis are not pretty from the accepted magazine cover standard, but they use their heads and are constantly doing the unexpected in their dress.
The three most important pictures you've worked on recently, Adrian, are Parnell with Myrna Loy, Maytime with Jeanette MacDonald, and Camille with Greta Garbo. Do you expect these pictures to set any new style trends?
Well, each is a costume film of about the same period. It may be that next spring you'll see ladies wearing bonnets like Garbo's, but they'll be dashing rather than prim. Dresses may have a bit of a bustle, and I wouldn't be surprised if shawls are worn next summer over evening gowns. I'm only guessing now, and that's a good signal to call a halt. I hope I've been as much help to the women in our audience as Lux Flakes are in protecting our wardrobe at MGM. Thank you.
Good night, Adrian. Good night. And now tonight's star, ladies and gentlemen, Paul Muni.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There's no character I've enjoyed portraying more than that of Louis Pasteur. When we stop to think what this lone man contributed to society, it makes the best of us feel a little insignificant and useless.
Mr. Muni, now that The Good Earth is almost finished, what do you plan to do next?
Well, I have 2 pictures to make. Escadrille for RKO, together with Miriam Hopkins. And then The Truth is on the March for Warner Brothers. The latter is based on the unforgettable document of Emile Zola's book, I Accuse. I'd like to talk more if I thought I had something really interesting to say, but I'm what is known as poor copy. However, I do want to say how much enjoyment the Lux Radio Theater has given me, both as a listener and a performer. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Muni. Next week, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, our play Polly of the Circus, famous on the stage and twice a hit in motion pictures. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Polly of the Circus with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, September 28th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery in The Plutocrat. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Wallace Beery, Clara Kimball Young, Marjorie Rambeau, Cecelia Parker, and Eric Linden. Our guests, Victor Young, Walt Disney, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Carol Ann Beery. Our musical director, Louis Silvers. All brought to you under the direction of Hollywood's renowned producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Tonight, we celebrate the 100th broadcast of the Lux Radio Theater, and many of Hollywood's notables are here to observe the occasion with us. Among those in our audience, I see Madame Schumann-Heink, Carmel Myers, Sari Maritza, and Benny Baker. And to all our listeners, a hearty welcome from Lux. Before turning the microphone over to Mr. DeMille, may I remind you of just 2 of the many good reasons why Lux Toilet Soap is so popular the world over. First, Lux Toilet Soap guards against cosmetic skin. The active lather of this pure, delicately perfumed soap removes stale rouge and powder, frees the pores of all foreign matter, and keeps the skin soft, smooth, and clear. Second, Lux Toilet Soap is within everybody's budget.
It costs so little, and all the family can use it. It's fine for baby's tender skin. Men prefer it for its full, rich lather. With your next order, remember to add 6 cakes of Lux toilet soap. And now the man who has given us some of our greatest motion pictures and many of our most glamorous stars. Ladies and gentlemen, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The most hilarious April Fool joke ever played on the world, and the one we most appreciate, is Wallace Beery. He was born in Kansas City on April 1st. At the age of 9, he was the biggest boy in the 4th grade. 3 years later, he was still the biggest boy in the 4th grade. The faculty was amazed at his ability to resist education, and his schoolmates were completely awed by him. They called him Jumbo, which was not only descriptive but prophetic. For at 15, he left home and became the best-known elephant trainer in America, bossing Ringling's herd of 26. Wally followed this with a humble, even humiliating start as an actor. It was as a chorus boy in Babes in Toyland. When I first met him 20 years ago, I cast him as a German general in the first picture based on the World War, The Little America. He has since been an electrician, cameraman, director, comedian, and serious actor, breaking all records for motion picture versatility. The play in which he stars tonight is taken from the comedy by Arthur Goodrich, based on the novel by Booth Tarkington. Featured with Wally is an all-star cast. We'll hear Clara Kimball Young as Mrs. Tinker, Marjorie Rambeau in the role of Madame Memoro, Cecelia Parker as Olivia Tinker, Eric Linden as Lawrence Ogle, and we'll hear Wallace Beery in the character of an American millionaire. He is starred as Earl Tinker in The Plutocrat. We're in a stateroom on board the steamship Doomveer. It's evening of the first day out, and already Mrs. Tinker has succumbed to the rolling sea. She lies in her berth, an ice bag on her head, a hapless, hopeless, helpless expression in her eyes. Earl, her husband, sits at her side, filled with concern.
How do you feel now, honey?
Terrible.
Oh, gosh, I hate to see you feel like this. Ain't there anything I can do for you?
No, just go away. Go away and let me die in peace.
Oh, don't talk like that. Why, you ain't gonna die. Folks don't pass out on account of a little seasickness.
I'm going to. I never felt like this in all my life.
Yeah, but we've only been out 7 hours, honey.
It seems like 7 years. Oh, I wish I was back in Omaha.
Oh, you'll feel better just as soon as we hit port. We'll be in Algiers in about 8 days.
8 days? Oh.
You'll never even know that you were sick.
Mm.
You know, I was speaking to the captain just after dinner. He said all this talk about seasickness is just imagination.
Not with me, it isn't.
Well, you probably ain't seasick at all. You just feel bad on account of that lemon meringue pie that you had for dinner. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honey.
Don't.
I didn't mean to, darling.
Go away. Go away.
Oh, honey, listen, please. Oh, it's your Ma. I think she's a little upset.
All right, I'll take care of her.
I tried to do something for her, but she keeps on telling me to go away.
Maybe you'd better.
Well, if you say so, baby. Seems a shame, though. Here we are, the first real vacation in 10 years, and your Ma has to go get seasick.
Please, Pa, I think it would be a lot better if you left her alone.
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Nothing, I just...
You look all green around the gills.
Oh, don't.
Say, you ain't got it, too.
Olivia.
Oh, my. Oh.
Well, for Pete's sake. You get into bed there with your Ma, Olivia. I'll fix you up.
You leave her alone, Earl Tinker.
Yeah, but, honey, listen.
I'll take care of her.
You can't even take care of yourself.
If you just let me alone, I can. Go on now. Go away.
All right, all dear. This is going to be a swell trip for me. I can see that. I'll be up in the lounge if you want me.
Will you have another, monsieur?
Yeah, go on and fill it up, George.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, George, I am a terribly lonesome man.
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, never mind that masseur stuff. Tinker's the name. Earl Tinker, president of the Tinker Packing Company, Omaha, USA.
All steward.
Monsieur?
Demosthenes cocktail, please.
One Demosthenes, oui, monsieur.
Hi there, young fellow.
Oh, good evening.
You remember me, don't you? We sat at the same table, you and me and my wife and my daughter.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, well, Tinker's my name. Tinker Meat Packing Company. I don't believe you said what yours was.
Ogle, Lawrence Ogle.
Not Ogle, Ogle, pipes and steam fittings?
Hardly. I'm not in business.
Oh, you're not. Well, that's too bad. I thought you might be Ogle and Ogle, pipes and steam fittings.
One Demosthenes, monsieur.
Say, what did you call that thing? A Demosthenes what?
Oui, monsieur, Demosthenes. It is the latest drink in New York.
Oh, guess you're from New York, huh, Ogle?
Yeah.
Well, I'm from Omaha myself. Finest town on earth. Oh, New York's all right, too, I guess. You know, it's like I always tell my wife. It's a great little place to visit, but I wouldn't like to live
You'll
there.
excuse me, won't you? I've got to look up a friend of mine.
Oh, sure. Go on, go on. See you around sometime, Oakley. Nice fella, ain't he, huh?
Oui, monsieur.
Well, I guess I'll run down and see how the wife's coming on.
Good night, monsieur.
Good night, George. Oh, excuse me, lady.
It is quite all right, monsieur.
Yeah, I almost knocked your table over. I'm awfully sorry.
It is nothing, monsieur.
Nothing spilled on you, did it?
No, monsieur.
Well, let me get you another cocktail. Steward,
Oui, monsieur.
give the lady another cocktail.
Of course.
I guess I'm getting kind of clumsy in my old age, huh? Well,
It is no harm done, monsieur.
well, it's nice of you to say that. You know, a lot of folks would have been pretty sore, you know that.
But it is not your fault.
It's the ocean. I haven't learned to walk on it yet.
Madame's cocktail.
Merci.
Yeah, guess I'll be going.
Oh, please don't.
Hmm?
No, sit down and keep me company.
Say, I kind of like that, right down to my shoe tops. You know, my name's Tinker. Tinker, president of the Tinker Packing Company, Omaha, USA.
I am Madame Memoro. I am not president of anything, and I live in Paris.
Well, I'm sure glad to know you, Madame Mumsrow. I was thinking I'd have to spend this trip in solitary. You're a widower, I guess.
Is it so evident? Yes, monsieur. You are a widower, Mr. Tinker?
Me, a widower? Say, you wouldn't think so if you knew what would happen to me if my wife caught me talking to as good-looking woman as you are, Mrs. Gumsrow.
You are very flattering, monsieur.
Mr. Tinker.
Oh, hello there, Ugly. I thought you went to look up a friend.
Well, I did, but...
Come on, sit down, sit down. This is Mr. Ugly. He sits at my table. He's from New York. I'm not holding it again him, though.
How you do, Mrs. Monroe?
How do you do? It must be quite thrilling to feel yourself a real New Yorker, Monsieur Ogle.
Well, in a way.
Such a wonderful city.
Say, what's New York got that Omaha ain't got? That's what I'd like to know.
All the arts, Mr. Tinker, music, the theater, painting.
Don't talk to me about the theaters. I saw one of them plays in New York just before I caught this boat. Never again.
You did not like it, monsieur?
Like it, you couldn't tell what it was all about.
What play was it, Mr. Tinker?
Oh, I don't know. It was some crazy thing called the pasturage scene or something like that.
The pastoral scene?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Believe me, it was certainly rotten.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Tinker. You see, I wrote the pastoral scene.
Oh. You did. Well, imagine that, huh?
Monsieur Tinker.
Yeah.
Madame Tinker would like to see you, monsieur.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, folks. I'll be back later, Mrs. Mumsrow, if I can break out of jail.
Oh, thank heaven he's gone.
But Mr. Ogle, he is very amusing. He is so native, so typical American.
Oh, he's far from typical.
I mean, of your ruling class. He is a leader, Monsieur Ogle, a plutocrat.
Oh, he's that all right, a provincial western plutocrat.
Monsieur, you speak so harshly. He is your friend, no?
Hardly.
But you came to him, you spoke with him.
Shall I tell you why?
Please.
Because he happened to be sitting with you.
Monsieur?
I've been wanting to meet you ever since we left New York, Madame Memoro.
But why?
Must I answer that?
No, it would be better perhaps if you did not. We shall all be, how do you say, shipmates for 8 whole days. There is plenty of time and we shall meet often, I hope.
Well, it can't be too often.
You are very polite, monsieur.
Oh, so here you are. I've been looking all over the boat for you.
Hyacinth, this is Monsieur Ogle. Monsieur Ogle, Monsieur Hyacinth Memoro.
How do you do?
Hyacinth?
Oui,
Memoro?
It is late, Mama. I think maybe we had best to scram, no?
Well, excuse me, but...
Do not mind him, monsieur. My son, he makes a study of American slang, eh?
Son? Did you say your son?
But yes, you think that's so strange?
Well, it's incredible. You're so young.
Oh, 2 times you are polite, monsieur. I am glad that I look so young to you. Come, Hyacinth. Good night, Monsieur Ogle.
Good night.
So long, Mr. Ogle. See you in the funny papers, eh bien? Well, Mama, you have found a rich American?
2 of them, Hyacinth. One young, one not so young. The not so young American is the richer, I think.
Ah, hot stuff. Well, I say good night, Mama.
Do bien, mon cher.
Maybe when we reach Algiers, we'll have plenty of money, no?
Maybe. Maybe when we reach Algiers, yes, perhaps. Go now to your cabin, Hyacinth. I am going to walk a bit on deck.
Very well. Toodle-dee-doo, Mama.
Take me back to Omaha. Take me back. Oh, hello, Miss Bumsrow.
Monsieur Tinker.
Say, you ain't turned in for the night, are you?
In a little while, monsieur.
Oh, don't do that. I was just back on the way to the lounge looking for company.
Ah, it is too bad. But there is always tomorrow and the next day and the next, is it not so?
Well,
My chair is out on the promenade deck. If tomorrow morning after 10 you should be lonely...
Yeah, well, I might be at that. You know, my wife and daughter ain't very good company right now.
Then I will look for you tomorrow.
Say, that'll be fine, Mrs. Maria.
First day's run, 360 miles. Nearest gas, made by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Oh, Monsieur Tinker, you have won the ship's pool.
Yeah, guess I'm pretty lucky at judging distances, huh?
Fourth day's run, ship's pool, won by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Encore. It is incredible.
It must be your company, Mr. Mumro.
Seventh day's run, ship's pool, won by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Oh, Monsieur Tinker, so much money you have won. Marvelous.
I haven't had as good a time as this in 20 years. Champagne, steward. Champagne for everybody.
Oh, steward.
Oui, Monsieur Ogle?
What time do we dock tomorrow?
9 o'clock, Monsieur.
Thank you.
Shall I bring you a blanket, Monsieur? It is cold here on deck.
No, don't bother.
Very well, Monsieur.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Tinker. I'm afraid my chair is in a rather bad position here. I'll move it.
It's funny, isn't it?
What?
I told Mama when she asked me to come up here that I'd probably bump into you. I see that I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry to meet me? Yes, you always made that perfectly clear.
Oh, you know I didn't mean it that way.
It doesn't matter. I was looking for Papa.
Well, I haven't seen him.
You know where he is?
No, not the faintest idea.
That's not true. You know perfectly well. He's on the upper deck with Madame Amora.
Oh, is he?
And you know it and I know it, but Mama doesn't. If she did...
Yes, I can imagine.
No, you can't. Not possibly. There's one thing I want to say to you, Mr. Ogle. You won't believe it because you come from New York. Papa is good.
Oh, is he?
Yes. I knew you'd say just that in just that way. Oh, is he? Oh, you make me so angry. And then I get angry all over again because I can let you make me angry.
Well, I don't understand. I'm sorry, really.
Listen, Mr. Ogle. Tomorrow morning we'll all be getting off the boat at Algiers. I'll probably never see you again. I said there was one thing I wanted to tell you, but there's more. I have sat at the table with you every day for 8 days. It hasn't been pleasant for me, not any pleasanter than it has been for you. And I know how unpleasant it's been for you.
Well, really, Miss Tinker...
Don't interrupt. I know what you think of Papa, what you think of me because I'm his daughter. You think he's just a common, ordinary, provincial Westerner that happens to have some money. Well, he isn't. You think you're oh so vastly superior. Well, you're not. And if you only knew what he thinks about you. But of course, that wouldn't matter to you, not one bit. He hasn't understood your unpleasantness. He just thinks you don't know any better.
And you think I do?
Of course you do.
Thank you. If I see your father, I'll tell him you're looking for him.
Well, Mama, you have no luck yet?
Not yet, my son.
There is not much time. Why do you not speak to this Monsieur Tinkler? See if we can borrow.
I have too much pride. Besides, I know him so little.
Then I am what they say, all washed up.
Later, he journeyed to the edge of the desert, to Binda. He told me so just before.
You mean perhaps we go to Binda also?
It is not impossible. Life, it is just an adventure, is it not so?
Eh bien.
Perhaps at Binda, I feel much different. I do not know. Only one thing I know. Somehow you must have everything. Oh, baby, you wish to be an impresario, a great manager of the opera. Is it not so? It is the one thing you wish.
Okay, a great impresario.
It will take much money.
And how?
It shall come. If I can but see you started for success and happiness, there is nothing I will not do.
Mama.
Madame Amoro.
Mr. Oakley, come and sit down.
Thank you.
I think perhaps you should finish your packing.
Oui, Mama. I will be finished in 2 shakes.
Well, my friend?
Orally, I'm angry with you.
Oh, but why?
I've been waiting an hour. Where have you been?
On the deck. Oh, it was lovely there.
With that creature Tinker, I suppose.
Yes, he was there, too. He is the most extraordinary man.
Oh, I'm not interested.
Sometimes I almost think you do not like him.
Like him? Orally, you know he infuriates me, just being what he is. Besides, I hate him because you seem to like him.
Jealousy?
Well, call it that if you like.
Perhaps, my dear, that is what I wish.
Orally.
Listen to me. We are almost at Algiers. You promised me that you will take that trip by automobile through the mountains to Binda.
Yes.
Once, years ago, I took it. Oh, I wish I could do it again.
Well, why don't you?
Africa. It is a place of magic, a place of strange enchantment. It changes people. For that, I could wish not to go back to Paris, but to stay. Just to see Africa bewitch you.
Well, I'm bewitched already. Orally, come with me to Bindar. I can take a motor and we can drive through the wilderness, over the mountains, lost, away from the world, together.
No. It would not do. You see, I am very conventional.
But with your son.
He goes too?
Of course.
Perhaps. I wish very much to go to Binda.
Well, here I am again, Mrs. Numero. Good evening, all you here, Oakley.
Yes, I was, but I'm leaving now. You won't forget, Mrs.
Oh, no. Of course not. Bonsoir, monsieur.
I don't think the young fella cares about me, huh? Well, our last night out, Mrs. Numero. All packed?
My son, Hyacinth, has just gone to finish.
Yeah, say, what did you say his name was?
Hyacinth.
Hyacinth. That's right. I can never remember which flower he is.
Monsieur Tinker, you are sure you are going to Bindar?
Yes, sir. Mama's got her heart set on Bindar. Where are you going?
Well, I am still not certain.
Well, I guess this is the last we'll see of each other, huh?
Oui, perhaps. But I have a feeling, a very strange feeling, that we shall meet again, Monsieur Tinker.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Perhaps even at Bindar.
That'll suit me.
You are sweet, Mr. Tinker.
Oh, go on,
Tinker?
Yeah. Hello there, honey. How you feeling? I thought you was down in the cabin.
I'm feeling much better. I thought a little walk on deck would be good for me.
Sure.
Perhaps you will excuse me now.
Yeah, sure. Good night. Good night. Well, honey?
Earl Tinker, was that Frenchy woman tapping your shoulder?
Who, me? My shoulder?
Yes, your shoulder.
No. You must be seeing things, Sonny.
Maybe.
Good gosh, Sonny. You, what's the matter with you? You know, I haven't done anything.
No? How do I know, Earl Tinker, what you've been doing while I've been seasick? I guess no married woman ought to take a sea trip with her husband unless she's a good sailor.
No, honey. You know, every day on this trip I've been so lonesome.
Oh, you've never been lonesome in your life.
Well, listen, Mama, will you...
Keep your hands off me, Earl Tinker, and listen to this. If you ever go chasing off after any other woman, Well, I'm just warning you, that's all.
Oh, say, I don't need any warnings.
I'm going back to the cabin, and I think you'd better come, too.
Yeah, I'll be right with you, honey. Gosh.
Monsieur Tinker?
Mm-hmm.
Here is the daily bulletin, monsieur. You did not ask for it this afternoon.
No. Thanks, George. You know, George...
Oui, monsieur?
Suppose there's a place that's just loaded with danger, and suppose a man's wife is just set on his going there. What can he do?
Do? He must do nothing. He must go like a man or be a coward.
Yeah? Well, I'm pretty much of a coward, but Mama insists on going to Bindar.
In just a moment, we'll go on with the Plutocrat, the Lux Radio Theater production with Wallace, Beery, and an all-star cast. Just now, we're going over to the Paramount Studios. Two girls have met on the lot. Let's listen to what they say.
Hello, Judy. Going my way? Say, what's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, thought I was going to make the grade for that taxi dancing scene in the New Orleans Cafe. But I didn't. Probably I'll never get a job on this lot again. Or any other, I guess.
Oh, get hold of yourself, Judy. It'll come out all right.
Flo, it won't. Well, I was all set for this job, and they told me nothing doing. They said that even though my dancing was good, I showed up badly in the close-ups. And it's all because of my skin. Flo, why should I have all these little blemishes? You don't. Your skin is lovely.
Well, I do give my skin a little attention. For one thing, I use Lux soap regularly. You know, Judy, I bet you never really get all of the stale makeup out of your skin. No wonder you've got choked pores and little blemishes.
There are thousands of girls today like Flo. They use rouge and powder as much as they like, but they keep their skin soft and smooth with Lux Toilet Soap's active lather. There are some Judys, too, who miss out because cosmetic skin has made them unattractive. It's foolish to risk cosmetic skin when such a simple, inexpensive care as Lux Toilet Soap guards against it. Begin to use it right away, as 9 out of 10 screen stars do. And here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue our play, The Plutocrat, starring Wallace Beery with an all-star cast. Several days have passed, and our friends from the boat are now stopping at a tourist hotel in Bindar on the edge of the desert. Downstairs on the piazza, Lawrence Ogle, the New York playwright, is slumped in a chair, hands plunged deep in his pockets, his whole attitude suggesting despondency. From the courtyard comes Tinker. He greets the playwright effusively.
Well, look who's here. Little old New York himself.
How are you, Mr. Tinker?
When did you arrive?
This afternoon.
That's so. I've been out on a little trip across the desert all day. Well, how you standing it?
Standing what?
Why, this place here, you know, the heat, flies, bottled water, and all that. Everybody jabbering around in foreign languages. Say, have you had any fleas yet?
No.
That's good. Neither have I, but Mommy. Well, we won't go into that, you know.
Thanks.
You know, what they need here is a good, live, snappy board of health. Now, you take all these smells around here, for instance. I didn't realize what could be done in the line of smells. But over in that town of Oakie, where I was today, I ran across one smell that had anything that I ever smelled stung to death. Oakie. That a funny name for a town?
Is it any funnier than Omaha?
Well, at last you said something. Up to now has been like talking to you has been like coming out on a train east from Chicago.
Well, was listening to you the sort of thing one gets on trains west of Chicago?
Sure, free and friendly.
Well, that's one reason a lot of us stay east.
Well, it would improve you to go west, you know.
No, thanks. I prefer civilization.
Now, what are you doing out here? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, suppose you ask Madame Memorial about that.
Madame? Oh, is she here?
You don't expect me to believe you didn't know she was coming.
Well, what in thunder are you talking about?
Papa?
Yes, Olivia?
Mama wants to see you, Papa.
Oh, yeah. Where's she?
Upstairs. She wants to know where you've been.
Well, I've been right here talking to Mr. Ogley. You know, remember Mr. Ogley, baby, there?
Yes, I remember him.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Tinker?
Mm-hmm.
A letter for you. It was left at the desk.
Oh, at the desk? I see. Thank you, Georgie.
No trouble at all.
Left at the desk? That's funny.
Yeah, ain't it? Must be a bill.
In a lavender envelope?
Well...
and perfume, too. A perfume bill?
Yeah, yeah. You can't tell anything about these foreigners. You know, they do funny things sometimes. I guess I better run on upstairs and see him off. So long, Mr. Ogley.
Of course, Mr. Ogle, that bill is really a note from your French lady.
She isn't my French lady.
I saw you arrive with all those bags. You didn't look very happy.
I wasn't.
You don't look happy even now.
I'm not. Goodbye.
Aren't you going to stop and have tea with me?
Tea with you?
Why not? Besides, I want to talk to you about yourself.
Oh, what again?
I was brought into you on the boat, wasn't I? Tell me, was it you who suggested this trip to Bindar, or was it your French lady?
I tell you, she isn't my French lady.
Which?
She suggested it.
Then she is after Papa, isn't she?
Yes. She as much as told me so right after we arrived here.
And that's why you're looking so miserable. Of course, she's nearly old enough to be your mother.
No, don't rub it in. It's all over with now. I just made a fool of myself. That isn't the worst. I'm a failure.
A failure, the great Mr. Ogle?
I had a play on in New York, the pastoral scene.
Yes, I know. I saw it.
Did you like it?
Not much.
No, you were right. It's a flop. I thought it'd be such a surefire hit that I took this trip on the strength of it. And here I am on the edge of the desert, flat, stony, broke.
Not really.
Isn't it a laugh? When you remember how cocky I was on the boat. I've sort of shrunk a bit, haven't I?
Think of you being humble. You don't know how becoming it is. Well, you'll just have to sit down and write another play, a better one.
I have written a better one. Producer has it now, but he'll never put it on, not after this washout.
Well, what are you going to do?
I haven't the remotest idea. I haven't even got a return ticket.
Of course, Papa will advance you some money.
Oh, no.
You wouldn't take it?
Not from him.
Oh, you are a darling.
What?
You see, I changed too.
Well, I should think you had.
I hated you on the boat. Partly because you were so aloof and patronizing in New York. But down underneath, you're strong and gritty and chivalrous and impossibly masculine and stubborn, just like Papa.
What?
Olivia. Olivia.
Yes, Mama?
Your father. Where is he?
Where is he? Why, he said he was going upstairs to see you. Didn't he see you?
He did not. He sent me a note. A note. Listen. Dear Mama. He always calls me Mama when he's up to something.
Go on.
There's some folks I got acquainted with wants me to go out and eat some of this famous Arab cuckoos. Now, what in heaven's name are cuckoos?
Maybe he'll explain.
Oh, he'll explain all right. He'll explain plenty. Listen to this. You and Baby go right ahead and have your dinner. I'll be back early. At least, pretty early. Lovingly, Earl. Did you hear that? Lovingly.
But, Mama, there's nothing wrong in that.
Oh, yes, there is. No man ever sends love to his wife unless he's making love to another woman.
Mama.
Well, I'll find out who it is. I'll find out. And when I do...
Ah, Monsieur Ogle.
Oh, good Lord.
Who is this?
Bonjour, madame. Mademoiselle. How is tricks, eh?
How do you do?
I've seen that young man someplace.
Oh, but yes, madame. On the boat, perhaps, I was traveling with my mama.
Mama, let's go upstairs.
Just a moment. Is your mother stopping here now?
Ah, you said it, madame. But where she is, I do not know. She says she's going to eat this famous Arab food.
Oh, indeed.
Mama, please.
And was that famous food called by any chance cuckoos?
Cuckoos? Cuckoos? What is cuckoos?
That's what I'd like to know. So he's with her, is he?
Mama, don't.
Oh, let me alone. He was with her all the way over on the boat, patting his shoulder. I saw her, and he's with her now. Just wait until he comes home. I'll cuckoo him. Just wait.
Come on into the card room, Mrs. Monroe.
Ah, there is no one here.
No, not at 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock. Gee, this is a terrible time to be coming home. My wife will be worried sick.
It is late. If that guide had not lost his way.
Yeah, a swell guide he was.
Ah, but it was beautiful. Moonlight on the desert.
Sure, moonlight's great anywhere. You ought to see it out in Omaha.
You never forget, do you?
I should say not. As a matter of fact, I'm getting kind of homesick for the old place right now. You know, I ought to be getting started back there pretty soon.
You will go, and I will stay. But tonight we are here together.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not so sure it's a safe place to be, though.
You turn on the lights? Must we have lights?
Well, I guess it's more according to Hoyle. Besides, I got to shoot upstairs in a minute.
Oh, no, not yet. See, I sit down just to make you sit down.
Well, I'll stay just a couple of minutes, that's all.
Have you never wondered about me? Who I am, where I come from?
Well, maybe I have, in a way, but I wouldn't have thought about asking you.
I want you to know. Listen. 20 years ago, I am at Budapest. I am dancing. It is a masquerade.
I bet you was a stunner then.
One man there thinks so. I meet him at 9 o'clock. I dance with him, with no one else, until 1. Then we run away together.
Now, that's what I call snappy work.
All night we drive. At daybreak, we are married. Too late, I find out that he is the crown prince of... Oh, no. It is better that I do not name the country. It is so long ago. He is the father of my son.
Honeysuckle?
I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, darn it. I'm always getting those flowers mixed up. Yeah, but say, then that kid's a king.
Oh, but no. My husband, he cannot go back to his own country. He calls himself Momoro. He lives in Paris. He was a colonel in the war. He died for France. Little by little, we lose everything. I must help my son. So we try America. But no, there is no place for us there. So we start back home. But first to Algiers, where we have friends. Then on the boat coming back, I meet you, and... Oh, no. I cannot go on. I cannot say the rest.
Oh, say, don't cry, Mrs. Mumsrow.
You are so big, so kind. If I can but rest here for just a moment against your shoulder.
Well, I'm not so sure my wife would like that. She wouldn't like that, Mrs. Mummerow, but...
In a moment I go. Have no fear. No people ever come to this room after so late an hour.
I know, but Mama ain't people, Mrs. Mummerow. You know, now, come on. I'm getting kind of nervous about my family.
But it is my son. Now, do not say heliotrope or honeysuckle.
Now, don't tell me. Hollyhocks.
I think.
I got it wrong.
He has ambitions, monsieur. He wished to be an impresario.
A what?
An impresario.
You don't say so.
It costs 400,000 francs to buy him a partnership.
400,000 francs? How much is that in real money?
Oh, you do not wish to give it me? Oh, I am so ashamed to ask.
No. I didn't say I wouldn't.
Monsieur Tinker, you like me,
huh?
Yes?
Oh, sure.
Very, very much?
Well, now, you know, I'm a married man, Mrs. Mumsrow. I got the finest little wife in the world.
Oh, but you do like me.
Well, I doggone, I think I better go on upstairs.
Earl?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah, gosh, it's Mama. Mrs. Mummerow, you step out on the balcony, will you? Go on, get out like a good girl.
Very well, but I will see you tomorrow, no?
No.
What?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Go on.
Good night, monsieur. Good night, monsieur.
And I'm back in Omaha.
Earl Tinker.
Uh-huh.
Where have you been?
Oh, hello, honey. Gee, did you get my note?
I certainly did.
Well, everything's all right then. That's fine.
What's fine about it?
Well, you see, some gentleman asked me out to fry some of the famous cuckoos, and well, I would have taken you along, but you haven't shown much appetite for these foreign dishes and all, and so I went. That's it. I went.
Uh-huh. And who were the gentlemen you ate cuckoos with? What were their names?
Their names? Why, honey, you wouldn't know them if I told you.
Name one of them.
One of them? Cinch. One is... Well, Mr. Oakley was one of them. Yeah, I don't believe you know him, though.
Oh, yes, I do. And Mr. Ogle has been out with Olivia all evening, looking for you. That's where Mr. Ogle was.
Now, Mama, don't get excited. You know, come on over here and sit down, honey.
Let me alone. I know where you were, Earl Tinker, and I know who you were with. You ought to be ashamed.
But I ain't done nothing to be ashamed of, honey.
Coming home at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I can explain that, Mama. We had a guide, and after we ate the cuckoos, the guide showed us around, and he got lost.
Lost? What kind of a guide was he?
An Arab guide? Now, look, Mommy, I can explain...
Don't bother to explain, Earl Tinker. I don't want to hear any more of your lies.
Oh, Mama,
After 25 years. 25 years! This has to happen.
Nothing's happened, honey.
Well, it won't happen again. I'm going home. I'm leaving this place tomorrow.
All right. I'll get the tickets.
You needn't bother. I'll get them myself.
You don't mean you're going home alone?
No, I'm going with Olivia.
What about me?
I don't care what you do. Stay here if you like. I don't care.
Oh, now. That ain't no way to talk. You don't mean that, Mama.
Yes, I do. And I wouldn't care if I never saw you again. That's how much I mean it. Oh.
Oh, Mama,
Sister,
here.
that's me.
Wait a second, Mama. Oh, gosh.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Since the advent of sound pictures just 10 years ago, Hollywood has become the world's largest colony of musicians. Victor Young is an outstanding member of this group. His career as a violinist ended abruptly when Victor tore up a $500 a week contract because it called for popular music. Then he changed his mind. Although symphonic music still dominates his private life, Victor has composed over 60 popular songs. The first one he wrote, Sweet Sue, was an immediate hit. A composer and conductor at Paramount Studios, he also directs the orchestra on the Shell Chateau Radio Hour Saturday nights. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Victor Young.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've had many surprises since coming to Hollywood, but none as great as discovering how enthusiastic the picture stars are about good music. Joan Crawford, who is studying voice, is a steady patroness of concerts. Edward G. Robinson, who won his fame in gunman roles, is happiest when he's conducting an orchestra. And his daughter is an excellent singer. Take Wally Berry. He invites you to his home for dinner, and all you do is listen to his little daughter, Carol Ann, play the piano. Elisa Landy is a pianist and composer. So is Lionel Barrymore. Loretta Young seldom misses a concert, while Myrna Loy, Gloria Swanson, and Herbert Marshall are all great music lovers.
And most of our stars were present a few weeks ago at Leopold Stokowski's concert in the Hollywood Bowl, when Victor conducted the first rendition of his remarkable musical Pictures of the Desert known as Arizona Sketches.
I've got a confession to make about that composition. I've never been near Arizona.
And Bizet had never been to Spain when he wrote Carmen. Do you rely solely on imagination, Victor, when composing?
Well, I get a lot of inspiration playing poker.
Oh, collecting other people's notes, huh?
No, I always lose. But the other day I was told to write a song for Carol Lombart's next picture, so I played poker. As I was driving home at 4:30 in the morning, I ran into a tune, stopped the car, and wrote it on the back of an envelope. I once wrote a song on the back of a Lux soap wrapper. If the tune was as good as the soap, I would have had a real hit. Frankly, Mr. DeMille, the hardest thing about being a musical conductor is to be invited to talk on a radio program. I'd much rather play.
Then why not play the song you wrote for Mary Ellis' latest picture, Fatal Lady? Je vous adore.
I'd be glad to.
Back to our play, The Plutocrat, with Wallace, Beery, and an all-star cast featuring Clara Kimball Young, Marjorie Rambeau, Cecelia Parker, and Eric Linden. It's early the next morning. In the sunny dining room, Olivia sits at a small table, waiting for her breakfast. Lawrence Ogle, attired in a waiter's apron, comes to her side and addresses her in respectful tones.
Good morning, miss. Would you care for your breakfast now?
Yes, I'd like some. Lawrence Ogle,
Yes, miss.
what are you doing in that apron?
Well, I'm the waiter, miss.
The waiter? Why?
Well, I had to do something. I haven't any money, you know, so I asked the manager for a job and got it.
Well, I never.
$9 a week and keeps. I've got it all figured out. If I hold this job and bank all my tips, I ought to have enough money saved up to get out of here by Christmas. Well, Easter at the latest.
Lawrence Ogle, you're a fool.
Yes, miss. Will you have some grapefruit?
Listen to me.
The melon's particularly nice this morning, miss.
If you say miss to me again, I'll scream.
Yes, miss.
Listen, Lawrence Ogle, you go right out to the office this minute and resign. I'll see that you get back home all right.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've got to see to that myself.
You refuse to accept any help?
Oh, not at all. If you could find it in your heart to leave an extra large tip, say 15 cents or maybe 20.
Oh, why are you so stubborn?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I've been a failure. But worse than that, I've been a cheap, egotistical faker. I knew that last night, walking out across the desert with you by my side. You remember what I said?
You were moonstruck.
Well, the sun's shining now.
Then you're sunstruck.
Anyway, I made a decision last night. I determined that I had to work and to work hard to get back my self-respect because someday I'm going to marry the finest girl in the world.
Are you sure she'll have you?
Absolutely. When that girl marries, she's got to marry a man.
Her parents might object to her marrying a waiter in an Arab hotel.
Well, then I guess I'm out of luck.
You will be, Lawrence Ogle. If Papa comes down and finds you dressed up like that, he'll laugh you off the map.
Well, he's down already.
What?
Sure.
Did he see you?
Well, yes and no. He looked at me when I spoke to him, but I doubt if he really saw me. I think he's in a daze or something.
Poor Papa. Where is he now?
Outside on the porch. He's been walking up and down out there all morning. Up and down, back and forth. There must be something on his mind.
Oh, good morning, Miss Bummerow.
I have been looking for you.
Yeah?
Monsieur Dinka, I heard last night what you say to your wife.
Yeah. I guess the whole hotel heard it.
I am sorry, terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It wasn't your fault, Mrs. Gummerow. My wife, well, she just don't understand, that's all. She won't give me a chance to explain anything.
She is going away?
Yeah, I guess so.
I am leaving, too.
You? When?
This morning. Now, I could not stay after causing so much trouble for you.
Oh, listen.
No. It was my fault, everything. But I will try to make it right again, Mr. Tinker. I will go to your wife. I will say, take him back, Mrs. Tinker. He is the nicest man I have ever known.
Oh, no. No, you better not say that, Mrs. Bummerow, I tell you. No.
But why? It is the truth.
Well, maybe, but, Mama's kind of funny about them there things. No, I don't think you better say anything to her at all.
But she will leave. She will get a divorce, no?
Yeah, she kind of hinted at that.
And what will you do then?
Well, I haven't thought about that. Ain't very nice, though. When I start out on this vacation, all hopped up about seeing the world and having a good time, and now, well, look what's happened. Whole business gone to smash. I wish I'd never left Omaha.
Monsieur Tinker, why don't you come with me? I will make you happy.
Come with you?
Oui. My son and I are leaving now. Come with us.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Why, what would I be doing traipsing around with you and hollyhawks?
Mama, you are ready, yes? The car is waiting.
In 1 moment, I think. Monsieur Tinker.
Oh, say before I forget it, I got something for you here.
But what is this? A check? And for so much money?
Well, you said you needed 400,000 francs to make that son of yours, what was you were going to make him?
Grand impresario.
Impresario. Yeah, that's right. So I made out a little check.
Mama. No. We cannot take it.
Oh, sure you can.
No, please.
Oh, come on. Give me your purse and I'll put it in there. Come on. Hand it over, Mrs. Mummerow. There. Now, what do you think of that?
Oh, what do I think? I think you are the biggest, the most generous.
The most magnificent.
Never mind that. You run along with your ma. You'll be late.
Hyacinth and I, we go Alone?
Well, I...
Oh, think what it means. If you stay, it is a life of emptiness.
I'll tell you what I'll do. You wait down there in the car just 10 minutes. If I don't turn up, why, you go on and scoot along by yourself.
Very well. I will wait for you. But if we do not meet again, goodbye, mon ami. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bumsrow. We'll know in 10 minutes whether it's final or not.
Adieu, Mr. Tinker.
Goodbye, Heliotrope.
Oh, thank you for your kindness. You are the cat's bow wow. Olivia. Oh, here you are.
What's all the excitement? And where is your waiter's apron?
It's off. Gone. For good.
Thank heaven. I suppose you were fired.
I was not. I quit. Listen, I just got a telegram from that New York producer. Remember that second play I told you about?
Yes.
Well, listen. We put your other play in rehearsal before Pastoral Scene closed. Didn't want to tell you about it because we weren't sure we'd open. We did. Last night. It's a knockout. Biggest thing in years.
Oh, Lawrence.
Sending a check for $5,000 in advance of royalties.
Oh, it's marvelous.
Olivia, will you marry me?
What?
Marry me. You know, wedlock, matrimony. I'm crazy about you, Olivia. Honest I am.
Oh, Lawrence. Say it again.
I'm crazy.
Olivia. Mama, come here. I've got news for you.
Oh, where's your father? Where is he?
I don't know. Mama, listen. I'm going to be married.
Oh, don't bother me with things like that now. Your father's gone.
What?
Oh, he's gone. Left with that Frenchy woman.
Mama.
Sure, Mrs. Tinker?
Of course I'm sure. She left a half an hour ago. The clerk told me. I've looked all over for Earl, and he isn't here. Oh, it's all my fault. I told him I never wanted to see him again, and he believed me.
Mama, when did you tell him that?
Last night. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to frighten him. And now, oh, no.
Don't cry, Mama. Please don't cry. It'll be all right.
I'll never see him again.
Oh, there, Mrs. Tinker.
And she won't treat him right. I know she won't. She'll let him go out in the rain without his rubbers. He always forgets his rubbers. And who's going to make him change to his heavy socks when the snow's on the ground? He'd never think of that himself.
Oh, Mama, please.
Oh, why did I ever say such things to him?
Hello,
why?
folks. Hello, folks.
Oh, Earl, darling.
Say, what is this,
Oh,
anyway?
Earl, you've come back. You've come
Sure,
back.
I've come back. You seem kind of glad to see me, too.
Oh, I am. Where were you?
Oh. Well, no place in particular. I walked down the road a ways. There's a jewelry store down there, an Arab place. I thought, well, maybe you'd like a piece of that Arabian jewelry, so I brought you some. Here, honey.
Oh, Earl, thank you, darling.
Then everything's all right again? I mean, you ain't sore at me or nothing like that.
Of course not.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Papa, I'm going to be married.
What? Married?
Yes, Mr. Tinker, she's going to marry me.
Why?
Well, because she loves me. I love her.
Well, I guess it's all right with me. Olivia always has her own way anyway. Shake.
Thank you, Mr. Tinker.
Well, everything looks rosy for a while, don't it, Mama?
Yes, Earl.
Well, I guess it ain't been such a bad vacation after all. Of course, you got seasick. Olivia got a husband. That kind of makes up for it. And, oh, yes, I made a honeysuckle an impresario. Say, Oakie, you're a pretty smart fella, ain't you?
Well, maybe.
Well, tell me something, will you? What in the blazes is an impresario?
We leave the Plutocrat on the eve of his return to Omaha, but we'll call Wallace, Beery, and Cecelia Parker back to the microphone shortly. Today, the world's most popular screen personality is celebrating the 8th anniversary of his debut in films. He has awards from 9 different nations. President Roosevelt, Queen Mary, and Benito Mussolini are among his most ardent admirers. In Alaska, he's warmly received by the Eskimos, while in Ethiopia, even the war failed to stop the showing of his pictures. In France, where he won membership in the Legion of Honor, he's known as Michel Souris. The Japanese call him Mikikuchi. The Spanish, Miguel Ratoncito. His name, as you may have surmised, is Mickey Mouse. To Mickey, the world owes an immense debt of gratitude. But a still greater debt is due the man standing beside me now. Ladies and gentlemen, the creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphony cartoons, Mr. Walt Disney.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. My knees are knocking together so hard they sound like a riveting machine. Maybe I'd better sit down.
Come on, Walt. Stand up to the microphone. Are you a man or a mouse?
Well, after associating with mice for so many years, I sometimes wonder myself. You see, as a matter of fact, Mickey and I have been pals long before he became an actor. His real name is Mortimer. But no regular fellow likes a name like Mortimer, so he changed his name to Mickey.
But it was not until Walt Disney made the first cartoon in sound, ladies and gentlemen, that Mickey attained star proportions. That film was called Steamboat Willie, and it was the late Roxy who had the courage to release it. I suppose, Walt, that the motion picture industry thought you were crazy to put sound in an animated cartoon.
Yes, completely nuts.
You know what they're saying about you today, now that you're making the first feature-length animated picture, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
I can imagine. What have you heard?
Now, perhaps you better imagine that, too. Anyway, how do you feel about it?
Well, Mr. DeMille, any picture's a gamble. But we're betting $750,000 that Snow White will be good entertainment.
My bet's on you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should cross-examine the young fellow on whom Walt bet his money 8 years ago. Mickey Mouse, take the stand.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Mickey, how does it feel to have the whole world celebrating your birthday?
Yes, Mr. DeMille. I mean, swell.
Who's the better actor, Mickey? You or Donald Duck?
Oh, gosh. I don't know.
Mickey's an actor, Mr. DeMille. Donald's just a clown.
Mickey, is it true that you're jealous of Donald Duck's meteoric rise to fame?
Oh, absolutely not, Mr. DeMille. Donald was starving to death singing in radio when Mickey found him.
I remember on the airwaves, he was like a duck out of water.
Yeah, just a wisecracker.
Donald, get off Mr. DeMille's neck. Let go. There now. That's more like it. Remember, you're a star now.
Yeah, and he's got a valet who washes his face with Lux soap.
Donald Duck, you've denied being the worst singer in the annals of radio. All right, prove it. Sing. And it better be good. Donald, I apologize. You're wonderful. Thank you, Walt. Good night, Mickey.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
In As You Like It, Shakespeare says that each man in his time plays many parts. But surely few have played so many parts so well as Wallace Beery. Wally, I think, has been everything except a leading lady. But here he is now, leading a lady to our microphone. Wallace Beery and Cecelia Parker.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You gave my history wrong. I was a leading lady once. My first part in pictures was as a beautiful Swedish housemaid.
Were you as beautiful then, Wally, as you are now?
Well, Cecelia Parker here takes care of the good looks department. Maybe I should say the good lux department.
Well, of course you should say the Lux department. Although I guess it isn't really news that I use Lux soap. Practically every star in Hollywood does. But honestly, Mr. DeMille, you shouldn't say Wally isn't good-looking. I think he's beautiful.
Thanks, Celia. Well, I guess I'm the only one in Hollywood who wasn't even considered for the part of Romeo.
But you got just as great a part in your new picture, Old Hutch.
Well...
Yeah, the only difference is that instead of making you a great lover, they made you a great loafer.
Well, you know, I always carry my critic along with me, my daughter, Carol Ann. You know, maybe you'd like to hear from here. Come here, Carol. Carol, this is Miss Parker and Mr. DeMille.
How do you do, Mr. DeMille?
You know, Mr. DeMille has directed some of the greatest pictures ever made. You know, for instance, did you ever hear of Cleopatra?
Daddy, I can't say that word. Was that you, Mr. DeMille?
I'm afraid not, Carol. It's the first time I've been mistaken for the Siren of the Nile.
You see, Carol, Mr. DeMille produces this program for Lux Toilet Soap.
Oh, I know about Lux toilet soap. I wash my daughter's face with it. She won't let me use anything else.
Well,
true Hollywood doll.
Well, the next time that you wash your face, don't dump those suds on the lady's parrot next door, will you, please? Now, listen. Now, we forgot to ask you, how How you were sitting out there. How did you like the show?
The show was all right, but why didn't you do something?
I can always tell when you're tired and sleepy and time to go home. Well, Mr. DeMille, I think we better say good night.
Good night, Raleigh.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. Good night, Miss Parker.
Good night, Carol.
Just a minute, Carol Ann. There's something more important than going to bed. How would you like to meet Mickey Mouse?
Oh, I would love to meet Mickey.
Well, here he is.
Hello, Carol Ann.
Happy birthday, Mickey.
Thanks. Same to you, Carol Ann.
What's that noise, Mickey?
Oh, that's Donald Duck. Would you like to meet him?
Oh, I don't care.
Donald, meet Carol Ann. I guess you've heard all about Donald. He's an actor. You want to hear him recite Little Boy Blue?
Oh, I don't care.
Come blow your horn.
Here, Donald. Don't make so much noise. Control yourself. Come on away here.
Good night. Good night.
Okay. Thank you, Donald and Mickey. And you too, Wallace Beery, Carol Ann, and Cecelia Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille brings word of next week's program. Tonight's star, Wallace Beery, appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Young and Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he wrote the musical arrangements for Shirley Temple's latest picture, Dimples. And now, Mr. DeMille.
This coming week, the biggest event in baseball commences, the World Series. In observance of this, we bring you next Monday a story that will delight baseball enthusiasts and will equally delight those who think a baseball pitcher is something the water boy carries around. Next week, we give you a splendid comedy with one of the world's greatest comedians when the Lux Radio Theater presents Elmer the Great, starring Joe E. Brown with June Travis. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when Joe E. Brown steps up to the plate in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Elmer the Great by Ring Lardner and George M. Cohen. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, September 7th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney in Is That So? With Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. Lux presents Hollywood. During the next hour, the makers of Lux Flakes bring you an entertainment headed by such famous Hollywood celebrities as James Cagney, Robert Armstrong, Boots Mallory, Cecil B. DeMille, Dr. A.H. Giannini, Sheila Graham, and Louis Silvers. In the motion picture studios are found the greatest collection of costumes in the world, and we know of no higher recommendation for Lux Flakes than the fact that all the leading Hollywood studios protect these wardrobes by washing them in Lux. Order some tomorrow. You will find that stockings and all clothes that are washable last longer and look newer when cared for with these pure, gentle flakes. There's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing, with inexpensive, wonderfully effective Lux Flakes. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Yorkville, one of the rollicking, frolicking sections of New York City, is famous for its fine German citizens and fine German food, its burgers and its hamburgers. Thinking of James Cagney coming from there is almost as hard as imagining Hitler a native of Dublin. Yet it was in Yorkville that James was born, a harp in a German band. Before he started swinging his fists at various screen villains, Jimmy was a bellhop, a bundle wrapper, and a tea-room waiter. With the money he earned, he studied art at Columbia University. But the most remarkable thing he ever painted was a verbal picture of his career as an actor when he talked his way into a job in vaudeville. Some years later, Jimmy won his first dramatic part by a hair. In fact, a whole head of hair. They were looking for an actor to take the part of a swaggering hobo in a play called Outside Looking In. The first requisite for the role was that the actor have red hair. Other players were after the job, but Jimmy took his hat off to the producer and went to work. When his biography is written, it will probably be titled So Red the Head. To moviegoers, Cagney has since become the perfect example of a wisecracking Irishman with muscles of steel and a heart of gold. In reality, there are few more cultured gentlemen in Hollywood. His tastes run to music, especially the piano, and art. He's quite accomplished in both. In tonight's play, however, he appears in the type of role that has made him successful on the screen. He is Hap Hurley, a prizefighter's manager. The unmanageable fighter being managed is Robert Armstrong, one of the stars of the play when it ran on Broadway for 2 years. We shall hear him as Chick Cowan, who rates as a lightweight, both mentally and physically. Our leading lady tonight is Miss Boots Mallory, who plays the part of Sue. And now the Lux Radio Theater presents the first round of our comedy, Is That So?, starring James Cagney with Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. We're in the dimly lighted dressing room of the Bronxdale Fight Club in New York City, where we find Hap Hurley and his fighter, Eddie Chick Cowan, the pride of Brooklyn. Chick, ready for the next bout, has just had his hands bandaged, but there's a dreamy look in his eyes, which seems to cause Hap a great deal of concern. Hap paces the floor nervously, offering last-minute advice.
Now, Chick, listen, just remember one thing, will you? Keep your mind on the fight. Don't think of nothing else. Just think about the fight.
What?
The fight, remember? You're fighting tonight.
Hey, Hap, you think she'll be there?
Oh, for crying out loud. Will you forget dames for a minute? I'm talking to you about a fight. Now, this is important. If we don't win, we don't eat.
Gee, Hap, she's got such pretty eyes.
Oh, now, look, Chick, I'm going to tell you just once more. Every nickel we got, our whole end of the purse, everything's riding on that busted schnozzle of yours. Now, will you please, for my sake, for your mother's sake, will you please forget that dame for a while?
Boy, has she got pretty teeth.
Oh.
Just like corn on a cob, no kidding.
I wish you'd have broken a leg before you went to that Brooklyn yesterday. I wish you was born a hermit.
Okay, you guys, you're on next.
Okay, we're coming right up. Now, come on, Chick, now look. Just like I was telling you, this guy's a sucker for a straight left, see?
I wish I knew where she was sitting. I'd like to wave to her. I bet she'd like that.
Oh, all right. Don't listen to me. Go ahead and get your head punched off. And then see how much that dame will think of you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so. And fight the one. Now, listen, you get this. Come here.
All right, boys. You know the rules. Clean breaks and clean fight.
All right, okay, Rep. My boy always fights clean.
Take your hands now. Go back to your corners and come out fighting.
Now, come on, Chick, come on. Now, sit down. Now, listen. Just remember what I said. When he comes out, Hey, what are you looking around for?
Hap, ain't that her sitting over there?
Will you stop thinking about that dame? Now, there's the bell. Now, go in there and finish him quick, will you? Now, don't forget that left, Chick. Chick, get in there, will you? Get in with that left. Get into it. Stop looking around, will you? Chick! Come on, Chick. Get up, will you, kid? Oh, you're breaking me heart. Get on your feet, will you? Get on your feet, will you? Shake that noggin. Come on, get up and fight. Oh, Chick. All right, come on. Come on, Chick, get off the grass.
Huh?
The grass, get off it.
What for? You drag me out to the park and then I can't even sit on the grass.
It's wet, you dummy. You want to catch your death of cold? Sit on a bench or I'll poke you one.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Since when was you me, old man?
Okay. Okay, stay on the grass. Crawl under it if you want to. I should grieve over a rosin bum like you.
Bum? Oh, yeah.
Yo hide me bum. I'm done with you. You and your dames.
You mean I'm done with a fighting game?
I mean you better go back to the Navy and leave box fighting and them as can stand it. You a fighter. Gee. That's a hot one. You a fighter.
Oh, Herb.
Listen, I get your setup. A guy that couldn't punch a hole through a lace curtain, and what happens? I bet the whole roll on you, the works. And you deliberately get yourself knocked out. Throw the fight in your manager, too, deliberate.
Oh, gee. I told you, Hap. I could have swore I saw that damn I met in Brooklyn.
Oh, dames. Always looking for dames. Where is she now? No dough, no dame. They're all alike.
Oh, Hap. I'm sorry about that go tonight. Honest, I am, Hap. No kidding, Hap. I swear I'll never look at another dame again, so help me.
I wouldn't care if you started to harem. We're washed up, see?
Oh, good evening, boys.
Hey, mister, you dropped your watch.
Oh, that's all right. It's perfectly all right. I meant to drop it. I was going to come back in the morning and get it. Say, you want to fight?
Sure, we want to fight. I'm this boy's manager, and he fights anybody, see?
All right. Tell him to take off his coat.
What?
Come on and fight, you coward.
Hey, take it easy. Hey, you know who this is?
I don't care who he is. I'm going to knock his block off. And then I'm going home and do the same thing to my sister's fiancé.
Oh, now listen, chump. This is Eddie Chick Cowan of Brooklyn.
I don't care if he's an admiral in full uniform. Come on, Mr. Chicken Oozes. I'm going to knock your head off.
Oh, now listen, mister. Look, you wouldn't want to take advantage of a poor sick man, would you?
Sick? Who's sick, Hap?
Who's sick?
You are, you sap, you are. Shut up. Yeah, poor Chick as sick as anything. He had kind of a bad fall a night.
Oh, is that so? Are you really sick?
Yeah. I ain't feeling very good today.
Well, now, that's too bad. Look, someday when you're feeling yourself again, you come around and I'll knock your head off. Is that all right?
Sure, that's fine.
Is that so? Who said it was fine? Listen, mister, he'll get his head knocked off when and where I tell him that. I'm his manager, see?
Oh, you are you?
Yeah.
Well, now, let me tell you, Mr.
Hurley, Hap Hurley.
Quite so, Mr. Hurley. And this young man is...
Eddie Chick Cowan of Brooklyn.
Eddie Chick Cowan?
Yeah.
It seems to me that I've heard that name somewhere.
Yeah, Hap just told it to you.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's where I heard it. I knew I'd... Oh, I beg your pardon, gentlemen. My name is... my card.
Oh, thanks. Mr. C. Clinton Blackburn. This is Mr. Blackburn, Chick.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Blackburn.
You know, if my head would stop going around for a minute, I could think. Didn't I see you whip young Tierney last month?
Oh, and what a lacing he gave that bum. And when I think of what he did tonight, that makes it even worse.
Something go wrong?
Yeah. He turned around and looked for a dame.
Lay you off, will you? Look, Hap, I'm awful hungry. How's for getting a couple of hamburgers, huh?
Yeah. How about some nice breasted chicken under glass?
No, I think I'll get a nice sirloin steak.
And what do you think you're going to use for money, slug?
Pardon me, but do you boys mean that you're broke?
Broke? Listen, mister. Tomorrow we start borrowing from the church mice. Get it?
Oh, that's terrible. No, I tell you what. You boys come home with me, and we'll get something to eat. What do you say?
Oh, that's awful nice of you, but...
No, not a word. We take a taxi. I live way over that way.
In Brooklyn?
No. Park Avenue isn't in Brooklyn.
Swell, huh?
I'll get a taxi. Taxi!
Gee, Hap, do you suppose it's all right? I think this guy is nuts.
It's aces, you sap. Didn't I tell you if you're stuck with me, you'll be living on Park Avenue?
Come right in, boys.
Thanks.
Johnson. Oh, I've got an awful headache.
Oh, you'll be okay in the morning.
Johnson, where are you?
Pretty swell joint, eh, Chick?
It's the berries.
I'm sorry, boys, but the servants seem to be out. You just drop your things over there. We'll see if we can find something in the kitchen.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Johnson. Oh, it's you, Parker, eh?
Ain't in the town again, weren't you, Clint?
I was, beautifully. Mr. Hap Hurley, Mr. Eddie Chick Cowan of Brooklyn, my future brother-in-law, Mr. Robert Parker.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, I wish you'd make a little less noise, Clint. And you needn't bother calling for Johnson or anyone else. The servants have left.
Oh, they've left, have they? Well, I don't have to ask why. Where's my sister?
She'll be home presently.
Does she know the servants have left?
What difference does that make? They left because I told them to leave. I hope that's sufficient explanation. When Sue comes, tell her I'll be in the library.
Oh. You and that guy get along fine, don't you, Clint?
Yes, don't we? Oh, I wish I had enough nerve to do what I'd like to do.
It's that bad, huh?
It's worse than that. Say, I think you boys can do something for me, if you will.
You want me to take a poke at that guy?
Hey, you're always taking a poke at somebody. It's the one you wouldn't do it at the right time. And maybe you wouldn't hit the match so often.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Oh, shut up and leave him get through, will you? Go ahead, Franchot.
Well, as I was about to say, I'm almost convinced that my brother-in-law-to-be is a crook.
No kidding.
Well, at any rate, he's made some insinuations against one who can't defend himself. One whom well, you understand.
No, I don't understand.
That ain't nothing new. You never understood nothing in your whole life.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. You just shut up and listen. Okay, Clint, go ahead.
Thanks. Now, there's plenty of room here in the house. You boys might just as well stay here, and I'll stake you until you're back on your feet again. All I want you to do is to get me into some sort of good shape again, physically. Then I can attend to Parker myself. What do you say?
Sounds good to me. Hey, Chick?
When do we eat?
Oh, it's no use. What are you going to do with a guy like that?
Hello, Clenny.
Oh, Sue, I want you to meet some friends of mine. Mr. Hurley, my sister.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Miss Blackboy.
And this is Eddie Chick Cowan, my sister, Chick.
Hiya, babe.
Cut out that babe stuff, you lug.
Hap, why don't you and Chick go into the kitchen and help yourselves? I want to speak to my sister for a moment.
Sure, just don't bother about us. We'll be okay.
The kitchen's straight back. Just keep walking.
We'll find us all right. Come on, Chick.
Clenny, where on earth did you ever... Who are they?
Now listen, Sue, dear. They're going to stay here and get me into shape again, physically.
Stay here. Oh, Clenny, don't be ridiculous. You know perfectly well Robert would make a terrible row.
Well, let him. After all, this house is mine, or rather ours. You're not married to Parker yet, and I'll be darned.
Clenny, you know we can't afford to antagonize Robert.
I'm not so sure anymore. I don't believe everything that crook says. I don't care if he did handle the estate. I still don't think poor Jerry had anything to do with embezzlement or forgery or anything else.
But, Clenny, how can we afford to take a chance? Robert swears that Jerry forged...
I know. But I'd be willing to bet that Parker took that money himself. You know as well as I do that our brother never gambled, so how could he possibly have owed all that money? And forgery? Jerry never did anything crooked in his life.
But what can we do, Clenny? We can't afford to drag Jerry's name through the courts. It'd be different if he were alive and here to defend himself. Well, he isn't. And Parker has enough evidence to blacken his name and ours, too. We'll just have to keep on this way.
Well, I still don't see why you have to marry the crook.
Well, you certainly don't suppose I like the idea any more than you. But he holds all the cards, Clenny. We've got to play his way.
By George, Stu, I've got it.
You've got what?
An idea. A tremendous idea. Parker fired both of the men servants tonight. Why not make Hap and Chick the butler and second man?
Oh, Clenny, you're talking nonsense.
Well, why not?
Well, because they know nothing about it. They'd be terrible. You know they wouldn't last a day.
I'm not so sure. Oh, Hap.
Well, right up. Hey, Clint, where do you keep the ketchup around here?
Hap, there's something I'd like you to do for me, if you will.
Clenny, please don't.
Anything you say, Clint. You know me. Old faithful Hap Hurley.
Good. 2 of our servants left suddenly tonight.
Yeah?
My sister's fiancé, Mr. Parker, you know, was rather fussy. So we thought perhaps that you boys would accept the situations, just for a week or two. You, Hap, you could be the butler.
Butler? What would I have to do?
Oh, you know, sort of look after things. Manage the household.
Oh, a manager. Oh, sure, that's a cinch. What about Chick?
Well, he'd be the second man. Footman, you know.
Footman? Oh, that'd be okay for the kid. Footwork's swell.
Well, then it's all settled. You see, Sue?
Yes, I see. Well, as long as you're going to remain here, you may as well begin now, Hurley. Straighten up the kitchen, then you may retire. I'll give you detailed instructions in the morning. Good night, Hurley.
Good night, madam. Boy, was that good or was that good?
That was fine. Good night, Clenny.
Good night, Sue. Now, in the morning,
Hap,
Hap...
what I found? Turkey legs.
Don't drag him in here, you lug.
Yeah, shut up, will you? I'm starved. Hey, Clint, who's that guy in the big picture in the hall? The one with all the braid all over him.
That's my older brother, Jerry. He was killed in a plane crash several years ago.
Say, didn't he used to be in the Navy?
Yes, he was in the Navy when he died.
I thought I knew that guy. I served on his ship once. Swell fellow.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll grab a pocket of cake out there.
Hey, come back here, you.
What's the matter?
Take your mind off your stomach and get to work. You got a new job.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You're a footman.
I'm a what?
Well, maybe I'd better explain to him, Hap.
Won't do no good.
All right, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to bed. You'll find your quarters right off the kitchen, boys. Oh, will you need anything tonight?
Well, how about the loan of a toothbrush? Shut up, will you? We'll be fine, Clint. Don't you worry about us. We see you in the morning.
Right you are. Good night, boys.
Good night, Clint. Good night. Oh, great guy, ain't he?
Yeah. The dame's okay, too.
Now, listen, Mug. I'm telling you for the last time. Can that dame stuff. She's a lady, see?
Okay, I ain't say nothing.
You know, Chick, the only thing I don't like around here is that guy Parker.
Yeah, me too.
Say, Chick, don't you remember that guy from someplace?
Sure, he's the dame's fiancé.
Yeah, I know, but what else? What else? Let me see. Seems to me I met that guy someplace before.
You met him when we come in.
Yeah, but before. I mean before.
Oh, before, yeah. Seems to me I seen him before, too. Hey, you seen he to live in Brooklyn?
Oh, you and your Brooklyn. Brooklyn and dames. Brooklyn and dames. That's all you can think about.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Is that so?
Ah, dry up.
In just a minute, we'll continue our presentation of Is That So? But first, a little domestic drama between the scenes. We're in the modern apartment of Jim and Elsie. They are dressing to go out in the evening. Elsie is putting on her stockings and pop, another run. Just listen to Jim.
What, again? Oh, say, I'll bet I could cut down on those stocking runs.
Oh, yeah? Well, put your mammoth brain to work.
Say, it never stops working. I'm full of dope on the question right now.
Well, spill it, big boy, but make it snappy.
Okay, here's the first tidbit. You know, I heard Sis spilling a mouthful about runs the other day.
Oh, I bet she was crabbing.
That's why you're balmy, baby. She's got the runs problem licked. Come on, Sis says, I tell a guy how you do it. Elsie's runs are driving me nuts. And she says nothing to it. Hardly a run have I had since I switched to Lux.
Say, that's an idea.
Oh, I'll say so, Cupcake. And here's another.
Another what?
Another juicy bit. Heard my secretary spill this one on the phone.
I suppose her stockings never pop a run.
Right the first time. And do you know why? She uses Lux. Lux.
Well, I'm a smart girl, too. Here's where I switched to Lux.
Clever women everywhere are learning how Lux cuts down on stocking runs. It saves elasticity, you see. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Then, even a slight strain on your stockings may snap a thread and start a run. Try Lux. You'll be amazed at how much longer your stockings wear. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We present the second round of our comedy, Is That So?, starring Jimmy Cagney as Hap Hurley and featuring Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. It's 1 week later, and all is not well. Despite the fact that they've tried their best, Hap and Chick don't seem to be cut out for domestic service. We find them preparing a buffet breakfast for Sue and her fiancé, Robert Parker. Hap and Chick are standing at the buffet, clumsily juggling the hot plates, as Parker glares at them from the table.
Hurley, will you please hurry that breakfast?
Yeah, sure. Coming right up. Come on, step on it, will you, Chick?
I'm doing the best I can, and what do I know about cooking eggs?
Oh, what do you know about anything? Look out!
Helen, what was that?
I think I dropped the plate.
Pick it up, you dope. Pick it up.
What for? It's all busted anyhow.
Oh, I ought to slug you. Give me that ham.
If it's for Parker, season it with cyanide.
Here's your breakfast, Miss Sue.
Thank you, Hurley.
Hey, Hap, I forget. Does that Parker guy get 2 3-minute eggs or 3 2-minute eggs?
Cowan, will you please remember to place a mister before my name when you speak of me?
Keep your shirt on. You ought to feel lucky I talk about you at all.
Go on, Chick, fix the eggs. Oh, wait a second, helpless, I'll show you.
I've never heard of such impertinence, Sue. I don't see how you tolerate such servants.
Oh, they're making such a change in Clenny. I think we can put up with them for a week or two.
Here's your eggs, Mr. Parker.
Must you do that?
Oh, stop beefing, will you? If you don't like the way things are done around here, why don't you do it yourself?
I'm sorry, Sue, but I refuse to tolerate such treatment. When you've taught your servants more respect, I shall return for my breakfast. Good morning.
Hurley, I'm afraid I must insist that you be more careful of the manner in which you treat my guests. And after all, Mr. Parker is my guest.
Yeah, but from what Clint tells me, that guy ain't exactly welcome around here.
Please, Hurley, some fresh toast.
Okay, I get it. Some more toast, Chick.
Gee, Hap, I can't wake that toaster. No kidding, I burned myself 3 times yesterday trying to wake it.
Why can't they eat bread plain around here all the time? More toast, more toast, more toast.
Okay, useless. Go on up to the gym and tell Clint he can come down for breakfast. I'll make the toast myself. Go on!
I don't get no consideration around here at all. Always do this, do that. I'm getting sick of it.
Say, Miss Sue, can I speak to you a minute?
Why, yes, Hurley.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's been bothering me. That there Hurley business.
I don't understand.
I mean, you've been teaching me all that etiquette stuff and how to talk and say the right thing and all that, but I just been wondering, is it etiquette for a lady, to call a guy, a man, by his last name? To me, it just don't seem right.
You mean it doesn't seem right, Hap?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right. Sounds sort of cockeyed.
Well, it's the custom, Hurley, to call servants by their last names.
Yeah, but gee whiz, I ain't no servant, you know that. I'm a fight manager, and a good one. I'm only doing this to help Clint out. And you, too. I'll bet I couldn't have stuck it out this long if I hadn't been so keen about you. Clint.
We really appreciate it, Hurley, and I'm sure that...
Oh, there you go with that Hurley stuff again. Can't you just call me Hap?
Well, suppose we compromise. What's your Christian name? I'll call you by that. I'm sure Hap isn't what you were christened.
Nah, that's only short for happy. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you my right name, and I'll make you a promise. My right name is Alfred, and my middle name is Bertram. And the promise is I'll sock anybody in the nose that calls me Bertram.
All right, suppose we settle on Alfred.
That's the idea. And I'll call you Sue.
Oh, I'm afraid that wouldn't be, well, quite the thing to do. After all, someone might hear you.
All right, then. Susan, how's that?
Well, Miss Susan would be better.
Huh?
Well, after all, you are supposed to be the butler here.
Oh, that's only a gag.
I know, but as long as you're here, you'll have to act like a butler.
Okay. I'll call you Miss Blackburn or Miss Susan or anything you want. But I'm going to think of you as just plain Sue. All right, Clint. 3 more. 1, 2, 3.
What's that a workout?
How do you feel?
Great.
Yeah. Lifting weights is good for you. I make Chick do it every day.
Hand me that towel, will you?
Here you are.
You know, I didn't tell you. I like to arrange a bout for Chick. That is, if it's okay with you.
A fight? Where?
Right here in the house.
Oh, I get it. You want him to bounce that Parker guy around, huh?
No, I'll be able to bounce him around myself soon. No, I'd like to arrange a regular bout for you for a week from Wednesday against a regular fighter.
Who is he?
Ever hear of Johnny Duffy?
Duffy? Yeah, I know him.
Well, he's driving a car for Major Fitzstanley, a friend of mine. We got to talking. We thought it might be fun to have a bout right here at the house. Chick versus Duffy.
At the house?
Yes. We could ring up a ring out in the garden and have some friends over. I thought it would be good training for Chick.
Yeah, it'd be kind of a workout for him. But a palooka like Johnny Duffy ain't no match for my boy. I'll have to tell him to take it easy.
Chick's coming around all right, eh?
Coming around? Right now, he could lick 9 gorillas.
Well, of course, this is just sort of a friendly match with Duffy. But, Hap, do you think we could trust Chick with a real bout?
What do you mean? Can we trust him? Say, I seen a guy offer him $2,000 to throw one of the Navy championship fights, and Chick nearly threw him off the boat.
That isn't what I mean, Hap. I don't doubt his honesty. I'm talking about women. Is he likely to repeat that last fiasco?
Oh, I don't know, Clint. But I'm pretty sure if we got a real important battle, he'd keep his mind on it.
You really think he's ready to go?
Oh, I'd drop my hat.
All right. Hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
I'll show you. Do you know Pat Kelly?
Yeah, sure. He manages Soccer Goodman, light heavyweight champ.
Yeah, I know he does. That's why I'm calling him. Hello. Mr. Kelly, please. This is Mr. Blackburn. Just tell him Clint Blackburn. He'll know.
Hey, you mean to say you're going to... Hey, Chick! Hey! Chick, come up here!
Hello, Pat. How are you? Well, that's fine. Say, Pat, do you know Eddie Chick Cowan? Well, I've acquired an interest in the boy. How about doing business? No. I mean for a bout with soccer, of course, for the championship. Oh, you do, uh-huh. Well, how much? Wait just a second, Pat. Say, Hap.
Yeah?
Is it the usual thing for a champion to demand a guarantee before agreeing to fight for his title?
Yeah, that's right. Cash on the line.
Oh, I see. All right, Pat. It's a deal. I'll be down with Hap Hurley tomorrow, and we can discuss the thing in detail. You call me Hap?
Uh-huh. Shut up a minute, shut up.
About 4? Right. See you then, Pat. Well, Hap, it's in.
Yeah. You hear that, Chick? We fight the champ.
No kidding. We sign the papers tomorrow and post a guarantee of $10,000 for Goodman's end of the purse.
10 grand?
Of course. Why not?
Yeah, but 10 grand, That's a lot of dough.
Well, I've seen Chick work out, and I think he's worth the gamble.
You see that, Chick? A match with the soccer laid right in your lap.
Gee, I'm going to call up that dame in Brooklyn. She'll be tickled to death.
Listen now. You ain't calling no dames, you understand?
Who ain't?
You ain't.
Who says so?
I say so.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, Hap, did you get the ring fixed up?
Yeah. It's all set and ready for the slaughter. Chick'll murder that dumpy guy.
Fellow Hap, not guy.
All right, but he murder him anyway. You know, I can't get used to that fancy language. I've been doing some heavy wrestling with it, too.
Well, you know I don't correct you out of meanness, Hap. It's only that, well, I do want you to improve yourself.
Oh, yeah, sure, I know that.
Well, after all, you don't want to be a prize fighter's manager all your life, do you?
Why not? What's the matter with being a prize fighter's manager?
There's no future in it.
Future? What do you think, they're ever going to stop fighting?
But it's now that you've got to look ahead to what you intend doing.
Yeah, that's right. That's something I want to talk to you about. You know, Chick meets the champ in 3 weeks now.
Do you think you'll have a chance?
A chance? Listen, he'll put the soccer out like a light. And when he does, well, that's what I want to speak to you about.
Why, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, with Chick the champ, that sort of changed things around, you know what I mean? I'll be in a big dough, and as soon as I get this English gag licked, why, I'll be a couple of different guys, see? Now, what I mean is, you see, I'm no good at this sort of thing.
What on earth are you driving at?
Well, look, here's how it goes. Win, lose, or draw. We're quitting tonight, me and Chick, right after the dumpy scrap.
Quitting? But why?
Well, we got some heavy training to do, and we can't do it wrestling coffee pots. Now, with me out of here, that means I ain't a servant. And when I ain't a servant, that's a horse in a different garage, see? When I'm a sock peddler's pilot and I'm in a dough, well, then, how about it?
Do you realize, Hap, that you haven't said one thing yet that makes any sense?
Yeah, I guess not. Well, it's only this, Miss Sue. All my life I've been hating women. I've been steering Chick away from them. I've been giving them the cold shoulder myself. Oh, they was bad medicine. Anyway, that's what I thought. But I was wrong, see? I was 100% wrong. Well, here we go. I'm crazy about you, Miss Sue.
Why, Hap?
Oh, I've been crazy about you since the first time I laid my eyes on you. I know I ain't good enough for you, I know that, but then nobody is. Nobody or nothing.
Why, I hardly know what to say.
Well, I'll do anything for you, Miss Sue. I'd even stop picking on Chick. Oh, I ain't no good at telling things like this. There's a lot of guys got more brains than I got, and more dough, and better looks and all that. But there ain't nobody in the world could think more of you than I do.
I'm terribly sorry you feel that way, Hap.
Why? Ain't there no chance for me?
Well, how can there be? Why, we live in different worlds. It's just impossible, Hap.
Well, why is it impossible? What makes it impossible?
Oh, hundreds of things. Family, position.
Family? Huh. What's the matter with my family? I go with the nicest families you ever seen. I'm Irish, see? Straight through I'm Irish. And I got the blood of kings in me. Back in Ireland, my family was the tops. From way back. And all we ain't got now is money.
You make it so terribly difficult, Hap.
Is that all you got to say? Make it difficult?
Well, what can I say?
Okay. I get it. Oh, I don't know where I ever got the idea I stood a chance with a gal like you anyway. Must have been off me nut.
Oh, please don't feel that way about it, Hap. I like you. I like you a lot. Really, I do. It's just that,
well, sure, I know. Well, don't let her worry you. We'll just forget the whole business.
Hap, come back.
Oh, skip it, Sue.
Hap,
skip
listen.
It, skip it.
Hey, Hap, get a look at the old 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. Boy, when I land down on Duffy tonight. Hey, Hap. What's the matter with you, Hap? Didn't you pay no attention to me?
Huh? What?
Gee, Hap. I ain't never seen you like this before. What's eating you?
Nothing. I mean, nothing. No, I mean nothing.
Oh, that Susie dame, huh?
You just keep your 2 cents out of this. Go on, lace up your shoes, will you? They'll be waiting for us up downstairs.
Okay. I guess she's stuck on that Parker guy all right, huh?
In a pig's foot. That crook ain't got her fool for a minute.
Say, Hap, are you sure that guy Parker ain't never lived in Brooklyn? I could swear I seen him before.
Yeah, me too. But There's one thing I'm telling you. I'm never going to see him again, or Sue neither. I was never any good at that dame racket, and now it goes double.
What does, Hap?
I wasn't good enough for her. Just a prize fight manager. Her family wasn't good enough for her. I guess you didn't know that, did you?
Hmm?
Well, just let her wait, that's all. Just let her wait. She'll see that...
Gee, Hap, I didn't know you felt like that.
Oh, stop it, will you? Stop it!
Ready, boys? Yeah, in a second, Clint.
Fine. We're all set outside. Make it as fast as you can.
Clint. I see Clint.
It's all set, Fitz. Chick's coming down now. Is your boy ready?
Oh, quite. But I see about that little bet of ours. Still on, right?
Right.
Did I hear you say something about a bet, Fitz?
Oh, hello, Parker.
Is betting the order of the day, Clint?
Well, Fitz and I have a small bet, if that's what you mean. Why?
Just that I thought I'd like to place a small wager on the bout myself. What are the odds?
I'm giving Fitz 5-1 on Chick for 100.
5-1. Do I get the same odds?
If you want them.
5,000 to 1,000, shall we say?
Oh, I see, Clinty, that's a bit stiff, don't you think so?
Well, of course, if you're not game.
All right, Parker. It's a bet. 5-1 for 1,000.
Right you are. Well, I'm going in the house for a moment. See you later, Clinty, old boy. Duffy.
Yeah? You want to see me, Mr. Parker?
Come in the library a moment.
Sure. Well?
Duffy, I've got odds of 5-1 on you tonight. How do you feel about the fight?
Okay. But this guy Cowan ain't no pushover.
Listen, Duffy, you've got to win. Go into a clinch out there and make Cowan listen to reason.
Huh?
There's $1,000 in it for each of you if he'll lay down and let you win.
$1,000? Why, gee, Mr. Parker, I'll try. But all I can promise you is I'll probably get a sock in the nose for talking out of turn.
All right, get out there.
Okay. Feeling okay, Chick?
Sure, I'm swell.
All right, but remember this. There's a lot of dames here tonight. If you turn around to look at one of them, I'll lay you out cold. Remember what happened to you once before for turning around?
Don't worry about me. It's in the bag.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I say quiet, please, quiet, everybody. Well, here we are gathered here this evening to learn the relative merits of two stalwart pugilists, my chauffeur Duffy and Clinty Blackman's footman Chick Coward. In that corner, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Duffy, who weighs something in the neighborhood of, I think, 175 pounds. Yes, thanks. Thanks very much. And in the other corner, scowling furiously for no earthly reason at all, is the other sportsman, Clinty's footman, Chick Coward. He weighs roughly the same as Duffy, but you can see he's not nearly as well constructed. Right-ho, let's get on with the old hostilities. Are you ready, boys?
Shoot.
Right-ho, Clinty.
Say, Chick, lay off the chatter and fight, Duffy.
Now, listen. Listen a second, will you, Chick? Let me clinch a second, will you?
Listen, I ain't gonna do no carrying, see? You're going out just as quick as I can put you out.
Now, wait a minute, wise guy, will you? There's that brand in it, boy, if you let me win a decision, see? Oh,
there is, huh?
Hey, listen, Chick, you don't have to get sore about it, see?
Oh, I don't, huh?
Listen, I was only doing what Parker told me to do, see?
Oh, Parker told you to tell me that, huh?
Yeah, Parker.
I got it. Hey, Hap!
Don't turn around, you sap!
Oh, this is marvelous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and out! The winner, Duffy! Splendid fella!
Come on, Chick. Snap out of it. Come on, you dumb egg. Snap out of it so I can take a poke at you myself.
What hit me?
Duffy hit you, you egg-headed dope.
Why, that... Let me at him.
Go on, sit down. You always want to fight after it's all over. Well, what were you looking for this time? Christmas?
Hey, Hap, I remember him.
Oh.
His nibs, Parker, I remember him now. That's why I wasn't paying no attention to Duffy. All of a sudden, I remember who this Parker is, and then...
Well, now, isn't that just dandy? So you remember him, huh? Well, maybe if I call him in, you'd like to slip him a nice little kiss.
Nah, you don't get me, Hap. Parker, we've been trying to figure him out all this time. Well, listen, he's the guy that tried to slip me $2,000 for throwing the Navy championship fight.
What?
He is, I tell you. He just tried to do the same thing tonight. Duffy told me.
Well, then that makes him the guy who was kicked out of the Navy on that forgery rap.
Sure, Parker.
Holy smoke, that's who it is, huh? Oh, boy, this is terrific.
Clint will be tickled, huh?
Oh, we'll just about kiss us all around for luck. Oh, boy, so he was the guy in San Pedro, huh?
Sure, it was Parker, all right. And he offered me $2,000 to hold up.
Kid, you're okay. Oh, Mom, I could do a little dance for that news. Boy, you're a wonder.
Yes, it was very clever of both of you.
Oh, say, Clint, we were just talking about you.
I know. I admire your cleverness. In fact, you're too clever to be wasting your time here.
But, Clint, Chick just told me that...
Yes, I heard. And as soon as both of you can dress for the street, please go. Throwing me down for a few measly dollars.
Hey, wait a minute, Clint. You got this all wrong.
Oh, for your own sake, you ought to listen, Clint. Chick just remembered
There's
where to...
really no discussion necessary. If you leave an address, I'll send your wages to you.
And the fight with the champ? That's off?
Unless you can find another idiot to post a guarantee of $10,000.
Okay. Come on, Chick. Let's get going.
But I don't want to go letting Clint think that way.
Oh, come on. He knows what he's doing. The Blackburns always know what they're doing.
Wait a minute, Hep. Here's Sue. She'll fix it for us.
Where are you boys going?
Listen, Sue. You tell Clint for us, will you? Make him listen.
Oh, come on, Chick. It ain't no use. She ain't gonna do no listening neither.
What is it, Clenny? What's wrong?
Parker bribed Chick to throw the fight.
I don't believe it.
I can't doubt my own eyes and ears. I heard Chick telling Hap he was offered money to throw the fight. Then they danced around like a couple of lunatics. I saw them. I heard them.
I still don't believe it, Clenny. I'm sure there's some mistake.
Gee, Clint, if you'd only listen for a second. I didn't even talk to Parker about this fight. I was telling Hap
I'll
about...
be inside if you want me, Sue.
Well, I guess that's that. Come on, Chick.
Hap, I'm awfully sorry about everything.
Oh, that's all right, kid. But I do wish you'd tell Clint that we never done nothing crooked in our lives. Tell him that, will you? And if he wants it, we got some news that ought to interest him. Come on, Chick. We're going.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood is famous for its good-looking girls, but they're not all in the movies. Walter Winchell recently termed tonight's guest the prettiest newspaper woman in America. An English debutante, she was presented at court a few years ago to the King and Queen, but gave up a whirl in society to whirl on the stage. After dancing in the chorus of London musical shows, she became understudy to Jessie Matthews. Then she jumped to fame with a leading part in Noel Coward's play, This Year of Grace. As a dancer, she was noted for her ability to kick. In fact, it was one of her kicks that started her off as a columnist. A newspaper published an article about chorus girls to which she objected, and she's been writing ever since. She came to Hollywood a year ago, and today her gossipy news about picture stars, syndicated by the North American Newspaper Alliance, is read daily by 20 million people in newspapers all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Sheila Graham.
Very nice introduction, Mr. DeMille.
After all, Sheila, you have 20 million readers.
What would you like me to speak about?
Your job?
Nothing about luck?
No, luck speaks for itself.
I wish more stars spoke for themselves. For example, Jean Arthur, star of your new picture, is extremely shy. She sincerely believes she has nothing of interest to tell a reporter.
And silence is golden.
But not on the radio. You'd be in a spot if I followed that advice right now.
Then let's discuss talking stars.
Or shooting stars, like Gary Cooper. I saw him on your set yesterday, doing some fancy work with a six-shooter. Incidentally, he's the only star I've seen in Hollywood who's even better looking off the screen than on.
Is that so?
I've never regretted giving up acting and running my career into a newspaper column. To me, reporting is much more exciting. Still, I can't forget my chorus girl days abroad. In every studio I visit here, I bump into Lux Flakes in the wardrobe department, just as I found it backstage in England. In that respect, they're just as advanced as Hollywood.
But that's not new, Sheila. Can't you give us some facts that aren't so well known?
All right, here goes. One of the biggest money makers on the screen is the radio star, Bob Burns. But Bob still drives a $25 automobile. He's convinced his success is just a dream and that any minute he's going to wake up.
Maybe that noise we've been hearing isn't a bazooka after all. Perhaps it's just his snoring.
Perhaps. But the champion sleeper in Hollywood is Ned Sparks. Ned can take a nap any time and any place. Merle Oberon has a most considerate figure. She eats anything and never puts on an excess ounce. Eating is probably Louise Reiner's favorite habit. She loves to visit friends' iceboxes. So does Fred McMurray. Incidentally, Simone, the new French star, also has her weighty problem, but has shed 10 pounds since coming to Hollywood. Paul Muni tells me he's anxious to leave pictures and get back to the stage. Paul, by the way, has a curious habit of lying down on the floor when he's eating or being interviewed. Ronald Coleman will do anything to prevent his picture being taken, but is the only male star who doesn't powder his nose for photographic purposes. Your star tonight, James Cagney, just told me that women can take a sock on the nose, in pictures, that is, much better than men. Claudette Colbert is the most superstitious star I know of. She always leaves a building by the same door she entered it, for good luck. Leslie Howard seldom looks at the person to whom he's talking. He prefers to play with his pipe or the heel of his shoe. And as for me, Mr. DeMille, I much prefer to play with a typewriter than a microphone. But before leaving, I'd like to ask one question.
And that is?
Is it true that the fan mail for this program is sometimes addressed to Cecil B. Deluxe?
Is it true that you're going to publish a book of witticisms like that last one, known as Graham Crackers?
Ouch. I think I've said enough. Good night.
Good night. We raise the curtain on the final round of Is That So, starring Jimmy Cagney as the unhappy Hap Hurley and featuring Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. A month has passed, and Chick has won the championship. In the library of the Blackburn home, Sue has arranged a meeting with Parker, Clint, Chick, and Hap. The fighter and his manager have still not arrived, and Parker stirs restlessly in his chair.
My dear Sue, might I ask exactly why I'm here?
Please be patient, Robert.
I'm afraid, Sue, my patience is rapidly being exhausted. Wouldn't it be just as well if we postponed this gathering of yours until some more practical time?
Oh, I couldn't think of putting this off any longer, Robert. This is something I've dreamed of for years. Clenny, will you answer that?
I suppose I'll have to.
Hi, Clint, old boy, old sock, old pal, old boy.
Hiya, Clint.
Come in.
Oh, thanks. Come on, stupid.
Good evening, Hap.
Hiya, Sue. Make the new world's champ.
Congratulations, Chick.
It was nothing at all. Hiya, Parker, old bean, how's tricks?
Just what is the meaning of this, Sue?
Sit down, Robert. I'll explain everything.
Yeah, sure. Pull up a chair, Parky.
Well, Sue?
But first, Robert, I'd like to make a public apology. I've made it privately several times. But I think I'll feel a lot better if I make it again here.
Oh, now, Sue, listen, you don't have to.
Please, Hap, I want to. I want to apologize to Hap Hurley for having been such a pompous little snob. I'm sorry, Hap, really. There now, I do feel better.
You didn't hold this little party for that, did you?
Patience, Clenny. We now come to a second vital point. My engagement to Robert Parker is here and now brought definitely to an end.
That's telling him, Toots.
Shut up, you.
Well, that's the first good news I've had in weeks.
So the engagement is broken, is it?
Definitely.
No, that's too bad. I was hoping there'd be no necessity for something ugly. Are you quite sure, Sue?
Quite sure.
I imagine we shall have to go to the law about a little matter of embezzlement and forgery after all. And courts are such a bother.
Oh, I don't think you'll be bothered with courts much.
Stop beating about the bush, Sue. What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, as a matter of fact, Clint, I don't think that Mr. Parker's going to remain in this country very long. Do you, Hap?
Well, personally, I think he's going to find it kind of hot around here. Of course, if he wants to stay, that's up to him. But if he's wise, he'll scram, and scram quick.
South America would be nice. Don't you think so, Chick?
Yeah, it's all right, but a lot of guys like Canada better.
Pardon me, Sue, but aren't you a little premature about my plans? You're forgetting about your brother. He was involved in a little difficulty, as I remember it. I think his memory should be considered.
It's being considered, Robert, I assure you. Now comes the third vital point. Robert Parker, it gives me the greatest pleasure possible to inform you that we know you to be a liar and a thief.
What? And a double-faced water rat in a bargain.
Why, you...
Sit down before I slap you to sleep. We got the goods on you, Parker. I took it on myself to do a little investigating for Sue here, and I found out plenty. The way I understand it, you showed Clint and Sue proof that some dough had been lifted out of their estate. Then you showed them notes their brother was supposed to have forged and some records of gambling losses. But you didn't hand over the notes, did you? No. You kept them to hold over their heads. Well, that's called blackmail.
Don't be ridiculous.
Yes, blackmail. Well, you've known all along that I've hated you, and that Clenny hated you. That you used our love for our brother Jerry just as a means of marrying a portion of the Blackburn money. Well, it didn't work. I'm going to marry Hap Hurley.
Huh? Sue, you mean it?
Sue, think what you're saying.
Well, I have thought. I love Hap, just the way he is. And I wouldn't change him for anything.
Oh, gee, Sue,
That's too bad. Think of the shock when members of the social register read that Jerry Blackburn...
Don't worry. There won't be nothing to read. We've been looking into your past, Parker, and we got you all lined up for a nice room and a bath in a state prison.
Really?
Yeah, really. You was in the Navy for a while, wasn't you?
I in the Navy?
Yeah. You were a quartermaster on a Texas, and that's where you met Sue's brother.
What rot, Sue. I've never been on a battleship in my life.
Oh, yes, you was. But you was using the name of Collins then.
This is all preposterous. Really, Sue, I'm not going
And you were dishonorably discharged from the Navy after it was found that you had forged the senior officer's name to some important receipts. That's correct, isn't it, Sue?
Check.
I think you've carried this far enough, Sue. I won't argue with you. The whole thing is too silly. But you've made a lot of ridiculous accusations that you can't possibly substantiate.
Oh, can't I? Check, when was the first time you saw Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm the favorite to win the Navy championship in the light heavy division, see? And this guy Parker, he was a quartermaster on our ship. He comes up to me and offers me $2,000 to take a dive.
Wait a minute. Listen, Hap, is that what you and Chick were discussing the night of the fight with Duffy?
Yeah, sure, Clint.
Sure. That's what we tried to tell you. I was telling Hap that I recognized Parker. That was the reason I turned around. He told Duffy to offer me $1,000, and all of a sudden I put two and two together, and it spelled Parker.
Well, I don't know what to say, boys. I've never been so ashamed in all my life.
Oh, forget it. It just took you a little time to get on to things, that's all.
But the fight, I've been wondering about that all night. Who provided the guarantee for Soccer Goodman?
Well, it was Sue.
Sue? You mean you put up $10,000?
Yes, and it proved to be a very good investment. I now have a half interest in Chick and a full interest in Hap.
Then you and Hap really...
Oh, she was only kidding me about that, Clint. You got nothing to worry about.
Did I say anything about being worried?
And did I say anything about not being serious?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Sue. I can take kidding just so long. Now it ain't kidding no more.
But, Hap, I meant it. Of course, if you've changed your mind.
Oh, gosh, no. I just...
Dames, all the time, dames. They ain't no good, says him.
Shut your trap, egghead. When I want any help from you, I'll ask you for it.
How is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Yes, that's so.
While you boys settle your little difficulties, I'll see to it that Mr. Parker gets safely through the front door. Come, Mr. Parker, you're leaving.
Say, Clint, just one poke at him first, huh?
Oh, no. No, I'm going to show Mr. Parker out alone. Come, dear Mr. Parker.
You all think you've been very clever, don't you?
Go on, scram before I take a poke at you.
Can you imagine that, Hap, letting that crook get off like that?
Like what? Tell me, did you hear that, Sock?
Well, I still wish I could have punched a couple of his teeth out.
Listen, you do no more punching around here, you see? Only when I tell you to. I mean, I and Sue.
Oh, Hap.
Yeah, and you ain't going to be making so many trips to Brooklyn either. You got another fight coming up.
Oh, but Hap.
No, Chick, no argument. You do just as Hap tells you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Tonight's star, James Cagney, returns to the microphone shortly. Though you have never seen him on the screen, though he is never credited with a single film, no man exercises more significant influence in Hollywood than Dr. A.H. Giannini, banker to the motion picture industry. Son of Italian immigrants and subject as a boy to all the struggles besetting people in straitened circumstances, this man who loans millions of dollars yearly to the picture studios began his professional life in medicine. As an intern, he once volunteered to treat a man dying of typhus. The victim lay in a pest house in San Francisco, confined with lepers. Dr. Giannini and a nurse went to his side, but it was too late. The patient died. 48 hours later, the nurse was dead. Dr. Giannini himself stricken. Another doctor came to treat him. That doctor died. But the young intern survived. During the Spanish-American War, he again volunteered to administer to 1,200 Negroes, desperately ill with smallpox. For this service, San Francisco publicly honored him. Dr. Giannini left his practice to follow his father and brother in a small banking business. Today, practically every major studio in Hollywood owes its start to him. He is now directly connected with films as president and chairman of United Artists Corporation and trustee of both Columbia Pictures Corporation and Universal Pictures Corporation. His presence is distinctly an honor to the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. A.H. Giannini.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's a pleasure to appear in the Lux Radio Theater. The importance of the motion picture industry in the world today is second to none. Lately, there has been a tremendous interest in films abroad, particularly in England. Its significance cannot be underestimated. Foreign nations realize that if a country acquires a permanent monopoly in this field, that nation will eventually dominate the world. In a sense, Europe today is governed by the slogan, "I care not who makes the laws of the nation, if I can make its motion pictures."
Well, trade used to follow the flag. You mean now it follows the films?
Exactly. Girls in foreign capitals constantly keep their eyes on Hollywood for new ways of dressing their hair and new styles and clothes. More and more American phrases are found in English publications. Our traditions, culture, language, and social values are gradually Americanizing the globe. The end result is that the profit element in pictures abroad has become a secondary consideration. Their prime consideration right now is to maintain their own tradition and history.
25 years ago, Doctor, banks not only refused to loan a penny to motion pictures, but I know of one bank that said they preferred not to have the account of any motion picture company. You ended all that. But what prompted your participation in pictures?
First, I realized that the motion picture was the only commodity in the world for which people were willing to pay sight unseen. Any merchandise that can influence people to that extent must, I concluded, be worthwhile. Second, motion pictures have an almost limitless field. They are made to be enjoyed by everyone. Third, they appeal to children. To me, that was and is yet the best assurance for the future of any business. I've seen what children can mean to banking. Many years ago, I started the first school savings system in California, and later in states all over the nation. These accounts, which began with pennies, have since increased into the millions. Yet when I entered the motion picture field, I was not entirely alone. A new bank in Hollywood was beginning to give recognition to movies. Mr. DeMille was its first vice president.
Not because I had money, but because I knew pictures. But to you, Doctor, goes the distinction of being the first man who definitely made art a respected security for a loan.
On one occasion, I was criticized by bank examiners for putting $500,000 in a company distributing Charlie Chaplin's picture, The Kid, instead of investing that money in gilt-edged securities. Several weeks later, my loan was repaid, but the gilt-edged securities tumbled from $100 a share to $80.
In 1929, when the country was plagued by depression, Hollywood again limped to Dr. Giannini. Largely through his help, not a single studio closed its doors throughout those trying times. Production, in fact, actually increased. But tell us, Doctor, how do you determine if a picture studio is a good risk?
By applying practically the same principle I used years ago in New York City. At that time, Mrs. Giannini and I often had young guests at our home, schoolgirls and boys. They loved to visit us because I always showed them motion pictures. I had a purpose in doing so. I wanted to see what photoplays they applauded the most. It was the studios whose films these youngsters liked best that got the help they needed. Today, the only difference is that I make my decisions by the applause of the nation.
And in so doing, Dr. Giannini has been the financial rock to which motion pictures have cast their anchors in every storm. A rock with anything but a heart of stone.
It's been a long time since I've been in medicine, but I haven't forgotten that a doctor must know not only the body, but the man as well. In a similar manner, have I made character as well as a man's business the real basis for my confidence in him. Thank you, sir, and good night.
Good night, Doctor.
This fall, you will see James Cagney in a new film released by a new studio. The picture is titled Great Guy and is being produced now at Grand National Studio. As Jimmy comes to the microphone, I know you all join me in wishing him and Grand National all the success in the world.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Great Guy is the tentative title of a story of a civil service employee who reforms the city government by exposing political corruption. What I like about it chiefly is that the lead is a grand, honest character. To me, the all-important need in pictures today is for better stories. Stories whose characters are real, honest people. And the same applies to the air. And it's your careful choice of stories for the Lux Radio Theater that keeps me one of your most constant listeners. Congratulations to you, and good night.
Good night, Jimmy.
Thank you, Mr. Cagney. The Lux Radio Theater has arranged a particularly fine program for next week. Mr. DeMille tells you about it in a moment. Assisting Mr. Cagney, Mr. Armstrong, and Miss Mallory in our cast tonight were Kenneth Thompson, Lionel Pape, Frank Rowan, Lou Merrill, Frank Nelson, James Eagles, and Ross Forrester. Mr. Cagney appeared tonight through courtesy of Grand National Studios, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, our musical director, 20th Century Fox. Robert Armstrong will be seen shortly in the new MGM picture, All-American Chump. And here's Mr. DeMille.
The talents of one of England's finest dramatists and two of Hollywood's most distinguished performers are combined next week in the Lux Radio Theater when we bring you Sir James Barrie's Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Aherne. This charming story has been told many times on stages the world over and in motion pictures. The story of a prim little school teacher who waited 10 years for her soldier sweetheart to come back to her. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, together with Miss Chatterton and Mr. Aherne, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Quality Street. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 27th. From its home on Hollywood Boulevard, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Franchot in Chains. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by attractive women everywhere, brings you another assemblage of Hollywood's most distinguished citizens. Joan Crawford, Franchot, Gilbert Emery, Cecil B. DeMille, Oliver Hinsdale, Helen Burgess, Louis Silvers, and many others. We are also proud to welcome, as members of our audience, a score of celebrated personalities. Among them, Patsy Ruth Miller, Paula Stone, John McGuire, John Lee Mahan, who adapted tonight's play for the screen, Lena Basket, Mary Alice Rice, and Rady Harris, celebrated New York columnist. To all of you, greetings from Lux. No man in motion pictures holds a record of achievement more enviable than that of our eminent director. He brings to radio, just as he has brought to the screen, the greatest plays and players in the world of entertainment. Tonight, he comes to the theater direct from location, dressed in riding breeches and boots and covered with the dust of the set. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Many paths cross and many double-cross in Hollywood. But this is my first professional contact with Joan Crawford and Franchot. But I know their history, perhaps better than they do. I can trace it back 150 years. Their romance, which began in 1933, was more than a courtship. It was a coincidence which had its beginnings in 1798, when an undersized Corsican named Bonaparte was lighting the fuse that was to explode all Europe, and an Irish patriot named Wolfe Tone was enlisting French aid in a revolt against England. The sympathies of the French people were with Tone, the handsome Irish rebel. But like most Irish rebellions, his was a glorious failure. He merely laid the groundwork for mutual admiration between the French and Irish. And Franchot Tone, a descendant, and Lucille Lesseur, a little French girl, took it up from there. You may never have heard of Lucille. Her first job was at the Kansas City department store. After that, she danced in a Broadway chorus and finally came to Hollywood from a Winter Garden show in New York. A magazine asked its readers to suggest a new name for her. And from the names submitted, the studio chose Joan Crawford. Today, more than 200 babies whose last names range from Ginsburg to McKillicuddy are called Joan Crawford, which will give you some idea of the star's popularity. To all the world, she symbolizes the American viewpoint in clothes and manner. And tonight, the Lux Radio Theater presents Chained, starring Joan Crawford and Franchot Tone. Tonight, Miss Crawford plays the part of Diane Lovering, indispensable secretary of a middle-aged but attractive steamship magnate, Richard Field, who is deeply in love with her. Franchot Tone is Michael Bradley, young owner of a ranch in the Argentine. The curtain rises on Field's private office in the Empire State Building. We hear him talking briskly on an inter-office telephone.
Hello, Norris.
Yes?
Richard Field talking. I've decided to start the Caribbean on the coastal run out of Savannah. That'll put the Southern Cross on the Rio Buenos Aires run until next December. Starting now, she can sail Friday.
Now, what about the Lloyd matter?
Lloyd matter? Well, listen, that's got to be handled with kid gloves. Take maybe 6 weeks. But I'm not leaving this office until it's settled right our way. Okay, Norris, goodbye. Who is it?
Good morning, darling.
Ah, Deanne, it's you.
Darling, I've just been through the Spanish Inquisition, and I came out alive.
What did they say?
4 doctors put me through the 3rd degree, fluoroscope, metabolism, blood pressure, x-rays, the whole works. I felt like a murdered corpse being dissected by the Department of Justice.
Yes, but what did they say? What's the verdict?
Organically sound as a dollar, healthy as a young colt. They claim I'm just run down, that's all. Exhausted. They ordered me to take a long rest. Can you imagine my resting until the Lloyd affair is finished?
Yes, I can, young lady, if I say so.
Now listen, boss.
Mr. Boss?
Boss, darling. You're a strong man and you set a terrific pace, but I've got plenty of reserve power. We're going to finish that Lloyd deal together.
Diane, come here. You think I'm going to let you risk your health just for a business deal? After all we've been through together, and now that we both realize how much we mean to each other? Oh, you do love me, don't you?
How could I help it?
Oh, Diane.
I keep asking myself, am I worthy of Richard Field? Of all the love and bigness that's in his heart? And then you kiss me like that. So I guess I must be.
I keep asking myself, how can an old man like me...
Careful. Mention that subject to me again, and I told you I'll make a scene.
All right, I'm a mere stripling of 46.
Look here. What about this sudden command appearance? Anything wrong?
Diane, it's happened.
You mean your wife?
Yes.
Oh.
She came into my room last night. She was very fine. No scene or anything like that. She simply told me that she knew about us, and had known for some time, in fact. She wanted to know what I was going to do.
Did you tell her?
I told her the truth, that there was nothing between you and me, just that we loved each other. I tried to make her understand what a really fine person you are. I don't know how successful I was.
And then?
I asked her for a divorce.
Darling.
She wouldn't give it to me. Said she doesn't believe in divorce. I even offered to let her keep the children.
Oh, Richard, you can't. You can't give up everything.
I would. For you. It's no use.
Oh, Richard.
Diane, come here.
No, please. There's only one thing to do now.
Don't say it. Don't even think it, dearest.
But we can't go on, not after this.
We can, and we will. We've got nothing to be ashamed of. And let's not give up hope that someday she'll give me my freedom.
But
you know what you're going to do.
No.
The Southern Cross sails Friday for Buenos Aires. You're going aboard her. Going away on a little trip. You need a rest. It'll help you to forget. This had to come. It's a little too near us for the moment, but it's only temporary. And when you come back, everything will be just as before.
Will it?
Well, but you love me, don't you?
Oh, yes, Richard.
Well, then you run out and do your shopping and get yourself packed. You haven't got much time. Boat sails at 5:30 Friday.
What a lovely boat. I wish you were going along, too. I won't know a soul on board.
It'll be only 6 weeks. Besides, I have to give you a chance to know your own mind, haven't I?
It isn't my mind anymore, darling. It's yours.
Stuart, where's the ambassador suite?
This way, Mr. Field.
Here you are. When we take the Southern Cross together, it'll be called the Bridal Suite.
Oh, Richard, look at those flowers. You shouldn't
Well, they knew you were coming and grew overnight. Stuart?
Yes, sir?
Mine now is Miss Lovering asked for a water spout. You get it for her.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the chef, sir.
Oh, Mr. Field, you want Emile?
Emile, this is Miss Lovering. She likes crepe Suzette and thinner than you've ever made them before. And I know she'd like your pompano with that sauce.
And corned beef hash, too, Emile.
To perfection, mademoiselle.
And if you don't outdo yourself, I'll have you transferred to a banana boat.
And I will deserve it, monsieur.
Now, here's your bedroom, Diane.
It's beautiful.
And still not enough. Oh, it's taking all the willpower I've got not to chuck the whole Lloyd deal and come along with you. You will come back, won't you?
I promise, Richard.
I'll need you. Always. I think I'd crack up without you now.
Oh, dear, we won't have time for our cocktail.
The minute the ship leaves, you go to the bar and order one. Only a sherry flip, remember?
Always a sherry flip, every day at 6 o'clock.
I'll have one ashore.
I'll think of you, Richard. Goodbye, darling. A sherry flip, please.
Yes, madam.
And I'll have the same thing, and I hate sherry flips. Ah, there I go, giving in already. Oh, say, aren't you the young lady who always orders chicken salad? We've met before, huh, miss?
No.
My name is John Smith. Crink? How are you and who are you?
No.
Yes, please.
Please, no.
Pretty please. With sugar on it?
I want to be left alone, Mr.
Smith. It's a hard name to remember, and I can take a hint. I'm off to dress for dinner, and you'll be sorry when I'm gone.
I won't even know it.
Who is it?
It's Johnny Smith, your faithful servant.
Where have you been?
Oh, in the bar. Now, come on, drop all that housework and come with me and see what I found. She's gorgeous.
Congratulations, Mr. Smith.
Oh, no, they're not in order, Mr. Bradley.
She was a little distant, I take it.
Straight from the Arctic regions.
Is she worth an expedition?
From pole to pole.
Don't stop to get dressed. We'll start now. Lead on, guide.
There she is over there.
You mean the one sitting alone at the table?
Yeah, and believe it or not, drinking a sherry flip. Can I pick 'em or can I pick 'em?
Sometimes I actually have faith in you again, Johnny.
I warned you. She's as cold as a sea lion's nose.
And the first thing for you to do is go over and apologize for your behavior.
Who, me? I should say not. It'd make me look weak.
You don't understand tactics. It clears the decks for future action. Go ahead. I'll be over in a minute to help you out.
All right. Okay, Master, I obey. Charming lady, after thinking over my rudeness, I've come to say that...
So you didn't leave after all?
Oh, but yes, I've been gone a half an hour.
I hadn't noticed. How time flies.
I've been watching you, my friend. You've been annoying women long enough.
Why, you...
No back talk now. I know your type, my man. A half hour out, you want to play Frankenstein.
Well, listen, you big...
I don't know who you are, my friend, but I don't want to see your face on deck again until you can act like a gentleman. You understand?
Oh, you... Hey, miss, whatever your name is, this fella is...
Stewart, find out where there's octopus bunks and lock him up till he's sober.
Yes, sir. No, please, sir,
Hey,
come along.
Hey, wait a minute. Let go of me, will you? Hey, wait till I see you.
Thank you. I suppose he's really harmless.
Allow me. An Irish uncle named me Mike Bradley.
Well, good for him. Thank you again, Mr. Bradley.
Look here. You're nervous, probably all unstrung over this attack on your privacy. How about another cocktail?
Thank you, no. I've had my one for the evening.
Well, I'll see you at dinner.
I'm having dinner in my cabin. I'm turning in early.
Then I'll see you around tomorrow in the swimming pool.
Perhaps, if I decide to go in.
Hey, Ma, watch me.
Hey there. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
How's the water? Warm?
Awfully cold. I don't think you'd like it.
I'll soon find out.
Say, what's the idea? Can't you keep on your own side of the pool?
I'm not chasing you. I just turned up like an old cantaloupe rind.
The ocean is full of them.
Hey, wait. Hey, maybe I'm the door-to-door brush man.
Not today.
Special offer. Full set of kitchen brushes and a set of Charles Dickens.
I haven't got a kitchen.
How about a set of Dickens without the brushes?
I couldn't afford it.
You see, it's a contest, ma'am. The one that sells the most brushes gets sent away on a vacation.
And the more you sell, the farther they send you?
That's right.
Hey, give me all you got.
Yeah?
Oh.
You see, that's what comes of trying to swallow the whole pool. Here, let me slap you on the back.
Oh, that's enough. Unhand me.
You know, your eyes are very large and beautiful,
Oh, stop it.
even when they're bloodshot.
Will you tell me what this is all about?
I don't know, but isn't it fun?
Yes.
Now look at me, really. I'm not such a boogie man, am I? Just an honest, open face. A little too open, maybe.
When are you leaving this boat, Mr. Bradley?
Going all the way to Buenos Aires. How far do you go?
All the way to Buenos Aires.
Isn't it great, Dinah?
Dinah?
Yes, I know. The passenger list called you Diane Lovering, but I call you Dinah.
And in heaven's name, why?
I had a black-faced doll when I was about 1.5 years old. They called her Dinah. I loved her very dearly. Couldn't go to sleep unless I had her safely tucked away in a shoebox.
I'm afraid I don't see the comparison.
There isn't any, except Diane reminds me of Dinah, that's all.
Oh.
See, there you go getting panicky again. I'm out for last, Dinah, that's all.
Good.
And you'd look pretty silly in a shoebox anyway.
Very silly.
And I'm not 1.5 years old anymore.
Oh, I see. You're just backward.
Would it be forward of me to invite you to have a cocktail with me?
Sorry, but I'm going to bed at 6 o'clock.
Without your dinner?
I'm having it sent to my cabin.
Okay. Then I'll meet you in the bar at 6, and we'll have dinner afterward. Hello, Dinah. You're early. It's only 6:15.
And I've got 15 minutes to get back to my cabin.
Now, how about just one cocktail?
Well, I'll have a sherry flip.
Sherry Flip? What's the matter? You seasick?
No, not in the least.
But Sherry Flip's just like water. No tang, no feeling, no oomph to it.
I still like sherry flips.
Okay, lady. I'll show you I can take punishment, too. Oh, Stewart, one Sherry Flip and a plain lemonade.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
I'm afraid you're a problem girl, aren't you, Dinah?
What makes you think so?
Well, you're a problem to me. And something tells me you're full of problems yourself. What did you come on this trip for? The ride?
Mm-hmm.
Darn long ride.
I wanted a long ride.
Who's the guy?
What guy?
Well, every now and then your eyes are way out there on the horizon. There must be a guy behind a woman's eyes when they're like that.
Will you listen to the conceited male?
Honest now, you're not engaged to be married?
Would that be one of my problems?
Might be. You ever been engaged?
No.
Don't tell me you've lived in a cave all your life.
Don't you remember? It was a shoebox.
Lemonade for the lady.
Do I look as if I drink a Sherry Flip?
Sorry, sir.
Well, here's to the two of us. Long may we wave.
You came on this boat looking for trouble, didn't you, Mr. Bradley?
I admit it. But then you dropped out of the sky.
But I'm not trouble.
I know. And I've just about decided that you're something distinctly different. Something I've always wanted to meet. And always thought was just a kid's foolish dream.
I'm afraid you're on the edge of saying something very silly, Mr. Bradley.
It doesn't seem silly. Then I've never been this close to the edge before.
And let's forget you ever said it, shall we?
All right. Until the day I can make you remember it.
A good cure for that sort of sentiment is walking. Do you like to walk?
Listen, young lady, I'll walk you around the deck tomorrow until you holler for help.
Okay.
20 times around so far. How are you holding out?
I haven't even started.
Then let's go a little faster.
What for?
Because there are a couple of long-legged old schoolmoms that look as if they want to race us.
Oh.
Good morning. Miss Weebles and I have just about decided that you two set the nicest face on the deck.
We like to walk fast.
So do we. I think we make a nice little squad.
you might say, we'll all have to do this every morning.
Yes, good idea.
You just keep leading the way, and we'll follow.
Hey, what do we do?
Pull a fast one.
You do it. I'm all out of that.
All right, here goes. Oh, look at the whales.
Where?
Oh.
Right alongside the ship. There must be 100 of them.
Oh, I don't see any.
No?
There aren't any whales there, Mr. Bradley. I'm afraid you're mistaken.
No whales? Are you sure?
Not a whale. Nothing but ocean.
Gosh, you don't suppose... Not again.
There, my poor dear Mr. Bradley.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Nothing, you see.
They told me a sea voyage would cure me. I won't go back to that place again. They can't tie me up in that room.
Keep calm.
Edith, come along. The man's crazy.
There, you see, it worked. That's what I call practical insanity.
Do you always see whales?
Only when being followed by long-legged schoolmarms. Sometimes I see the Southern Cross.
Really?
If you'll come on the upper deck with me some night, I'll show it to you. Only you'll see it, too.
Will that mean we're both insane?
I'm afraid that's too much to hope for.
It's glorious. Where's the Southern Cross?
Right up there.
Where?
There. Right along the line of my finger.
Oh, I see. Oh, how beautiful.
You're telling me.
We're looking at the Southern Cross, Mr. Bradley.
You speak for yourself. I'm going to do all the looking at you I can our last night on board ship. Are you coming out to my ranch in Buenos Aires?
I'm afraid I won't have time. I've only 2 days and I've some shopping and things to do.
Where are you stopping?
With some friends.
Who are they?
The Wilsons.
The Wilsons? I never heard of them. I've lived there 10 years, know everybody in town. Pick another name.
No, really. They moved down last winter.
Now, look here, Dinah. What's behind all this? Are you still scared of me?
Why should I be scared of you, Mr. Bradley?
I asked you, Dinah. Oh, it's all wrong. We weren't meant to end this way.
We weren't ever meant for anything else. Goodbye, Mike Bradley. I'll think of you often, and good luck.
All right. So long, Dinah. Just the same old thing. Shipboard friends and never see each other again, right?
Right?
I don't believe it.
Oh, but you must.
I don't believe it. So long, Dinah.
In just a moment, we'll go on with our Lux Radio Theater presentation of Change, starring Joan Crawford and Franchot. But first, we take you to Hollywood's playground, Santa Monica Beach, only 14 miles down lovely Wilshire Boulevard from Hollywood to the sea. We're on the set at famous Santa Monica Beach Club. There are 2 girls near us, very much excited. Listen.
Look, it's Carol Lombard.
There?
No, over there to the right. They say she's crazy about the water. Swims beautifully.
Doesn't she look slick in that bathing suit?
Mm-hmm.
Some low cut. Wish I could wear one like that, but my back isn't smooth enough.
Say, I read in a movie magazine that Carol Lombard uses Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too. Gosh, that's an idea, all right, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's dollars to donuts. That's why her back is so smooth. I'll have to give it a try.
It certainly is Carol Lombard's Lux toilet soap care that keeps her skin so lovely. And this beauty bath does other things, too. Carol Lombard herself has told us...
Often I come home from a long day before the camera, so tired I can't bear even the thought of going out. And then I try a Lux toilet soap bath. Lie back a few moments completely relaxed. When I step out, I feel marvelously refreshed. And I love the delicate perfume Lux toilet soap gives my skin.
Lux toilet soap has an active lather that carries away from the pores all foreign matter, every trace of dust and dirt. It protects daintiness. Lux toilet soap's perfume is a blend of 34 costly scents. But because so many millions of cakes are sold, the cost of this fine soap is brought way down so that any girl's shopping list can contain the words, 6 cakes of Lux toilet soap, please. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
Chained, starring Joan Crawford and Franchot, continues. It's the following morning, and Diane thinks she has escaped from Mike by telling him she's visiting the Wilsons, some non-existent friends. Outside her luxurious hotel, she waits for a groom to bring the horse she's ordered for a morning ride.
Miss Lovering.
Yes?
I am Mr. Partos, assistant manager of the hotel. There has been a slight delay about your horse. I shall phone the stables again.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Madame has been made comfortable, I hope?
Oh, perfectly. The flowers in my room are gorgeous.
Mr. Field ordered them for you every day, madame.
Oh, did he? Oh, Mr. Potter, I shall want a guide today, someone who knows the city.
I have already arranged for the guide, madame.
Can he speak English?
But si, senorita. I was speak the English for 25 years. Allow me, senorita, to present myself. Senor Pancho Mike Bradley at your service.
Oh, Mike, where did you bob up from? You scared me.
Oh, still a boogeyman, huh?
No, but how did you happen to be here?
Why, I thought I'd drop around and say hello to the Wilsons. Nice little cottage they have here. Lots of servants, guests. Are they home?
No, but they left word for me to mind the children. I was taking the twins to see the executions on the plaza.
Little Otis is tall for his age, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Or do they have him stretched?
Mike, are you a bloodhound, or is this just accidental?
I'm a bloodhound who can read trunk checks when a lady carelessly leaves her trunk outside her stateroom. Besides, Mr. Partos here is a friend of mine. He owes me money.
Oh, so he told you I was going riding at 10 o'clock.
Exactly. So I thought you'd like to ride out on a Bradley ranch, where horses are horses, not candidates for the bull ring.
I'd love to, Mike.
That's better than I hoped. Let's go.
Mike, let's slow down to a gallop.
All right. Oh, boy. Oh. Quiet. Let's get off and rest a while. I brought a couple of thermos bottles of cold tea in my saddlebag.
Tea?
On shipboard, lemonade and sherry flips. On the Pampas, cold tea.
I forgot to ask the name of my horse.
Chili con carne.
I'm glad to meet you, Chili. Hey, you got a cold, wet nose.
Tell her she shouldn't smell so nice, Chili.
Where do we hitch them? To a blade of grass?
And just throw your reins over his head. He'll stand like a sentinel. Nothing like cold tea on a warm day on the Pampas. Quenches thirst, peps you up, gives you that relaxed feeling. Yeah.
Are you going to sell these horses?
Not Chili con carne. Chili's grandma once won the sweepstakes for me and saved the mortgage.
Isn't it quiet out here? Not a human being or a house in sight.
Yes, quiet and harmless, like a day nursery. And you had to lie and run away from me. Why?
I should think you could guess, Mike.
Diane.
No, please. Let me go, Mike. Oh, my darling.
You see, there's nothing to run away from, is there?
No. Just then when you kissed me, you and I reached high above the earth. I don't know where, but we were all alone together where nobody else will ever be.
We're going to settle down up there.
Right in the sun, where we can feel it beating down into us.
However you spell it, it's love. Whether there's sun, or moon, or rain.
On the boat. Did you really know so soon?
I've known about somebody like you ever since I could think. When did you know?
I never thought about anybody like you. So I guess it must have been the minute I saw you.
You're going to see me from now on, Mrs. Mike Bradley.
Oh, Mike. Now I know that's what I've wanted to hear you say. But I've never dared let myself think about it.
What have you dared think about?
Everything. Your arms around me. Everything except being Mrs. Bradley.
Why?
Because perhaps I'm that kind of a girl.
You're going to tell me about some dark, silly past that doesn't concern you and me. If that's so, I hope you won't want me to start in.
No. I'm going to tell you about the present.
There's no present except you and me.
There's another man. I've promised to marry him.
That's the man I said was behind your eyes?
Yes, but you don't see him there now, do you?
No. Had I forgotten he was ever there?
I can't just forget that way.
I know.
But I've never really known anything until you put your arms around me. You see, I thought I loved him, Mike. He's gentle, honest, dear. And I owe him everything. This trip. I even owe him you.
Well, you got to write him a letter right away.
No, I've got to go back and tell him face to face.
No, that's only an unnecessary ordeal.
It wouldn't be fair if I didn't. You see, he didn't run out on me, and I couldn't run out on him. If I see him myself, I can make him understand. We couldn't be happy any other way, could we, Mike?
I suppose not. You've got to go back and tell him. But Diane, darling, please hurry back.
Lovering. Here's your landing card.
Thank you.
This gangway, please.
Dion!
Richard.
Darling. Oh, my dear darling.
How are you, Richard?
Here, let me look at you. Why, it's almost worth letting you go away just for this moment. Come on, let's get out of this crowd. I've got the car outside.
What about the custom?
Oh, I've attended to all that. You've got the courtesy of the port. This way, darling. Well, dear, home at last.
Yes,
Dad,
of course.
sometimes I had a strange, terrible feeling that you wouldn't come back. Well, did you have a good time?
Yes.
Nice crowd on the boat?
Why, yes.
You're tired, aren't you?
No.
Maybe a little excited about getting back.
Well, I've so many things to tell you, I don't know where to begin.
Considering that I'm never going to let you out of my sight again, you have the rest of your life to tell me everything.
But, Richard, I want to tell you something, well.
I don't want to hear a thing. Not till you see what I've got for you.
What is it?
Here. It's your welcome home present.
It's a wedding ring.
Take a look at this morning's paper and see what you think. Listen. Shipping magnate divorced. Mrs. Richard I. Field, wife of Field Line Head, now in Reno.
Oh, no. No, Richard.
True, dear. We had it all out shortly after you left. She saw that it was the only way.
You can't do this.
Oh, but it's all right. She recognizes there's nothing between her and me anymore. She's an honest person, Diane. So, it's all settled. Darling, we can be together always, now.
Always?
Well, what's the matter? Don't you believe it yet?
Well, it's just something I never counted on.
At one time, I never even dared hope for it.
You've given up your family, your home, and your children. You must love me very much.
Your being away showed me I love you more than I ever knew. Every hour empty. Couldn't do a thing downtown. Just wondering about you and what you were doing. Waiting for you to come back.
Am I really that much of your world?
You're all of my world. If I ever lost you now, well, we won't even think of that.
No. We mustn't think about that ever again.
No. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Nothing. Nothing important. Richard?
Yes, dear?
When are we going to be married?
Here, Pablo, walk him till he cools off. And no water till sundown.
Si, senor.
Dinah, is there anything fine? Hey, Johnny.
Yeah?
Mail come in yet?
Yeah, sure. It's a letter from New York in small feminine handwriting. You know, it looks awfully thin to me.
Shut up and hand it over. It's her first letter.
Why, Mike. Mike, what's the matter?
Nothing very much. No. Really nothing at all. It just seems there was a first-class chump in the Argentine. His name's Mike Bradley.
You mean...
I mean the works. She's taken a run-out powder. She's married that guy in New York.
Oh, gee, that's tough, Mike. It looks like all women are the same, doesn't it?
Yeah. Only most of them aren't so frank in admitting they're only out to make a sap out of a man.
Well, I never dreamed it about her. It's brutal.
Sure. Everything seems brutal when you're on the loser's end of it. But I guess I'm well out of that one.
Oh, how does a dame like that figure things anyway? Can't she recognize a real guy when she sees one?
That's not the point. She's got what she wants. She'll live up there in New York, spending her days buying furs and diamonds to show off in the evening at nightclubs. Probably her husband's a good guy, too. Just another sap. Only he doesn't know it yet.
Is there anything I can do about it, fella?
Sure. If I ever go up to New York again, keep reminding me that Don Juan and Casanova had the only real slant on women. Love them and leave them.
This way,
please. Cash, please, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Mrs. Fields. We haven't seen you since you and Mr. Fields returned from your honeymoon.
No, we've been on Long Island this fall, but we'll be in town all winter.
Anything I can do for you, Mrs. Fields?
I'm looking for a pair of skis. Mr. Field and I are going to Lake Placid for a couple of weeks.
You'll find them on the 3rd floor, Mrs. Fields. Take the elevator straight ahead.
Excuse me. Where's your gun department? I want to buy a rifle.
The 2nd floor,
Mike.
sir.
Thanks.
Mike.
Well, hello. Fancy meeting you in your own hometown. How are you, Diane? This is a surprise.
Yes. How long have you been in New York?
I don't know. 2 or 3 weeks.
Where are you stopping?
At the Westmoreland?
I've my car outside. Can I drop you anywhere?
No, thanks. I think I'll walk.
All right. How's Johnny? Been well and happy?
Sure.
You look pretty well.
I can't complain.
I'm glad, Mike.
So am I. Now, what are you doing? Buying the store out?
No, just window shopping. I'm afraid I've got to run along. I'm supposed to be at the Club Savoy for luncheon.
Well, Diane, keep up the good luck, and I'll tell Johnny I saw you.
Mike, couldn't we go someplace and talk?
Sure, providing you can break that date and have lunch with me.
That's all right.
Providing you let me pick the place.
Any way you say, Mike.
I guess that's fair enough, isn't it?
Oh, I do so want to talk to you.
Sure. I know a neat little joint just about a block away from here.
The luncheon, it was satisfactory, monsieur?
Excellent, Felix. And I like your little private dining room. A nice, intimate feature that New York should have borrowed from Paris long ago.
Quite so, monsieur. Quiet and, as you say, intimate. Liqueur, madame?
No, thank you.
No.
No, Mike.
Anything else?
No.
Very good.
Well, Mrs. Field.
First time you've called me that.
Okay, it's the last. But while we're on it, how's it working out?
Why, splendidly.
For you and for him, both.
Why, of course.
That's fine. How's his health?
Why, do I really deserve that much, Mike?
I'm sorry. If you felt that was below the belt, I didn't mean it. Skip it.
It skipped.
But I see you're still the same healthy girl, aren't you?
Not a doctor's bill, not a dentist's appointment, not even...
Not even the sun.
What, Mike?
The sun. Don't you remember? We went a little balmy under it once. We were going to settle down in the Argentine for life or something.
Mike?
Well, that's out. I don't blame you. But we'd blame ourselves if we didn't take an hour or two of it now that they've stopped the clock for us.
You don't mean that, Mike. You can't mean it.
What's the matter? Do you like to run away and be caught?
Really, Mike, please. I've got to go. I don't know why I ever spoke to you.
Because you remembered something you missed, that's why. Because you're only out for thrills anyway. And I was once sap enough to take you serious.
No, Mike, no.
Oh, forgive me, Dinah.
Dinah. I've waited so long to hear you say that.
Dinah, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you write that letter and let me spend a year thinking of you as a...
Well, I thought I owed you the truth, Mike.
And like a poor daffy kid, I believed it. But only because I was counting the days, I guess.
No, Mike, really. It was true then, and it's true now.
Only this is true. You're here saying meaningless words while all the rest of you keeps telling me differently. Every second.
Mike, there are lots of people, men and women, who are, well, drawn to each other. Sort of a little spark that flashes up like a skyrocket every now and then, but...
Are you trying to turn the sun, our sun, into a firecracker? It can't be done, Dinah.
No. I guess it can't be done.
So that changes everything.
Nothing's changed, Mike. There's Richard, and there always shall be.
Why didn't you tell him?
Well, I couldn't let him down then. He's turned his whole world, his whole life over to me. I can't ask him to take it back now. It would disappear, and he'd be alone.
How about you? Me? What about us?
Grin and bear it.
Oh, no. Now that I know, do you think I'll stand here and...
Please, Mike. This can only mean one thing for us. I think you'd rather love me than hate me, and now you don't hate me anymore. And I thought I'd rather have you hate me than love me. Now I know why I spoke to you today. Because I hoped your eyes wouldn't be so hard. They were. But now they're not again. This is the only way I could think about them and go on, Mike.
Dinah, you must stay.
No.
Then I've got to see you again. Tomorrow?
We're going away tomorrow night. I'll be busy.
Where are you going?
Goodbye, Mike. Mike, darling.
Do you realize what you're doing?
Yes. I'm keeping you locked in my heart where nobody else will ever be. Where only I can talk to you. Without ever seeing you again. Listen for me and yours, Mike. Always.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The third act of Chains, starring Joan Crawford as Diane Lovering and Franchot as Mike Bradley, will be heard shortly. For the first time in 25 years, I've broken an ironclad rule and given an important role to a person who has never been before a camera. The exception to the rule is Helen Burgess. I noticed her in the studio restaurant and saw what I thought was a distinct mark of genius. She had a contract with Paramount, but there was small chance of her ever appearing in an important part. And she had yet to see the inside of a studio soundstage. I gave her the very important role of Louisa Cody, Buffalo Bill's young wife in The Plainsman. I'm not going to prophesy whether or not she will be a great success. You can decide that when you see her. She comes to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater direct from the set, in costume and makeup. And a week's work with Miss Burgess has shown me that my confidence is justified. A little girl with a great talent, Helen Burgess.
I'm so grateful, ladies and gentlemen, for this marvelous chance to work under Mr. DeMille's direction. And if it's a thrill to be the discoverer of someone new to the screen, it's much more of a thrill to be discovered.
I'm sure that everyone in this audience wants to know something about you, Helen. And someone has said that there is nothing so interesting as a fact and nothing so vital as vital statistics. So what are yours?
Well, I was born in Portland, Oregon, and next year I'll be able to vote. I also lived in Tacoma, Washington for a while before coming to Hollywood. I went to Hollywood High School, like B.B. Daniels and so many other DeMille discoveries.
The one difference in your case is that you had never appeared on the screen at all. And most of the girls like B.B. Daniels and Gloria Swanson, who finally found themselves in DeMille bathtubs, were bathing beauties to start with.
Well, I envied them whatever experience they'd had. And I walked out on the set for the first time and met Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur, Charles Bickford, James Ellison, and the rest of the cast. I was so nervous my petticoats kept rustling. The man in charge of the microphone said it sounded just like a ton of coal going down a chute.
Don't ever fear being nervous, my dear. This is your first picture. It's my 63rd. I begin to get nervous a week before the starting date on every picture, and don't get over it until a week after I finish. The first time I'm not nervous before starting a picture, it'll probably be a bad one.
Well, it wasn't nearly so terrifying walking onto the set, though, as it was seeing our first day's work on the screen. I was so afraid I hadn't lived up to expectations that I'd have run away but for Gary Cooper. Gary said, "Well, don't be scared, Helen. This acting is a cinch." And I'm telling you now, you stole every scene.
Yes, and I happen to know that just about then, Gary's knees were knocking together so hard they sounded like castanets.
Well, the thing that makes me feel most at ease is that everybody else in the cast is so much at home. You know, some of the players have been in every one of the 63 DeMille films.
You'll find the DeMille cast is not just a collection of players, it's a reunion.
Well, I can think of only one bigger reunion in Hollywood. Get together all the picture stars who use Lux toilet soap, and then you'd have a reunion. And there seems to be the same friendly spirit here in your Lux Radio Theater, Mr. DeMille, as there is in your cast, which is probably why the show is as good as the soap. Good night.
Good night, Scarlett. We continue the Lux Radio Theater play Chains, starring Joan Crawford and Franchot. It's the evening after Diane's unexpected meeting with Mike. She and her husband are at home, dressing for dinner.
Diane,
Yes, Richard?
all packed to go to Lake Placid tomorrow?
Almost, but don't worry. Amy never forgets a thing.
Good gosh, I'm hungry. What's for dinner?
I really don't know.
Aha. Beginning to forget your wifely duties already, eh?
Yes, I mean, it won't happen again, Richard.
Get your skis today?
Skis? Oh, now, isn't it silly? I forgot all about them.
So that's my girl with the efficient head for remembering. Been talking about skis all week and then goes and forgets them.
I'll ask him to send some up by express. Are you all through at the office?
All cleaned up.
Good. Then you sleep late in the morning and stay around the house with me until we leave for the train.
Can't. It's a Board of Governors meeting. Clubs. Long as I'm in town, I've got to attend.
Richard,
Yeah.
I've got a marvelous idea.
Name it.
Let's not wait for that stuffy train trip tomorrow night. Let's get to bed early, get up early, take the open car and every fur robe in the house and motor up. If we leave by 7, we can make Placid by 6 in the evening, no matter how much snow.
Pretty cold ride.
Oh, it'll whisk the cobwebs out of our brains.
Say, what makes you so anxious to get away on our little holiday?
You?
I make you anxious? What's eating you, anyway? You've been talking in riddles ever since you came home today.
Have I? Well, it's just that I want to be with you, alone. Just us two together. Away from the whole world. Oh, I can't explain what I mean.
Why, Diane, I believe there are tears in your eyes. Darling, I'm really touched.
We can motor up, can't we?
I'll say we can. We'll run away from everybody and everything.
Oh, thank you, Richard.
Morning, James. Are we glad we're here, or aren't we?
It's very invigorating, sir.
Mrs. Field still out skiing?
Yes, sir. Oh, sir, a gentleman phoned by the name of Bradley.
Bradley? Bradley? Don't know any Bradleys. Want me?
Yes, sir. I told him I never disturbed you until he came downstairs, sir. Then he asked for Mrs. Field. I told him she was out. And then, before I could ascertain his business, he said he was coming right over.
Right over? Where from?
From the village, I presume, sir.
Huh. Ah. Kidney stew. Was this your noble idea, James?
Mrs. Field ordered it, sir.
James, I'm a very fortunate man.
Yes, sir.
If that's that fellow Bradley, show him right in.
Yes, sir.
I'm Michael Bradley. Is Mr. Field in?
Yes, sir. This way, sir. Mr. Field is expecting you, sir.
Mr. Field?
Yeah? Mr. Bradley?
Yes.
Well, you look fresh from civilization.
Came up on the night train.
Sit down, won't you? If you'll excuse me, I'll go right on with my breakfast. All right, James. By the way, Mr. Bradley, have you had yours?
Thanks. I think you'd rather this would be private, Mr. Field.
Well, very well. James, I'll call you when I want to.
Yes.
Mr. Field, there's only one reason I felt I could come up here to see you. And that's because your wife told me you dealt with things pretty straight.
My what? Oh, you know Mrs. Field.
I'm in love with her.
What?
And she's in love with me.
Are you insane?
No. I met her on the boat last year. It was in the cards, Mr. Field, only I couldn't get her to admit it. Until one day she came out to my ranch. And then I knew. We both knew.
What is this? Some filthy blackmailing
No,
insinuation
no. Even then she was loyal to you. If you've got anything else on your mind, forget it, because it isn't so. But you see, she came back to tell you about me, only she found out how much she meant to you and she couldn't let you down.
Well, I guess that about settles the matter, doesn't it?
No, it can only be settled one way. Her way, which she's too unselfish to face. So I'm trying to face it for her.
Oh. I suppose she asked you up here so that you might...
Far from it. When I called your office and learned you'd left for the Adirondacks earlier than you expected, I simply knew she'd run away from me.
Bradley, you're kidding yourself.
No, I'm not. You're in as good a position as I am to know a man can't kid himself about a woman.
I think this talk is finished, Mr. Bradley.
Not yet. Diane came through for you, didn't she? And now it's your turn to come through for somebody else.
And what do you propose that I should do about it?
Give her up. Give her back to herself. Oh, I know I'm getting the breaks, but there's nothing I can do to keep them on your side. And I know it's tough, but there's nothing you can do. I could drop out of sight and it wouldn't solve matters. Only a miracle in blood and body could change this picture, Field, and neither you nor I believe in miracles.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Field.
Get out of here.
All right, then, get this. I'll take her away from you. I never tried, but I can, and now I will. Right past divorce courts and marriage certificates and all the rest of it. And we'll be more openly and honestly and completely together than all the...
You heard me. Get out.
Richard. Well, Richard, what's the matter? Mike.
Diane, you love this man?
No, Richard.
He said he could take you away if he wanted to. Is it true?
No, he couldn't.
Diana, look at me.
You had no right to do this. I told you, this is my husband. He means everything to me, everything. Can't you understand? Can't you see what you're doing?
No, Dinah.
I think she's decided.
No, she hasn't.
All right, then I'll decide.
Richard, put down that gun.
Dan, get out of the way.
Put down that gun, Richard. No, you can't. It's Mike. It's Mike.
I knew, Diana. I know, Mike. I just wanted to be sure.
What are you going to do?
Do, my dear? We're going to settle this matter like civilized people.
Oh, Richard,
It's all right, dearest. I understand. I think Mr. Bradley understands, too.
I'm afraid I don't.
When are you sailing back to the Argentine, Mr. Bradley?
I hadn't thought. Next week, perhaps.
Next week. That doesn't allow you much time, Diane.
You mean?
I mean that you'll be sailing, too, my dear.
Oh, Richard, I can't say anything.
You aren't supposed to. You're not to feel sorry for me. You've given me 2 years, Diane. 2 glorious years. I'm grateful for them.
Please don't.
Diane, please. I said you were not to feel sorry. You see, darling, same old problem. Youth versus, well, shall I say, middle age. You have your youth, Diane. I want you to have it. The man you love with Mike.
I don't deserve this.
Oh, yes, you do, Mike. You deserve anything. Anything that'll make her happy.
Oh, chilly. Oh. Hold it.
Mike, it's glorious out here.
You want to go on?
No, let's just stay here. I want to drink it all in. The moonlight, the pampas.
There's the Southern Cross up there.
Where?
Just about where it used to be.
Oh, it's more wonderful than ever.
And so are you, Mrs. Mike Bradley.
Chains are broken, and our play comes to its close. But Joan Crawford and Franchot will be back in a moment for a curtain speech. 2.5 million letters and postcards from movie fans are received at the studios each year. The bulk of this mail is addressed to the stars and asks the same question: how can I get into the movies? Tonight, that question will be answered by the dramatic coach of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Formerly director of the famous Little Theater of Dallas, Texas, he probably interviews more candidates for stardom than any man in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Oliver Hinsdale.
Well, Mr. DeMille, I think that even you must admit that that's a pretty big order. For, of course, in this case, how can I get into the movies means how can I act in the movies. Acting is an art, and an art of any kind is a hard taskmaster. There's no formula, no open sesame into this land of make-believe, save that of work, work, work. Believe me, there is, in addition to this prime requisite of work, the requisites and requirements of imagination, idealism, sincerity, a knowledge of life, true love of mankind, and a good appearance. These requirements are so essential and so seldom found in one person that when I came to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, they told me that they would be well satisfied if I found even one promising actor. In 5 years. Well, we've been perhaps a little more fortunate than that. One must have more than a love for acting. He must be willing to leave all for it, even to go without food for it, to think and to live nothing but theater. It's not merely a place to show off a good voice, a good profile, a fine figure. We must be careful lest our urge for the art of the theater is not confused with the desire for self-exploitation. When we have reached the stage in our thinking that we ask nothing of the theater but are willing to give all to it, then we may know that the urge is real and cannot and will not be denied. There's no one key that will open the gates, but a combination will, perhaps. Find that combination, and you will enter. But once in, the real work only just begins. Here are a few of the combination numbers, so to speak. The aspirant must have a broad vision and understanding, a cultivated mind. He should know history, literature, painting, sculpture, music. He should know his Bible. His body must be healthy, active, and must respond to his bidding. A fine, clear complexion which denotes health, vigor, vitality. And there is no better way to a clear complexion than a clear skin. And I know of no better way to a clear skin than by the use of pure toilet soap. Lux toilet soap, for instance. You do not need to be beautiful. Marie Dressler and Wally Beery never won beauty contests. If you are beautiful, don't be misled into thinking that that's all that it requires to get into the movies. The ranks of Hollywood unemployed are full of those with nothing but beauty. I've tested at least 100,000 young men and women for the screen, including those that I've judged from photographs and written reports. Of these, only 17 have made the grade. Among them are Jean Parker, Robert Taylor, Irene Hervey, Martha Sleeper, Mary Carlisle, Robert Young, Betty Furness, Michael Whalen, Virginia Bruce. Some of the others are already equally well known. Others you may never hear of. If you are still determined to go into pictures, take whatever opportunity you can get. Go to the little theaters or any amateur group in your neighborhood. Start in, if necessary, by sweeping the floors. Paint scenery, understudy, be a prompter, do anything. And don't worry. If you think, perhaps, that I have painted a dismal picture, bear in mind that every major studio spends thousands of dollars yearly scouting the country for promising performers. We always need talent. Your big chance will come when you are ready to accept it, and only then. Good luck, and good night.
Before the movies discovered glamour, it was just an old Scotch word meaning a spell cast by magic. But a good two-word definition of the term today would be Joan Crawford. She is, of course, one of the best-dressed women in Hollywood, and I seem to have contributed to her leadership in style because I discovered her designer, Adrian. In fact, Adrian asked me to look at the first gown he designed for her. I agreed and waited for her to come to my office. After a while, there was a knock at the door. I said, "Come in, Joan." The door opened. Joan took one look at me and fled, apparently in terror. I didn't know until this week why she ran away, and think the reason is one she'd better explain to you herself. Miss Joan Crawford.
To tell the truth, I was scared to death of Mr. DeMille. I had visions of entering a room in complete darkness and suddenly finding myself underneath a blinding spotlight with Mr. DeMille seated on a throne and shouting, "It won't do." The shock of finding him a human being was too much. I had to run.
Yeah, it's time to do something when beautiful women run from you like they do from Harpo Marx. But no need to apologize, Joan. Your performance tonight makes up for everything. My congratulations to you also, Franchot.
It's been great playing on a program that Joan and I listen to so often, CB. And I'd like to congratulate you on the way you speak. Joan and I call you the final G-man because you never drop a final G.
But I speak an entirely different language on the set. Out there, Jenny isn't a girl's name. It's an electrical generator. A high hat isn't something you wear. It's a camera stand. A lily isn't a flower. It's a good take or scene. I once asked a new assistant director to rush a lot of babies on the set. In 10 minutes, he was back with about 50 children. And what I wanted was some spotlights.
You learn more in pictures with a new language. For instance, Clark Gable learned to swim. When we were making Chain, the script called for several swimming scenes, and Clark couldn't swim a stroke at the time, but I taught him how. And in return, he taught me how to shoot a gun.
Personally, I'm a chess player. You can see where Joan gets her complexion, CB. Swimming, shooting, she's out of doors all the time.
In just a minute, dear. If you were a little more observant, you'd know that Lux toilet soap has lots to do with it. I've used Lux for years, at home, on the set, and I even carry it with me when I go away. It's really wonderful.
So that's the secret, is it? And here's another little secret, CB. Joan's taking singing lessons.
Oh, won't you sing for us, Joan?
No, Mr. DeMille.
Joan. Joan, whoever heard of saying no to Mr. DeMille?
No. Millions of people just heard it. But I'll make up for it by announcing next week's show.
Oh, thanks.
Next week, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray will be with you in the Lux Radio Theater. The play is Main Street, adapted from the famous novel by Sinclair Lewis. And with two such marvelous players, you can look forward to a really great program. My thanks to you all, and good night.
We'll be listening in next Monday. Good night, CB.
Good night.
thank you, Miss Crawford and Mr. Tone. And lots of success to both of you in your new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Gorgeous Hussy, soon to be released with Robert Taylor, Lionel Barrymore, Melvin Douglas, and James Stewart. Our cast tonight included Gilbert Emery, Wally Mayer, Lou Merrill, Frank Nelson, Margaret Seddon, Walter Solderling, and Leora Thatcher. Miss Crawford, Mr. Tone, and Mr. Hinsdale appeared through courtesy of MGM. Our play, Chained, was based on the MGM photoplay of the same name, which starred Miss Crawford and Clark Gable. Mr. DeMille and Miss Burgess appeared through courtesy of Paramount, and Mr. Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he has just completed the musical arrangements for To Marry with Love. And now, Mr. DeMille.
As Miss Crawford announced, our play next Monday night is Main Street, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in this modern classic by Sinclair Lewis. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us at that time to welcome Miss Stanwyck and Mr. McMurray. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Love Will Tell, from the 20th Century Fox production, Sing, Baby, Sing. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Oakie and Helen Twelvetrees in one Sunday afternoon. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will meet Hollywood through such famous personalities as Jack Oakie, Helen Twelvetrees, Alan Hale, Cecil B. DeMille, Agnes Ayres, Mrs. Evelyn Offield, and Mr. Louis Silvers, conductor of the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra, brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care preferred by 9 out of 10 of Hollywood's leading stars and attractive women everywhere. A distinguished audience awaits our play tonight. Seated before me are 3 of motion picture's newest stars, June Lang, Muriel Evans, and the leading citizen of Van Buren, Arkansas, Bob Burns. Greetings to all from Lux. Nothing is so important to loveliness as smooth, clear skin. Just remember that while Lux Toilet Soap is fine enough for movie star complexions, it is so inexpensive that any girl anywhere can buy and use it all the time. Keep your skin fresh, smooth, and delicately fragrant with the gentle, active lather of Lux Toilet Soap. And now, let me turn you over to our producer. He brings to radio stars and plays of the same great caliber that have established him as the world's outstanding contributor to motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play begins one quiet Sunday afternoon in a small Missouri town. So does the story of tonight's star, Jack Oakie. Only in Jack's case, the afternoon wasn't so quiet. He claims he yelled louder than any baby born in Cecelia, Missouri. But he says he had a reason for yelling. He arrived just too late for Sunday dinner. Jack spent most of his boyhood in Oklahoma, but accompanied his mother to New York when she joined the faculty of the Scudder School for Girls. New Yorkers didn't care for his real name, Offield, so they shortened Oklahoma and called him Oakie. He's used the name ever since. As a telephone operator in Wall Street, Jack received the tip that made him a fortune. The tip was that he get out of Wall Street and go on the stage. Within a few months, he was a song and dance man on Broadway. When pictures began to talk, he thought they were talking to him, so he responded by coming to Hollywood. Jack has been at Paramount for 9 years. At present, he's a promoter in Champagne Waltz. He's also been a sailor, an aviator, a press agent, a cowboy, and a college student. In fact, as a college student, he's in a class by himself because he never went to college. So tonight, I've given him a degree in dentistry and the leading part, that of Dr. Biff Grimes. I've long believed him capable of more than straight comedy, and the serious parts of tonight's play will give Jack his first real opportunity to prove me right or wrong. Our other star tonight is Miss Helen Twelvetrees. Helen studied to become a painter, but she transferred her art from canvas to the stage and had already starred in such successes as An American Tragedy and Broadway when she was spotted by a talent scout and brought into films. Miss Twelvetrees has just returned from Melbourne, where she was the first American actress to play the lead in a picture filmed in Australia. She appears tonight in the role of Amy in One Sunday Afternoon, written by James Hagan. We hear it now in the Lux Radio Theater, starring Jack Oakie with Helen Twelvetrees. It's a stifling Sunday afternoon, late in August. In Biff Grimes' tiny office, he and his old friend Snappy Downer are growing sentimental about old times, recalling the songs of their younger days. Biff, middle-aged and slightly gray, sits sprawled in his dentist's chair, silently regarding the red-nosed Snappy, who leads off with a chorus of an old favorite.
It was there I knew that you loved me true.
You love me true.
You were 16.
You were 16.
The village queen.
Oh, baby, what a voice.
Yes, Amy.
Stop that noise.
Noise. Me and Snappy singing.
Stop it.
All right. You see, the little woman doesn't understand, Snappy. Nothing artistic about it.
You know, Biff, I used to have a good voice. So did you. You sing something.
Huh?
Yeah, sing something.
Say, listen, you brought over the refreshments this afternoon. Biff Grimes wants to be entertained. Biff Grimes, the well-known dentist of Hillsdale, was entertained on Sunday afternoon by Snappy Downer, the man who sells fish and crabs at Duncan's Market. Ha ha! Go on, Snappy, another little song.
Say, Biff, I know a pip.
Good.
You know, I used to sing it with a harp effect, but I busted the harp.
That's fine.
You know, you like this song, Biff. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
I said cut it out. I don't like that song.
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Well, it brings up something that... Well, I just don't like it. See, I don't want to hear it.
Okay. Don't get so...
Oh, forget it. Hey, listen, I got a song that's a break. Give me a note.
Yeah, which one?
Any one. Biff Grimes ain't particular.
Bum, 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 bum.
Put on your old... Start again.
Bum, 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 bum.
Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, then we'll hit your top into the sleigh.
Biff.
Yes, Amy?
Do you want me to come in there?
You don't want to see my wife, do you, Snappy?
No.
Never mind, honey. Stay where you are.
Making all that racket. If I hear any more, I'll come in there and put you both out of the house.
All right, honey. You see what I have to put up with? It's a shame. Man can't have a little peace and comfort in his own home. You know it ought to be in the marriage laws.
What?
Peace and comfort, that's what. Am I right?
Right.
Good old Snappy. Snappy, remember when we was kids? Remember Avery's amusement park? How long ago was that?
Oh, must have been 108 years ago or so. There was you and me, Beansy Miller, and Hugo Barnstead.
Yeah. Hugo Barnstead.
And Virginia Brush. You know, you were stuck on her, Biff.
Nah, I wasn't.
Oh, yes, you was. Yes, you was. You was in love with her. You used to sing, in the good old summertime,
in the good old... I know. I used to sing this song just because Virginia liked it.
You know, she was a swell girl, Virginia was. Hugo stole her away from you, remember?
Ah, that Hugo was just a plain everyday skunk. I never did like him. I bet I'd have married Virginia if it hadn't been for him. He stole her away from me. It's an awful thing for a skunk to steal another man's girl.
Yep, I never did.
It ain't right. Virginia never cared for him nohow. I was the one she was nuts about. Hugo Barnstead. Oh, I'd like to get my hands on him. What I wouldn't do to him.
Yeah, you're not jealous, are you, Biff?
Say, Biff Grimes is too big a man to get jealous over anybody. Anyway, haven't I got Amy? Haven't we been married for... Oh, shucks. I didn't care nothing about Virginia.
Yeah, what'd you say if I told you they was in town?
What?
Yeah, to stop to the hotel across the street.
Virginia and Hugo?
Yep. Have a swell car, too. Say, they must have plenty of money. Hugo's president of a bank, so I heard.
Yeah? Did you see Virginia?
Sure.
How'd she look?
Swell. But Hugo, he looks kind of bilious. You know, you're the one she should have married, Biff.
Well, maybe you're right. That dirty, sneaking little rat. All my life, Hugo Barnstead has stuck his nose around. I'll get even one of these days.
Sure, and he'll deserve it, too.
Sing me a song, Snappy.
Yeah, sad music or comic?
Better make it sad and soothing.
Sad, all right. You know, I always cry when I sing this one. Goodbye, little girl, goodbye.
Why
don't
the trouble with the
cry,
girls of
little
today?
girl,
They
don't
should be home
cry.
with their mothers.
In
my uniform of blue, I'll come marching back to you. Well, answer that, Snappy.
Yeah.
Tell him the doctor's out of town.
Hello, the doctor's out of town. Did you get that, Biff? Snappy Downer himself, yes, sir.
Dirty, sneaking little rat.
Huh?
Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, yeah. You know, you should have married Virginia, Biff.
I know it.
Say, what is this? Hello? Say, didn't I just tell you that... Who? Oh, hello, Dick. Yeah, this is Snappy. Oh, yeah? Yeah, wait a minute. It's Dick Martin from the hotel. Man over there got a toothache.
Yeah, give me the phone. Hello, Dick. Yeah, it is Biff. No, it's Sunday. I never work on Sunday. Besides, Amy and I are going out for a little walk. Huh? I don't care if he's important. Biff Grimes important, too. Thank President, who cares? Hey, what? What name did you say?
Hey, Snappy, yeah? It's Hugo Barnstead. No.
Oh, hello, Dick. Yeah, I'll see him. Send him right over. Hugo Barnstead. You speak of a skunk and he sticks his nose around.
Yeah, you going to pull his tooth for him?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Hugo Barnstead coming to good old Biff Grimes to have his tooth pulled. He picked a good place to come to, didn't he? Yeah, a swell place.
Now, Biff, you be careful.
Sure.
Yeah, don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
Don't worry about me. Biff Grimes is never sorry for anything. Come in.
You the dentist here?
Yeah, that's right. Have a seat, Hugo.
What's that? Biff Grimes. Well, I had no idea you would ever... So you did become a dentist?
Yeah, been a long time, Hugo.
Yes, must be 25 years. Let's see. Last time I saw you was when you had that trouble at the factory.
Yeah.
How are you, Snappy?
Hiya.
Sit down in the chair, Hugo.
Yeah, got an awful toothache. Look, right here, hey? Hurts like the deuce. Wanted to wait till I got over to Oakley, but Virginia, she's with me, said to have it out now. She's coming up here in a little while.
Oh, that's so good.
Don't like toothaches. Terrible things. Had 'em all my life. You won't hurt, will you, Biff?
You won't feel it.
I want gas.
You'll get gas.
No.
My assistant, Miss Robertson, is off today, so Snappy down, you'll have to take her place.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Biff.
Come over here.
Oh, now, Biff.
Hand me that nose piece.
Huh?
For the gas. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
All right now, Hugo. Inhale. Deep. Deep as you can. Put up your lungs. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
He's going under, Biff.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Biff Grimes?
What's that?
You and me. Avery Amusement Park. Virginia.
Inhale, Hugo.
You thought you were going to marry Virginia. But I fooled you. I fooled you. I fooled you, Biff Grimes.
He's out. Hugo Barnstead. I've got you right where I want you, you crawling little rat. Oh, I've been waiting for this chance. Get away from that gas tank, Snappy.
Biff, what are you doing?
He asked for gas, and anybody's going to get it. Plenty of it.
Oh, Biff, you can't do this. You can't do...
Shut up. Breathe, Hugo. Breathe in deep. Avery Amusement Park. 25 years ago. Avery Park. Amy and Virginia. Ah, we used to go over there. I can close my eyes and see it now. Avery
Biff? Hey, Biff Grimes.
Hello, Hugo.
Say, I've been looking all over for you. You're late.
The girls are waiting?
I don't know. I haven't seen them yet.
Where are we supposed to meet them? Oak Street Empress, wasn't it?
Yeah, come on.
Say, who are they anyway, Hugo? You know Biff Grimes is pretty particular about the girls.
Well, I only know one of them. Name's Virginia. Said she'd bring a friend.
Is she a good looker?
Who Virginia is? I don't know about the friend.
Well, won't do any harm to take a look. But if they don't suit me, Hugo, you know Biff Grimes, 23 Skidoo.
Goodness sake, sit still. What are you fidgeting around for?
Oh, Virginia, I'm scared.
Of what?
Well, I never met a boy like this. That is, without a proper introduction.
Well, Hugo Barnstead will introduce you to him.
Do you suppose he's a nice-looking fellow?
Oh, of course he is.
And do you think he'll like my new dress?
I know he will.
And do you think he'll like me?
He'll fall in love with you the minute he sees you.
Virginia, you stop that. Don't you talk like that.
Well, he might. You can't tell. And you might fall in love with him.
Oh, Virginia, I'd die.
Tell the truth, Amy. Weren't you ever in love with a boy?
Oh, Virginia.
Oh, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
Well, I thought I was once. I don't know.
Well,
when I was very young, of course, that's a long time ago, you understand. I was in school.
Mm-hmm.
There was a boy. I don't know. He never even looked at me, but... Virginia, did you ever have a feeling in your heart? Something that you feel is going to happen, and it doesn't? That's the way my heart was. This boy always seemed lonely somehow. Everybody had it in for him, even the teachers. They called him a bully, but I know he wasn't. I saw him do a lot of good things. When the big boys picked on the smaller ones, he helped the little fellows out. I know he had a lot of good in him. Good that nobody else could see.
Who was this boy?
Oh, you wouldn't know him.
Well, I might. Who was it?
Biff Grimes.
Biff Grimes? You mean that big bully that hangs around Larson's drugstore?
Yes.
Why, Amy, he's terrible. The reputation... Amy, I'd be ashamed to mention his name. I heard that he drinks and smokes cigarettes.
Well, of course, that was a long time ago. Oh, shucks, I'm all over it now. He doesn't even know I'm alive.
Amy.
What?
They're coming.
Oh, dear.
Look, that's Hugo Barnstead, the fellow with the orange tie. And the other fellow, Amy.
Oh, dear.
It's Biff Grimes.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Oh, Virginia, I think I'd better go.
No, just sit down. Now, just pretend you don't see them. And that'll show them that we're good girls and that they can't trifle with us.
There they are, Biff. I see them. Swell, huh, Biff?
Hey, pretty swell, Hugo. Say, I've seen her around town. What's the one you got picked up for me?
The little one on the left.
Oh, nothing doing. I know that scrawny little thing. We used to go to school together. Amy something or other.
She ain't so bad.
I'm telling you, she's skidoo. You can't pick anything better than that. Well, Biff Grimes will do his own picking.
Wait a minute, Biff.
I picked the other one.
Oh, but that ain't fair.
23. Everything is fair to Biff Grimes. Say, I've always wanted to meet her, though. She's all the fudge.
Oh, gee, Biff. All right. Well, we'll fix it.
Well, say something.
Well, all right. Oh, hello, girls.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Nice afternoon.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, say something. They don't care about the weather. They want to meet me.
Well, I see you got over here.
That's right.
And you brought your girlfriend along.
Yes.
Well, I brought my boyfriend, too. How do you like him?
Hi, girls. Introduce me.
I'd like to introduce my boyfriend.
Surely you don't.
This is Biff Grimes.
Hi, girls. I love my wife, but oh, you kid.
How do you do?
Now, let me see. Your name is Miss Virginia, ain't it?
How did you know my name was Virginia?
Oh, I found out. And, what's your girlfriend's name?
Oh, excuse me. This is Miss Lind, Amy Lind. This is Mr. What did you say your last name was?
Farnstead.
Oh, of course. Hugo Barnstead.
My name is Grimes, Biff Grimes, chicken inspector.
Miss Lind, this is Mr. Grimes.
No, Mr. Little Girl, just Biff.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm swell. Say, I used to know you, didn't I?
Yes, we went to school together.
That's right. You sure was a funny looking little thing then, wasn't you?
Oh, was I?
You bet you was. Remember that day I slept to the principal and almost got a licking and you helped me out? I never got a chance to thank you.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, anyway, thanks. Even if you was funny looking, you wasn't bad at heart.
Well, I always liked you, Biff.
Amy.
Oh, I guess I shouldn't have said that.
Well, you could have waited.
I'm sorry, Biff.
Oh, that's all right. I guess all the gals in them days was kind of stuck on me. Ishka-bibble, ishka-bibble.
Well, how would you girls like to take a little walk?
Oh, why, yes.
We'll take a little walk.
I guess an ice cream soda wouldn't go bad either, eh?
Would you like an ice cream soda, Amy?
I like a college ice.
Say, Goldstein's got something new. I tried it out last night. She'll rave about it. He says New York's going wild over it.
Yes?
You know when New York goes wild over anything, it must be good.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it, Biff?
Well, he spreads nuts all over the ice cream.
I never heard of that before. Did you, Amy?
No.
Say, that guy ain't dead. Biff Grimes never lets the grass grow under his feet, neither. New York style, that's me big stuff every time.
Yeah, but...
You know something, little girl? Virginia, that's the name, ain't it? Well, you know where they got that name from?
This is...
State of Virginia. Yes, sir. That's where Abraham Lincoln was born.
Oh,
I guess you didn't know that, did you? Ah, very few people do. Yes, indeed it is. You know, it's too bad I haven't met you before, Virginia.
But
Biff Grimes thinks that you're one of the nicest little gals he ever met. I'll say, oh boy, hey kid.
Listen, Miss Virginia's supposed to...
All right, never mind, my boy. Everything's going to be all right. Virginia and me's getting along fine. Yes, sir, fine. How about that, eh, Virginia? Well, let's go. Goldstein's drugstore. You can take the little one, Hugo.
Sure, Biff. My arm, Miss Virginia.
Hey, I said...
Thank you, Mr. Barnstead. I'd love to go with you.
Say, I meant for you to...
You know, Virginia, I've wanted to take you to Goldstein's for a long time now.
Oh, Mr. Barnstead.
Why, the lowdown right out from under my nose.
Oh, Mr. Grimes.
Huh? What?
I don't mind if you take me, Mr. Grimes.
Well, all right, Rudd. Come on, let's get it going.
Jack Oakie and Helen Twelvetrees will be back with you in a minute. But in that minute, we're going out near Santa Monica, where they're shooting Ladies in Love on the 20th Century Fox lot. You'll overhear what two extra girls are saying about their friend Dot.
Search me, what's the matter? Do I know why they don't want to ask Dot? She's your roommate. You ought to know why the boys don't like to take her out.
I can't think of a thing that's wrong with her, except maybe her complexion.
Well, isn't that enough? Boy, if my complexion were bad, I wouldn't expect to keep my job, even if I am only an extra, much less get dates.
Dot's awful careless, really. She thinks she can dab rouge and powder on her face day after day and let them stay there. And she can't. Not and keep a good complexion.
Why don't you tell her? Break down and buy her a cake of Lux toilet soap. She's probably getting cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin comes on so gradually, it's hard to tell you're taking chances. That's why it's smart to guard against it. To use Lux toilet soap regularly before you put on fresh makeup and always before you go to bed. Keep on using rouge and powder as much as you like. Lux toilet soap has an active lather that goes deep down into your pores and removes every trace of dust and dirt and stale cosmetics. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap to keep skin lovely. It's good for your skin, too. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our play One Sunday Afternoon, starring Jack Oakie as Dr. Biff Grimes and featuring Helen Twelvetrees as Amy. We are back in the present day, in Biff Grimes' office. Hugo Bonstead lies unconscious in the dentist's chair with the gas filling his lungs. Biff stands over him, a dull look in his eyes, as his mind flashes back to the days of their youth. Snappy Downer, his face contorted with fear, tries vainly to shut off the gas.
Biff, let me turn off that gas. Get away. But you can't do this, Buff. You can't do it.
He took her away from me, didn't he? He took Virginia away from me. That night in Snyder's beer garden.
But that was 25 years ago. You can't do it.
Yeah, 25 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. Snyder's beer garden. I was there with Virginia.
Oh, Biff, listen.
Yeah, with Virginia. I can even hear the music. Snyder Theater.
Mrs. Oberstädter! Yoo-hoo! Mrs. Oberstädter! Oh, big A! You see the fight? Fight? Yes, over by the bowling alleys. That Biff Grimes boy has won. Oh, such a bully. Such a loafer. Always he has to spoil a good time by punching. Oh, sure.
I suppose you heard that.
Heard what?
Mrs. Oberstadt and Mrs. Schutzendorf, didn't you hear what they said about you?
That don't worry me.
Well, it does me. Biff Grimes, I want to tell you something. I'm a respectable girl, and I'm not in the habit of going with people that want to drink and fight.
I didn't start the fight, did I?
Yes, you did.
I did not. You think I'm going to stand by and take an insult?
Oh, that boy didn't say anything.
He did, too. I know what he said. When Biff Grimes takes his girl out, nobody's going to pass a remark.
Aren't you a gentleman enough to ignore it?
No, I'm gentleman enough to take a slap at his nose.
Well, if you ever do it again, I'll walk away from you.
Well, all right. I'm sorry I did it, Virginia. I've hurt your feelings. I'm sorry about that, too. I guess I was just jealous.
Well, I don't see why you should get jealous over me.
Well, I can't help it. See, ever since that day I first met you in Avery's Park, I've cared about you. Well, you know that, Virginia.
Why don't you go with those other girls that you like to talk about?
Because I want you.
Amy Lind likes you.
I don't care anything about her. You're the only one I want to... Virginia, listen, whenever I'm near you, I just seem to forget everything.
Oh, don't be foolish.
I'm not. Can't help it. Say, by the way, they're running an excursion down Elections next Sunday. Well, maybe you'd like to go.
I'm going to be busy next Sunday. I have an important engagement.
Is it more important than I am?
I should say it is.
I thought I was your steady.
You've got another thought coming.
Want to meet Hugo Barnstead?
Suppose I am.
That's who it is. Hugo Barnstead. You can't fool me, Virginia. You've been meeting him all the time.
Well, suppose I have.
Well, I won't stand for it.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, he better keep away from me, that's all. I don't like him. I never did like him. He's a sneak. And the next time I see him, I'm going to tell him what I think.
Listen to the little boy talk. I thought you were a big man, Mr. Grimes. To hear you talk, one would think you owned the world. I've heard of the great things you're going to do. So far, I haven't seen anything.
Well, ain't I... Ain't I studying hard to be a dentist?
A dentist?
Yes, a dentist. Only got 4 more years to go. When I get through, I'm going to put up a big dentist shop right in this town.
I'm not in the least interested.
Well, you will be when you see my name hanging out in front. I'm going to have a big gold sign painted. Biff Grimes, Painless Dentist.
Yoo-hoo, Virginia. Oh, there's Amy. And Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, what's he doing here?
Hello, Virginia. Hello, Amy. Hello, Hugo.
Hello, Virginia.
We've been looking all over for you, Virginia.
We were looking for you.
Hello, Biff.
Hello.
Hello, Biff.
Yeah.
Well, come on, sit down.
Called your house, but your mother said you was out.
So you brought Amy.
Yes, and we've been on the loop-de-loop 3 times.
Yeah, we went through the tunnel twice.
Did you kiss her in the dark?
Of course he didn't kiss me. Are you having a good time, Biff?
Yeah, swell.
Oh, Biff, I hear you was in a fight.
Well?
With Andy Mullen, is that right?
What about it?
Nothing. Only I just saw him outside and he was... There he is now, coming in the door.
Yeah, I see him. Got his pal with him, too, ain't he?
I think we better go.
Oh, don't get excited. I ain't going to start nothing.
There he is, Andy, over there.
Yeah, hiding behind the skirt.
Biff, sit down.
Oh, we'll just walk out. I ain't going to fight.
Yeah, funny how a cute little girl takes up with such rough people.
Yeah, ain't it?
Yeah, you'd think she'd pick up somebody that was decent.
Wait a
Come on, Amy.
Which girl was you talking about?
Why, the swell-looking one. Ain't she some cutie, huh?
Yeah, she's good enough for me. Hiya, cutie. How about a little stroll down by the lake?
Shut up, you rats.
We ain't going to get in any fight.
Listen, you. That last remark.
Well, what about it?
But I don't like it.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
This. Now, try and get him. Try and get him. Just try.
Yeah. So you fight in my place, yeah? House with them. Come on, boys. Take them out here. House with
Get
them, yeah?
back, you guys. You lay a hand on me and I'll drop you alongside of this mug here. I'll get out of here by myself, see? And I don't need any help. Come on, Virginia.
No. I never want to see you again, Biff. I hate you. You're a bully. A big bully.
All right. I'll see you over in Avery's Park Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock.
I won't be there.
Avery's Park at 8. Come on, you guys. Spread it up. Let me out of here.
Well, I guess she isn't coming after all, Biff.
I don't see her. Guess she saw at me. Gee, can you imagine sore because I was protecting her good name? That's all I was doing.
Of course, Biff.
Any girl would have been proud to have a man protect her good name. You understand that, don't you, Amy?
Of course I do, Biff. Haven't you seen her at all?
Not since that night.
And you were to meet her here?
8 o'clock.
It's after 9 now.
That's right.
That's too bad.
Don't I know it?
If I ask you something, Biff, will you tell me?
Sure, what is it?
Do you love Virginia?
Well,
You don't have to tell me unless you want to.
yes, I do love her. I guess maybe I got a little too crazy about her. She somehow was my ideal. You know, every fella has an ideal. Somebody he cares for, and when he cares for that somebody, well, nothing else matters. It's a sort of an ingrown pain. It starts in the pit of your stomach and works right up to your neck. Well, that's the way I felt towards Virginia.
I see. Of course, you told her that you loved her.
Lots of times. She always laughed at me. You know, there's nothing sincere about Virginia. At heart, she's a teaser. That's what rouses the old devil in me.
I understand, Biff.
Do you? You know, Amy, I like to talk to you. Somehow, well, I don't know. Virginia never could sit down and talk the way we've been talking. I like it. How'd you happen to come over here tonight?
Oh, I don't know. I just came over.
Did you have a date?
No,
You sure?
I haven't got a beau.
Funny. I thought you and Hugo Barnstead was keeping company.
Hugo Barnstead? Oh, no. He just took me out once. He doesn't care anything about me.
He's an awful mug. I don't see what any girl can see in him. You know, I wonder if Virginia...
What?
Oh, nothing. It's funny, ain't it?
What is?
Oh, sitting here talking like this.
Don't you like it?
I sure do. I've always wanted to talk to somebody like this. See, over at our house, there's nobody but the old man and the kid brothers, and Pop don't work much, so I gotta go out and do the Huston. By the way, I'm starting next week at the Phoenix Box Factory. Of course, most of that money's going to help me through that dental school. I'm studying to be a dentist, you know.
Are you, Biff?
Yeah, I'm going to be the swellest little molar extractor in Oakley.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Of course, that's just the start. Someday, you know, I expect to be mayor of this town.
Oh, gee, Biff.
Yeah, that's going to make Virginia proud of me. Yes, sirree.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Amy. Hello, Biff.
Oh, hello, Snappy. What are you doing over here?
Oh, nothing. Just out for a little walk. Me and Gladys. She's my steady.
Hush your mouth, steady.
Say, I guess you heard the news, hey, Biff?
What news?
Well, ain't you heard about Virginia?
Well, what about Virginia?
She got married this afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Did she?
Yeah, I thought you knew. You was going with her.
Yeah, say, it seems I did hear something about that.
Guess you know who she married, don't you?
Who?
Hugo Barnstead.
Hugo Barnstead?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, I certainly worked hard to fix it up for that boy.
Well, I thought she was your steady.
Virginia? No, she's just a nice little girl, that's all. Well, I guess everybody around here thought I was kind of stuck on her, but I wasn't. It was just one of my little jokes. So, Snappy, when you see the gang, you just say Biff Grimes is leading his own life and he's doing fine.
Sure. Say, I saw Hugo this afternoon. He's going to work for his uncle in the box factory. Got a swell job. He and the Happy Bride leaving on the midnight train. Say, we're going to throw rice and everything.
That's good. That's swell.
Well, I guess we're running along.
All right, Snappy.
See you later, Biff. Come on, Gladys, come on.
Biff, listen.
Yeah?
I know, Biff. It hurts, doesn't it?
I guess it does.
Sure it does. Your heart feels like it was all cut open and bruised. I know.
Do you, Amy?
Yes.
Oh, when he climbs in that train, I hope he breaks his leg.
Biff, you mustn't say that. It isn't...
Well, I can't help it.
You mustn't. Say you're sorry, please.
Oh, all right, I'm sorry. See, you know, Amy, you're the first person that ever made me take back anything. I kind of feel, well, I don't know. I'm just glad I know you, that's all, Amy. If I ask you something, you won't mind, will you?
What is it?
Can I be your steady?
Oh, do you want to?
Sure.
All right, Biff.
Oh, that'll be swell, Amy.
But, Biff, you aren't saying this just because she...
What?
Oh, never mind. I don't care anyway. I'm awfully fond of you, Biff. I've always been. Are you happy?
You bet I am.
Really?
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm happy, Biff. I'm awfully happy.
Come in. Oh, come in, Biff. Sit down.
You want to see me, Hugo?
I wouldn't have sent for you if I hadn't, old man. You know, I haven't seen much lately of you, Biff.
I've been busy.
Still studying to be a dentist, huh?
Yep, every night.
You're not letting that interfere with your job down here at the factory, are you?
Why should it interfere?
You're not studying on our time.
I told you I was studying nights.
All right. Now, don't get sore. You know, I'm in a pretty important position running this plant, and I got to make sure my employees do their jobs.
All right. What's it you want to see me about?
Biff, how long you and Amy been married now?
About 2 years.
That's right. You got married just a little while after me in Virginia, didn't you?
That's right.
Seen Virginia lately?
Oh, I met her a couple of times on the street.
Looking pretty swell, ain't she? Great girl, Virginia. Finest little woman in the world. I only said
Listen, Hugo, that cut machine out there is being overhauled. I got to go see...
Sit down. I won't keep you long.
Well, what is it?
Biff, my uncle isn't satisfied with the way things are going down here. We're not making enough money.
No?
Oh, he expects me to double the output and cut down the expenses. So you see, Biff, I got a scheme a bit.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you can help me. I may be able to do something for you a little later.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, I mean it. I'd be glad to do something for you and Amy.
You better let me worry about Amy, Hugo.
Oh, come on now. Forget your pride. You work along with me, and I think I can show you how to make some more money.
Now, let's get on to the point. What do you want?
Well, my uncle informs me that there are too many men laying off sick. At least that's what they say, and I'm going to put a stop to it. The Phoenix Box Factory is paying its help to work, not to be sick.
I found the men good workers.
Well, they're not. Now, what I have in mind is I'd like to have you mingled with the men. You can keep your eyes open and kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, I do my own work. I don't notice the others.
But you could begin to notice them. Some of them are on the job, I suppose, but others ain't. I want you to report those fellas to me. Now, who would you suggest I get rid of?
You mean get fired?
Yeah.
Oh, spy work, eh?
Oh, I wouldn't call it that.
Well, I wouldn't. If you think you can make a sneak out of me, you're crazy. I'm not doing anybody's dirty work, you understand?
Still the same old Biff Grimes, ain't you? Always looking for trouble.
No, I ain't looking for trouble.
Yes, you are, but don't forget this. The Phoenix Box Factory pays you your living, and you'll do as I want to get out.
All right, I'll get out.
Who's there?
Evening, Hugo. Working late, ain't you?
How you doing here? You know that employees ain't allowed in the factory at night.
You're forgetting I'm not an employee any longer. You fired me this afternoon, you remember?
Get out of here.
Oh, no. I got something coming to me, and I want it. I want the 2-week salary you owe me.
You can see the cashier in the morning.
No, I can't. I saw him tonight, and he says that you told him not to give it to me.
Well, what of it?
I want that money, Hugo. It's coming to me, and I want it.
You don't get a nickel.
No? We'll see about that.
Put on that gun.
Now, listen, Hugo. Do I get that money, I'll blow you wide open.
Put on that gun.
Well?
Don't shoot.
That's right. Crawl.
Stop. Don't shoot.
Come on, crawl, you sniveling rat.
Oh, don't.
Ah, Hugo Barnes said get up on your feet. I wouldn't shoot you. You skunk. You ain't worth it.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, I'll get out of here. Sure. Before I do, I want you to stand up. Stand up nice and straight, Hugo, because you're going down again fast.
Where were you, Biff?
Huh? Oh, I was just taking a walk.
Where to?
Oh, down the station.
Biff, you're worried about something.
Who, me?
Is everything going all right at the factory?
Well, sure. Well, what makes you say that?
Oh, who could that be?
That's right. I'll answer it, honey.
All right. I better go fix up a little. It might be company.
Well, hello, Charlie. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Biff.
What you fellas doing here?
Official business, Biff. The chief wants to see you down at headquarters.
Headquarters? What are you doing, kidding?
Not so you could notice it. You took a punch at Hugo Bonstead, didn't you? It's assault and battery.
And you tried to hold up the place.
I didn't.
You had a gun, didn't you? Come on.
Wait a minute. Not so loud, will you? My wife's in there. Listen, I wasn't going to hold up anybody. I got fired today. Hugo wouldn't give me my dough. It was coming to me. I worked for it. I worked hard.
You know what it means to carry a gun in this town?
Oh, I just put it as a bluff. You fellas know me. You've known me for years. I wouldn't steal anything from anybody. I was desperate, that's all I tell you. I only wondered what was coming to me.
We got to arrest you, Biff.
Oh, give me a break, will you? Let me get out of here. I'll beat it out of town. Nobody will know.
Sorry, Biff.
It's tough, but that's the way it goes.
Oh, it ain't myself I'm thinking of. I don't give a hoot about myself. It's Amy. Gee, fellas, listen. Now, kill her, please, will you?
Sorry, Biff, we can't.
Come on.
Who is it, Biff?
Wait a second, fella. Yeah, why, sure. That's awful nice of you fellas to come, and I appreciate it.
Biff.
Oh, hello, Amy.
What's the matter?
Matter? Why, nothing. I was just telling Charlie, you know Charlie Brown and Matt Hughes here. You see, the police department's having a clam bake down at the casino Wednesday night, and, well, so they asked me to be on the committee, and I was just telling them.
Oh, It's awfully nice.
Yes, isn't it? That's awful nice. Did you fellas say that you want me to come down there right now and arrange things?
Yeah, sure.
Well, all right. Let's go. I'll be back in a little while, honey. Just a little while.
All right, Sis.
Wait for me.
I'll wait.
All right, fellas. Let's go.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We resume the events of one Sunday afternoon shortly. Actresses usually climb to prominence on the screen, but tonight's guest reversed the order. She descended to stardom. I was directing a scene in Forbidden Fruit. The star, dressed in a glass costume, had to walk down a staircase also made of glass. But her dress was so rigid and the glass stairs so slippery that the star just, couldn't play the scene naturally. I asked if there wasn't someone who could walk downstairs. One of the minor players volunteered. She had been recommended to me as the most beautiful girl in America. So I let her compete with the star, and she won in a walk. The part in Forbidden Fruit opened the way for a role as Rudolph Valentino's leading woman, which brought her international fame and envy. She is as lovely now as she was when Valentino made his reputation as a great lover playing opposite her. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Agnes Ayres.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. But when you asked me to walk, you hit upon the one theatrical trick I had thoroughly learned. When I was 14 years old, I used to go to old S&A studio after school, watching them make movies. An old extra saw I was dying to act, and he spent days trying to teach me. His entire course consisted of showing me how to walk.
I'm glad he didn't teach you how to swim, or you'd never have given such a fine performance as the rescue scene in The Affairs of Anatole.
In order to make that scene, I had to be pushed off a bridge into a river. When I told Mr. DeMille I couldn't swim, he said, "That's just fine." And over I went into 18 feet of icy water.
It was a game performance, too. And must have convinced you that it was more enjoyable to work with Valentino than with DeMille.
Hardly so. It was my good fortune to play with Mr. Valentino in his two big hits, The Sheep and The Son of the Sheep. Valentino died just 10 years ago yesterday. Yet people still ask me if he would have starred in talkies the same as he did in silent pictures. I'm sure he would have. He had a slight accent, but it was far more charming than detrimental. He was also a fine singer.
And in selecting you, Valentino showed that he knew how to choose a leading lady. You're very lovely, Agnes.
And you're very diplomatic, Mr. DeMille. But I believe in taking as good care of myself as I possibly can. And I'm really glad to pass along the same advice that was given me as a child by my mother. She told me to always use the best soap I could find. For a while, I thought she meant the most expensive kind. But since then, I found the answer to be Lux toilet soap. In my home, 3 generations are using it. Myself, my mother, and my 10-year-old daughter, Maria, who someday may be in pictures herself. We all know there's nothing like Lux for smooth hands and a fine, clear skin. And that's probably why practically all Hollywood stars use it.
I understand you're planning to return to pictures, Agnes. I know our audience joins me in wishing you all the success in the world.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, again. I've been in a great many pictures, but to tell the truth, I've never given a performance which has completely satisfied me. I want to return to fulfill that ambition. To prepare for this, I've been doing a lot of acting with stock companies lately. And to all young men and young women who hope to reach Hollywood, my suggestion is to first get as much stage training as possible. Good night.
Good night, Agnes. And now we bring you the last part of One Sunday Afternoon, with Jack Oakie as Dr. Biff Grimes and Helen Twelvetrees as Amy. Our time is again the present. Hugo Bonstead is still lying unconscious in the dentist's chair, inhaling the gas. Snappy Downer pleads desperately with Biff, who stands over his patient, holding the nose piece tightly in place.
Biff, you ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna kill him.
He took Virginia away from me. He sent me to jail. 2 years they give me. 2 whole years.
But you can't kill a man for that. They'll hang you, Biff.
He took Virginia away from me. Avery Park. Amy was waiting for me there when I got out. I can see her now. She was sitting on a bench. I was coming along the path.
Biff, listen to me. Listen to me.
Avery Park. Avery Park. Long time ago. Hello, Amy.
Biff.
Yep, it's me. Just going over to the house. I dropped off the junction. I could have made the 5:45, but I didn't want anybody at the station to see me.
I know.
Oh, something told me you'd be here. I don't know, just something.
When did you get out, Biff?
12 o'clock. Gee, the warden was a prince of a chap. Shook hands with me, and You glad to see me, Amy?
You know I am, Biff.
Gee, it feels good to see you. Sure feels good to be back. 2 years. Gosh, seem more like 10.
Biff, I'm so glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, honey. Guess I'd have been all shot to pieces if I hadn't gotten your letters. The thought of you waiting and... Well, I just somehow...
It's all right, Biff.
Oh, I knew you'd be waiting over here. Amy, I want to thank you for all your kindness, all your goodness.
That's all right, Biff.
You know, I learned a lot since I've been away. I'm going to make a new start. Begin all over again. I want to be somebody because I've got to.
I know how you feel, Biff.
Sure, you always knew. But, honey, I'm not so sure we can begin again in this town. We may have to move away for a while.
All right, Biff.
All right with you?
Wherever you go, Biff, I'll go.
There's something big coming up for Biff Grimes and his wife. I can feel it in my bones. Biff Grimes is going to be Biff Grimes, yes, sir. There ain't going to be nothing too good for Biff Grimes and his family. You want to go home, honey?
Yes.
All right. Gee, I love you, Amy. I think you're the loveliest lady in the world. I love your hair, your eyes, and your mouth.
I love you too, Biff.
Look at that old sky up there. Must be 1,000,000 stars out tonight, huh? Moon's full up.
Yes.
It's spraying, too. Let's walk home, huh? Avery Park. Avery Park.
Biff, don't do it. Turn off that gas, Biff.
He took her away from me, didn't he? He took Virginia away from me. It was 25 years ago, but I never forgot it.
Biff, listen. There's somebody outside door, Biff. Do you hear it? Somebody's there, Biff. All right. Shut up. Hey, turn off the gas.
Well, if it ain't my old-time sweetheart himself.
What?
Wonder you wouldn't open the door for a lady.
Who are you?
Well, now don't tell me I've changed that much. Don't you know me?
Virginia.
Well, what's eating you, Biff? What are you staring at?
Well, nothing. Well, how are you, Virginia?
I'm swell. How are you, Snappy?
Me? Oh, I'm all right. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Virginia.
Yeah, I kind of filled out since then, eh? Say, remember the bologna you used to hand me? Remember Schneider's beer garden? Funny, but the world does move.
Yeah, doesn't it?
And here you are, the dentist of Hillsdale. Say, have you pulled old Goofy Jake's tooth yet?
What? Oh, no, I haven't pulled it yet. Wait just a minute. It won't take long.
Don't rush for me. The longer that goof stays unconscious, the better I'll like it.
There we are. It's out. Oh, I guess I better use the oxygen tank on him.
Say, do me a favor, will you, and put him out of his misery? That ain't a bad way to pass out.
Hugo.
What's the matter with him, Biff? Why don't he wake up?
Hugo.
Oh, let him alone. He's half dead anyway.
Hugo. You all right? Hugo.
Biff. You're a fool, Biff.
You all right, Hugo? Oh, here. Better take some water. You feel better?
Yes, but oh, what an awful taste. You here, Virginia?
Yes, nature's child. Did you think you was going to crash the pearly gates?
Oh, now, Virgie, don't talk that way.
Are you ready?
Yes, sweetheart. And I suppose I'll have to drive the rest of the afternoon.
Look, Virginia, can you see it? Now, my dentist in Pittsburgh told me, remember that time I had those 7 teeth?
Listen, you. For 25 years, I've heard nothing but your teeth. It's been teeth in the morning, teeth in the afternoon, and teeth at night.
Oh, now, Virgie.
Don't Virgie me. If I hear any more squawks out of you, I'll perform the operation myself, and you won't have gas.
Biff, how much do I owe you?
Nothing.
What's that?
I said nothing. In fact, I think I kind of owe you something, though.
Huh?
Yeah. Owe you a lot, Hugo. Thanks.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's all right. Forget it.
Say, by the way, Biff, how's your wife?
Oh, she's fine, fine.
Still married, eh?
Yeah, Mrs. Grimes is still Mrs. Grimes.
How has she stood it? You'll never know what I've suffered married to this death house buzzard.
Oh, now, Virgie, I'm a good man.
Yeah, good for what?
Well, I'm going home, Biff. I don't feel so good. So long, folks.
Say, that guy looks about 3 steps ahead of the Undertaker.
Yes. Sorry we can't stay to see your wife, Biff.
Oh, yeah. She'll be sorry to see her. Well, you better leave now. Good afternoon. It's that way over there. That's the way out.
Huh? Oh, thanks.
So long, Biff. You know, Virginia, I'm going to write my dentist in Pittsburgh.
Oh, shut up. You and your dentist in Pittsburgh.
And I almost killed him for taking it away from me.
Biff.
Amy, come here.
For heaven's sakes, Biff Grimes, if you don't stop making that noise.
Listen, Amy, I got something to tell you.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself raising all this racket.
Yes, ma'am, I am ashamed of myself.
Where's Snappy?
Oh, he left.
Well, I'm glad. I don't mind him coming over here, but you make such fools of yourselves.
Yes, ma'am, we certainly do.
Well, you ready to go out?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, get your hat, Sunday afternoon, and everybody out.
Amy.
What's the matter, Biff?
Do you know that you're a very sweet and beautiful girl? And that I love you?
I love you, too, Biff.
And that new car you wanted? Say, you're going to get a better one. Tomorrow you're going to get the finest car in Hillsdale.
Oh, our old car's getting terrible.
Why, I wouldn't let you be seen in it. Say, there's a brand new taxi stand across the street. Let's see if it's still there. Well, there he is. Hey, taxi! Go up to the front door and wait there. Biff Grimes and his best girl are going out for a ride.
Biff.
Come on, honey. Up you go.
Biff, put me down. What will the neighbors say?
Just what I do. That Biff Grimes has got the swellest looking girl in this town.
Play's the thing, but not the only thing, because we're going to hear further from Jack Oakie and Helen Twelvetrees a little later. When you see Jack Oakie clowning on the screen, it's hard to realize that he's the son of a school teacher who had hopes of his becoming a preacher. Jack's mother was formerly principal of the Cecelia Public School, head of the psychology department at the Scudder School, and an instructor at Columbia University. She came to Hollywood with Jack nearly 10 years ago and has always been his favorite companion. One of Hollywood's most typical mothers, she is certainly most popular among young stars. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Evelyn Arfield.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've practiced this 40 times. Being a mother in Hollywood is no different than being a mother anywhere else. Children need a parent's help, advice, and sympathy, just as much here as in your own hometown. As a teacher and mother, I'd like to give this little message to all young parents. You are the best instructor your child will ever have. The training you give him now will show its after effects when you're gone. It's a job you'll never finish. But no job in the world will bring you greater happiness. Still, there are times when a mother should stand aside and not be a hindrance, particularly in choosing a career. Let your son and daughter be what they want to be.
Well, apparently you had no objection to Jack going on the stage.
Well, when he told me he wanted to be a hoofer, I didn't know what he meant. I just told him to go ahead.
And he took your advice literally. He's gone ahead, right to the top. But I hope you're not going to tell us that Jack was a model boy. Now, that would be pretty hard to believe.
Oh, he embarrassed me more than once. But he was always generous. If he'd find some frogs or toads, he'd come right home and divide them with me. Maybe that's the reason the girls have always liked Jack. Now I'm his mother, but even I admit that he's not what you would call handsome.
He inherited your sense of humor. He should have taken some of your good looks.
Oh, I'm just an old schoolmarm, Mr. DeMille. But there's one lesson I'm still teaching, and that's the advantage of using such a fine soap as Lux. I've used it every day for the last 10 years. Why, if I were as young as my complexion, I'd ask you for the next rumba.
If I were as young as you act, I'd accept.
I acted only once. That was in the movie Too Much Harmony that starred Bing Crosby. But even though I'm 68 years old, there's a lot of life in the old girl yet.
What's your next picture going to be? Life Begins at 68?
No, one picture was enough. I just wanted to prove to Jack that he isn't the only actor in the family. Good night.
Good night, Ma. She's killing the people. Well, what do we do now, Mr. DeMille?
Well, if you'll sit down for just a moment, Jack, I intend to bring you and Helen Twelvetrees back to the microphone.
Oh, don't bother. I'm here already. I tell you, I'll introduce Helen for you myself, and maybe my mo over there will think I'm the producer.
Maybe.
Glad to help out. Well, folks, here she is. Miss Helen Twelvetrees, an orchard to you.
Thank you, Jack. Mr. DeMille, I think you're right. Jack should stop being a comedian.
Yes, particularly after that introduction. His plunge, our punishment.
Now, how can I be serious? Every time I get set to be dramatic, people take one look and begin laughing. Listen, I've even grown a mustache to look more distinguished, and now the people laugh louder.
Then why don't you take it off?
What, make a fool out of Gable? Now, folks, you take Helen here, for example. I ask her what makes her so gorgeous, and she tells me Lux toilet soap, just like my mother.
Well, have you tried it?
Tried it, say. I wash 20 times a day with that soap. I even clean my teeth with it. Look. Pretty?
Well, I think so much of Lux toilet soap that I'm never without it. You know, when I went to Australia, I took loads of it along in my trunk. But I found I didn't have to. They use it on the other side of the world as much as they do here.
You know, Jack was out of Lux, Helen, when he tried to get into the Crusade. He rode up to the set in a full suit of armor and insisted on playing the love scene with Loretta Young.
I thought that was Henry Wilcoxon's job.
Well, everybody but Jack was under the same impression.
Yes, sir, there wasn't a niftiest suit of armor that ever came out of a blacksmith shop. And DeMille here spoils me. All he said was throw some sardines in that can and get it out of here. Now he's making another picture, The Plainsman. I knew he was dying to have me play the lead, Helen, but he's too proud to ask me. So what did he get? He got a tuba player. You know that big, tall guy. What's his name?
Gary Cooper?
Gary Crawford. That's the fella. A newcomer. So I made a picture called The Texas Rangers. I'm not only a cowboy, but I sing a song as well. I sing it for you, Helen, but I don't want to make Mr. DeMille feel bad.
Well, it's very kind of you, Jack, and besides, it's getting a little late.
Well, since you insist, Mr. DeMille, my friend, I'll be a sport. Folks, you're about to hear Bing Oakie, the Oklahoma groaner. In that touching old cowboy lament, I can't play the banjo with Susanna on my knee.
Bing Crosby's just sailed for Honolulu, probably to avoid hearing this. All right, Jack, go ahead.
Heckler. I got an orchestra out on the lone prairie. That is the place for me since I met my gal.
When it comes to cowboy music, there's no one can play like me. But I can play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. I can whistle Yankee Doodle, I can sing Mother McCree. But I can't play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. I thought that I would make a hit when I played William Tell. But when I beat my feet in time, she had a dizzy spell. I'd like to drop her on the floor, but that ain't chivalry. But I can't play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. Do you smell something burning?
Thank you, Mr. Oakie and Miss Twelvetrees. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Our supporting cast tonight included Alan Hale as Hugo, Hal K. Dawson as Snappy, Inez Seabury as Virginia, Greta Myers, Justina Wayne, Frank Nelson, James Eagles, William Royal, and Mary Lou Fisher. Mr. Oakie and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, and Mr. Silver's 20th Century Fox, whose new picture, Girls' Dormitory, starring the French discovery Simon, was musically arranged by Mr. Silvers. Mr. Oakie's song, I Can't Play the Banjo with Susanna on My Knee, is from the Texas Rangers. Next Monday night, another great show awaits you in the Lux Radio Theater, and here's Mr. DeMille to tell you about it.
George Raft was born in New York's most violent neighborhood, Hell's Kitchen. Perhaps that accounts for his marked ability to play the roles of those who live outside the law. We find him in such a part next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cheating Cheaters. Co-starring with George as the leader of a rival gang of jewel thieves is one of our most promising actresses, Miss June Lang. Produced on Broadway 20 years ago, Cheating Cheaters has been seen 3 different times in pictures. I believe you will find it just as thrilling on the air. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft with June Lang. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night